most of the time, it's going to be a combination of both. And then it's up to you to decide what is actual fact and what's opinion. And with that, let's go to JCC. JCC, would you like to say goodbye?
Yes, sir. Where's your drill sergeant? Sir, you mean to tell me that you finished your drill training all on your own? That's the fact, Jack. Thank you very much. That's all I want to say. You guys
Thank you, JCC. Let's go to our mod squad physicist, John Malincrot, who continues to say democracy is coming to an end. Would you like to say goodbye?
Yeah, no, I already said goodbye to democracy. I will just point out that there are no checks and balances. There never have been. There's only been norms, and the norms have been that a president respects Supreme Court decisions, etc. The Supreme Court has no power to enforce its decisions, and Trump may have not fully violated any Supreme Court decision. There's been precious few that he's really needed to, given the Supreme Court. But it's coming. I guarantee you it's coming. By next year at this time,
We'll sound like fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger. And we're running into the pump. They've done the pump and it's coming. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's just that, as I say, there are no checks and balances. Trump can literally, even right now, but he doesn't need to yet. He'll need to by next year. He doesn't need to yet, but by next year he will need to, and he can do literally anything he wants. There is nothing that's off limits. He's already effectively a dictator because he can do anything he wants. And the reason for that is simple. It's because, especially in the wake of the Supreme Court granting him almost unconditional immunity, the only remedy for anything he does, the only remedy is impeachment and conviction. And if anybody thinks that is going to happen, you haven't got your thinking cap on. Trump can literally do anything that he wants.
And as you can tell by now, and we'll continue on, it's a fact that my mod squad is not an Uncle Steve echo chamber. I'm an atheist. We have a lot of people that believe in God. I'm an independent. We have a lot of people that... Yeah. They're both Democrat and Republican. And we have a lot of the mod squad that do not agree with my opinions. My mod squad is not a fucking echo chamber. Cora, would you like to say goodbye?
Yeah, I concur with John and Carlos. I think there is a distinction where the Supreme Court, in fact, is not acting as a check and balance on the president in any meaningful way. They're doing what they can, get by with without, pissing him off too much. But at this point, it's like, I would encourage people to go read the minority opinions on just about every decision that comes through to see what, a better hot take on the constitutional interpretation should be. And that's coming from Supreme Court justices. So, we've lucked out, I think, in a way on a few issues that John Roberts has kind of been cared more about his legacy and reputation than he has about being a party loyalist. So we're lucky with that. But it really is the Heritage Foundation basically set up this situation first with Bush and then in Trump's first term to get us into this issue where the Supreme Court is pretty flaccid, I would say, on all of their rulings. And of course, Congress is thoroughly in having, the opposite of Trump derangement syndrome, what they call it, Trump devotion syndrome. Anyway, so, we have to be realistic. It's like, yeah, we can argue about whether or not on paper there's a check and balance, but the reality is when people say there's no checks and balances, what they mean is the Supreme Court isn't fulfilling their duties, right? Or at least the conservative side of the Supreme Court. And it's really unfortunate because they do set precedents, right? And what they've done is they've set us up for another decade or more of clawing back this overreach on executive power. So it's unfortunate. If they make some sort of decision that allows Trump to run again, which I doubt, honestly, I think that's ironclad. And like I said, I think enough of them would care about their legacy, not to make that absolutely stupid of an opinion. Going ahead. But I really don't know at this point. I predict, though, that the next ticket will be some combination of J.D. Vance and Erica Kirk. Trump, I don't think, I think it would be a disaster if he ran again. He knows it because he's just aging out of the ability to be president at this point. And it's kind of silly if he would run after what they did to Biden in the last election process. So.
And in my humble opinion, it will be Newsom versus DeSantis, but it's just my opinion.
What about little Marco, though? I mean, Trump seems at times to all but annoy little Marco. In fact, some people are saying this is one of the reasons Vance went to Israel recently. He's trying to sort of increase his profile because it seems like the king has a favorite son, and it's not J.D. Vance.
Well, after you kill the Pope, you know what I'm saying? But let's go to Violet. Violet, would you like to say Violet?
Scott.
Okay.
I think, Trump obviously likes Marco Rubio because Marco Rubio is doing all the heavy lifting on foreign policy for him. But he's also taking all the credit for Marco Rubio's work and also allowing J.D. Vance to take credit. Like in the case with India and Pakistan, like having J.D. Vance out there as if the White House had anything to do with that other than making a couple of procedural phone calls. The European leaders did that deal. And if anybody was involved, it was Marco Rubio. So, it's. I think that the reason why I say Vance and Kirk is Erica Kirk brings the reality star stupidness of Trump with her, and J.D. Vance is Peter Thiel's puppet, and that's.
Do you think? I mean, what about all the?
Well, hang on, Scott. Why don't you wait till you're
sorry.
to say goodbye? Okay, we got Violet because Alphonse is on the phone. Violet, would you like to say goodbye?
Yeah, another really intriguing Saturday for the Mod Squad, Steve. I hope everybody has a great rest of their Saturday, and I will see you tomorrow.
Thank you. And last but not least, Reverend Scott, can you give us the soul count and then take your time to say goodbye?
I can't because I left my
that's right. And you were off to your coffee.
I'm waiting for the subway. Public.
All right, go ahead and take your time to say.
No, I agree. Again, I often am in agreement with my dear friend John Mallinckrodt about the problem with the court not having the means to enforce things. And I also think if I could wave my magic wand and just change the Constitution, I would make impeachment harder to do, harder to actually get an impeachment proceeding going, make that like a 60% vote or something, and then make it easier to convict. I mean, make it a simple majority, because that's the problem. I mean, it's too hard to get a conviction. It should be hard. It's too easy probably to get an impeachment process going. You can do it politically if you have the votes, but it's too hard to actually convict someone. And so I think I would lower the bar for conviction on it. And I think that would, in this instance, maybe give us a ray of hope. I also agree with John. It's about norms, not laws. Republics are held together by norms, not laws. This is the thesis of Mortal Republic, a great book on Roman history by Ed Watts, coming back on the podcast this week to discuss his new book on Roman history. But Ed brilliantly charts out how Rome became an autocracy, and it's just norm breaking. It wasn't laws. It was people just doing shit that wasn't done. Over about 2 centuries, and then the whole thing just fell apart into a dictatorship. So again, John is often the voice of reason, my dear friend. And and I also think I wonder, of course, thoughts, and maybe we can talk about it tomorrow, just on this disgusting defense of these racists in the Republican Party by J.D. Vance, who has a brown wife and brown children. And he's just saying that these are kids. These are just kids making Hitler jokes. Kids, by the way, 40 years old, some of them. I wonder, will the right tolerate a candidate with its spouse and children are not white? I mean, in the current, I think in the previous instantiation of the party, Uncle Steve, back in your day, the old Republican Party, which you were a member of, maybe would have tolerated. But I don't know that this MAGA party will tolerate the racial impurity. Thank you, everybody, and goodbye.
Yeah, Ronald Reagan would roll over in his grave if he saw the Republican Party today. But with that, we are done. Thank you all very much. If any of you missed any part of the show, replays are on, of course. On behalf of the Mod Squad, I wish you and your families a great remainder of your Saturday. We will be back tomorrow, 7 a.m. for another 3 hours of Ask the Atheist with Reverend Scott and the Mod Squad, and we will be talking about the new Pew Research study, which says that more people are turning to religion. Take care, everybody. Be careful on the clubhouse streets, and we will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Candlelight, moonlight all around us. I look into your eyes. You hold my hand underneath the table. I can't disguise the way I feel. I could have wished 1,000 wishes for this night. I can't believe that it's finally me and you and you and me, just us and your friend Steve. Do Steve. Do. Lee, what's the deal with your friend Steve? Oh hey, how's it going? You took me out for apples and to the movies. I was hoping for romance. We took me to the Mexican circus. I thought there was a chance we'd be alone. I could have wished 1,000 wishes for Steve to disappear. What the fuck's your fucking problem? Why is he always here? Do Steve. Do. Go away. What's the deal with your friend Steve? Oh hey, how's it going? It's not that I don't like your friend, but how many hours with him can you spend? It's not that I don't think he's great, but it's only you. Only you. I wanna fillet. Are you gay for Steve? I think you may be, and that would be alright. But let a bitch know just what your steez is, so I know if I should shave tonight. I could have wished 1,000 wishes, 'cause I'd like to be with you. But if it's always me and you and your friend Steve, there's nothing I can do, Steve. Do. Why don't you just go be with your best friend and boyfriend, Steve?
Every single day.
And that's why we got the high suicide rates too. We had a soldier kill himself, an old soldier kill himself, and it got back to our unit. He got out the military, and probably a year and a half later, he ended up blowing his head off because it was like receiving the benefits for his family, them getting that forever check, and then also paying that little additional. And it's like he set this shit up, paying the little additional for his insurance. That would have insurance would have been better for him. And it's like he wrote a whole letter on it. It's like this shit is someone would come up here normal to say, oh, well, they got this program, that program. Y'all act like there's not fucking little, there's little wording within those programs. That shit doesn't benefit the majority. It doesn't help the majority. We have a lot of issues with a lot of these veterans getting out, especially the ones that actually have families and were able to have the resiliency to deal with the issues that their spouse has coming out of their positions.
And that's the key word you just used. There are many veterans that were very resilient during their tour of service, and the resilient ones down the road pay the cost. Because what happens is when they do occur problems, mental problems, when they occur some physical problems because of something that took place when they're in service, because of the loopholes and the bureaucracy of things, they cannot get adequate care because they're told you didn't tell nobody when you were in service, and that's the hardship. And unfortunately, we have somebody in office that has no respect for the military and the veterans.
No, sir, that's not true. That's not true.
That's a true statement.
No, sir, it's not. Donald Trump has immense amount of respect.
You're not representative of Donald Trump. Please just let him talk.
For veterans, and I agree with you. There needs to be some reform. The president is not the one that's blocking VA reform.
Okay,
It's
can I
Congress. It's Congress. Well, one second, sir. It's Congress, and I agree with you. There needs to be VA reform. But in the Senate, you have to have a supermajority, which is 60 votes, which means you need both Democrats and Republicans to agree. And it's my hope that under this administration, we will see VA reform, if I'm not mistaken. We passed VA reform under his first administration. I have to double check that. But I hope under this administration, especially with the power that he yields and the influence that he has over the Republican Party, with VA reform. But no, sir, he definitely respects the veterans. He respects your sacrifice. He respects your service as well as service.
Why is Congress? Do you understand? I was just making this one comment.
Why is Congress blocking the reform? What is it about the reform that's problematic for Congress? Because what we can do, the reason why I'm asking, is that everybody has access to their congressman. And if this is really a problem, because if it's not a problem for anybody in this room, it's a problem for your uncle, it's a problem for your cousin, it's a problem for your brother, or anyone who served. And once we start calling, because a lot of times we get in these rooms with all of these people, many of these people in these rooms are powerful and they have connections. And if you don't know it, that your congressman is your public servant. And you can call them and say, we need for you to support the DA reform.
So my congressman, Fitzpatrick, who I have his cell phone number, I'm thinking about calling him right now. I will bring him on this call. He sits on the Veteran Affairs. I think if I'm not mistaken, he might even chair or co-chair one of the subcommittees on the VA reforms. Fitzpatrick, you'll know him as one of the most bipartisan congressmen in the Congress. And I'm thinking about calling him and seeing what his opinions are on this, but I did a quick research. And yes, Trump did, in fact, pass VA reform in 2017. He passed the Appeals Improvement and Modernization Act of 2017 and the VA Mission Act of 2018, which broadened veterans' access to community care services outside of VA facilities. Most recently, the VA Home Loan Reform Program was signed July 30th, 2025 under the Trump administration. And he also issued a major executive order establishing the National Center for Warrior Independence for homeless veterans. So I just want to make sure to correct the record. Donald Trump has done more than provided lip service to veterans. He's literally signed legislation and executive orders to promote and support veterans. So I understand it's not enough. And I'm not saying that it is enough. And I'm not saying that it goes far enough. What I am saying is it is a false narrative to suggest the president doesn't care about the veterans.
Okay, and that's a false narrative too, because there's an internal VA memo. I'm going to go ahead and put that in the chat. It shows creation of staffing caps and hiring controls. They also have from the OMB guidance to the agencies, including VA, to prepare for massive layoffs. So let me tell you, it's crazy too. There's another guy that I work with right now. So, I work with a lot of civilian entities when it comes to the position I got. I'm put in. Something that used to take 6 months, because if you look at the VA chart, when it comes to, it's supposed to take anywhere from 6 months to a year. He has been waiting he's been waiting over a year now for a decision from the board. They're understaffed. Right, they're understaffed right now, and he's not getting any information. He was asking us, hey, can we, like, if he could take a day off to go down to Warner Robins or to go talk to his representative in fucking Marietta when it came to his VA benefits. He's not able to get
a decision on what his percentages look like, and we know that he's having issues because one of my boss wrote a letter to send to his doctor, and it has to do with his back, and it's aggravated because of his current job, and there's been a pause on all this shit. Like, if you know any veteran, they'll tell you right now there is an issue with them getting decisions back. The appeal process, they know, has been put on pause. It's not as simple as you think it is. Y'all keep coming up with these fucking things that you Googled and read, but there's people that have real life experience. This shit is not, and this is not just one person. This is a lot of veterans, and the ones that haven't retired or weren't able to retire because of things like he said, his blindness, or those that are fucking with no fucking legs. This shit is affecting their family, or no arms, or we got people that actually survived with just a torso.
Are we ready for the Mayo Monkey or no?
No,
I'm not
no,
talking
because I don't know what you're talking about.
So thank you for pointing that. Go ahead and know, because I'm gonna give space to the veterans first. Yes.
I came up to the to talk about TC. I'm retired military, and I'm retired to a veteran. I have VA, but I TRICARE military establishment and my wife's medical insurance. The point is that you guys don't understand how the insurance industry works, how the veterans work. And I think about what Trump has done to the VA. He's done some good things. I'm not going to lie about that. But he's also done a lot of smoke and mirrors. And he's just trying to push profits over to the private industry. But Trump has devastated the VA because look at the staffing cuts currently and the wait time. The wait time hasn't decreased, it's increased. But what they're doing is to tell you, I'm going to decrease the wait time. I'm going to increase the wait times at the VA so you could be forced to go to private sector. And that all their buddies a part of that particular construct, and they have setting up industries where they can actually serve the veterans. But in the end, your records get divided into two places. So especially when you're trying to allocate a case, you don't have to go to an external entity to get your records because they haven't merged. If you're going to go to see an outside provider, if it's going to be sent back to the VA, it doesn't. So there's a lot of things that can be done to fix the VA, but Trump is only giving really words to a lot of those things, and you're not really fixing the VA. They're trying to profit off the VA. That's a different thing versus fixing it. And I think I would give both parties fault with that because it took me almost 10 years to get my, a lot of time to get my full VA benefits. So just imagine that. And I got really good at actually dealing with the VA, going to court, representing myself at court, laying out my case, what was wrong, getting my statements, getting my buddy statement to say that yes, I was involved in an accident in Afghanistan where even with a messed up neck, messed up back, just to get you all what you deserve. And the thing about what I was doing was because my daughter got free education when I was all said and done. She got to go to college for free, without even using my GI Bill. So the thing about it is that when it comes to healthcare, the VA only looks out for you. If you're not retired, man, your family's on their own. And I don't think people understand that. And especially coming from states, when the guy was talking initially about it's come from Florida. Florida's a high cost. My ex-wife just moved from Florida like a year ago because she saw this coming. She was like, I'm out. And she moved back up north. Because she was like, it's getting ridiculous. Every other month they're raising my insurance, not just a premium on insurance, but also on her house. Her insurance on a house for hurricane coverage is ridiculous. So you guys they're thinking about, Trump is doing all this stuff. He's not. Because if he was, the veterans would tell you exactly, especially the ones who are in the queue trying to get their benefits increased or trying to get the percentage increase. They'll tell you, times have increased. I could go outside the VA and get the treatment. Because even when now you say there's a form that you sign as a doctor, say, yes, this person is sick, blah, 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 I forget what they call a statement. The VA is not even recognizing those that come from inside the VA. So this is what Trump is doing. So basically, they're saying that the VA cannot be a nexus. Letter. You cannot get a nexus letter from a VA doctor. Or a VA doctor cannot basically state what's in there. So you have to go outside and get a nexus letter. And then they don't even recognize the nexus letters like they do. And the thing about what Trump did again that people don't want to talk about, a lot of the requirements that you would get, say for instance, if you're using a CPAP,
before, if you're using a CPAP, you get 50%.
They just
Now they changed that.
Didn't it
You
go
know?
to like 35?
They changed it down to 10%.
10%. So the thing about it is that if you're already in there, you're a grandfather. But there's a lot of other things that Trump are changing where it's basically costing the veterans are being downgraded. And the thing about, like I tell a lot of veterans, if you're at 100%, do not go back to the VA for anything. If you're 100% permanent, stay away from the VA because they will find reasons to show that you've improved. But we all know that people have good days and bad days, or you might say, and what Trump are doing is they're utilizing people's words against them. So you go to the VA and you tell the VA, hey, I'm feeling good. Because some of you people ask you, so how are you doing today? Oh, I'm feeling good. That's today. But how were you feeling last week? And you don't even know how you're going to be feeling in 3 weeks. And then they put that in people's record and use that against them during the cases. So the VA has become very, 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 I would say, cantankerous in the way that they deal with veterans because it's like you against them. It's not like they provide care, but they provide care, but they're there to adjust your records in a way that affects your VA disability, your VA benefits, and that's what Trump and him has done to the VA. IRS.
If I could make one point before you guys shift on the healthcare issue.
Yeah, I have something for Orlando.
Nobody's talking about the actual issue at the center of this, which is that the Obamacare ACA subsidies expire in December. Open enrollment happens November 1st. And so they want to make sure that those subsidies don't expire because that's what's causing people's insurance to go up to $4,000 double. That's the thing that Marjorie Taylor Greene even said she was hearing the most beyond illegals and all of that. She said the biggest issue she's heard for her constituents was the fact that their health care are skyrocketing. So the issue here is where TC is misunderstanding the problem, and people are misunderstanding the problem. If the Democrats don't stand firm and force them to extend the ACA subsidies, then everybody's insurance rates are going to go up, and that's at the center of the fight, and nobody's discussing.
Right, and this is why the Democrats have not, quote unquote, caved in, and why they're getting blamed for keeping the government shut down. And I do want to point out that it's all a shit show for our veterans, right? It's never been an easy process. So I'm going to put that on both parties because they absolutely could always do better. I personally believe that our veterans should be prioritized in every fashion. The wait lists, the bullshit. And this is similar to what I was trying to say yesterday when, people were making fun of me or trying to because I didn't care. But like we have these soldiers. So thank God for people like Patty and Chad and everyone else, and even Mr. Orlando that help because a lot of times they serve, and I'm thinking of my brother. My brother went in when he was 18. He went to Iraq. Lord knows what he saw. He still suffers from PTSD. He was there for about 6 years, I believe. And then he just couldn't go anymore. He was in Texas, I believe, with like $30,000, which he had to pay back by the when he was discharged. He was exposed to a lot over there, but that was his choice. He gladly served his country. There's still some struggles now, but even I, and I understand quite a bit. I've had my insurance license. I've facilitated health coverage for individuals. I've helped clients get on Social Security because that's what they were paying us to do, and da 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 da. I had to sit there and read that. Like I had to really, y'all. Like I had to close room and play some Mozart and light some candles and what the fuck. That takes a lot to even comprehend at the time. And I was like, God damn, we got to sit on the 1-800 number because what the fuck? It's completely unique. It's not like anything else that's out there. And there's so many nuances to it, and it's like holy shit. Oh, like it's not easy to understand, not easy to process, and I'm gonna say that that's done intentionally because what the fuck, right? And I am gonna mention that when Donald Trump attacked Senator McCain, so please don't come up here and tell us that he cares about veterans. As somebody said in the chat, he would have never put Hexeth in charge. Hexeth trying to say the Department of War. That is not just what our military does. Our military does not just. So let's not put something on Donald J. Trump that he's never actually said himself. Yes, he did. He attacked Senator McCain. He attacked those families, and he said that he was a loser for getting caught. Yes, he did, Matt. Like, what? You know what? I'm not even going to respond to it. If y'all love this man so much that you can't even acknowledge what he said, yes, it was a pretty big deal. It was a huge deal. And I actually voted for Senator McCain over Barack Obama just for that purpose because my brother was in the military, family members, and I was like, I'm always going to vote for a soldier or consider voting for a soldier because that was very important to me at that time. So, anywho, that's just what I wanted to say. The TC is gone. They're still here, but TC, please don't ever tell someone who has gone through this that their feelings are false. This person is absolutely correct. What we do a lot is we as humans, we just deny someone else's experience, and that's not okay. You do not speak for Donald Trump. You are not a paid representative. You have not consulted with the president. So I don't know why you even presume or assume that you could sit here and proffer political statements to us as if we're not grown-ass people and we've heard these things for our damn selves. That's all I wanted to say. Mr. Orlando, can you send me your Cash App in the back channel, and I want to send you just a little something, ice cream on me for you and your family. I know it's not a lot, but just want you guys to get some ice cream on me or some Starbucks or something this weekend.
No problem.
Oh, this is reformed pseudo, not very reformed, but I'm working on it.
One thing about my cousin, she gonna open that pocketbook. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm gonna open that pocketbook, first lady. First lady and Patty working on me, and now I got April. I got another handler here, but I'm trying.
I ain't gonna never slow you down. I ain't never gonna.
No, April ain't gonna stop you. April gonna.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell people.
I just want to tell him, Mr. Orlando, I sent your contact information to a young lady named Chat. Her name is Christine Chatham. She does a lot for vets. Let's see what she can do for you. She's very effective.
Orlando, I also sent you some information in the back
I'm
channel.
gonna tell TC that since Trump cares so much about the military and retirees, why did judges have to reject the VA secretary's request to pause veterans' claims appeals during the shutdown?
I wonder why.
That's what I was talking about. Those claims repeals have been put on pause.
Yeah, they're not considered as essential. So then veterans who've been waiting years, my husband, that's one of them. It's 20 years now that he's still trying to get his full claim. Yeah, why is that happening?
20 years is sad. Man, I
It
just
is
say,
sad.
we need to do better. Can y'all tell us, who do I need to send? I want to send an email and like this. I know it doesn't help.
It gets complicated. It gets complicated because as veterans age, they have more, the disabilities they had worsen, and so the rating can change. So, yeah, that's where we.
Chat's here.
And my Cash App is retired Gerald of 2012.
Oh, here comes Chat. Retired. What do you call it, sir? Retired.
Retired Gerald of 2012.
Retired JAILER 2012.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay, thank you.
In the room, Chat, meet Mr. Orlando. He's in the Florida area. Yeah, retired. He was MP, sir. But
Get your handcuffs.
Yeah, I was an MP.
yeah, there you go.
Oh,
He's an
okay.
MP.
Oh,
Yeah,
thanks, Dale. That's what's up.
there you go. Y'all talk
What's
that
going
way.
on? You all right?
All over this every day above ground is a good day.
That's a fact.
That's the right attitude,
No,
Mr.
this is
So he was
this
just
is
talking about.
yeah. Say, Orlando, this is the young lady I was telling you about. Her name is Chad. She's a friend of the room, and she works with veterans and helps veterans. So, Chad, I'm glad you made it over here to link up with Mr. Orlando. Mr. Orlando, can you just explain to her what's going on with your health insurance, like how it's under threat, and what's going on with you, sir? And he's blind, by the way, Chad.
Well, just that the premiums for healthcare went up 50%.
Shit.
In Florida, because I'm a retired officer with Miami-Dade, and because I'm disabled veteran, I was explaining to the room that when you're a veteran does not curtail that your family is going to be covered by the insurance. And so just letting them know in real time, some of the things that are taking place is affecting people in real time and are being affected by some of the policies that are being enacted in the White House, and they're being affected dramatically. In my personal case, I'm just trying to maneuver myself through the VA system, trying to get to 100% so that I can more adequately take care of my family.
That's what I do. That's what Divine said. He said,
That's what I do.
he said, get Chad in here to help. That's what he said. Shout out to Chad.
Yeah, so I actually used to work on both sides of the VA. So I worked on the medical side and mental health, and then I started as a clerk. Okay, start there. But when I moved over to the benefit side, and I did claims, right? So I left the VA and all of the things and yada yada yada. Left the government altogether and started my own nonprofit. So what I do is called FemVet, but what I do is I help veterans get to 100%, right? Without, so, there's two types of total disability, right? You got permanent and total, and then you have unemployability. Unemployability, they will check your income. We don't want that. We want permanent and total. So that's what I do. I help veterans get to 100% permanent and total. I've taken veterans from 20% to 100% in 3 months. Veterans that only had 2 years of service. All of that, veterans have tried for years. I just had a lady I helped. She's tried for like 6 years to get to 100%. She's been stuck at 80. And then what I told her to do, I only told her to do like 2 things, right? Out of those 2 things, we got her to 100% permanent and total, right? So that's what I do. I have friends that are in leadership at the VA from when I worked in DC, so I will send you my information.
My email is the same thing as my cash app, retiredjailer2012@gmail.com.
Hang on a second.
This one is about y'all.
Send it to her in our back channel, though. Same.
Yeah, Cal will be reaching out to you too.
Okay.
See, she pulled right up. Thank you, Chad. This one is.
Yeah. That's the Divine send the back signal. I'm rolling. I was talking on Chatter, and I was like, oh, Divine text me. Gotta go. I left.
She maybe can mute it.
And I will say, because I've made a tiny donation to Chad's nonprofit. Like, it is a nonprofit. So you can get a tax deduction. Because it is a 501c3, so we got to be a baby capitalist. So shout out for those of you that itemize. Shout out to a tax deduction. I will say, Mr. Orlando, that didn't pull up for me. I don't want you to tell all your business on here, but I'm gonna send you a back channel. But that didn't. Retired Jailer 2012 didn't pull up.
What's
So yes, sir.
retired jailer?
Retired Jailer.
Yes.
Okay.
You should see my smiling picture.
Retired Jailer 22. All right, because we don't want to bless somebody else now.
And maybe you could consider putting your Cash App in your bio, and that way your spelling won't get in the way.
Okay, I definitely do so.
Shout out to politically correct. That's what I'm talking about.
That's a fact.
Solution oriented, I already had that.
Chad, what are the 2 things you did to get her to 100%?
So what we did was, so I reviewed what she was denied for first, and then I reviewed what she had low rankings set on. And then the third thing that I did was I looked at whatever new on her problem list, whatever new diagnosis was. So I saw that there was something that she was denied for that she should not have been. But while she was denied it, she claimed it as primary. So all we did was have them to go back and change it to secondary.
Search field.
And
Search field.
had a re-eval.
Access this number.
And they rated her at a 70% the second time. That got her to 90. And then we did a new claim for both of her feet, because those boots tear us up. And so I did a second claim for her boots, for her feet, bilateral pes planus, and there's something else I want to say. I think hammer toes, I know it's pes planus, and that took her over 100%, and that made her 100% permanent and total. And that was it. And she got back pain because they rated her incorrectly the first time, which is why they did a reconsideration and they didn't take it as a new claim. So on top of that, and it, results vary, but on top of that, she got extra money because they paid her for a year back when she claimed it, or when they denied her initially, and when they denied her increase initially. So that we went back a year, they paid her back a year, and then she got to 100%. So they paid her the difference between the denial and what she's currently rated for. So yeah.
I'm crying on the inside because it's people like you. We sit up here, we have our differences and we argue, we fight. But you are the change. You are being the change that we want to see, and we got to give you your flowers, man. We need that hand applause sound. Somebody bring in the soundboard, and we need the whistling and the hand clapping, and we got to give you your flowers. Yeah. Make some noise for chat, y'all, because she can help that woman, change that woman's life, and hopefully, not hopefully, and she is going to help on that, and he's going to get to 100%. He's going to get
You don't get the 100% before you get out. That's what I also do.
I'm gonna be in Houston.
Yeah.
No, you're not going to Houston now. You're not.
I didn't reason to come in.
Not going to Houston. No.
I checked my cash app is Jailer 2012. Sorry about that. Jailer 2012.
Spell it. Jailer.
Jailer 2012.
Oh, okay. And I was about to say, I was gonna say
Jailer 2012.
Jailer 2012. And what's your Gmail?
Retired, RETIRED, Jailer, JAILER 2012@gmail.com.
Okay. So do you know the benefits that come from having 100%?
Yes, I'm the vice president for the Blind and Veteran Association
Shut up!
for the state of Florida.
Oh, okay, Florida. I was like, I know the guys at the VA down here.
Yeah, for the state of Florida.
That's what's up.
Trying to give back.
Yeah, you know what? Stay connected with her. That way she at least has a contact when it comes to the blind. You know what I'm saying?
All right, Miss Orlando, I sent you and your family $100, so maybe that's enough for a little Chick-fil-A or something. And we appreciate you. And I'm so sorry. Thank you so much again for your sacrifice. And I do want to say that, wow, this process, I just want to thank all of y'all. Imelda, Chad, Patty. I've learned so much from y'all being on the inside because, you really can't read an article about the military experience in this process. It just doesn't, you know what I'm saying? It's not like a manual. So I sit here and listen sometimes and I can't even follow because Patty will use the acronyms.
but I appreciate that because it makes me go and do research, because I'm like, I need to understand a little bit about what y'all deal with every day. I never will, but I just want to say thank you from a civilian. Like, I appreciate y'all. I really do. Thank y'all.
And those of you that do have contact with the politicians, there's an issue like at Camp Lejeune. There was a facility that in Alabama, Fort McClellan. It's been closed down because it was contaminated. The VA knows it's contaminated. The government knows it's contaminated. But they refuse to acknowledge it as a contaminated site because they do know that once they do that, myself and other veterans that were detached or went through basic training that it's going to open up the floodgate to flames because it was a toxic waste dump for all intents and purposes. They've already settled with the city of Anniston, Alabama, but they never settled with with those of us that were stationed there. And so those of you that can make phone calls and ask your politician why are they holding up the designation for Fort McClellan, it will really help those of us that's trying to get that designation so that we can get the help that we desperately need because we were stationed there, just like the troops that were at Camp Lejeune.
Well, I just want to say this real quick. This is really what it looks like when we can have a conversation and people can actually talk, think, debate, and come up with some solutions. Now, there may not be an absolute solution today, but at least there's a process of working and moving towards, a solution. I think that's a good thing. I'm sorry, go ahead. Thank you. This is all very hard.
And you've given so much to this country just to hear the rhetoric. And then where we came.
But I believe when people are able to hear real life stories, because a lot of times like, we might be on the stage and we're yelling and we're trying to tell people, but when you have real life experience being spoken to you, you can't argue with it. You know what I mean? So I appreciate you just being open and being able to tell your story today. Hopefully, you will help to open somebody else's eyes and their ears to hear the actual message that's being missed in today, right? But here it is today. I'm just sitting here and I'm learning. So I am blessed as well because I'm receiving knowledge and information that I didn't even know I needed. So again, thank you. This is what happens when people begin to tell their story and we listen with an old.
What's crazy about the government? Well, they'll take care of the individual soldier, right? So we'll hear these stories about homeless soldiers, this, that, and other. There's so many programs just for the soldier, but what they forget is there was a family that support those soldiers. And when you have individual soldiers like him that have a wife that had to deal with the shit, had to deal with him coming back from deployment, him having these fucking mental breakdowns. There are real families that deal with this. And then you have children that freaking have the resiliency of these families that actually stick this shit out. They're the ones that are left behind. We always talk about the soldier and we forget that there's a whole fucking family, whether it's the mother, the father, the child. Because there are some soldiers that actually have their parents as dependents. Just on their VA paperwork. But forgetting that there's a mom that has to take care of them, there's a father, there's a kid that had to fucking lose out on the benefit of having 100% of a parent. That shit is it's mind-boggling. Y'all just don't know how bad it is for the dependents. Especially if they didn't retire. If they retired, you know what? Everything's out there for them. But when they are not able to retire, a lot of times they're not able to retire because of these disabilities. And they were the ones that are on the front line, just like retirees that were on the front line as well, but they were able to make it to that 20-year mark. Imagine just being in the military for 5 years, maybe making it to E6, and then losing a leg, or even just fucking losing your mind and somebody has to take care of you for the rest of your fucking life. A lot of these people join at 17, 18 years old.
And it's not like they get paid a lot, Patty. Let's wake that up. It's not like they get paid a lot, because aren't pretty much from E1 to E4, I only know the Army, because so many family members in the Army. A lot of them are on food stamps, so let's wake that up. I think people really think that they get paid out.
They get paid better, but a lot of they get paid better, but a lot of military families still have to be on food stamps or the wife has to have an outside job just for them to make it.
Okay, shout outs.
That pay ain't going with them because they did 2 tours overseas and their mental health is fucked up too.
Or the fact that when they serve in these areas, where we later find out about Agent Orange and burn pits, all these different things that affect soldiers, they come home and they have children who then end up with disabilities due to these issues that their parent went through. So there's a lot that goes to being in the military. Missing birthdays and graduations is just like a small part of it. And somebody said, I think it was Monica, who said, what did Trump say about veterans? And it may have been someone else, not her. But when he was, in 2016, when he was running for president, he suggested that veterans who experience PTSD, those who had committed suicide, may not be as strong as those who can handle combat trauma. So that was a big motherfucking slap in the face to veterans who 22 a day commit suicide.
Well, the comment on the first lady said, it really resonated with me. And, no matter where I'm from, if you can help one person, you did your job. And so I can already see the amount of people that are going to be helped by this gentleman, Mr. Orlando, now meeting Chad. He said he's the president of Blind Veterans, which is amazing. So I can only imagine how many people Chad is going to be able to help because the connection was made. So I can't get over this. Shout out.
Yeah, there are some great things too. I mean, I for sure, I've had family members that have fully retired. Oh my goodness, in the country, that's like something people do. They join at 18, they stay in 20 years, they marry somebody else, and then they get these consulting jobs making a ridiculous amount of money. But yeah, shout out to, which is why I always say thank you and your family for your sacrifice, because we forget about the people that are at home, because it truly takes a village. So Monica, April was talking about, someone said that Trump had never said anything negatively about the veterans, so we're merely recounting all of the times that he actually did say negative things about the family. What was it, that 5-star family? Is it called a 5-star family? I always get it wrong.
The 5 stars when somebody dies.
But remember when he attacked that family?
Gold Star and then
Gold Star. Well, he attacked the Gold Star family. Everybody remembers that, and actually that parent spoke out. So yeah. He attacked veterans quite a bit. Like, he's done it so many times, personally and generally. So I get that y'all are in love with Donald Trump, and it's like, give it to the Dems. But please, you really lose your dignity, and we lose all respect for you as a person when people just substantiate every single thing that man says and does. He's not Jesus. He's wrong a lot. And yes, he actually said this. So please just acknowledge what he said, because otherwise y'all just piss people off, and this is why we disregard y'all. So
Let's
There
not
was a-
forget that
there
young
was a
brother in
meeting.
Africa who was killed during duty, and he told the mother, young mother, his wife, with young children, he knew what he was signing up for. Bitch, what?
And she was in the car, with his coming to get his remains when he did that.
Well, let's just get back on topic a little bit. We were talking about the government shutdown. Previous to that, we were actually talking about tariffs and how, now Trump is saying, hey, listen, I'm not even going to make a deal with you, Canada, just get out my face kind of thing. And deliberately saying that the ad that they have is absolutely fraudulent and it's a lie, and that's not what Reagan stood for. So we had that going on, and then we were having the discussion and talking about how we got here, and I was recanting some things that happened over the summer. I don't know about y'all, but the fall then came, spring then came, and summer then went, all of the above. And here we are. People had forgotten just that quick. And I believe it's because if I say a thing, I can make a thing become a thing. And all of these different things that continuously keep showing itself, for some reason people can't hold on to what they know and actually come out with the output of that. They continuously find a way to skip around and skip to the loo, my darling, to continuously protect this particular administration. But I understand that you want to be loyal, because I'm a loyal person. I really am. But I'm a loyal person to what is true. I can't be loyal to something that isn't true. And if it's just not true, then why are you upholding it? Anyway, Mr. Orlando came to join the stage, and he was talking about how apparently right now, his subsidies are due to run out. Where he's paying $1,800 is now going to be $4,000 for health insurance. Hello? Somebody ain't home. Now, this is someone who has actually served our United States. We said America first. I don't know about y'all, but that was definitely what people was touting in 2024, 2025. America first. Now, this man is served, and now he's looking at a dollar bill. But yet and still we want to have this argument. Oh, the Dems have shut down the government and all this back and forth. Let's get to the table. Let's negotiate. If you really cared about the people, you would stop worrying about who's winning and who's losing. What are we going to do? Having the government shut down for, 25 days now? We're into 25 days. 25 days with no end in sight. Because one is saying, open the government now. But why should I trust you? You have cried wolf for 6 months. There has been no negotiation. They've constantly had their own private conversations, excluding the Democratic Party, and deciding how things were going to go. Now you want them to open it up, can have this continuing resolution, which I was all for. And I was saying, okay, well, if we don't get it, if they don't get their way, they just close it down again. Well, who wants to do that? I'm just recanting things the way I see it. I could be totally wrong, but that's how my recollection remembers.
I mean, First Lady, even if they did the CR, if they all came back today and voted for it and said, good, we'll just give up and surrender here, open it, they would have to go through all this again November 21st.
Exactly.
So, what is the point? And I would like to point out that I think it was last month that the Republicans in the Senate did something with the filibuster to pass through Trump's appointees, but now they can't do that for health care or the shutdown. I'm unclear about what they can and can't do when they feel like.
Well, that's the point. It's really about what they feel. And what they want to do. And again, I don't understand why we can't just be truthful with that. That lady is supposed to be sworn in. the Arizona representative. Child, they tell that lady, girl, bye. You get in when they open the government up. It's like tit for tat, tat for tit. Come on, how old are we? These are supposed to be people that's supposed to be representing we the people. Is this your representation? Is this your idea of being represented? Or represented? Maybe, I don't know. Am I living in Twilight Zone by myself? Or does anybody share the same thoughts by any means? I mean, I'm okay with being an island. I've been an island all my life. I stand alone.
No, I agree with you. You just said it perfectly. Like you at first, my first thought is like, just negotiate later. But I'm actually proud of the Democrats because, Patty corrected me in another space when I was a little critical of them. But because, this is to me the Democrats not playing dirty, but the Democrats fighting fire with fire. This is far too important to to concede this point. This is going to impact everyday Americans disastrously, right? It is going to be catastrophic. We're already seeing these numbers from this insurance, and I believe that the Republicans pretended as if it wasn't going to happen. I think that the Republicans have been so lawless for a while that and have received so much support that they really believe as if they can just tunnel through these things, and the Democrats are actually saying, you know what, this is going to be painful, but it's going to be a hell of a lot worse if we don't take this stand. And I completely agree. They have my full support. Hakeem Jeffries has my full support. Wasn't there another senator that was speaking to Congress for hours? They have my full support.
Cory Booker.
Orton.
Yes.
They just had, he did a 22-hour marathon the other day.
Oh, recently.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember, but I was like, yay, it's not just Hakeem Jeffries and Cory Booker, First Lady, because we're already seeing people report these numbers. This is insane. $1,800 to $4,000 or $5,000. Like what? And I've seen examples where it's even worse. $300 to $3,000. Well, I'm not going to say even worse. We're not going to do that. But people can't afford this. They're laying off people, right? Somebody put in the chat that about 30% of federal workers are also veterans. Veterans are also being attacked, not to put it back on veterans, but this DEI nonsense is causing people to lose jobs, people to lose opportunities, right? The ongoing tariff situation is meaning that you and I and everyone else is paying more for practically everything right before Christmas. This is not good. I don't know if they're trying to crash the economy or they're just trying to stick it to the little guy. But shout out to the Democrats for basically standing up for the little guy, saying, yes, it's a little painful right now, but imagine if this was permanent, what we have right now during the shutdown. And I believe that's what they're trying to fight for. So yeah, I support them 1,000,000%.
The only thing that kind of pissed me off is I think they should have did this back in March. So,
Agreed. But look how they fought for the beautiful bill. Because remember, y'all, even some Republicans didn't want to vote for it, which is why it took so damn long for it to go to the Senate. I had forgotten about the damn thing. And then they barely passed it.
He stood on all 10. Alaska.
Yeah, but that's the thing,
The
guys.
thing was, the reason she approved it because she got some carve-outs. She had secret meetings and said, "This is what I want for Alaska."
Yeah, but then she went back to the House and told them, "Don't vote for this."
Right, but
She knew it was going to affect the nation.
Right, she had to vote that would pass it or fail. So she had a meeting and said, "Listen, in order for me to vote for it, I got to get this." And they
She asked you to save us though. She knew.
Yeah.
If you depend on Lisa Murkowski to save the world, you are the wrong person.
Yeah, but
she got even. Patty, I'm not saying it, but in any case, I don't think she even got the carve out she asked for. Not all of them. They weren't all
She did.
Yeah, so she, Lisa talked a big game, but then she go in and vote with Trump like 80%, 85% of the time. So up here, we just, we reelect her to Republicans. That's how sad it is up here. But yeah, I want people to know before we forget and pass through that there is an app called Flash Food, FLASHFOOD, one word. In some areas, there are grocery stores who will sell their food half price that's going to go bad that day or the day before. And people can go and see where that is and hopefully get some half price food at least if there's nothing at the food banks, which I expect will be happening. But you'd have to use it, next day, same day, which if you're hungry, you can be using that.
So then let's progress the conversation to that. What happens, let me look. What happens on November 10th? That will be, 10 days into not receiving food stamps.
People gonna be stealing food. Like I said, I was at my quick stop, I'll just call it that, down the road here, and this man approached me with 2 packs of T-bones for 30. He was gonna say,
Girl, you should have bought it.
Listen, Mickey,
Who said that they should have bought it?
Girl, that's the boosters. Boosters need jobs too. You know what? I'm just say this real quick. My daddy, calling my daddy out, people in Louisiana. I don't know how them people get it, but my daddy will be like, I need a front end on the F-150 for 2023. Girl, they gonna pop up with the front end. He's like, I don't ask no questions. I'm like, man, them boosters, shoot. They know how to get some meat. My daddy be bragging on them. Man, they got this one chick. She can go in there and come out with all kinds of slabs of ribs. I'm like, Daddy, you ain't right. You are not right. But anywho, Lisa, April, you tell your business like that, girl. I'm just saying. Yes, they are. They call them the boosters.
They be having a whole bag a trash bag of groceries. Talking about $50 for this whole bag.
And shoot, somebody gonna buy it. They started doing that with the people selling Tide. Remember them damn Tide? You see them on the side of the road. I've got a couple of those packs before. I'm like, how you get all this Dove wash for men for $5, child? Isn't that sad?
So what's going to happen on November 10th when people don't have any food? They'll say stealing. So then what's going to happen next?
Probably what was intended to happen. They're going to have more police force and send ICE into the grocery store.
It's part
And
of
our food prices going up.
we got to remember what the plan is. Part of the plan is to cause enough upheaval in your major cities so that martial law can be put into place. And if martial law is put in place, that means all normal course of government would be put to the side. That's the overall plan, and the plan is in effect. I'm doing just enough to cause enough upheaval so that I can push the pendulum to the point of major upheaval in most of the major cities so that I can call for martial law.
Now, most people won't disagree with that. So, what are people that disagree?
Or
I think we got one coming. Now, before we get started, Mr. Mountain, can you please try to have some decorum with the conversation without, any foul words and attacks? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Now, come November 10th, that is the question. When people don't have, these food stamps, we got people laid off, the food banks are all dried up because food banks, people are already out there just based off of missing, a couple days out of their paycheck. Now we're coming to the place where there's going to be 2 weeks of not receiving a paycheck, plus not possibly getting food stamps. What's going to happen on November 10th?
I think people are going to come to the realization that they probably put their
stock too much in the government, and they probably should have had a plan before then. See, that this is not something that was just sprung upon someone just, out of the blue. This is in the big, beautiful bill. You guys had a lot of time to prepare for this. Now, am I going to feel sympathy for you when I work 54 hours a week? No. I work 2 jobs. I'm a single man. My dog just died. I have nobody to take care of me, and I'm sure as fuck not going to have the government take care of me. I'm sorry that happened, but, that's the thing is that that's the thing about this, okay? I hate to say it, but the black community,
No, we don't have to put color on it. You just can say, you don't have to do that. Because, see, then that shows a different side to you. Just stick to the, because it's not just black people who are being impacted by this, sir. So let's just say,
No, I want to say it was just the black community that if you.
Okay, so then let's not use color. Let's just stick to.
Anybody, so I could have worded it different. So anybody
economically challenged.
Yeah, anybody who relied too much on the government was never intended to take care of you, to be your mother, to be your father, to be your. That was not the intention of the government. So that's where we are today. People are shocked because all this shit was given to them, and when the rug gets pulled out from underneath them, see, I hate to say it, my family is all Indian. Browning, Montana is where we were all born. Blackfoot Indian. I am a white guy, but trust me, I am 1/16th. But my mom's more. We could get health care if we wanted to. We don't. But here's the thing: is that the Indian community is so fucked because they overwhelmingly vote Democrat. Just out of necessity because they think that they're going to give them benefits or something, and they don't. And then they just get surprised when the rug gets pulled out from under. This is the same situation for anyone who relied too much on the government.
Okay, so I asked what you think is going to happen on the 10th, and some kind of way we have went down this rabbit hole.
I'm telling you.
I was quiet while you spoke the whole time. I didn't say a word other than to say let's not use certain things. But
I got interrupted while I was trying to finish, so.
No, you didn't get it. We let you finish. No, that's not the truth. That's not the truth. That's not the truth. I let you finish, sir. You was gone. You closed the mic up. What's going on? Now I'm speaking and now you want to join me. That's not you speaking and me interrupting you. That's you interrupting me. Let's be truthful. So, you brought up the Indian situation, okay? But I'm talking about November 10th. That's a Monday, and I just went, a week and a half into November time frame when the people are supposed to be losing it. Now, your pushback is, hey, listen, you should have prepared for this. Now, my question to you is, prepare how? When you may not
20 hours a week at least, because that's the requirement. It's 20 hours minimum. It's not that much.
No. No. Because we've already talked about and we broke it down what it looks like for a 40-hour. They're going to lose their subsidies, right, when it comes to child care.
Well, wait a minute, before we even get there, November 1st is being cut because the government is not in session. So that has nothing to do with the limitations or what is you can go ahead and have the argument with Petty. I just want to make sure that we understand November 1st it is not that.
Okay. For some people on November 10th, some people such as myself that was working 60 to 80 hours a week, that for whatever reason found themselves unemployable, that have to depend on SSI, their check will be cut off. So I don't understand what, so some people never woke up, didn't wake up one morning and say, I want to be dependent upon the government to take care of me, because believe me, what I paid in Social Security would be more than what some people make on their job every week. And so it was never my plan for the government to take care of me. Unfortunately, life happened and something took place where I could no longer work. and I had to depend on the government, SSI, that I paid into. Thank God that I was paying into Social Security, because Social Security had to pay me back for the years that I paid into it, because unfortunately I found out that I could no longer work. So this gentleman is unfortunately, he has never had life happen to him where that he may have to end up not being able to work. And that's what's going to happen to a lot of people.
No, Orlando, you do know that I'm not stupid, man. Like, you do know that it makes clear that if people are not able to physically work, that they're not going to get their SNAP paid for them all the way. And by the way, why are we talking about Social Security? We're talking about SNAP benefits, food benefits. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But don't sit here and act like.
Because that's still a social safety net, and that's being affected as well.
Right.
Still being affected. The thing is, you're talking about food.
Sucks. You get me out of that.
No. So this is the thing, right? I let Lady interrupt so she can fucking focus on what we were talking about, and then I let him go. So you're not gonna tell me I'm talking, because now I'm talking. So check this out. Number one, when we talk about this 40-hour week requirement, we have to walk down the numbers. If it was a single mom just with one kid, what's going on here? Are you deaf?
You're gonna lie.
Do you need to apply on? Do you need to apply for some?
Do you need to be like praying because you're lying?
I'm talking right now.
You're lying.
No, be quiet. 1
No, it's 40
second.
hours with the big beautiful bill. So with the big beautiful bill, the breakdown is you can't make more than $9.83 an hour to maintain some type of subsidy where you're able to at least have some type of child care. And that's for a single mom. What the fuck does $9.83 an hour look like? What the fuck does it look like when it's trying to maintain fucking your home, being able to eat, motherfucking take care of your child, and then you say the government isn't set up for that? Maybe you need to read the Constitution when it comes to, not saying that it's supposed to be that you don't have an individual responsibility. But do you think that we're fucking paying taxes for good looks and intuition just to prop up the government?
So
You get benefits just like they get benefits. What you know, I'm not done talking. Yeah, I'm not done talking, Mountain. We're not saying that people don't have individual responsibilities. But one thing that the U.S. government is responsible for is fucking ensuring some type of safety, providing some type of opportunity. You think we pay them for good looks and intuition? You think we pay them for
yourself? Why is it
No, I have to. We talking all that.
3 red flags. You gotta look to the intuition.
Who the fuck talking like that to Patty? What the fuck going on?
You know who it is. 3 red
I'm
flags.
driving, I really don't.
And I've said this almost every day for the last week. If you look at the Nordic model, right, their safety nets are way fucking crazy when it comes to the United States. But their safety nets include mental health, fucking access to health care, and guess what? Motherfuckers don't stay on programs. It includes fucking training opportunities, and then people say, oh, they got training opportunities. No, it's state by state. So, like, when it comes to the Nordic models, their fucking, their crime rates are lower than ours. Their dependency on social safety nets is lower. And yeah, they pay hella taxes, but their fucking happiness scale is fucking way higher than ours. Because they put shit in place to make sure people are doing well. You know what? It's real crazy. They even have the nurse case managers visit individual households because they know of their past anxieties, issues, or how they may have grown up, or even fucking drug dependency. And one thing that we have in this country when it comes to a lot of these poor communities, whether you have something in a trailer park, you live in a fucking projects, or you just live in fucking Appalachia, it's fucking drugs, it's violence, and there's nothing in place where you have solid mental health facilities.
Do you know that even on the other end, this happened to me 4 years ago when my mother got sick. and she stayed with me for 3 years. And when she got to the point where she could no longer stay with me, I looked to get some further assistance. May I thinking about a nursing home or a convalescent home? And this is basically what I was told, that as long as she owned property and as long as she had money in the bank, I would have to pay for it or out of her money. Medicaid and Medicare would not pay for it until she had no money left. So basically, the system was is set up that even for senior citizens, when you get older, the only way you get complete assistance in your older age is that you have got to not have anything in order for Medicaid and Medicare to take care of you in your nursing home or convalescence place. If you have a home, property, or money in the bank, you have to pay for it. So I don't know where these people live at or where their understanding is.
No, that is correct. It's called asset protection, which is also why I'm always talking about estate planning and trusts and things like that. There's also something called the Ladybird deed, which is where you basically, mom or dad gets to live in the house, and then they assign the interest to a sibling or, I'm sorry, to a child or someone else, because we just went through that with my grandmother actually in Louisiana. When she was placed, which is why we decided to bring her to Texas, because y'all, this is how bad it is. They ask you about MJ, this is just about everything is income based, which we don't understand in this country, right? It's income based for the billionaires. It's income based for people with high incomes that itemize their taxes. But we just tend to focus on people that are lower income because we never focus on corporations and billionaires. So he is absolutely right. And it's really sad, y'all. We've seen individuals that have had to divorce their spouses. Has anybody ever heard of that? It's a painful thing for people to do because let's just say that the husband or the wife gets dementia, and in order for them to go into a state facility, they will have to divorce the spouse, and the spouse retain all of the assets. They were asking us about the value of my grandmother's vehicles, the value of the home. And luckily, we were able to do home care and pay for that ourselves. But had we not been able to do that out of pocket, they will, within a few weeks of your loved one dying, they will force you to sell that property. You have to give that money back, or number one, you won't even qualify for the assets. And it's so diabolical that even if you do planning today, sometimes elders will put homes in an irrevocable trust for protection, so it's basically not in their name. There's a 5-year look back for the state and the Fed, so they'll basically say, oh, well, now you're in a nursing home or a facility, and you did this 4.5 years ago when this home was worth $300,000. It doesn't matter if you had it for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. The state will force you to sell it. To take care of that. And it's something that we really don't talk about a lot, but it's very diabolical. But again, it's super easy for a billionaire, super easy for Elon Musk to get federal subsidies despite being the wealthiest man in the world, super easy for the government to subsidize, shout out to promote EV by giving tax subsidies to multi-million-dollar, billion-dollar, trillion-dollar corporations. But God forbid that it be a senior citizen who has a paid off home and needs some help from their government at the end of their life, and they make you sell everything. It's not an argument, Anthony. It's the facts. It's literally the facts. This is how it works, right? It's not an argument, and that's also the problem. Ignorance. If everybody thinks that with ChatGPT that you're informed, this is not my opinion. This is literally what happens. This is how it works. So that's all I wanted to say. So thank you for bringing that up, whoever did, because that's a very good point. Your assets could literally be taken away from you right now, and you not even know it, just because you happen to need the assistance of your government because you fall on hard times or you become disabled, or you have a life event that you can't control, like being in an accident or having an aneurysm or whatever. So people don't even know this, right? And I think that's just terrible, but that's the reality. We're being so serious, but I do want to say that New Edition, including Bobby Brown and Tony Braxton, and I've never heard her sing live. And Boyz II Men is going on a major tour. Tickets go on sale October 31st. So Gen X and Millennials, this is for us. A shout out to that. And also tonight is the Versus chat. Maybe somebody should stream it live on Chatter between the New Orleans OGs. And shout out to y'all that's in Vegas. Yes! Cash Money.
Vegas right now.
Cash Money versus No Limit. So somebody make sure y'all stream it on Chatter. It's going down.
I want to do a chatter party.
Yes, because we're going to be all backing it up.
Okay, well, yeah, so what did these people say? I mean, what did they write?
Oh, so tonight, First Lady, yeah, Gemini's right. Everybody's in Vegas. It's No Limit. So
No Limit Soldiers?
No Limit Soldiers. So it's Master P and Cash Money versus Cash Money. It's going to be New Orleans. Pretty much a big.
Cash Money gonna shit all over me.
Baby.
Vacation.
That's a lot going on tonight. That's a lot.
Cash Money, that's a lot. I love it, but that's a lot.
One minute.
Been close.
Cash Money. Okay, so give me some like, give me Cash Money.
I ain't bringing Lil Wayne out.
Wayne Cash Money.
Girl, you look good once you back that ass up. Once you back that ass up. You Big Daddy when you back that ass up.
It's only from like 90 or what is it, 90 to, it's like a time frame though. So they can't, now back that ass up is included. But it's only like up until like the 90s, I think. So
Yeah.
like 97.
So not Nicki or Drake or any of those.
Yeah, now YMCMB, CMB.
Yeah.
Just regular Cash Money.
That's right, the Cash Money, not YMCMB.
Chad, you gonna stream it? Oh, I'm sorry, Gemini. Go.
Heck yeah, Dante gonna be there.
Black ass stuttering ass, right?
Listen, get your life together.
Let me finish. Like I'm asking people, whack ass.
I'm streaming.
This rapist ass is locked up. That's a
Yeah, this is locked up.
You know, I thought the rape again. Yeah, serial rape.
Oh, wow.
This is equal.
Yes, that's his third.
Damn.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3. So outside of that, who the hell gonna be?
Wait, you didn't say Snoop. What are we doing?
Snoop is the only saving grace, and he ain't really. I mean, he just went over there for a little bit. Okay, we
Yeah, he got like 4 songs on dog food, at least, that he could do.
Not dog food.
Wait a minute, Snoop was part of who? Snoop was part of who?
For like 1 year.
You remember that? Yeah, remember that song, First Lady?
You're all talking, I don't know. No, I don't know. Say it.
Either way, he was scared of
Suge was on his fucking head, so he ran to New Orleans.
But remember that song, After Mother Ninjas, cause I'm down for my ninjas. After Mother Ninjas, cause I'm down for my ninjas. Yeah, what? That Snoop is on that one. Yeah.
Yeah, but 2 of them niggas locked up in that song. And it's cool.
Yeah,
All these people really in jail?
Behind jail. He ain't that crazy about it.
Jonas, stop telling stories.
No, it's a fact. I'm not.
He ain't raping nobody though. He murder. That Monica just had no husband. But she still was visiting him though. You know that?
Oh, yeah.
She's still a motherfucker that still visits him. She visits him more than his own brother.
she still visits him to this day, even though she got a man.
Right.
Yeah, she does.
So you know he don't fucking milk that.
But I don't know if she's busy him no more because the last interview I saw when she talked about that situation, she said they cut ties after she got done dealing with her last baby daddy. Cause she was still visiting him with the last baby daddy, but this new man she got now, I don't think she going over there no more. I'm not sure.
I know you might be right, but I know during Love and Hip Hop when they were talking, you know how C Murder does his little conversations every now and then, and they'll pop up, then he get mad or freaking. When they went home, they were talking about Monica being the one to come visit him, and it wasn't like a visit once a year. She was coming down.
Oh yeah, honey, that was her man.
I have family in New Orleans, and they're like, you used to see Monica all the time, like when she was dating him, because she was a staple. Y'all know Monica Hood. She was hella comfortable in New Orleans. Yeah, they said she would, when they were dating, she would be down there all the time. But I know she was every birthday or something, she shouts him out, he shouts her out. Like, I think they just have that forever relationship. But yeah, and you know, Master P is like, he's like, I told him not to do such and such, because I was a 16-year-old kid. I'm just disappointed that happened. But he calls out his family members. But you know, Master P is like, look, I'm not doing no foolishness. I'm not. So yeah, it's family issues. But yeah, Chad, y'all, that definitely needs to be streamed so we can all be, you know. Let me get my knees ready, because that's still gonna be lit. I wish I could see it in person.
That's money. I'll take your money. We can put up whatever number you want to do. I'm available. Let me know.
Do not be betting my cousin. What's going on?
Oh, I'm not gonna bet. I'm a Louisiana baby. I can't believe that they're even agreeing to do this. Yeah, but I'm a Louisiana baby. I'm not gonna pit one of them against. They should have did like, you know what would have been good if they would have did like Swiss in Houston, or the old boy. What is old boy named, Chad? Jay Prince. That would have been a good one if they would have did like Jay Prince, like Texas versus New Orleans. I mean, Texas versus Louisiana. Texas versus Louisiana.
But I know that they are not judging, nobody's stuttering or nothing like that. They are judging the body of work, Gemini. People are stuttering. Don't matter what the chart say. Yeah, that's fine. But what the chart say?
Rap like this.
What the chart say?
Still be one of the worst rappers of all time. This is because
I love the chart. It doesn't matter what the chart say. Right. What the chart say. You know what the chart say.
Because the song he did well, he had other people all with him.
But you know what? Everybody uses features. He didn't even release an album for years, and all he did was features. So what are you doing? What are y'all talking about? So half of his body of work is features on somebody else's stuff.
I mean, Boosie's most famous bit is literally a song by Webby. So what are we talking about? That's not even Boosie's song. Exactly.
Might be down, no?
Exactly. That's Webby's song. That's not even Boosie's song. But that's not even Boosie, but that's what he's the most famous for. So yeah, the features are fine. I don't mind the features, actually. That's what I said, man. They should have done, Texas versus I couldn't catch my breath for 2 seconds. Texas versus Louisiana.
I don't mind features, but it's gonna be hard for him to come up against Juvenile. I mean, Juvenile can hold his own. I don't know. Like, I'm putting my money on Cash Money.
It's gonna be Cash Money.
I remember that guy. What is his name again?
Juvenile.
Oh, Juvenile.
You want paper chase or you want that?
Yes.
The block is
one that don't give a fuck and says she take that.
Give me
that shit.
You know, I'm a Louisiana baby. Yes, I'm a Louisiana baby.
I don't give a damn where you from. I ain't know that shit.
They're going to do well. They just don't have enough songs of the people that are there to keep up with Cash Money.
No.
That's a fact.
Songs like How You Do That There, that's a classic. That ain't that funny.
That's what I
That's one of
said.
my favorite songs.
That's one of my favorites too.
Nigga, what? Give a fuck, nigga, what?
And then Juvenile even got newer hits, like he had Rodeo.
Yeah.
Let me see you bounce that.
Oh, somebody said if he played slow motion with it.
That's my shit, Mickey.
Yeah, this is really not fair. This is not
really
they have a bigger, they have more names. Yeah. Like even you know what my
Just said
favorite
up to
song is?
99. They like the Wu-Tang Clan for the down south, right? Just a whole
Yeah, they
bunch of
are.
niggas rapping.
You know what my favorite song is? Little niggas 17, skin on 6 fingers, man, bling bling is my shit. That is my favorite song. Yes, that is my shit.
Hard as fuck. I ain't gonna hold you. But I always admired P for being one of the most non-talented hustlers that was able to get out here and just make it happen, but just no lyrical skill, just nothing but raw, just on the self crack and make it happen. Like, so I always,
He got that minute crack like this.
and you know, I admired him putting his shitty ass brother on because Silk is nobody in the world would have signed that nigga.
I like Silk the Shocker.
And rapping, stubborn ass.
No, Silk that song with Let's Ride with who is that? With the dope people. Who did Let's Ride? Montel Jordan. Silk the Shocker killed on that one. You tripping? Didn't he do something? Yeah.
He had a good beat in that song.
Every time I heard his voice on this song, yeah, fuck it up.
And then he also do something with didn't he also do something with Maya? Like Silk the Shocker on a Maya song?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah. He does good on stuff like that. Yeah, he sounds good. Girl, he cute as hell though. That's okay. He ain't got a rap. So yeah, it's the late 90s and early 2000s. Please, y'all got Ice Spice because she got a big booty and she can't rap worth the damn. So let us have Silk the Shocker. Let us have Silk the Shocker. Okay, Birdman can rap. Oh, okay.
That's a good response.
Birdman can rap basically.
He gets Uno card because he's married to Tony Braxton.
And he had the dope boy money that wouldn't have been able to have these niggas come out.
That's a fact.
Did y'all think literally what Master P did?
I was
Literally what he did. Literally what he did.
But it wasn't dope boy, it was money that he inherited because his grandparents.
That's what he's supposed to say.
See him, it's Slim ass. Slim is the motherfucker with the bad money.
I don't think you're gonna see him though.
We never see his ass. We never see
Oh, Slim.
Slim is the other guy, Cash Money, but like you literally never see him, and he's just New Orleans straight. You just never see him. He's smart as shit. He don't be on social media, none of that stuff.
So y'all gonna be on this versus son?
Hell yeah! This is one for the shit. This is one for. I would be up in Vegas with them if Trump don't get no win. They also signed Snoop Dogg. Let's not forget. They also signed Snoop Dogg. Snoop Dogg has maybe like I think 3 albums under No Limit.
I think 2, but we started with that.
I stepped away.
No, it's all good. They're just gonna run out of hits is the problem.
Oh, yeah, chat. Set it up on Chatters.
Yeah, No Limit definitely a lot of hits compared to Cash Money. Yeah. Because you gotta think about it. No Limit has, I mean, not a limit, but Cash Money has also Manny Fresh. And Manny Fresh had his own shit too. Remember Goldie?
He's
He's got everything. My mom You ain't enable.
Chad, how you get
You
those
ain't
things?
doing Cain and Abel.
She's not. Oh, I get close to Louisiana.
Yeah, those women is gonna have mystical. They're still gonna be able to play this songs though. Pop it. Ooh, take it. Let me see your wow. Yeah,
Mystical has some hits.
Yeah, Wallow's gonna
But
be
the
there.
only thing I know with mystical is still smoking bud and shaking.
That's my song though. That reminds me of Captain Beach Party. No, remember that danger. Get off the phone. That's the man right here. Yeah, mystical. Mystical is shit.
If it wasn't for like certain East Coast people being in the song, I don't think I really would have known. And then I had an older sister too, and I know that Maya song, but I wasn't really into that. My dad wasn't into it.
Yes, we know New York started hip hop. Okay.
No, let's get it out. Whenever music was played in my house, it wasn't no Master P. I had to discover
And so
That Master P.
right. I grew up on Run DMC, Curtis Blow.
Here we go.
Yeah, I grew up on those rappers. Freaking.
New York is better at everything.
Yeah, that's the
New York is still relevant in hip hop. It's still
started in hip hop. Started in the Bronx. And that's y'all can laugh and say what you want, but rap started in New York City. My father grew up in hip hop. And he's an old ass dude. Divine is an older dude. A lot of these niggas that's like Divine age or even my father age, they was in those basement parties when motherfuckers was doing all that extra shit on the other coast. So like New York is New York. Y'all talk that shit, but that's still the mecca of hip hop.
How's
You
the
know,
water?
New York City without
That's where it started. That's where it started, but it left.
That's why I know you don't know shit about hip-hop. It's just like going back to fucking if it wasn't for fucking stuff, starting music, so when you talk shit about New York City when it comes to hip hop, I don't talk shit about Detroit, Michigan, because you know what? I know that's what opened the music for black people to think. So when you sit around and talk shit about New York, when you know there wouldn't be no motherfucking when there would have never been a fucking NWA without a fucking New York.
Why y'all get Daddy started? God
I am tired of you clowns that don't even know the
something that had to do with politics and government. And then Miss Reform decided, y'all know what? Bobby Brown and all these people, they coming on
Oh,
tour.
that's what y'all on his concert.
Oh, really?
So maybe if you want tickets here, here's some let me know. I got you.
She still keep looking huge. Y'all, yeah, give a chat. Y'all want y'all tickets. Y'all want to fan out.
Y'all better link up with that.
Y'all need to play. That's what she was saying, though. Let's go ahead and give us the rewind.
Oh, sorry for interrupting. Go ahead, First Lady. You know, these people, they crazy. You know, this is what I've just come to realize. Anyway, so then Nikki took us to, Reform took us to say, hey, listen, there's going to be verses tonight. And then we just was talking and we having a good time. We saying who will win and they going through all this. And I'm loving it. You know, I know some of the songs, but I don't know all the stuff like y'all did. It's great. And then here go Miss Chat. Oh, yeah, go ahead. Let's just get it out the way. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Tell us about how New York, and then you get ready started. Why would you do that on a Friday? I'm sorry, you have been accused.
It is a Saturday, man.
It is a fact. What's it called?
It is Saturday.
And Chad noticed one thing about the and I said this the last 2 weeks, maybe 2 or 3 times. The United States government has a contingency plan for New York City.
Oh, here we go with the contingency plan.
The U.S. will fail without that.
We don't give a fuck about a New York contingency.
No, you don't have to. This is why it's a slow conversation, right? So you don't have to give a fuck, right? Because that is your level of understanding when it comes to the global market. The reason why the Department of Defense has a contingency plan for New York City.
I know, I just don't give a fuck about New York.
You don't give a fuck, but guess what? It affects your fucking it affects your legal fucking weed dope boy selling, and it affects you selling your motherfucking dogs. So you wouldn't be able to sell a fucking blood legally without New York City. Because there is a global dependency on the fucking financial district, the garment district. And you guys, your soft power is the entertainment industry. When we write down fucking soft power, it's global. And then guess what's in third place? Motherfucking entertainment. So when you talk shit about New York, motherfucking get your shit together. Because obviously, not only the United States government, NATO, other countries, they see that we needed a contingency plan if something was to happen to that city. And guess what's so fucked up about this whole situation? Texas is one of the states that we actually put as we're looking at fucking landmass and fucking a possible movement if something was to happen. When you're talking about one of the states. So let that sink in, motherfucker.
So we're number 1 in GDP. Let's just start with that.
Let's just start there.
See, that has nothing to do with contingency. That has nothing to do with global dependency. That's what you guys are so.
They're just messing with you, Pat.
You go outside of New York, if they even think you have a hint of an accent, they always got something to do with New York City. I don't fucking realize that New York City is part of your motherfucking government.
Can I ask you a legitimate question?
Moving on from New York.
I'm done trolling. I just want to ask a legitimate question. I know that y'all are the leader of global finance and everything else. So why can't y'all deal with all the fucking hats y'all got over the damn place?
You know what?
He said he was damn trolling.
No!
They're not rats.
answer questions.
Stay focused. Stay focused.
Okay,
Stay focused.
okay,
Stay
ladies.
focused.
I know you, Patty. I'm just fucking with you.
All right. So what time does the versus start tonight? Anybody?
I think it's at
What
8
time?
o'clock, 8 o'clock Eastern?
Okay.
I think.
Oh, so in Vegas, that would be 5. In Vegas, so they starting stuff off at Vegas at 5.
I mean, sometimes they ask to, depending on.
If you think a rap event gonna start on time, First Lady,
I'm about to say that part. You gotta remember, all the niggas gotta show up. So if they ain't all there, then they gonna
that shit gonna start about 9:30, 10 o'clock Central. So probably by 10 Eastern.
That's what I'm
I'm
saying.
gonna tell you
Thank you
about
for the real. Thank you for the real. Thank you for the real.
that part. Go get your jack, put the kids to bed. You got time.
This is going to be a huge night in Vegas because they also have that big HBCU game tonight too. It's I think it's Jackson State versus Grambling, but they're playing at the Raiders Stadium in Las Vegas.
All the strippers from LA went out there. They all go out there for events like this. I'm not talking about the looks, because I'm gonna assume they have high quality looks. What is the quality of their dancing from LA dancers? Are they good at it? Honestly, I don't know much about their dancing, bro. I ain't gonna even hold you. Do they be good walking?
Great walking is great.
You said, do they walk?
In New York, we're champs. So I.
That's what I was about to say. Chat, they didn't have tunes, sister. They didn't have tunes. But they were walking around in tennis shoes. You know what's funny as hell that your Honor said I know about their preferred strains, and I do, because they don't like Vegas weed. Vegas has the worst weed out of all the legal states. Why? I do not fucking know. But everybody complains like they got dispensaries up and down the fucking strip, and all of them suck. Like a lot of them suck. There's people that take a lot of risks to take it across state lines just to get money over in Vegas, because you're not supposed to take it from state to state. The second you cross the state line, it's a federal fucking event. But some people still do it just because Vegas is so open with their shitty ass weed. It's weird. Well, I was just wondering, Brother Jim, and I'm always curious about the strip club cultures of other cities, and yeah, it's important to have good looking strippers. I don't know if you've ever seen strippers that they call bullet wound strippers. I'm sure you don't want to see that. The only opposite is the only competition for LA and Vegas dancers would be Atlanta and Miami. That's what you mean in terms of looks. Let's leave us. They tend to get mad at Texas conversations. So I was just asking for research purposes.
Well, thank you for your research.
For research purposes.
The research is over. The research is over.
Support the single mothers.
The research is over. Thank you.
Trying to support the single mothers here. That is all.
And that's fine. Thank you for your support. I'm sure they will definitely appreciate it.
Maybe I was right. It does start at 5 o'clock Pacific. It does start at 5 there in Vegas.
Yeah, but I'm gonna go with what Rob said.
Oh yeah, they ain't gonna start on time. I'm telling you that's what it says officially. But yeah, I was on Friday. They ain't gonna start on time.
Where are we watching
Okay. All right.
Y'all are triggered first lady. Y'all done fucked it up, man.
All right. So from what I heard was Chat said that they doing something over there on Chatter. I'm not sure, but that's what I heard. Chat, can you confirm or deny?
Let me double check. I didn't do it. No one else is doing it, but let me check and see if somebody's wrong, because most likely Nelson may or someone else. But let me just double check.
Okay. All right. So the verses for tonight. So anyway, I just wanted to get back to something real quick. This is real quick. Go back to whatever. But I was watching today, and which brings me to the fact about the 107 Days book. I know y'all bored with it, but I don't like to start things and don't finish them. I think y'all have a habit of doing things like that in life, and it shows. Anyway, I was just going to say that Kamala did an interview, and it's supposed to be coming out tomorrow. She spoke with a reporter by the name, or journalist by the name of Elizabeth. I forgot her last name started with an L. Anyway, apparently Miss Kamala hinted the fact that she might run again. Child.
What? Why?
Child.
Releasing that.
What's the nonsense?
Yeah, I saw that. She said she hinted like, yeah, she's thinking about doing it.
But so check this out, y'all. We have an hour left on an hour and a half left on that book. We're gonna play it tomorrow. Today I ain't been feeling the best. So we're gonna play it tomorrow, and just to give y'all pre-warning, we are going to stream it on Chatter. And then I want y'all to join our politically correct Telegram and make recommendations on books, because we want to do this every Saturday and Sunday, at least for a 2 hour at a minimum. 2 hour time where we can actually talk about the book. And how we do it, it's not just playing the book. We do 10-minute increments, or we'll do a chapter. And once we're done with that chapter, I'm telling you, it's so much better to freaking talk to other people so we can get their reality, their perception of what they got from that chapter. And it's also so we can educate each other, because a lot of people don't want to sit around and read a book. A lot of people don't even take the time to even listen to the Audible if they don't want to read it. But we're not doing no damn fantasy books. It's going to be books like from Bolton or one recommendation that was given to me by someone was,
You don't say the name.
Virginia, I'm not going to say the name of the person, but it was for Virginia G. Guthrie, whatever. The one that passed, she wrote a book. That was one of the recommendations. So if you join the Telegram, what we'll do is after tomorrow, when we play that hour and a half that's left of the book and we have the conversation, what we'll do is we'll put a poll and we'll let y'all decide on what y'all want to do as audibles. Because I get like 3 credits a month, so I can at least use the credits to use towards one of the books for the month.
That real quick, I put in a telegram. We don't have to talk about it now, but there was a young man. I don't know what state it's in, but he blew his horn at a woman because the light turned green. He blew his horn again. She wouldn't move. He went around her. She commenced to following them. They pulled into a parking lot, and she pewed at the car. And the bullet went through the back driver's side door into his back and out his chest, and he died. And so,
oh my word!
She's being charged with murder. So something. If anybody heard about it, again, it's in the Telegram for those. And thanks, Patty, for putting that link. I joined. A great place for us to share news stories and things that are going on across the nation, because we don't always hear about these stories. Something to talk about. And to what you mentioned about Kamala running again, she has every right. And so this is the time because it's going to have to be some type of nomination, right? That was everyone's beat. We didn't nominate her. We didn't have a chance. And we know that anyone could have challenged her if they wanted to. And we know, the money that was given to Biden could only go to her and blah, 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 blah. But yeah, let her go ahead and do it. And we can put this to rest. And the people can speak, and the delegates can choose whoever they decide to choose as the nominee. Now, will they choose her? I don't know. That right there could become a dangerous situation where it's like, oh, they actually chose her, and then everyone is not going to be on code, and we lose again. So I'm up for talking about it, but we don't have to.
Wait a minute, I'm just talking about which part, because you said 2 things.
What about her actually running, or about the woman that killed this young man who just graduated high school?
So sorry to say that, young man, but Kamala, no ma'am, we're going to see what happened with Hillary Clinton. People are just not going to show up to vote.
Exactly.
Yeah, right. So Kamala, please, no ma'am.
I don't know why she thought that would even be a starter. I'm sorry.
Because she wrote in her book, so apparently, so that how the reporter sets it up, she said, well, you wrote in your book, you're not done yet. She's like, and I'm not. She said, so is it possible that when you talk about your nieces seeing a woman in the White House, could you be talking about yourself? Possibly. So it's like, she's still being ambiguous about it. I'm not sure if there's more in the interview, which is going to be airing on tomorrow, but I'm with everybody. I think she need to have a seat. Several.
Your nieces already saw a woman in the White House. Shit. Oh, sorry. Hey, Madison. Hey, y'all. Yeah.
Hey, Madison.
Hey, I don't
Hey, Madison.
either. Hey, happy Saturday. I don't think this country deserves it, quite frankly, but I am curious. Who do you all think, should be having their eyes on, if there's an election, I guess, for the Democratic Party? Who do you?
Mayor of Maryland. I can never remember his name. What's his name? Help me out, Vicky. The governor of Maryland.
Westmore.
Westmore. West is good, but a VP. We need an old white. So I'm thinking Shapiro. But then Shapiro's Jewish, and you know how these anti-Ickies are. Who's old boy in Kentucky?
Yeah.
He's probably my favorite.
Kentucky and then Kelly. I'm just being honest.
Kelly would be great because we need, absolutely, I think Kelly would be great as a
Because
VP.
Kelly is the balance between Republicans and Democrats. He's big on immigration reform. He's prior military. He's worked in NASA. He actually has, and if you guys watch a lot of these videos, he's confronted them in the hallways. Like, we always see the Cory Booker and but what a lot of people don't see is John Kelly is the one that stops them in the hallway and say, what the fuck is going on? Why haven't you had the conversation with us? So, like, white America, if we need white America to vote, white America is going to at least vote for a veteran. And he's a veteran from NASA, and he's big on immigration reform because he is an
Yeah, Andy Bashir. That's it.
Yep,
Andy Bashir.
And Andy Bashir is a great mix too. The problem I have with Andy Bashir is he's soft spoken. Now, one thing that I have noticed about Andy Bashir, and if a lot of y'all do a Google search, he has been going to South Carolina, North Carolina. He's been all over the United States having these quick talking engagements, even going into some of the town hall meetings to have the conversations. But he is soft spoken, but he also has a big Republican support from his constituents in freaking Kentucky, where we know a lot of them are those MAGA motherfuckers. And then he also has a big Democrat support. So that's why Andy Bashir's name always comes up in a lot of conversations, because he's in that one of those states that really do not want to rock with Democrats.
Right, a Democratic governor of Kentucky is a pretty big freaking deal. I love Andy Bashir, and he, I think he has the winning factor. Because Obama was kind of like not like in your face, overt. So I think as long as the VP, because remember how Biden would have those one-liners? I'm gonna take Donald Trump back in the barn and punch him in the gut. Biden used to say, we call him Unk. I think that, we need somebody to be the antithesis to Donald Trump. Because can you imagine how he would just break him down during a debate, just very methodical. Hillary's problem, I think, outside of that she was a woman, Hillary is naturally arrogant, right? She's the shit, honestly. Hillary is like, she was always like, yeah, the female Cheney to me, right? It's just, and then that they don't like when women, look at Clubhouse, when women have that natural authority. Hillary's ass exuded natural authority. She terrified the shit out of me. I have no misgivings that if it came to pressing a button to obliterate an entire country, that she would do so without hesitation, right? That's what Hillary kind of exuded. So I think that we need a difference to Donald Trump. J.D. Vance with his, he's become a bit of a panderer. J.D. Vance is somebody who's had to pretend as if he's not actually an academic.
and what that comes across is something that is not very genuine. Plus, a lot of people are calling him out because he's never defended his wife against these white supremacists, right? Like the young Republicans. They were making fun of minorities, and he has a whole the immigrants and, you know, the minority children and wife, and he never supports them. That's the same thing that Texans criticized Ted Cruz for when he was running, right? They still elected him as senator, but a lot of people gave Cruz criticism because he just embraced Donald Trump after he, you know, tried to attack his wife Heidi for basically having mental health issues. So Andy Bashir and either Pritzker or, as you said, Kelly Pritzker, because he's a real billionaire, and that would just trigger the fuck out of Donald Trump. And he can also come out of pocket for a lot of those events.
And let me tell y'all a secret about Pritzker. His family, a lot of people don't know this. His family was the only family that owned a hotel, that owned those hotels. Was it the Hilton? Is it the Hilton? Hyatt. His family owned the Hyatt. He was the only family that actually allowed, and this is crazy to say allowed, freaking Martin Luther King to have meetings in his restaurants, in their hotels, would allow black people. Like, it's kind of weird that we don't fucking know about Pritzker until we freaking, until he becomes a governor and he's fighting back. But the only thing that's a problem with Pritzker is when it comes to politics, he's overweight and he's not.
I know they say he's not good looking, but he looked like a sugar daddy. Child, a billionaire is always gonna look the fuck good to me.
Yeah, a woman. Shit. But his family, there's this place, I think it's called the Equinox. What is that restaurant? The restaurant in Atlanta. His family housed Martin Luther King. When he would have meetings, would allow them to stay at the. I keep saying allow, but this is what was going on during that time when no other hotel would allow them to have meetings, to have gatherings, to eat, regardless of who they are, with being able to white passing, because they are actually Jewish. But even with the white passing and the amount of money they had, they didn't give a fuck. They integrated. They let him, and it's fucked up to say let too, but they let him house a lot of this shit within their hotels.
You said the Green Book. Some of you saw the movie, or some of you never even heard of it, right? We have to have a book of places we can stay, right? We know through our history, Jim Crow was brutal, man. I mean, even Jackie Robinson, right? When he was allowed, there was hotels they would pull up to, and they'd be like, "Well, he can't stay here," right? And the team would support him, like, "Well, we ain't staying here." But this is a thing. This is definitely a thing.
And you know what? That's why when it comes to, like, y'all as black folks, if you want to give some rich crackers some money, go give it to goddamn Hyatt. Because they supported the civil rights movement when it came to integration and allowing us to stay in a decent looking hotel.
If you guys ever come to North Carolina and you're in Greensboro, highly recommend you stay in the Magnolia House. The Magnolia House is like the only and one of the first black-owned I want to say Airbnb. Child, it's a bed and breakfast. And a friend of mine, one of my mentors, Sam Pass, he restored it, so now you can stay there and eat breakfast there. But people of their ilk of, like, Tina Turner has stayed there before. The Temptations stayed there before back in the day. A lot of, like, major stars stayed there at that hotel. So if you're ever here, y'all should check it out. It's a good piece, cute piece of history.
Thank you. I follow something online that talks about a lot of black bed and breakfast, because I love bed and breakfast. Like, they have some in, like, some small towns, and I just like the architecture. It's like a modern luxury, not a modern luxury, like an old fashioned luxury. So thank you, Alpha. I love stuff like that.
Yeah, it's really cute. It gives you that whole like vintage vibe on the inside. They still kept most of the even when they restored it, they restored most of the appliances and stuff. So like it even has like the old sinks and like the shower, the tubs, like the way they used to make those steel tubs back in the day. They don't make them like that anymore. Yeah, it's really cute.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. I don't do the South too much, except for New Orleans, but if I ever get in that area. I've been watching this guy, James Tallarico, and he seems pretty impressive to me. Like Hakeem, I found a lot of Democrats to be problematic when it came to the Charlie Kirk resolution. It just really bothered me, and it hasn't left me. And I found Westmore to be somewhat problematic when it came to the Reparations Commission. And as problematic as Gavin Newsom can be, he seems to be one of the only ones that's ready to go like balls to the wall. For real. And combating this, like my respect for some of these politicians is just really waning.
He still has to be able to sell himself to the East Coast.
Yes, absolutely.
So the problem with California, and I ain't going to front on California, even though California like to front on New York City. So I just had to throw that in there. But the problem with California is their extreme progressive side of the house, right? And New York used to have the same thing too. I.e. freaking, what is it? That big thing that they had in upstate New York where the fucking hippies gathered. But regardless, like his reputation when it comes to California politics, when people don't fucking read, and you know this, Mass, and everybody in this room knows this, when people don't read and understand policy, even attack here, we've had Democrats in this room attack that black mayor in California. They don't understand like how people have to maneuver. They don't understand policy that they're trying to implement and why that policy may be good for the community or even good for the nation. So that's the only caveat I have when it comes to him. I don't think he's winnable because people don't fucking read or they don't really want to know what the person that they have in place is really trying to do for them. They're good with the rhetoric. Like, fucking Trump won on a 2-page PowerPoint presentation and nobody took, even if you don't want to read 98 pages of Kamala Harris, you could have controlled F and said 25,000, how this is going to happen. And if you didn't want to read hers, look at the presidential agenda for fucking 2025. It's in White House archives. Everything that she had in that 98 pages was already in the archives. They beat her up about saying on The View, I'm not changing a thing. You know why she said that? Because a lot of those pieces of what she wanted to do was shit that her and Biden came up with during the 4 years that they were in that seat.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but it's like the ability to navigate the culture wars. Like, he was one of the first people that came out and talked about they made the trans issue into such a big thing. And there are people in the LGBTQ plus IA community that also agree that children shouldn't do things that are life altering, that they should wait until they're 18 years old. And a lot of people feel that way within the community. But that never gets said. It never gets said in a common sense sort of way. And they just deflect, and we pay attention to policy so much. I mean, Hillary was a policy wonk. Nobody knew policy better than her. But nobody, as you said, nobody pays attention to that shit. They don't read, they don't know, they don't care. They vote based on how they feel. So somebody that can navigate policy as well as deal with some of these culture wars, like in a common sense sort of way, and be strong enough to like carry it. I haven't seen anybody possess the ability to do that.
And you know, I'm glad you brought that up. I love Hillary. People talk shit about her whiteness. They talk this shit about her fucking down to the road because her husband cheated. I don't give a fuck. Since she was in college, you know, if you guys actually read and understand Hillary's movement towards going against her own as the valedictorian in her college, they put her on fucking Life magazine because she let him have the speech and she told him where the fuck she stands as a woman. It was her father, who was already upper middle class on the brink of being rich, that took her to see Martin Luther King. And in her mind, as a young girl, is like understanding, and that's with her living in a predominantly white society, understanding that even her as the president of the young Republican Party, what that means. Like, you guys are so fucking healthcare within each of these states for your children because we weren't able to do universal healthcare. She was a big advocate for that. She fucking, like, of all the first ladies, to include Michelle, I love Michelle, but of all the first ladies, nobody can fucking light a flame to her. Nobody. But we fucking like sit here and downplay who the fuck she is because she has white skin. That woman is a fucking beast when it comes to policy. That one, her ego's a little high, but guess what? She's hiding. Every time you see an interview, you see a bunch of fucking trees and she looks fucking broke down. She has been serving the public since she's been in fucking college. And we have beat her down to the point where she can never, ever, probably even touch politics. Don't want to touch politics ever again.
No, you're right, Patty. She would have been she had the best resume of any political candidate running for president going into the election. And we definitely need to put some respect on her name. You know, she did just about everything she did, Secretary of State. It almost makes me want to cry to realize where we would have been as a nation, as a country, if Hillary Clinton had been elected president. Like, seriously.
Yeah, I just don't understand why she did not use David Axelrod, David Plouffe, like a killer team that could at least, at the very least, crunch numbers. Like, they did not game it out strategically in any sort of way. It's like, why even get in a race if you haven't reverse engineered exactly how you're going to win? Like, I don't start shit that I can't win. I reverse engineer everything that I do, and I work backwards. And so I just don't know how they dropped the ball and just missed.
You know what, man? You know, too, remember, all y'all remember this, because none of us that's in this room is in our 20s, maybe late 20s, but a lot of us were old enough at that time to understand, like, where we were going with this politics. I can remember during that time, I actually had friends that thought she was going to win. And because they had other shit going on, they didn't even show up. Because they're like, oh, she going to win. I ain't even worried about it. A lot of people in this country thought she was going to win. Because Trump was not even a real leader.
Right. I didn't think people took Trump seriously. I didn't think everything he was saying, it just was like, he can't win talking like that at all. And I think that's what really stopped people from going to vote, because they said it was a joke.
Yeah, that whole underestimating is just wild to me, and that whole belief and feelings thing. It's like like in a criminal situation, right? With litigation, there are two things that convict: eyewitness testimony and physical evidence. Before I pay an attorney $50K, I'm gonna make sure that fucking witness don't show up. If I gotta pay the witness, you know what I'm saying? It's like you lock down shit before it happens, and that whole and hoping thing, that's crazy to me, to put that much on the line and just really not know and just think that something is going to happen. I watch people march into their demise on a daily basis, and I just find it just to be wild not to crunch the numbers and figure it out and analyze the situation. And with the data that we have today, like, damn, like, how could you not figure this out? But I feel y'all, I remember the feeling. I just remember the sense of doom, because when somebody is so overly confident, it's always, I don't know, I can just feel the shit in the pit of my stomach.
I've been watching her do this for my whole life now. I'm so tired of, like, she made the same mistake that Gore made, and the same mistake that Kerry made, and the same mistake that Hakeem and Schumer are making right now. Like, they're going to someone with, like, this, like, fake-ass stability where, you know, throughout the whole George W. Bush period, they're like, if we allow gay marriage, they're going to be having threesomes with your dogs, like, and then we're like, well, but let's talk about how we're going to put Social Security into a lockbox and make sure that it's safe for the future. It's like, wait, what? Right? That's 25 years ago. 25 years ago, and you still haven't learned the lesson? Like, Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer look like a joke when they try to act tough or actually engage in the level that politics is happening. And we've seen that kind of stuff go down with most of the politicians in the Democratic Party. Not all of them, but most of them, for a long, long time. And it's just so frustrating to watch not only the same mistakes be made, but, you know, Kamala inherited from Biden the exact same team that lost, or that barely beat Trump in 2020 when they should have, like, absolutely mollywopped him, and lost in 2016. How do you underperform that much and get a third chance for the presidency? Like, it's like politics is about power, and it's like Democrats want to believe that, oh no, we can just lean back on some mythology and that's going to get us where we need to go. It just drives me absolutely nuts. It's the same bullshit.
Yeah, me too. It's like even right now, I remember very clearly when Barack Obama threw Jeremiah Wright under the bus, and it was within 24 hours, and I was like, yes, he did what the fuck he had to do. I don't understand when people don't do whatever is necessary. Like right now, I just really feel like they should have let the healthcare bill pass. I'm not the healthcare bill, but just let the fucking bill pass. Because if Republicans are so determined to make it unaffordable, let their own voters feel the sting of what they've been cheering for. You know, most of the people who get hurt aren't living in blue states. They're in those rural red counties. The people who voted for Trump, the ones who are most dependent on the ACA and the Medicaid expansion, cut it off and those fucking hospitals closed. People have to drive an hour for an emergency room. Premiums shoot through the roof. It's the same people that they call the backbone of America that are going to feel it. They've been promising repeal and replace for years, but they never had replacement, just the repeal. So let them own it. You know what I'm saying? We continually save the GOP from its own bad policy. They could have just kicked back and said, we warned you, we tried to protect your coverage. They took it away. But we never seem to want to be able to feel the pain of doing that. And we suffer anyway.
But I don't think the Dems need to do that. And I think that what we're forgetting is that this country is racist and misogynist, right? I literally said when they started attacking Hillary, they're attacking one of their own. They came at that white woman so bad, right? And Hillary was the perfect candidate, right? She had done all of the things. Like I said, her resume was stellar. We've never had a candidate with that much experience before, right? She was even a first lady, for God's sakes, right? Donald Trump had zero experience. Zero. I remember when they attacked Obama for saying that he was basically a newbie to politics. So this is the problem, right? And I, as someone who was pretty much a Republican and conservative the majority of my life, the Democrats have always been the good guys. You know why? Because they care about the little person. Republicans have never given a shit about the little person. They've never even tried. You cannot expect the Dems to take on that stance because intrinsically that's not who the fuck they are, which is why they promote things like equality for trans people. Because I'm going to go there, right? People are going to be like, oh my God, Nikki, but I'm going to say it. You know what the fuck loses the Dems elections? Promoting LGBTQ and promoting black people. You want them to fucking stop being who they are? Then they're going to be the Republicans. Because the Republicans don't do that shit. People do not want trans people in the bathrooms. I'm sorry. But they fucking don't. If you run with that, the Republicans are going to run with that every fucking day. But the Democrats are never going to abandon that because that's who they are. So when you say you want them to win elections, do you really want them to win elections? Right? Do you really want them to focus on what's like 1% to 2% of the population, if it's even 1% to 2% of the population?
the very first time that they did the bathroom thing, I fucking knew it. Like, I knew it. I'm like, oh, well, this is incredibly tone deaf. Because the majority of the country is always going to say, we don't agree with that. We don't want trans women to compete against young girls. 90% of the country is going to say, I don't want that to happen. So you want the Dems to abandon who they are? And we seem to forget, because put some respect on the Dems' name. Barack Obama won as a biracial black man after Republicans fucking obliterated the economy. Come on, like put a little respect on them. And who the hell thought that this racist ass country, after having Donald Trump in office, would fucking elect a black woman? We were all hoping and praying that it happened, but come the fuck on. Suburban white women vote as their husbands do. Do you think they were gonna vote for old girl and she was actually gonna beat Donald Trump? She could have been running against fucking Putin and she would have lost. Come on, guys.
But it's not what you do, it's how you do it. The thing is you can't change anything if you don't win. And yes, you have to win. I mean, look at what Barack did when it came to deportations. People didn't even realize it. He wore those mom jeans for a fucking reason. They never saw him coming. And they still don't know what he was able to do. Because he played it. Man, he played it to the hill. I know people who worked on his campaign and nobody knows their fucking names because they started whisper campaigns. When they talked about how he was inexperienced, they started another whisper campaign on the other side. They did what was fucking necessary. It's real strategy. And all I'm saying is that, yeah, you can be that party, but you can't fucking telegraph everything that you're doing. And that's what they do. It's like, where is the politics inside of the damn politics? And so we get loose, with zero strategy. And that whole thing about bathrooms, create legislation where it's a third fucking bathroom. It's not that hard. They have them in damn near everywhere now. It's a gender neutral fucking bathroom. It's as simple as that. But instead we just we should do this, they should be able to do this, they should be able to do it. Just fix the shit.
Or just have a fucking bathroom. You know, it actually works in other countries.
Yeah, and it works here in some states.
For region countries, I've had to go for work into certain countries, even Japan. If you go to Japan and you go through the railway, they have a bathroom. Like nobody gives a fuck when you gotta piss. It's only when you fucking gotta fucking bring it up in conversation.
And it's just because if you have a man who identifies as a woman and he's dressed like a woman, right? You don't want him in a bathroom with your little girl, right? But you want him in a bathroom with your little boy. Dumbass. They haven't even gained it out.
It's also, if you think a public bathroom is a sexual place, we have a different problem. It has nothing to do with what's between your legs.
I just want to say for 2016, right, and 2020, I mean, Democrats are supposed to be a party for the working class, but over time, we know that's the perception of the Democratic Party is that's where they say they're for the working class, but their policies essentially go the other way. Donald Trump in 2016, I believe, or 2015, when Hillary lost, she was riding on the wave of popularity. She was popular. She won the popular votes. Let's not forget that. If that was the only criteria, then she would have been president. But she lost because the states that they should have focused on, they didn't focus on because I guess they were maybe too confident or they just weren't able to capture the needs and aspirations of middle America that's essentially lost out to the middle of the country. I lived in California at the time. If you ask a Californian what Nebraska is, if I ask any of you, I live in Nebraska, your initial opinion about Nebraska is that, oh, it's a flyover state, because it is. Nobody gives a fuck about Nebraska. Nobody gives a fuck about Kansas. Nobody gives a fuck about Idaho. And these are the states that actually determine, because they ignored those states essentially, and it cost them the election. So, and Donald Trump essentially, he won in 2015, 2016, became president, lost in 2020, and he still didn't stop campaigning. He still held rallies, even though they kept on getting indicted, after again. He maintained his base to make sure that in 2024 that he won absolutely. So I think Donald Trump is playing chess. Meanwhile, Democrats are still busy playing checkers. And I think that strategy needs to change. The strategy needs to be all-encompassing. You can no longer ignore Middle America. And I think that's really where the issue starts from.
I don't know how you're going to talk about chess and checkers when you just said that Kansas is like the reason why Trump won. Like Kansas, because the Electoral College has basically no impact whatsoever. It's not in play. Like it's just not. I wish that it was, but it's not. And so, but I do think that there's an important thing to talk about with some of the Democrats being for the working class stuff, which is Democrats threw the working class under the bus with NAFTA. That's just true. Like, so part of what has happened is that there's a percentage of people who look at the Democrats and see hollowness to their claims to be for the working class. Because the thing that makes you like not even need to worry about the social safety net, right, which is like a good job, is something that they basically attacked, right? They attacked people's ability to have a good job in a lot of parts of the country. And they could have had a trade deal that didn't look like NAFTA, that was more pro-worker. And they chose to have one that was more pro-corporation, more pro-offshoring. And that's a really important history in a lot of the places that have swung away from the Democrats, right? When we talk about Ohio, which was a blue state for many years, or at least blue enough. Pennsylvania, Michigan, like places, Wisconsin, places that have switched the other way, they're the places that have been hurt the worst by NAFTA. And so part of the problem is that there has been a corporate Democratic establishment that hasn't shown up for the working class in the way that they said that they were. And that's a massive brand problem because you have to carry that weight the whole time. And so there's a lot of people who go, well, no, they aren't actually for me. And those people have a case. I don't necessarily, I think it's sometimes overstated. Like, we got to go to every diner in Pennsylvania kind of shit. But there is some truth to it too.
That's why Trump won. That was his message from the beginning. He captured the hearts of those folks who essentially were abandoned by globalization. So, and that's essentially the genesis, the precursor for the whole tariff policy, essentially, is happening right now. So, I think the country is lying, Democrats especially, are lying in the bed that we made. And, I hope that it changes, but, I think the damage is already done.
But y'all act like the USMCA under the Trump administration was actually better. Well, the policy wasn't better. It still affected a lot of the manufacturers and some of the consumers. So, it wasn't better. There was amendments made, but it still was trash. I think it was the messaging. I think the confidence of some of these people that call themselves educated, not showing up to the polls because they had other shit to do is what made them win the first administration. People not understanding policy and fucking social media is what Biden was trying to do. Because what Biden did when it came to policy was trying to bring manufacturing back to the United States. It would have been slower. The process would have been better because not only was he trying to bring manufacturing back when it came to the CHIPS Act, the Infrastructure Act, he was also trying to build a fucking supply chain that is really weak in the United States. But if people actually sat down, read, and understood what was going on, what the fuck does Trump have in place that's better than what he put together?
So the thing, right? So the thing about that.
No, there's no thing. I'm just asking that one question. I don't give a fuck about the thing. What has Trump put in place? Okay, go ahead.
That's what I'm trying to answer. So under the Biden administration, actually supported those pieces of legislation, CHIPS Act, Infrastructure Bill. Well, one of the key underpinning of the Biden administration was the massive government spending. The government was essentially crowding out.
But that's an investment into our economy. Yeah. This is where it's really dangerous. People always talk about government spending, just like when we talk about Ukrainian spending, what happened with this spending, that spending, USAID spending. A lot of things that y'all fail to realize, the same way you invest in the stock market is how we invest into other countries and we invest in policy. Because what happens is you get money back from that shit. You may have a little negative that year, but guess what? As each year comes about, you're gonna get your fucking dividends. So
here's the other side.
I don't give a fuck about all that. I'm asking you, what has Trump said that he's gonna be able to do, or even none of them are in the big beautiful bill.
It's immigration. It's immigration.
No, Patty, you are absolutely fine, but you're speaking from the perspective of somebody who understands how this works. I totally agree with what Patty said. 80% of Americans do not understand that legislation at all. They literally don't. Biden's are in from his administration. Do you guys know that they are absolutely stellar? Considering if you have it, I don't like comparing the Dems to the GOP right now. The GOP is literally breaking laws. The GOP is not upholding democracy. The GOP is allowing a president to run rogue, and we know that. We know the Dems are not going to do that because, quite frankly, if the Dems gave in and acted as the GOP did, then the fucking United States is gone on a global perspective, right? We might as well just wait until we're invaded and taken over because it's going to happen. What Patty is saying is for the people that make these comparisons, because here comes TC, on a legislative basis, do you understand how detrimental a post-COVID economy was for the rest of the world? Would we want to make actual comparisons to other leaders? Do you know what happened, for example, to England during this time when they went back and forth and they appointed that one old girl, and then within a few days later she was gone, and they were doing stimulus after the United States had done it? Like, I don't think you know, and Americans don't know, and we don't expect them to understand. But if you want to have a legislative battle, Biden actually did more in some instances than Barack did. Now, this is because Barack Obama, I'm not, we can give the exceptions. We know that Barack Obama faced issues within his own party. Even Nancy Pelosi acknowledged that when she was doing her book tour, and I heard it from the horse's mouth herself. She said that Barack Obama did not have a lot of support even within the fucking Dems.
But before you leave the Biden thing, can I address something that you said?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. So I totally agree that Biden's economic record is good. I think if you actually look at the numbers, it's really hard to dispute that, especially when you take the international lens that you were suggesting. I totally agree. You have to do politics and policy. And he was cleaning up shit, right? Like, COVID was shit. It was terrible. It was just not a good time. Like, pandemics are not a good time. But if you try to tell people as you're cleaning up shit that everything is immaculate and it should feel good to you, it's not going to land well. And that's what he did with that whole Bidenomics frame, was he basically said, look at how much better everything is getting, you should feel great. And the reality was it should have been more like, hey, we're going through a tough time, but I'm going to lead us out of this. Things are getting better. Like, let's maintain our unity and figure this out, America. And he was just so tone deaf, and it completely undermined the Democratic message. It completely undermined Kamala. It told a bunch of people who were going through very real pain that they should just suck it up, or that they were wrong for complaining about the situation they were in. And that's terrible politics. And that left a space for Trump to come in and say, look at how bad things are for you. And people go, oh my God, this other guy doesn't. Maybe he's going to actually do something about it. Just still stupid, right? Like, if you understand politics, you wouldn't say that because it doesn't make any sense. But part of that is Biden's really shitty politics.
That would have been the worst thing for Biden to do. Absolutely horrible advice. That would have been detrimental to the Biden brand. He would have never been able to recover. That would have been the worst advice to give him. What he should have done was he should have distracted with another issue. That's what you do. There's nothing that Biden could have done about that economy. He did the best he could with what he had. What he should have done was he should have distracted and moved the view away from the economics and put it on another zeitgeist issue that's important to the Democrats. He should have promoted this big, huge healthcare relaunch of the Affordable Care Act. He should have launched some sort of massive social services program. He should have introduced something that would take the messaging away from economics and put it on something else, which is exactly what Donald Trump is doing right now, which is why the title of this room is We Shutting Down MAGA-Sponsored Terrorism. Donald Trump is still leading the narrative. The Democrats do not have the narrative, and they haven't had the narrative. The issue is messaging. The Democrats don't know how to message.
They're consistently bad at messaging. The last time Democrats had a good message was Barack Obama with Hope and Change.
Yeah, but it is a narrative, and that's what we're arguing about in here. When are people going to realize that the narrative is not reality? That is the point. When are people going to realize the narrative is not reality? This is not a. This is it. That I applaud the Dems for trying to uphold democracy, right? And no, I totally agree, Aaron. Sometimes I just wish they would be like, F it. Let's just make shit up and get elected. But this is the point that I'm trying to make, y'all. Trump is literally promoting Biden's economy, but Trump gets all the fucking praise for it. He's adding tariffs, which is contributing to inflation. But people don't even understand how fucking tariffs works and inflation works. Like, the Dems are damned if you do and damned if they don't. Trump is literally bragging about shit like the fucking stock market. Because guess what, y'all? Technically, last administration, the economy was actually good by the metrics we gauge the economy. Now, what are two things going up that the average American, not the people in this room, the average American, right, gauge the economy? The price of gas and the price of a gallon of milk. Both are fucking up. That's my point. So, I mean, goddamn.
But you know they're not complaining.
No, gas is not down. No, it's literally not.
Let me tell you something. If gas goes down, just know there's a problem globally. If gas is down, there's a problem globally. When interest rates are down, there's a problem within. We have problems. Y'all can't play like interest rate went down. What that mean? There's less
Gas is
money out
going
there.
down, interest rates is going down.
Right. There's less money. When gas prices go down, guess what that means? The
It
demand
means
is
that
down.
there is the supply in this case is higher than the demand because supply is
Exactly.
So people lose jobs, yes.
Me, or what does that mean for Miki, or what does that mean for the nigga that lives next door to you? They're not going nowhere. We're not fucking going nowhere. You know why we ain't going nowhere? Because we trying to save our fucking money because we know there's an issue.
No. In this case, the price of gasoline going down is a supply issue. The United States increased their supply, so does the rest of the world.
Not only that, they increases on because of European, what's going on in Europe.
Well,
There's a whole bunch of factors.
whatever it is, price of gas is going down. It's not a demand issue, it's a supply issue.
It's going down for what? It was already too high. That's the point we were making about inflation earlier with CPI. It was CPI. Somebody in this room. Yes, you can literally look at inflation and you can point to why prices are going up. That's what I'm saying. The economists forecast things based on things today, right? When I said, see, it's even funny, y'all. I'm just going to say this for 2 seconds and hush, because I really want to hear from other people too. I literally just said the average American gauges the economy by the price of a gallon of gas. And Patty, look what they started going to, how much they pay at the pump. Like, you literally can't fucking make this shit up. You cannot make this shit up.
Interest rates went down. It's more affordable for us to buy homes. Motherfucker, I ain't got no money to buy a home at this point.
Wait, I'm not laughing at that. I'm laughing at,
But that's the truth. It's the truth. And I'm laughing at it. Because a lot of you motherfuckers voted for this shit. So while I'm able, or Miki's able, to fucking restructure what we may have bought a home during the 8 to 10% interest rates, and we've already said, let's go ahead and go to this bank where they offered us a lower interest rate, and the interest rate went down even lower, we're okay. It may be our cousin that was trying, and we negotiated. I told people every day, buy a home now. Because what you can do is you can fucking negotiate with people. Because I had somebody took $50,000 off the home. $50,000. I said, hey, I want this home, $50,000, this percent towards the down payment. Because at the time, this percent towards the down payment, or towards the down payment, this percent towards certain repairs I wanted done. And guess what? They were okay with it. Give this bitch $50,000. You could have did the same thing. And in my mind, that $50,000 was, if I got to do 6 months at 10%, that's an additional X amount of dollars. That additional X amount of dollars will take away from the $50,000, the house value, because of the house next door, and then the house down the street sold for this. Patty saved $4,200, but then at the same time, Pentagon Federal was offering me a 6% interest rate when it was 8% and 10% for y'all, 8% for VA. I can do the 6% interest rate and still save even more money. So make it make sense. Everybody is not able. I'm not able. The only reason why is because I had a decent credit score. But everybody doesn't have that credit score because of certain things. Everybody doesn't have that job where they feel that they're secure and they'll be able to go to work tomorrow. Like, we gotta make it make sense, people.
Right, Patty. The average cost of a vehicle for the first time ever, $50,000 fucking dollars. $50,000. But you know, yeah, Biden. The average cost of a house, highest ever. Tuition, highest ever. Foreclosures increasing. Credit defaults increasing. Layoffs increasing. Unemployment increasing. Inflation increasing. But Biden did a bad job. The fuck? Really? You know what? Y'all just, child. Tell the truth and shame the devil, Patty. Because the people that are going to be hurting the red states, because y'all see Trump put back the salt tax deduction in the one big beautiful bill, even though your president over the whole United States was bragging when he passed it in 2017 that it was really going to harm people in blue states because his stupid ass was lying about his goddamn square footage in his house, so he didn't have to pay his damn property taxes. Yeah, I'm gonna go there. And then what happened? What he did with the economy cost him the damn election the second time, because y'all don't like to mention that. He fucking lost. If Trump did so well the first fucking time he was in office, why the hell did he lose? But his ass lost. Okay? Just like his ass probably gonna lose again because he fucking up the economy just like he did the first goddamn time. And Democrats to the rescue. You can hate on Biden all you want, but Biden is why, right? You know, the wealthy got the wealthiest than they ever did in their entire life. Anytime I hear somebody who says, I'm a business person, I'm an investor, right, Patty? I do this and I do that. Because who the fuck refine houses when Jerome Powell had them bitches as low as fuck? Raise your hand. Party of America? That's who the fuck did. The majority of Americans who own the goddamn house? Okay. Y'all don't want to have this economic discussion.
2.2% interest rate on a home in Hawaii.
That's crazy. I thought I was
going to
do that.
Two homes. Refinanced one and bought another house at the time. Do you know what 1.1 million looks like when you're at a 4.5% interest rate, and with the property tax in Hawaii, that's $5,100. I can tell y'all right now I'm paying like $4,000 and change for a home. That's way over 1 point.
In Hawaii, goddamn, sis.
In Hawaii. So you make it make sense, bro.
Yeah, I mean that's amazing. I thought I was doing good at 2.76, and even when they try to be anything wrong, But the thing is too is that they wanted to give me a jumbo for 4%, and I wouldn't take it. I was like, I'll just add more to my down payment. But to your point, Nikki, I agree with everything that you said, especially when it comes to the economics. But it is the political missteps that I find frustrating. It's a way to maintain your integrity as a party and still translate to people and meet them where they are. And I think sometimes that's what's missing. You know, I remember November of, I can't remember what year it is now. I think it was 23, but I remember thinking Biden needs to step aside. He shouldn't run again. Very early on, like a year prior to, everybody started talking about it. And it's the ability to make the tough decisions. The ability to be able to do what's necessary. That's all I'm saying. So even when you're doing business, I mean, I've had that pie in the sky ideal, and I just had to grow up to a certain degree. I'm in Hollywood, right? In the business that I'm in, I can maintain my integrity and still do business, but also know when I'm swimming with fucking sharks. And all I'm saying is to just, take off those rose-colored glasses and get down to business and do what's necessary to make it translate to the votes that you need to win and to get folks registered as well.
No, and I agree, and I will say I love this debate, y'all. I love it. So to Aram and Madison and everyone else, no, you're 1,000%. I think I get lost in the economic sauce because it's sometimes I have to be like, okay, take off those market colored glasses and be like, okay, let me look at that outside because Barack Obama handed the economy to Donald Trump on not even a silver platter. Hello, a platinum Cartier platter, right? Trump was not in office enough the first couple of years to destroy it, but he tried, which is why, for example, the market was down in 2018, although there were a lot of other issues. In his tax legislation, while it gave people an extra $50, it cut out so much. He even harmed wealthy people, which is why I largely think that he didn't get elected because MAGA loved him to death. He just offered, like, do y'all know that the man sells like over 20 pair of shoes? Like, it wasn't just those ugly, tacky gold shoes. He actually has like over 20 pairs of different shoes that people can buy. Trump is deaf that he offered our soldiers after the shutdown happened. Did y'all see this? He offered them a particular watch that was gauged for the military while the shutdown was happening, weren't getting paid. So we know that when it comes to the economy, like Republicans have always put forth legislation for the ultra high net worth, right? And then those be like, oh, but what about the opportunity zone? Yeah, so a couple of people, if you get to benefit from the crumbs on the table and you're just, basically snatching that, I'm not going to say that legislation was for you. Because one thing we can say is that the Dems have more legislation and policies that benefit the average American. This is why their economies tend to be better, because Democratic economy are always better than Republican ones, yes, including Donald Trump and Biden's economy, right? People were struggling. The 1%, the 10% held the 30%. The 30% benefited. But I'm curious to hear from other people. What do y'all think? Jason, you've been saying a lot of stuff in the chat, sir.
See, the problem, right? So like I said, if I completed my thoughts earlier, I needed to say this, but sure, the stock market under Biden had multiple market highs. That's a fact. But the inflation problem, even the Biden administration recognized that. Of course, from the peak of the inflation issue, when the Fed started hiking rates, the Biden administration had to tone down their government spending. They really, from that point over, started reducing their government spending because they recognized that was a major issue. Ali mentioned that, of course, the investments the country was making was an investment in the future, but the question is, where's that money coming from? The money was coming from debt, of course, bonds. The United States expanded its deficits under the Biden administration. And of course, if you listen to her or his Treasury Secretary, the first female Treasury Secretary, Janet Yellen, her initial idea was, well, that was the time for the country to invest. But of course, what that did is that it crowded out private investments, made it essentially a government show, and increased deficits for the country, which is a problem. So we have the sugar high, we got the sugar response, of course, who own assets essentially got better, but most Americans, about 50% of Americans, don't own any assets about that or not invest in the stock market. So those people were killed by inflation. That's where his issue came from, right? That's the core of the Biden issue. Now, everything else I supported. I supported investment in the CHIPS Act. I supported the infrastructure bill. The difference between that approach versus Trump's approach in Trump's America, the people who are making the investments are the actual billionaire companies. They're actually shelving out their billions that they gave from the American people to invest in the country, to build infrastructure. And that's what we need. We don't need more debt. We don't need more bonds. We don't need the deficit to keep expanding because that's overall worse off for the average person, for the average American.
Janet Yellen is actually one of the strongest performers when we talk about the economy and some of the decisions she helped make when it came to economic policy.
Yes, I agree.
No need on her. But when it comes to one thing that Obama said, I went to the rally at that when he talked about, and this is where I was like, these motherfuckers are stupid because I've sat on Clubhouse. He talked about grocery prices and people not really understanding the economy. So he said, I know your groceries are high. So he had to dumb down the performance so that people that's in the audience say, yeah, they're high, but this is what we're trying to do. And it's crazy because I know mentally when he was saying that shit, I was like, that's not going to help grocery prices, but it may. There's no guarantee. But saying price gouging, okay, so what's next? You got Kroger with some freaking, was it Kroger? With some freaking digital shit that they may change at the last moment and people don't realize it. Like, it was just little shit, like that shit, it was not going to change the price of eggs because there was a whole different issue. That shit wasn't going to change the price of food because farmers trying to make up for their losses because China went and bought some fucking warehouse. Instead of like, and that's the problem with Democrats, like they're not honest because they're just like Republicans, but their honesty, you can actually say that they are honest because they're not actually like engaging in the blatant bullshit lies that fucking a lot of these Republicans have done. And I even argued with Cindy Stumpo. She's making $1 million homes, but she had to admit that every one of her real estate friends that actually are in construction make money during Democrats. Their money is coming from Democrats. Whether it's them building freaking low-cost homes. What do you call it? It's my TBI. Actually not. But when they're building these homes for certain thresholds.
Affordable housing, yep.
Affordable housing, there you go. Affordable housing. Whether they're building homes with affordable housing because of some of the tax breaks they may get or the access to freaking the stuff that they need to make these homes affordable and still make a profit. She admitted, like, yeah, you're right. Because I was like, y'all make the most fucking money. And you? Because your ass making fucking marble bathrooms. But I'm talking about people that are making mass homes that we need for people in the community. And she was like, okay, so yeah, some of my friends made money. Well, most of my friends made money. But, you know, it's like, I don't give a fuck about the but. Like, why the fuck do we have to keep recovering or taking care of policies because you guys want to deregulate shit and motherfuckers are dying eating boar's head meat? Like, why in the fuck we gotta keep making policies to fucking fix shit and then go right back into the bullshit?
No, you're right, honey. Just like how for melanated people, how Barack Obama was a president that tried to get away from the use of private prison, and then Donald Trump was like, nope, back to private prisons, and then Biden was like, nope, let's get away from private prisons, and then guess what happened? Here comes Donald Trump. Yep, let's go back to private prisons. Like, you just can't make this shit up. And what I think is crazy, because it almost reminds me of the Gilded Age, right? It literally reminds me of, by the way, that was the man who gave $130 supposedly to the military. And who's doing the accounting on that math? Where the fuck did the wire come through, right? What account did it come through? That's what I want to know. Where is the accountability, right? This is an heir from the Gilded Age, the Mellon, right? Like Bank of New York Mellon that gave $130 million, which, by the way, is a pittance for our military. It costs about a little over $6 billion to pay the military every 2 weeks. And I'm not saying that because we absolutely need to prioritize payments of our military. But come on now. So now, nobody's going to talk about that. Nobody's going to talk about the corporate interest that the White House is basically for sale, that you're going to have Apple and all these tacky-ass logos on this big-ass, right? This big tacky-ass ballroom, right, that is now being contributed to. And I actually put an art. I'm going to put it in the Telegram, Patty, because this is interesting. Boxable is a company that I'm actually would love to invest in if it ever IPOs. So they basically have those prefab houses. If y'all have seen it,
Don't do it.
Thank you, Madison. But guess what? I noticed that two of the names, because I haven't had the time to research all of the private contributors. Well, I won't say private, now we know their names. The individuals, I should say. I know who the Winklevoss twins are. One is the Secretary of Commerce. But guess what? The father and son individuals who are over Boxable gave $10 million to build the ballroom. But guess what? They have legislative issues, which is why they can't expand into more than a few states. So we literally have, MAGA is in the chat talking about, Trump, we love Donald Trump, Trump's great, blah, blah, blah. What say you about people literally bribing the president of the United States by giving $10 million to build a tacky-ass ballroom to tear down the East Wing, the People's House, in order to get some fucking legislation changed? So y'all keep saying that we've been wrong about predictions. Well, let me predict this shit. I bet fucking Boxable is going to get those regulations removed, and they're going to be able to either IPO or go into every state in the fucking country because they gave Donald Trump's tacky ass shit $10 million. Now what the fuck y'all got to say? You ain't got to say shit about
that part I didn't know. I guess I will hold on to my Boxable.
Hold on, girl, because they made that drive, girl. It's coming. It's coming.
It's because our kid works for them, and so we do have some information about that, so we can talk offline. But yeah, that's
for sure.
I don't think that people have an issue with it. That's just it, Mickey. This is who we are as a country. This is what we wanted, and that's why instead of dragging all this pain out for the next 4 years, that's why I said we're paying now. I mean, everybody's gonna feel it anyway. Like, let victim of their own fucking policies and stop rescuing them. And so let the farmers feel it, let the people who are gonna lose their health care feel it, the hospitals, all of that. At some point, I mean, like I said, it's gonna be painful across the board anyway. So let's just it's like ripping the Band-Aid off, right? So let's stop helping them with policy. Let them fucking have at it and just fucking destroy every fucking thing so that we can get past.
Exactly. That's why the Democrats should reopen the government so we can actually let the people who voted Trump in feel that pain. Instead of them just coming around and saving the day, because if they succeed in saving the day, Trump will claim credits. So I think what should happen is reopen the government and let Americans feel that pain. Let the ACA tax credits expire. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, that's a terrible idea. Just truly an astonishingly terrible idea. The pain is already here for a lot of people, and it's going to continue getting worse. And it's for obvious reasons, right? Like the kind of corruption that Miki was just describing. It's bad for everyone except for the people on either end of the transaction of the corruption. It's bad for the rest of us. It makes the economy not run well. It's literally them stealing from us, by the way, right? Like when you use government funds, that's comes from tax dollars, that's us. The social safety net that's been demolished, the fact that they're prioritizing what they're going to pay for during the shutdown, and one of the things they decided not to pay for is literally food for them. Like, there's political ramifications for that, like, in addition to just the fact that there's people, which is morally abhorrent, economically disastrous, and just otherwise terrible. Like, it's something that shouldn't happen. So, like, the pain is built in. Like, the way he's running the government, it's not like Trump is innovating how to be an authoritarian. Like, corrupt authoritarians have a very long history in the world, and we've seen what ends up happening, and it's no economy. It's never good for the everyday person. And eventually it's not even people who, suck up and try to, stay in the good favor. They almost always find themselves on the wrong side of history. Both in terms of how they're viewed after the fact, but also just during the period of that authoritarian rule, they often end up on the wrong side of it too. So all these people who are trying to pretend like we can just kind of like, go along to get along or whatever, they come up and it's absolutely coming. It's going to hurt them in their pocketbook. It's going to hurt them in their reputation. And, this idea that we're still in some kind of normalcy where, this is within the normal range, the kind of shit like Matt Cool just said in the chat about how Miki just woke up to how the world works, that basically it's how whoever can get away with being the most corrupt is the winner. That's exactly what we should be fighting, and as it turns out, the American people probably don't like that shit. The one thing that is universally detested, or near universally detested, is corruption. And that's going to be one of the ways that, assuming we have free and fair elections, Democrats are going to win. If we don't have free or fair elections, it's going to be at the core of the counter movement, the resistance to MAGA.
Well, I'll tell you what, if they fold, that's some bullshit. Because if they're gonna hold it and you're not gonna open it back up, hold the fucking line. Don't bluff. And from now, capitulate. Because that's the problem. That's been the problem for a while now. It's like, if you don't hold the line, hold the line. But I would hate to see them fold a month from now.
I'm sorry, what's a better winning strategy for Democrats? To say, well, we shut down the government for a month to try to help you fight for your healthcare needs, get the ACA tax credits expanded. We failed, and now your premiums have gone up like 100%, 50%. The next midterms, vote for me so we can fix it. Isn't that a winning strategy?
And that's why they're gonna have to hold out until something changes.
So if something changes, it means, if it changes, it means Americans would feel the pain of the big, beautiful bill. It means everything Trump reversed, that's supposed to hit the hospitals, that's supposed to hit the healthcare system, essentially would be reverted. So essentially nothing would have happened, and to the average American, to them, it would just be, okay, maybe there was a shutdown and nothing changed, right? Because life would keep going on and nothing happens. But if they reopen the government and actually let those tax credits expire, then it's actually middle America that will feel the most pain. These are Trump, because I'm a life and health agent. I've worked with the ACA directly. I actually don't like the ACA, to be honest with you. Most people are healthcare in Mississippi, were in Alabama. These are really poor people that needed those tax credits. Without those tax credits, they were not getting their health insurance, I promise you. So if they let it expire, I think that's a really good campaign.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you completely, but since they didn't, all I'm saying is don't fold now. You don't want to vote for it, then hold the line. Don't do the shit that they always.
Yeah, one of the things that the Democrats actually did well here, and I got a lot of critique for how Democrats execute the politics. But one thing they did really well in this one is they chose an issue that's going to become more true and more pressing over time. So one of the things happened is when they first were like, this is the line we're drawing. We want to make sure that we're going to see the premiums go up, maintain the subsidies that they have so they can actually afford to get health care. Every week that's passed, there's another state now, or multiple states, that are sending out the notices to people in those states that says, hey, your premiums are way up from where they were before. Which means that they have a rolling positive news story, particularly state by state in the local news outlets, that where a lot of people, really feel it the most. And that's going to keep happening. So it's not over. So they're going to keep winning the news site because they're going to be proven right. And instead of it just sounding like political rhetoric, there's going to be actual outcomes that people feel very directly. And not only are they going to feel them directly, like those people have friends and family who are going to be hearing from them. We're going to go, oh my God, I used to, before the Republicans, have health care I could afford. Maybe it was expensive, maybe it wasn't everything I wanted, but at least I had it. And now they're going to go, now I'm basically thinking I should just not have it at all because I can't afford it, period. And that fundamentally is going to be putting more and more pressure on Donald Trump and the Republicans, particularly in the states that are going to feel it the worst. And those people ultimately, especially in Congress where they're up for re-election every 2 years, those people are going to start to wonder, am I really willing to sacrifice myself to not give health care to my people and lose my job because Donald Trump said so?
Yeah, okay, but those are the people with health care. What about the government workers then? The more and more they don't get paid, don't you think Democrats are losing voters on basketball? The government workers,
the federal government workers who have been cut and have had all their coworkers mistreated by the Trump administration. Those federal workers.
I guess you got a point.
I mean, I don't know what Donald Trump has done to federal workers that would make them loyal to him.
You have a point there. we'll see. I just don't think government should be shut down, honestly.
Yeah, them federal workers pissed off. They got whole Facebook fucking groups that said I voted for this clown in chief. Like I'm seeing some of this shit. Even with some of the people that work where I'm working, the ones that got laid off, I was like, fuck them. At this point, like federal workers are pissed off with Trump. You know, even with the community that I hold, a lot of them are willing to not get a paycheck just because they know that he's about to fuck her. For me, I don't give a fuck about. I do give a fuck. I do have a mortgage to pay, but I'm prepared. So it's like, at this point, it's like I said in this room, should they shut it down? Shut that bitch down. Like I know that this guy's not gonna give up. He's gonna be like, fuck y'all and fuck all you federal workers, and you're not gonna get your check. I don't care at this point. I gotta have a conversation with my lender, my creditors, and say, hey, this is what's going on. Because it's worked for our soldiers in the past. So for me, it is what it is. Like I have civilians that are family members, so I don't agree with some of this shit. So I'm okay with just figuring this out until I get paid.
Let's also remember that it's all of the businesses that derive off of that government money too. So like I live in California, we have a ton of national parks, beautiful state by the way. All of those places that are near those national parks are not seeing the same kind of business. This is true for all kinds of scenarios all around the country, right? Like other government buildings where, you know, got the little cafe down the street, the restaurants. Those people aren't getting money right now. Even the big businesses for, you know, like to Patty's point, like the insurance company, the mortgage company, where they're like, damn, like we've got a choice. We can either, foreclose on this house and have that really inefficient process, or we can extend them and kind of eat some of the pain ourselves to be able to make this work. And that's complex, it's expensive, it cuts into profits. You know, it means that they're going to face a harder decision next year when they're setting rates. They're going to have to adjust and basically include like a Trump can't run the government penalty to their rates to be able to deal with these rainy days. Like all of this adds up and creates more and more pressure. And I don't believe for a second that these businesses are like, yeah, hold the line, make sure that those people don't get healthcare subsidies. This is worth fighting for. The Democrats actually have a really good argument.
Serious mic drop. I didn't even think of that. You know, the effects of people that spend money locally that are not going to get paid, right? And we have to also think about travel, TSA. Some of them are working out, not knowing when they will be paid. I brought it up a few days ago. I heard if you have direct deposit, some bank is actually saying, look, we'll continue to process your payroll. We know how much you get paid, and we'll lend you the money until this is over. Which is, you know, shout out to them for doing that. But this thing, I just put it in the chat, trickle down destruction. You're causing so much damage by stopping people from getting paid. It's crazy.
Yeah, man, it's all the trickle down effects. I had a family friend who was like, man, my seventh grader, super upset. They had their DC trip and they couldn't go to anything because it was all closed. Even little stories like that, multiplying by a million, you know, like, because they're happening a lot for a lot of different people in all kinds of different ways. And like, all of that really adds up. When they see trashed, you know, national parks, which for a lot of us, including, and probably especially Republicans, are a point of national pride, that doesn't feel good. Like if you're a Utah, you love your national parks. You've got some of the most beautiful places on earth in the whole country, like Zion and Bryce, so on and so forth, a whole bunch of them. You want to see those places trashed? And for what? To not give health care to people in need? Come on.
Well, let me ask you this. How do you feel about them, like I said, folding, you know, a month from now when people are feeling the pain and the Democrats saying, okay, now is the time.
I would lose my mind if they folded.
Exactly. That's where I am.
You know, I rather like have a conversation with my creditor than to fucking like let them fold. This is like ridiculous. They better fucking hold out.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think that if you look at the negotiation and you look on one side, you have people who aren't willing to come to the table at all. On the other, you've got people saying that we should make sure that healthcare is affordable. That's a really hard fight for Republicans to win. And the other two sides of this fight are you've got people who are just running roughshod over all of our political norms, running roughshod over the Constitution when it comes to Article 1. And, just the congressional power to appropriate in particular, not following court orders, acting in the most authoritarian ways that we've seen in this country since, I don't know, at least for the last century. People aren't for that shit. They're just not for it. Like, I think Democrats absolutely should hold out until they get concessions, which, oh, by the way, is exactly what Republicans have done over and over and over again.
So let me ask this question, okay? Because you say hold out, and I'm trying to figure out what's the pathway forward. The original Affordable Care Act, the subsidies were due to run out back in 2020 or 21. Hence why Obama took it and put it under, extended it under the IRA. Is that correct?
I believe so, but it was set to expire by Democrats this December as well.
Well, the expiration would be from the IRA expiring in December of 2025. Right, 21, 2025, that's 4 years. So my thing is, they've already begun to dismantle the Affordable Care Act when they stop making it mandatory and people not having to or not getting the penalties because you don't have health insurance. So that, to me, I could be wrong, but that is suggesting we're done with this. We're just taking it away piece by piece. So if that's the case and you're asking these people to bring it back, I don't see a way forward. Where are you thinking they're gonna pull the money from? Because the big beautiful bill has already cut the dollars for this already. So I'm just trying to figure out, like, what path is the way forward and what they've already begun to do. What are we arguing right now? Go ahead.
But under the Trump administration, because they're all this nationalist, populist bullshit, right? America first, and we're not trying to fight anybody wars. We're not even trying to invest into other countries. Like, they could, I'm going to be honest with you with it, I don't want them to cut, because I do know that somebody's going to come back and say, hey, but they could have cut the Department of Defense budget. I'm just being honest. If you don't want to engage in wars, you want to let motherfuckers die knowing that we depend on the breadbasket, we depend on other countries that have access to the breadbasket or energy, and you don't give a fuck about your allies, and you just want to be on this protectionist type policy, cut the Department of Defense budget.
We also could take some money from that $170 billion that was given to ICE. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, we
don't need custom, and we don't need ICE to have that much money, and it's a fraction of that's needed.
Okay.
It's not hard. We can also just borrow against the debt like we do with a lot of things. Like, there's a lot of ways to handle it.
So wait a minute, you gave me 3 suggestions. Patty said, possibly could come from cutting the Department of the Defense. They just renamed this place Department of War. So we know they're not cutting that. Now, you gave another suggestion, Your Honor, about ICE. We know for sure they're not cutting that because this is their shtick. So give me something else. Give me something else. I need something else.
That's part of the negotiation is that they have.
But that's the thing. They're not going to negotiate on those things. Those are non-negotiables. I'm telling you, they're non-negotiables. They're not going to have that conversation. Hence why they keep saying, just come on back in. Well, we got it. Don't worry about it. Hence why they haven't done anything for the last 6 months. So I'm just trying to, I'm trying to figure out a way forward. But these arguments and what you're suggesting, that is a non-negotiable on their side. I don't see that happening.
Yeah, so this is a fight, right? And this is where Democrats have finally drawn a line in the sand. And oh, by the way, I was saying they should have done this the first go around, but we can disagree on that one or not. But this is a fight. Someone's gonna back down.
Because right now,
one way or the other.
we're fighting for it.
Or they're gonna
Instead of fighting from.
like they should already be at the table trying to find a compromise. But because they're not even at the table, that means that it has to be a fight. So yeah, you're right. This is a really, really shitty situation. But capitulating to Donald Trump doesn't make it not a shitty situation. It just makes it a shitty situation where you don't even care enough to fight for what you believe in. So if your options are shitty, and one, I'm a wuss, stand up for my people, and two, I'm gonna fight, you gotta fight.
So I don't know what's happening with Chat and Reform. They don't know how to come back into the room.
It's because we're from Texas. I believe it's because we live in Texas.
Okay.
And now lost power for the 5th time today. So
Really?
in the middle of curling my hair. So there's that.
Shut up. Why are you so tired? What's happening?
Terrible storm.
Chat into that, my electricity flickered on and off for a quick second, scared my dog.
Yeah.
And I was just like, wait, okay. But the rain has been heavy. It was thunderstormy last night. It took me an hour to get home from my studio, which typically takes me about 20 minutes. It was raining so bad.
You were driving that last night?
It started while I was already there, and I had to get home, and I was just like, I didn't want to, unfortunately I had to.
Girl, I thought the Lord was coming last night. I was like, please do not leave me in the remnant. I do not want to be down here.
I had my hazards on. Everyone was going slow, so we all were on the same page last night. Because typically there's that one speed demon, but last night they was looking at each other like, we gotta get home, y'all. Like slow and steady.
Wow. I'm so grateful for that wonderful commercial. It was brought to you by Texas. So anyway, getting back to this healthcare thing. Can we just begin to start just for a minute? In order for me, like when I'm strategizing, I have to see how my opponent is thinking. I think that they want to get rid of healthcare. If you got the money, you got the money to keep it. If you don't have the money to keep it, then you don't have healthcare. That's ultimately where I'm thinking these people are going. I could be wrong, but that's where I'm thinking. Because you heard the man. He said he was paying $1,800, and come next year he's going to be paying $4,000 some dollars.
We heard Young Marshall say that he's going from $180 to $800.
Yeah. Listen, I think they're going to figure this out. So,
okay.
It's not. Listen, for those people that are going crazy about the subsidies and that type of thing and how much their rate is going to go up, that it's impossible. It's difficult.
When you say it's impossible, what do you mean it's impossible? What part is impossible?
Because I personally, the way I paid my health insurance is I paid my health insurance. I paid the full amount, and then at the end of the year, when my accountant does my taxes, I get a refund from the amount that I paid less the subsidies. So
you're talking about insurance for a fucking company, or like?
No, I'm talking about personal.
Individuals don't get what's going on.
Yeah, to you, refunded to you at the end of the year.
That's true, but nobody does that.
That's
Why
if
would
you
you?
qualify.
Talking about paying the whole year. How many people in this room pay the whole year for any goddamn insurance?
So the point that I'm trying to make here is if people have to start paying, I know it's difficult, but if people have to start paying and then they renew the subsidies, they'll get a refund at the end of the year. So it'll be as if they've been paying it discounted the entire time. Everybody's screaming, Brimstone and Hellfire. It's difficult. Like you're going to do it. Everyone's like, oh, I understand. You're going to do it because it's healthcare. You have to do it. But then it's going to be refunded to you. It's not.
Okay, you're repeating yourself. Please stop repeating yourself.
Okay, wait a minute, TC. Okay.
Don't tell me who the fuck are you?
Okay.
The person is about to move you in the goo if you talk to me like that.
Why do you have to go to hell like that? Just stay focused. Don't go to hell. Come back. All right. So I'm just trying to wrap around what you just said. I'm trying to wrap this around my head. So first of all, in order for you to get it at the end of the year would mean that you qualified for the subsidy in the beginning.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, what you're suggesting is that this gentleman, some kind of way, find a way to pull out $3,200 out of the sky and multiply 32 times 12.
It's what our family situation is. He should not be paying $3,200 a month. What is his? How many people does he have? What's the? Has he done the math?
No, I'm saying 32 on top of what he's already going to be paying.
That doesn't sound right. I don't know what his family situation is. What is it like? What was he paying previously?
So he said 1,800, and this is going for 4,000.
Okay.
If he's only paying twice as much.
Right. Yeah, if he's paying
Look at Marshall's a big liar then, from what you're saying.
No.
From
I don't know.
to almost $800.
No, there's 3 times. It sounds about right. So, okay, right. So he's going to be paying 3 times. So, again, if he's paying $1,800 currently, I don't know what his family situation is, but if he's paying $1,800 currently, 3 times that shouldn't. I mean, I don't know his situation, but it shouldn't break the bank.
Yeah. So here's the actual numbers. Okay, you ready? So if your household income, let's at a little bit of a higher level. Let's start at $35,000. Not a lot. So if you're in the exchange, you're already at 224% of the federal poverty limit, right? So you're not Medicaid qualified in most states.
Wait, 35,000 for how many people? Is it a 4-person household?
This is a household. I'll find it after. So 35,000. It says that your annual dollar increase is going to be $1,582. This is, by the way, from the Kaiser Family Foundation. Very rare.
Wait. 1,582 annual, right?
This is the increase from because of the expiration. Yes, annual. Yes.
Okay. All right. So that's
an extra $100 a month plus for a household income of only $35,000. In other words, someone who's part of the 67% of this country who can barely make it month to month. Right, can't afford $1,000 surprise expense. Talking about them now having to find $1,500, almost $1,600 if you're a $65,000 household. That's your household income. Actually, sorry, it says it varies on that one. Let's go to 45,000. It says 288% of the federal poverty level. You're going to see a $1,836 increase. These also go way up when you go higher up the income level. Like, these are not small amounts of money for people who can't afford anything right now.
So we're talking about additional $100 a month or more. So we're talking about
Wait. At $100, I want to give you one more.
It's $5 a day. That's literally additional $5 a day is what we're talking about for that last figure you gave. $45,000 a year, which, by the way, $45,000 a year is close to making about $17, $18 an hour. So in a state like Pennsylvania, that's not a bad livelihood for a single person, a single member household.
You're trying to say $45,000 a year for a household is
A single
Is it good income?
For individuals, for one person, individual, $45,000.
Yeah, but I'm saying they have an extra $5 a day to dedicate for the increase, and they're gonna get it back at the end of the year when they get the shit figured out. Again, I'm not saying it's ideal. I'm not even saying it's acceptable. I'm saying for the people that are screaming bloody murder.
Yeah, but you're pretending like that's not the lights being turned off, or not having enough food, or not paying your bills. Like, it's not paying your bills. Like, these people aren't with extra. Like, what are we doing? They don't have. If 67% of the country can't afford $1,000 emergency expense,
Over
67%.
it's $1,000 per month. It's not. We're not talking about over
There's
a
a
year.
lot of
It's
people out there
$1,000
they
over
can
12
afford it.
months.
What's going on
It's
here?
like $80 per month.
Okay, can I chime in real quick? So if you're a retired couple on a fixed income, I saw the stats for Maine, 130,000 married couple. This is what they get. They're going to see a $16,000 increase. All right, so now you have a fixed income, you're not working, and now you budgeting. You know, what if they're renting? What Aaron just said it. You got to eat. You got to pay your other bills. This is unacceptable. I don't know why people try to rationalize a 20, 15, even 10% increase for something that you're paying for right now and can't afford it. Why does it need to go up? It's unacceptable.
So it's not so the insurance goes up every year, okay? That's always a given. But the problem is that the subsidies that help to offset the increase has expired. That's where we are. So we're not even talking about bringing down the premium. We're talking about the subsidies that help pay for the premium. So, TC's suggestion is, hey, listen, guys, once they get it all straightened out, you'll get a tax credit at the end of the year. If in fact that's where they land at.
Yes.
But the thing is, TC, you're automatically assuming that these people would be able to afford it, and they just simply can't. And they're not where you are.
You know what? He has made this argument. I know he hasn't ever been in a household where they had to pay bills and still had to feed their kids. You always talk this shit about how I came from a poor household. If you came from a poor household, you remember when your my mama had.
Wait, those people aren't paying insurance, Patty. Hold on.
Volunteer for bingo. He used to clean the bathroom and the fucking. No, don't hold me on. You can talk after. I didn't fucking interrupt you. My mother had to fucking volunteer for bingo. She had to volunteer to clean fucking bathrooms. She had to volunteer to do shit just so I can go to a decent school. So obviously you don't understand what it looks like for people who really don't have the fucking money. You're a liar. You've been lying to this whole time because this wouldn't even be a conversation. If they pay a whole year, they'll get a discount and they get a credit. Nobody, people that are volunteering for bingo, people that are fucking working janitorial jobs, people that are working at the bottom, or people that are working just to make it, that may be working multiple jobs, cannot afford to pay for a year.
So, Patty, what I'm saying is I know exactly what I'm talking about because I was there. Those people, okay, the ones that you're talking about that are scraping to get by, the ones that can't afford health insurance, chances are they live under the poverty line and they don't have to pay for it in the first place because they're on Medicaid.
I wasn't on Medicaid. That's the thing that's sad about it. Y'all really think that Medicaid is just a thing, right? So they may do emergency Medicaid when you first find out you're pregnant or whatever. But there are certain things that will keep you from being able to get these food stamps. I can tell you I've never had food stamps in my household. But my mom was still poor. I can tell you that my insurance was, or the insurance, the little bit of insurance that we had, I've never had Medicaid.
I'm sorry, Medicaid.
But I can tell you, I was still, my mom was poor. There is such thing as being poor and just not being eligible. When I first graduated from college, I was living from check to check. You know, there would be times I'd be like, okay, so I'm going to buy Chinese food and split this in half because I wasn't eligible for a lot of these programs. This is my first year of getting out of college. I decided I'm going to go ahead and teach. But that fucking teaching and certifications just because I took a practice exam, I knew I wasn't going to survive like that. Because I was barely making it with paying my insurance. And I wasn't living above my means. So don't talk about some shit you don't know about. You keep talking about how you came from that part of life, but I don't really believe you ever came from that part of life.
I just want to say,
I call cap on that. Hold on, I call cap on that refund. You only get a refund on your health insurance if you overpay for health insurance. So I don't know where you're getting that from. If you need to stop being patient,
It is an option. It is an
If you
option.
listen to me, you would have heard me say that if you don't accept the subsidy and you pay it, you qualify for the subsidy. That's considered an overpayment.
So it's still an overpayment.
It's still an overpayment.
The subsidy help you from. So now
Yeah, I agree. I mean,
guess what? You're not getting a refund, bro.
I don't know where Divine is coming from with that.
You made the argument of a refund. So now subsidy's not there. Where's your refund?
No, what I said was obviously they're going to pass the subsidy and then you get the refund.
But how would they pass it? If they're going to pass it, I'm trying to figure out how do we get to the passing part.
So
That was my overall first question.
you said your accountant gets you a refund. That's what you said.
Yeah.
All right, let's not argue this point. Let's not argue this point. Okay, you don't have to argue this point. Okay, fine, you get the subsidy. That's fine. I want to know, how do we get the conversation going with Congress and figuring out how we going to get the subsidies back? Because like I say, what I'm hearing the Republican Party say is, listen, this Obama shit ain't it. And, we need to figure this out because we really don't it anyway. They have rolled back the mandatory mandates where if in fact you don't have insurance, you were supposed to get penalized. They have rolled that back. So now that that's there is the reason why I'm thinking, like, well, why did I come up with the subsidies? Because if the people don't have health insurance, they're not going to get penalized. So what's the big deal? You just don't have insurance, you just don't have insurance. So I'm trying to figure out, how do they get there? You make it sound like the Republicans want to keep the subsidies. If they want to keep the subsidies, then why can't we just have a quick conversation and get it done?
As the Democrats.
Yeah, they didn't want to. Okay, you don't have to answer every single time. Oh my God. Add confusion and say the same thing over and over and over again.
Nobody knows what you're talking about.
Okay, well, I'm going to make it really easy for them. Don't worry. There's lots of smart people here. You should like take notes.
You sound smart to them.
Okay. Awesome. That's great. You just call people dumb. That's great. Okay. The point is, for some people even understand that the people we're talking about aren't under the federal poverty line. Like, what are we doing? Okay. The point of what's going on here, if you interrupt me again, I will put you down. The point of what is going on here is that Republicans do not, they didn't include it in the bill. It's not a priority for them. It is a priority for Democrats. It's such a priority that they're willing to shut down the government, which is not a thing that Democrats like to do, so that they can try to extend these subsidies, because it is going to create very, very real pain for real people who are going to get the health coverage that they need. That is a problem for Democrats. It is apparently not a problem for Republicans. That's why they didn't extend these. So when it comes to how do you get people to come to the table? Well, in normal times, when a president wins by 200,000 combined votes across 3 states, wins one of the lowest margins in the House that we've seen in living memory, they go, oh, we won by a little. That's how that's normally looked at. And because we won by a little, we're going to definitely push our agenda, but we're not going to just run roughshod over the other party. We're going to maintain some level of political norms. We're going to come to the table and negotiate when we need to do things. And they're refusing to do that. They're not even coming to the table. There's no negotiation. There's no respect for the fact that not only are these Democrats, they're representatives of nearly half of the country. They represent people, Americans, right, who in a republic are represented. That representation deserves to be heard. at least negotiated with. And they're not even doing that. And so what Democrats have to do is to try to create some normalcy again in how our democratic republic functions, so that we can actually solve problems together and have our governmental system function some way other than Donald Trump gets whatever the fuck Donald Trump wants. That can't be the way that this works. They have to draw a line in the sand, because the Republicans aren't paying any attention to any of the norms that lead to good governance in this country. So until that happens, they need to hold out.
Abram, I got a question. I have a question for you, Abram. Can I ask you? We're not right, because we was having a go back and forth. Go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, all of that kumbaya, we are the world bullshit doesn't work in politics. The Democrats are doing what the Democrats does best, which is anarchy. They could stop this.
No, let's
That's
stop.
exactly what they're doing.
Okay, listen. Stay focused with me. Stay focused with me, Jason. Before you go off. No, why are y'all doing this? Because I need to hear from the Republicans or the MAGA party and try to understand what's going to happen with this health care. Are they going to get rid of it? Because I want the people to understand what's getting ready to happen.
And the answer is, First Lady, no. The Republicans are not getting rid of the subsidies. It is popular amongst the Republicans to preserve and extend these
That's a
subsidies.
lie. Then why wasn't it
It's not a
in the
lie.
big
Just go to
beautiful? Wait a minute. If that is true, then why didn't they make it happen in the big beautiful bill? Why didn't it make it happen?
We keep going back to this, First Lady. Congress typically goes to the cliff. They go directly to the deadline before they negotiate on anything. They've done this on CRs. They've done this on the big beautiful bill with the tax cuts. They do this routinely. They wait until it's about to expire, and then they negotiate on it. I don't know why they do that. It's very inefficient.
Okay, are you talking about the House?
He doesn't know what he's talking about, because if he knew what he was talking about, he would understand that we already hit the cliff. The letters are already going out to people where they have to commit to paying the
Exactly. They're already in the enrollment.
States are over the cliff.
Yeah, we're already in open enrollment. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Already in open enrollment. The Democrats, how can, okay, but let me just make sense of this. You said it's up to the Democrats to do what now? You don't. Okay, so if the Democrats woman, okay, listen, y'all, why y'all gotta argue? It's just Saturday. We're just having a conversation. If this is true, right, and you say they're going up against the cliff, what they're saying is correct, because people have begun to receive how much their premiums are going to be. I'm trying to figure out, you keep talking about this cliff, and I remember the summer, so you can't just tell me that they keep going to the end of the summer. They had conversations, and if I'm not mistaken, Trump put pressure on their asses, because there were Republicans that was holding out and not voting on the big beautiful bill. They, for whatever bullcrap they try to make it seem like they really wasn't, for what the Democrats was for. But anyway, they was holding out. And Trump was like, y'all better get that shit done before 4th of July. Am I right or am I wrong? Is that a fact or am I lying?
I called it.
Okay, but so you remember. So if you remember that, and you're talking about they were pushing until the end, the Democrats were still holding out. So what are you saying?
It's leverage. It's leverage. That's why I said that kumbaya, clear the world shit doesn't work. It's called leverage and negotiation. So what the Republicans are going to do is they're going to go up into the cliff to create the most amount of leverage. There's some people in here that doesn't understand that. Like business, you have to do this. You literally have to take every inch of leverage you can to try and extract out as much for your side as you can get. So the reason why they do this, First Lady, is for the maximum amount of leverage. If they can bring the Democrats up to a cliff on something they know the Democrats want, but they want to, but they know the Democrats want it more, they're going to use it as leverage to get out of the deal what they want, which are their priorities. This is how they negotiate. But what's happening right now is you've got a game of chicken in the Senate, okay? And you've got the Democrats thinking they have all the leverage, that they're doing what their base wants them to do. And you've got Trump thinking he has all the leverage. He's doing what his base wants him to do. And so because both sides think they have the leverage, we're in this stalemate, which is why I said the Democrats will blink first
because they'll realize they in fact do not have leverage, because their voters are going to be the ones
You're in the matrix. Stay there.
The Democrats are going to vote first. Watch my words. I guarantee you. I'm making the prediction again on this very stage. Today is October 25th. Democrats are going to buckle. Probably before November 1st.
Okay, that's great. So you may be right. We'll see if that happens or not. We'll see. I don't think we've got any prophets on stage, but we'll find out later.
I've been right consistently.
Yeah, okay, you're done.
Yeah,
You just talked for like 3 straight minutes. I wanted to interrupt you a lot. I didn't. Moving on. So the problem with this is, like, first off, the idea that describing a hard-fought negotiation or a hard-fought fight, which is what we're in right now, as kumbaya is crazy. The idea that coming to the table to compromise to keep the government open is kumbaya is also crazy. We are already over the cliff. If I went to the cell phone store right now and they told me it's going to be $300 a month, but there's probably going to be a discount that we'll give you after the fact, where we're going to give you $150 a month off, I'm not buying that cell phone. Like, what are we doing? That is what people are facing right now. To the store, right? They're going to the exchange where they buy things, and well, the price in many states is as much as like double what it was before because the subsidies have expired.
That's what I was trying to say.
And they are committing to paying that over time, right? This is the plan they're going to have for the next year. We are over the cliff. This is the feeling that one has when you slipped at the edge of the cliff and you're falling. That's where we are. There are many states that haven't quite gotten to the cliff yet. They're right around the corner, which means we're already there. We are at the crisis moment. So there's only 2 choices here. You either are someone who believes that if you don't have the money, you don't deserve the health care, them's the breaks, you should have been born rich, or made other decisions, or however the hell you want to look at it, and that just sucks for you, them's the breaks. Or you're someone who thinks that we really should make sure that everyone has health care, because A, I care about my fellow human beings, and B, oh, by the way, it's also good for me as well and everyone in society when everyone is healthy, because they don't get other people sick, and the economy runs better and everything else. Those are the only 2 options right now, because we are already over the cliff. We're not waiting to get there.
Open enrollment. I just want to say open enrollment season starts next week. That's what all I'm trying to add to this is to say the enrollment season starts next week for next year. So you have to start the selections for next year, next week. And we're already, I'm adding to what Aaron was saying. We're over the cliff. There's no looking back. So once these premiums are locked in, it's going to be hard. And hard choices come with hard decisions, and it's now going to be a matter of whether I eat or whether I have insurance. This is not a good situation, no matter how you want to look at it. You can smack it, flip it, rub it down, however you want to look at it. But this is not good. And the numbers that you want to look at the numbers that are coming out and the projections that the states have made. The projections that the states have made are not good. They just aren't. I'm sorry.
Okay, so here's the thing. You know, I know some people do that jibber jabber math where they be like adding 3 points and then plus and minus and subtract. I need straight math. And TC, what you're giving me is a bunch of fluff. And then you got all these, you know, my MAGA friends over here, they suppose TC's cooking. And what you're going off of is a bunch of hypotheticals. And you're telling me this is what the Dems do. When I'm sitting here, and again, I'm recanting what actually has happened up until today. You're explaining to me a bunch of hypotheticals about, oh, this is what they do. This is what they do. Okay, fine. This is what they do. Again, I'm trying to figure out that if in fact this big, beautiful bill, because that's what Schumer was holding out, because the Senate didn't want to do this. And everybody was like, "Oh no, Schumer, you gotta keep the House, the government open. You gotta keep it open." So he did that. And during this period of time, they were supposed to be negotiating. They didn't do it. They never came and sat at the table. So now you want the people, you know, the Dems, to trust again and say, "Okay, fine, yeah, we'll do the clean resolution." And then come November 21st, when that runs out, the CR runs out then. going to the next actual budget process, what is it going to be then? I don't get it. If you have a plan now, then just tell us what the plan is. But it doesn't seem like you actually have a plan, because if you had a plan, then why wasn't it in the big beautiful bill?
Okay, listen, let's
Wait, TC. I actually have a friend that helps with enrollment. She actually said she's enrolled people in certain plans, and as of January, some of those plans that she has them enrolled in, they don't know that they're going to end up getting kicked out if the Democrats don't do what they need to do. So don't sit around here and just make a conversation when you don't really know what's going on. Like, do the Google search, read on what can be cut. But I'm telling you, from a fucking good source, that she was like, man, this shit's fucked up, because we got people enrolling in certain plans, and their ass gonna get kicked the fuck off in January.
This is what I want to do. Keep the math simple. Keep it extremely simple.
We
Okay.
can't do math. Let somebody else talk.
So here's what we have, right?
Sophia, stop it. Go ahead.
We have the Senate. Okay. We know, as a matter of fact, based on the most recent poll, that a majority of Republicans are in favor of the subsidies. I feel like if we can just deal with facts, the math is going to be simple. Can we at least agree on that? If I need to post the poll, I can. I think it was like 54, 55% of Republicans.
Oh, I didn't know they did that. No, I didn't know that.
Yes. There's I'm sure somebody can.
Yeah, they want the subsidies. He's right. They want the subsidies.
Okay, they want the
Let's
subsidies.
just go with the amount of senators there are in the Senate. Okay, there's 100 senators in the Senate. If I'm not mistaken, based on my last count, I think it was like 57 or 56 of those senators are Republican, and 44 senators are Democrat. You guys can correct me on these numbers.
Why are we
So
listening to
if I'm
this
wrong.
fool?
So here's what we do.
Yeah.
Here's what we do. Let's do it math. It's simple, right? Simple. He doesn't want the facts in the mouth, so he wants to try and talk over me. It does. Okay. So we do 50% of 54 is how much? 26. You take 27 plus the existing 44 senators. You have a super majority that you can pass subsidies tomorrow. What the Republicans are doing, what the Democrats are doing, is they're saying, no, we want this now, before we open the government. The votes are there, First Lady. You're going to get your subsidies. There's no question about it.
Okay.
The votes are there.
So wait a minute, hold up. So you telling me
Just
that
tell me if that makes sense before we move on.
Yeah.
So we know
That makes sense. Don't say yeah.
It doesn't make
Patty
sense.
said
So
no.
what
He doesn't even have the numbers of senators right.
We had this part. What's going on here? If it made sense, and he already knows, since you're talking about this damn poll that came out. If it made sense and they were going to do it, they would have did it by now. So you want Democrats to vote so this can pass, so they can negotiate again? Like, bro, they've been negotiating since March. What additional time do they need?
So that's
Like, make it make sense. Like, look, I get it. You're trying to fucking get working. And you're twerking because you want it to be right. But you got to be honest. Because there's been times that I've been beat up even in this room because I'd be like, yo, I don't give a fuck. They still wrong. Even with the Reagan, the tariff shit. To me, I felt like it was a tariff thing because he was trying to big up corporations and say fuck the poor people. So, got it. I've gone against bullshit that I think the Democrats have done. You have to be honest with yourself and say this shit ain't gonna work. They need to hold it down. And I'm telling you, from a person that's not going to get a paycheck on the first, I'm okay with not getting that paycheck. Not because I may have some money saved up, but even if I didn't, I will figure it out.
That's still fucked up, though. That's still
If I gotta
fucked
go
up.
to McDonald's, yeah, but if I gotta go to McDonald's to work a second job and tell my boss, like, hey, I gotta work at night, because even as a young lieutenant, I fucking delivered pizzas because I had to make sure my daughter had her daycare paid for. I'm telling you, if I'm willing to sacrifice $1 or make sure, or even skip a mortgage payment, guess what? it's important to me. It should be important to any other American. It should be important to you.
So I agree with you.
Wait a minute, TC, because I had a question based off what you said. So you're saying that they already have a number, they already have this situated out. So the reason why they're holding out is because they just want the Democrats to lose it, to lose
Open
this.
the government. To open
Right,
the government.
Right, but okay, but I'm just saying, why not open the government and then make it?
Because they lose their leverage. They lose their leverage in the negotiation. The Democrats, that's why they won't open the government, but they eventually will. I agree with you. They should open the government. But the reason why the Democrats are refusing to do it is because they have the leverage in the negotiation. So going back to the numbers I mentioned, right? If you're looking at the total number of Republican Democrats in the Senate, okay, which is 46 it is, and you look at 50% of the Republicans.
You know how easy it would have been to come in and do it? Like, bro, somebody wants to hear like a whole bunch of numbers. Like, Google is so free.
Nobody's interested in hearing like what you think. Like, there's no so.
Can we please get the numbers right?
Get the numbers right.
Okay, so let's do it.
Ain't no math. Your math been wrong since you've been talking. Nobody want to hear no math no more, man.
Yeah, because you're a dumbass, right? I know you are. So listen, what's the numbers? How many don't ask us, don't call.
Can we move them out around for a minute? Because they just keep saying bullshit.
You mad at us because we called your numbers being wrong.
Yeah. How are you mad at us?
It's like, we discussed that 1 + 1 = 4. We had a
No,
conversation about
you
that.
ask him, 1 + 1 don't equal 2.
Republicans have 53 seats. The Democrats have 45 seats.
Now take.
No, what the fuck? I was right. God damn it! I was right.
Thank you, Chad.
Oh, you guys are big fans of one senator.
Okay, so check this out. What we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and let TC and Aram fight. Let these two men fight. So let them fight, and they're gonna go back and forth. And I know Aram has, and TC better have, because he's gonna have to drop you and don't fucking leave because you get pissed off and you don't get your point across. Stop interrupting Aram when he's talking, and he's not gonna interrupt you. So you guys can have the back and forth, and we'll just do this for the next 5 minutes. Is that okay with everybody in the room?
Yes, and can I put the numbers?
I'm gonna stay here on your laptop.
No. Nobody's trying to hear. If you want me to cook TC, I'll have the conversation.
We gonna cook TC. We don't even need 5 minutes to figure out that he's using Google to try to figure out his numbers and get his hell out.
Yeah, let's let TC go and explain to us how many senators are.
Explain again.
Go ahead, TC.
We'll give you the room again, TC. You got it.
Yeah, let's do this. This is that movie shit that the liberals do, right? So how many Democratic senators are here? This is great because Aaron just shows how dumb he is, right? This is great, right? He doesn't even know how to do things.
Insults whenever you don't communicate.
Just let him go. I'm good.
Personal attacks when you can't communicate.
Wait a minute, hold up. Let's set the rules. Your Honor and TC are gonna have the back and forth. No personal fouls.
Let me get the stats.
No.
Just let TC do it. We're good.
Why are you in it?
Go ahead, TC.
Because he can't help it.
Just out the brain. I get it. You want to help Aram. Aram is very intelligent.
That's debatable, and it's hardly true. So
Just let him go. Just start TC. Just start.
What you're not gonna do is disrespect Aram.
oh, I'm not gonna disrespect Aaron, but Aaron can disrespect me.
Let me tell you something. You get a lot of protection in this fucking room.
As does Aaron, but he gets to send me down to the
You
goo.
fucking right, because he's agreeing to make sure the room.
So then we can level some shit, right? Let's level.
Yeah, but you're not gonna call him names.
All right, sorry, Aaron.
I could care less. Let's just go.
we'll be very soft around your feelings. I hate to hurt your feelings, God.
It's not his feelings, it's my feelings.
You don't have to explain about the feelings, man.
My heart.
You don't owe it no explanation.
45 senators, fine. 45 senators, all right? 45 Democratic senators in the Senate, okay? 53 Republican senators in the Senate, all right? There's a few independents that caucus with the various different parties, all right? I'm driving, so I'm not gonna do actual numbers. What I'm saying is when you take 50% of Republican senators, which if my math is correct, that should come to 27. And you add that to the 44 that already exists, 45 that already exists. 45 plus 27. You have more than a 16 vote threshold needed to pass subsidies in the Senate. That's it. So the point here is that it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. When will the Democrats come to the realization that they can't hold out forever? They go ahead and pass the CR and get the subsidies that Americans so desperately need. That's it.
Okay, now I got it. Now I'm gonna go. Yeah, I agree. But look, let me explain. So first off, there are 45 senators who are Democrats. There are 2 independents who caucus with the Democrats. One of them is Sanders, the other is Angus King out of Maine. That means they have 4 in their caucus. That's what matters. Now, I don't know why you're saying 50% of the GOP is for subsidies when the GOP just passed a bill that does not extend the subsidies. They weren't fighting for that. They didn't say, I would vote for it if you put the subsidies in, but I'm not voting for it because the subsidies aren't in there. There was no period where they said, hey, we're going to deal with this later. This is really important to us to make sure that, this set of people who are in the exchanges are going to get the subsidies that they need to be able to afford healthcare. They didn't do that. The 50% of like you said, 50, whatever number you said, the 50% doesn't even make any sense. Because by what? What does the 50% mean? Why is that a thing? So there's no reason to believe that 50% of Republicans would extend subsidies. And there's no reason for Democrats to give up their leverage, right? Their leverage right now is shutting down the government and not passing the debt ceiling increase, right? That is their leverage. If they give up that leverage, there is no reason for them to believe that Republicans have been acting in bad faith for decades. Everything from stealing the Supreme Court seat to now talking about sending federal observers to watch over elections in California and New Jersey, to gerrymandering states, to changing the powers of the governor in states like North Carolina when they don't like that a Democrat won. There's no faith. There's no reason to believe in the Republicans. And there's definitely no reason to believe that the Republicans think that extending these healthcare subsidies is a good idea. It is already too late. If they want to do it, they should do it right now. They all have the ability to do that. If a handful of Republicans came out, we need 7 of them. If 7 Republicans came out and said, we're tired of this shutdown, we think these people should have the subsidies anyway, this would be over. It would be done right now. They have that power. So stop bullshitting the people.
So let's do with Aaron's math. He literally just said if 7 Republicans were to side with the Democrats, we'd be out of this conundrum. And he's talking about my math.
This should be 8.
He's talking about my math.
You don't get to clown somebody on math when your math is wrong.
Every Republicans is
Brother,
you don't get to clown. Between me and Aaron, go on you.
No. You're talking too much. No, son. No, let me go.
He's right. I should have said 8. He's right. He should. Where's Maddie? Where's any of these people? You're gonna talk about my math? When you have the numbers and you don't know how to do basic math?
Stop. So I when it comes to the majority, I've done it too. So just saying the numbers, you can't.
Oh my God, this is rich.
And guess what? This is what
is what the Democrats makes 47, correct? Now you add 7 to 47, how much do you get? 54. I'll do the math for you. You don't need to take out a calculator.
Like you had to do,
54 minus 60, Aram. What's 54 minus 60, Aram?
We're not depending on your math. I'm gonna use my calculator.
6, Aram, is 6. You don't need 7 Republican senators. You know how much you need? 13. 13 senators, Aram. 13 senators. So before you come for me, I suggest you use your calculator. Because you don't know how to do basic math, sir. And I'm doing this shit from the top of my head while I'm driving.
You're derailing. Just go to
I'm not. He's the one that said I couldn't do basic math.
No, he didn't be.
I was protecting him.
Hey,
I told you.
hold on.
You can't come for me when he tries to call me dumb. No,
We're on the same page, but you can't just yell.
This
You
is
can't
not
just yell at everybody.
Aaron was calling me dumb, and my numbers were right. Y'all wasn't doing the whole shit. So now that Aaron is off by 13 goddamn on senators, we gotta hold on.
By the way, you're repeating what I said, TC. I'm actually.
Even I forget sometimes. Give me a break. You liberals are a joke. You're a joke. You don't value important
TC, you're not doing the
You
math
don't
right.
value facts. What you value is this performative
TC, you're doing
bullshit.
Okay,
And,
this is good.
no, I'm not doing that wrong.
TC, it would be 14 by what you're saying, dude. It would be 14, not 13.
40
You're thinking.
Okay, he admitted, and he went back to the conversation. So let's get back to the conversation.
Okay.
Okay, so let's fuck the numbers and let's hit a simple fuck.
He's trying to correct me and he's still wrong. He just said
You're still wrong. It would be 14 by the way you're doing the math.
13.
Okay, let him respond.
It's 14, TC.
Oh my God, you guys are dumb. I'm sorry.
No, ain't no
47 plus 13 is how much? 47 plus 13 is how much?
It's 60.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's the third time you've been packed up. How many times I gotta pack you up, Aaron?
Tell me why you did the 50% of the 50 of the.
No, we're not moving on. You call me dumb. You call me dumb. But then when your math was off and my math was correct, now
Your
we're
math
not
was
moving
not
on.
correct.
This is horrible,
Your math was
Aaron.
incorrect.
I think you have completely smeared your reputation as being an informed arbiter in these conversations. You called my math wrong.
Your math was wrong.
14.
Okay, so let's get back to the conversation. Okay,
No,
I already know the number. Let's get back to the conversation.
I didn't milk this for all this work till you kick me off the stage, Patty. Because this motherfucker.
You should try to make this for all it's worth, because it's basically all you got.
Yo, this is a big win.
What you got wrong, TC?
This is a big win for conservatives. This is a big win for Republicans.
TC, explain what your 50% of the 53
Your
was.
champion just got packed the fuck up.
Explain what was 50% of the. What was the 50% of the 53? What was that? What was that, TC?
Hey, listen to your mammy Patty. She said she wants to move on.
I
I want you to explain your 50%. Explain your 50%.
I ain't nobody's motherfucking mammy.
Well, now, Patty, why don't you correct Aaron then?
I'm a mother.
Aaron clearly has
These are fucking racial ass fucking slurs to fucking comment on who the fuck I am. I'm a black woman with a child. I'm a mother. I'm not nobody's fucking mammy. Okay? Maybe you have a mammy. That's why you fucking talking this bullshit that you talking. So you might want to fucking pull that shit back. I ain't the motherfucker to be playing with. Call me a mammy. You got me fucked up.
He's gone. He did deserve to get moved down for that. But regardless of that, the 50% thing makes absolutely no sense. There is not 50%. There is not 50% of Republicans DC who want to vote for subsidies. Tell me the 50%. Tell me the 27, as you said, who want to vote to extend subsidies, TC. That is the most batshit crazy thing I've ever heard. Can you name 27 Republican senators? Name one. Who's the one who wants to extend subsidies?
move the mic around. I didn't pack up Aaron. He's trying to say.
Yeah, now you got nothing to say.
He's gonna end.
Now you got nothing to say.
On
This is
I'm
incredible.
sorry, I'm not gonna say
This
this.
is incredible. You have nothing to say. You can't explain why there's 0 Republicans who are actually publicly on the record saying that they want to extend the subsidies. None. That's because they don't want to, which is exactly what we were talking about. Republicans do not want to extend the subsidies for these people on the healthcare exchanges. And because you don't even understand how it works, you didn't understand who this actually applies to. You were talking about Medicaid. These are not people who are eligible for Medicaid by definition. That's not a thing. That's not what's going on here. But you don't understand the basics of this argument at all. And so you're like just throwing shit out there. And finally you found something that sticks because I misspoke. Great. Good for you. Explain the 50% thing. Tell me.
Hey, Aaron, I'm gonna let you lick your wounds, buddy. I'm not saying
So you have no answer.
That was
You
a
have none.
horrible face for you, bro.
It really wasn't. It really
Face for
wasn't.
you. Not only did you get your math wrong twice,
It really
tried to correct
You
yourself.
have said
Not
all
13.
kinds of numbers repeatedly that make no sense. You don't understand the federal poverty level.
I need
You didn't know how many senators,
Faces Sparkers.
what the balance of power is in the Senate. You didn't know. You made up bullshit numbers about 50% of 53, or you said 54, I believe, at the time. That number kept moving. So who the hell are you to be talking about numbers right now? Like, you don't know a goddamn thing, TC. You come up here and you run your mouth about stuff that you have no idea about all the time. You're talking about the affordability of healthcare while telling us that you pay the full price up front, which is great for you. I'm glad you got the money to be able to pay your healthcare premiums. Even though it doesn't make sense to do that anyway. Because why are you not taking the interest on that money? Why do you want the government taking the interest? It's like stupid finances regardless. Like, who wants to overpay their taxes so they get a refund? That makes absolutely no sense. And when we're talking about affordability, the people who are like really living on the edge, the 67% of people who are living paycheck to paycheck, you don't understand what they're going through because they would never do that in a million years. Because they need money to be able to keep a roof over their head, to keep the lights on, to feed themselves, transportation, all that kind of stuff. So you don't know the first fucking thing about numbers. And he's real quiet now. That's a win by my book. Want to keep it moving?
I guess we keep it moving.
So just to bring it back to where we were, the point is that Republicans do not want to pass this. And Democrats have to hold strong, because if they don't hold strong and they show that they don't actually value their people enough to stand up for them, they're going to look like they're weak, which is exactly what they looked like back in March or April, whenever the first go around with this was. And they're just going to keep getting beaten up by the bully who's sitting in the White House over and over and over and over again. They're going to keep getting punked, and it's going to look like crap, and no one's going to want to fight for them because they don't even want to fight for you. They have to fight.
Abram, I was going to ask you the question, right? Because I was concerned as to something he said which didn't make sense, right? So if you got the credit, let's say for instance you took it as a credit on your tax as an overpayment, it doesn't guarantee that you get the credit, correct?
You would only get the credit if they pass the expansion.
Right.
Yeah.
But they would have to pass it as an expansion, and I thought that they had negated the expansion when they passed the big beautiful bill. Wasn't it taken out of the expansion when they cut it during the Medicaid piece through the big beautiful bill?
I don't think it was ever in there. They let it expire.
That's what I thought. I was just trying to double check and make sure. Okay, I just wanted to make sure because that's why I thought the double talking was coming in, the bullshit was coming in, and I was like, wait a minute. I thought that there was either it was cut or it wasn't. They were gonna let it expire. I just wasn't sure. Thanks. That's what I wanted to know. That's why I knew it was bullshit what he was talking.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And this is the thing, like, they want to act like all this is team red, team blue shit. Like, if they wanted to extend the subsidies, they have the power to extend the subsidies. They would probably get all the Democratic votes.
They don't
Like, it would be
if
the Republicans wanted it, it would pass overwhelmingly. There'd be no problem whatsoever. Of course, Democrats want to expand healthcare. They've been fighting on expanding healthcare since the early 90s, maybe even before that.
I agree with that. Democrats have always talked about expanding healthcare. And I want you guys to remember when the Affordable Act was passed, there were a lot of people in our community that were facing really difficult situations with insurance. I don't know if you guys remember this, but there were people who had private insurance, and the minute they got sick, they were dropped, okay? Or their premium went up all of a sudden. And my family faced it personally. My parents my mom personally paid 40 years into Blue Cross Blue Shield. The father started getting sick. 6 months into his sickness, the insurance wrote us and said, sorry, we can no longer support this care. So families then had to figure out, how am I going to pay for this out of pocket? And so that's what the Affordable Care Act came about. A lot of people put pressure at that point. We were facing crisis. People who were having cancer couldn't get services. And so when that situation happened, Democrats did take that to heart. And I feel now we're at a point where Republicans were cared from the beginning, and they still showing us that they don't care. And what's going to happen now is really going to hurt every person one way or another. And if you think that people who are on low income fit this quote unquote criteria for Medicaid, your one penny over cuts you off. So to me, that's really not being honest with the way things are happening here. And the people that are really hurting, we've heard it live here just an hour ago. The gentleman was talking about his real life stories. These are the realities that we all have to face. And it makes me sick that we give this platform or room for this PC guy to run his mouth, not even having his numbers right.
Just doing basic math, ma'am. It's 2 plus 2 equals 4.
No. I know 2 plus 2, honey. I can tell you a little bit about 2 plus 2, but your math weren't right. I was listening here.
Where was my math room, ma'am? Where was my math room?
First of all, you said there's 56 Republicans. That was wrong.
Okay, I said I was driving, and I don't know.
You're still wrong. It doesn't matter whether you're driving or not. You're wrong.
You asked me.
Okay, so I was all about one
We're
free.
still wrong.
Yeah, so she was talking and y'all cutting her off. Let her.
But I'm just saying, it shouldn't be an issue of Republicans, Democrats. We have serious crisis issues going on. These private insurances are out of control.
Who
And
set up
that's
the private
why-
insurances? Who set up the private insurances? Was that Obamacare? They consolidated all the private insurances together?
Stop
You
insulting her. Stop
you can just
interrupting
have
her.
here.
Stop.
No.
That's a free market. Republicans.
Stop interrupting her. There's only one person who should be speaking, and her name, I believe, is Sophia.
Privatization is not.
Is it Sophia that's going right now? Robert, stop it. Robert, what are you doing? Let her finish what she's saying.
Okay, pardon me.
Well, the Obamacare Act, or the Affordable Care Act, we should say, actually was brought forth to put regulations so that these private insurances do not get to just ramp up the numbers. That's why it came about. It was supposed to regulate things so that the average person doesn't have to go through the things that we're about to face in a couple of weeks here. And that to me is a problem. That it should not be a Republican versus Democrat. It should be who's going to hurt the most in our society. And we know the elderly are going to hurt the most. It's always the case. I land.
Well, currently, Adam's hurting the most right now because he's still trying to figure out what's 13 plus 54.
Why would I be hurt by you?
So sorry.
The man who comes on here was exactly and bullshit for years and years and years. Who got his I got him once.
Hold your backs together.
You are the smallest on this app. It's incredible.
Hold your nuts.
You can go off like 20 minutes about how you stupid did your basic math.
It's
All right, Philip. I don't know you, Philip.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, let me ask a question. Why are the insurance companies consolidating in the
Are you
competition
smoking?
insurance market?
What's wrong with your nose? Yes, he is.
Insurance companies are consolidating, and I'm just wondering, put the regulations in place for what's going on with the actual premiums we're looking at right now. Oh,
What?
it was the Democrats. That's right. They passed the Affordable Care Act. crisis that you guys continue to speak of was all set up by Obama. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, BT. Yeah, Sean. Hey, BT, happy Saturday. What's going on?
Good evening. I want to respond to Sophia.
BT, did you catch that massacre that just happened on the stage a minute ago?
BT.
Yeah, I'm
I'm not listening to no man that has a 37% crime rate for his business. Hello? Okay, do some math, sir, TC. I'm speaking to you. Yeah.
I did
Hold on,
that.
BT. What you said, BT? Please just think about what you said before you say it.
I'm sorry that happened to you, brother.
BT, stay focused.
I love it.
Get him,
We really got to run out this fast up here right now.
BT.
We got Philip and BT and TC. Amazing. Let's give them that cool up here. Always good.
We can have
Where's Beaver?
Well, Beaver doesn't talk, so, you'll never see those things not smart enough.
Democrats, we get too close. Sophia, please, Sophia, they don't enjoy you, Sophia. I don't have the energy to save you, sis. I don't have
Not to say you're degenerates, you gotta.
Go ahead, Sean.
So, my issue, Sophia, is when you said it shouldn't be Democrat, Republican, and all of this, when we know in this room specifically, you all Democrats have exhibited some of the most degenerate behavior on this app. So it's weird when you say it shouldn't be this way, but the people with the loudest voices have just terrorized and caused so much turmoil and wreaked havoc all over Clubhouse. Specifically, Patty and Lisa. That's the head model.
Why are you here? Why are you here? Why are you here?
Now you're blocked. Because what you're not going to do is play with me. Just because we try to teach people policy doesn't mean that we're fucking terrorists. Are you mad because we don't want niggas to get fucked up behind stupid ass Republican policies? Is that the problem? Or are you pissed off because we read books and we try to share these fucking books and we're trying to create a book club? Is that the problem? Because DC, we know for a fact you don't fucking read. And we know for a fact that your ass may be a fucking janitor somewhere and you're not trying to go further than where you're going. So make it make sense, you fucking clown. Now you're fucking blocked, bitch.
Maybe if we spend more time on arithmetic and reading, it might.
And maybe if you'd have read that contract, you wouldn't have paid 37% interest. How about that? Degenerate.
Maybe if you knew how taxes work, you wouldn't overpay over and over and over again, month over month. Like, what are we doing, TC?
What do you mean how taxes work?
He's a
You
degenerate.
pay so much to the government on the hard. You just admitted it on stage.
Of course,
You're an idiot. Why would you do that?
There's nothing idiocy about that. I pay. You don't. Hold on. Let me respond to Aaron, please. Aaron, you don't understand how business works. Okay. Some years.
I'm not doing enough like you to put my business
So
on
for you to
that.
understand why I do what I do, maybe you might want to ask me, TC, instead of just coming to a conclusion, I don't understand how taxes work.
TC, why do you overpay your taxes and then get a refund at the end of the
I
year?
don't overpay my taxes, okay? I overpay my insurance because there's a possibility that my income can be adjusted based on the previous year's earnings. Does that make sense? I don't file my taxes. I don't listen then. I don't file my taxes on time.
Makes no sense.
I don't file my taxes on time. I delay them. You understand?
Yeah,
Because my income adjusts. Well, then maybe you should start a business and you might understand. Okay, maybe Patty can help you understand how this works with business owners. Okay, so not every business owner pays their taxes on time. If you look, there's a lot of business
Yeah,
owners.
but maybe I don't know, she's considered a medium-sized business, but she employs 50 people, but she pays her taxes on time.
Most businesses pay their taxes on time, unlike your dumb ass. Most business owners, you're not because you're a degenerate. Because you're a degenerate. Because you're a degenerate. I said what I said. I don't need validation, honey. I am validated in real life. I'm validated in real life. I am validated in real life.
understand why the making is such a low.
You are a
Just because you have voices like this,
you
don't wind up into
whatever.
in this.
You love to denigrate black women like you call Patty like you call me names, like you call black women that are intelligent black women. You are a degenerate. You are a degenerate. I said what I said. You always want to center yourself and talk about you're the smartest person in business, but all the business decisions you seem to make are quite poor, and they don't seem to be quite smart because you overpay and you keep giving the government your money, and it seems like your business decisions aren't quite smart, sir. So don't come giving people business advice when you're not making smart decisions in business. Thank you.
Also, the wild thing about what he said is that he actually,
Are you guys actually settling it? Because you talked
what he actually said earlier was he was talking about his personal insurance. First off, he wasn't actually talking about his business insurance earlier. This is a classic TC move where he's moved the goalposts yet again. Because that actually isn't the same thing as what he was talking about. Philip, I'm going to move you down. Oh no, my finger slipped. Okay, so again, TC was talking about personal insurance earlier because we were all talking about personal insurance earlier. You know how I know that? We were talking about the exchanges. And the people who are buying their bikes personal, even if you're a business.
He has his mic open. Yeah, he has his mic.
If you're a business and you have your people go to the exchange, they're still buying it personally. Right? So what TC was talking about getting a refund back against health insurance when it comes to the exchanges is something that happens on your personal taxes. Do you understand that, TC, or do you want to explain to me how I'm wrong?
What's a 60 month?
So you don't know the answer to the question?
And
Do you not know the answer to the question, TC? Because the thing is, like, you're talking to me about being a businessman and you don't even understand the basics of how health insurance works. Which makes me know that you're probably not giving your employees very good health insurance. You're also not handling your money very well, which means that your business is probably suffering because of your leadership.
Yeah.
Because if you were being smart about your own taxes, you wouldn't be making choices that you're telling us that you're making here on this stage. Because if you're overpaying, so you have to get a healthcare refund at the end of the year, it means that you didn't get interest off of that money over the course of the year. And even though that's not a lot of money, there's absolutely no reason for you to give that money to the government. Why would you do that? It makes no sense.
Your people insurance, and if so, what are the percentages? Tell us that. Tell us the real truth. Give us concrete numbers that really applies to you.
Okay,
So
Sophie, I'll answer that question.
some numbers.
Sophie, I'm going to answer the question. Okay. It starts with 47 and it ends with 60. Ask Aaron what's in between.
It's amazing.
This is not 14. It's not 14, Aaron. It's not 14.
It's amazing. You can't answer the basic question.
Okay, let's do this.
It's amazing how I was schooled.
7 plus 7 here.
And you got it wrong repeatedly before when it comes to math.
No, it's not the same.
44, you said 46, and the only two possible answers were 45 and 40.
I was driving. I was only getting.
Yeah, absolutely, you got that wrong. Absolutely, you got that wrong. And then you talked about 50%, and then you talked about 50% of 53 is 27, which is interesting in its own right. And then you couldn't explain why you said 50% in the first place. What did that refer to? You still can't explain what the 50% referred to. Because half of Republican senators are not for extending subsidies. It's not a thing that actually is or is real or you can substantiate. Because you're talking out of the wrong, always do. Because you're not an intelligent person.
What did I say half of 54 was?
You said half of 53. Or you said 54 now? Because 54 is the wrong number.
No, I said 54 because
Which is the wrong number.
56. Don't lie.
Oh God. This really is not.
27.
We the people, and this is what happens in Congress. Y'all sit up and argue about shit that don't fucking matter. What are we talking about right now? We were having a conversation, and now we talk. Now I asked y'all to do the math, but not this kind of math. This ain't it. What's going on?
All right, so let's just do some math here real quick because Aaron thinks he's ready to get into
No, let's move from numbers. You can't do math.
This is horrible, Aaron. Aaron, what's half of 53?
We know what half of 53 is. You did not say 53. You said 56. Hello?
You guys are digging your whole deeper now. This is what's crazy, man. You guys
What are you talking about? What are you doing?
This embarrassment.
This is the Trump.
All right, let's get it moving.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what he's trying to get
He's
at.
just going, he's talking in circles because this is what he likes to do. So.
Exactly.
Don't
This is
even
what I was saying
understand this
before.
anymore,
It's like
Aaron.
this dude
He
is
does.
just like a grenade in any
It's
conversation.
just
Like he does
ridiculous.
absolutely nothing.
He does this all the time. It's not.
So let's go back to where we were, which is actually First Lady's question about like how does this actually get resolved? And the way that I think it actually gets resolved, hopefully, is that Democrats don't blink, which is possible because they do that. But let's hope that they don't. And then what's going to happen is there's going to be a whole bunch of people in Republican districts who are going to go, wait, all you have to do, or Republican states really, all you have to do is extend the subsidies to these people and we can be done with this. And they're going to start to feel the pressure. And especially the ones who are up in 2026 are going to really feel the pressure. And I think that they're going to start to pressure John Thune and other Republican leaders, Donald Trump, to try to make something happen because it's actually hurting them in their districts. Their constituents are going to be angry, and eventually they will fold. And if they don't, we've got much bigger problems because then they just don't care about democracy at all.
We already know they don't care about democracy. We already see this playing out.
But it's impacting more than just healthcare, guys. I mean, we have to look at the bigger picture. It's a lot of other pieces that are falling apart. We're looking at now that as of the 1st of November, food stamps are going to be cut off throughout the United States. Right? I actually just read an article in the Army Times that Doug Collins, who is the head of the VA, has asked the courts and lost in the courts for them to stop VA appeals that are going through for veterans. And he lost for a panel of judges to stop veterans appeals going through the VBA currently because they said they didn't have enough money that if veterans won their appeals to pay them because of the Congress shutdown. So this is a trickle effect that is happening, guys. It's not just the healthcare piece that's being impacted. It's a lot of things that are being impacted all the way around. And I want us to see that the day that people keep pointing fingers at the Democrats. But the reality is this is a Republican Congress. Point blank period. And they have the power to reopen Congress. And they can fix this problem. And we gotta stop letting folks repoint the finger back at Democrats. They can reopen Congress. They gotta quit the crap and they gotta come to the table. They gotta come to the table with some honesty and they gotta stop going back and not doing what they're supposed to do. Because here's the thing, they're not holding town halls with their citizens. Every time they go back home, they're going back home and they sitting around and they're smoking cigars, but they're not meeting with their citizens. Let me tell you, Republicans are not meeting with their citizens. And people are asking them to meet in town halls because they're hurting. When the farmers are asking them to come meet with them, they don't want to meet with them because they don't want to answer the questions. That's what's really happening.
You know, because at the top of the year when they were holding town hall, they were getting their asses handed to them.
That part, miss.
And a lot of Republican leaders told senators to stop having town halls months ago.
Yeah, but people don't want to talk about that. People don't want to talk about the reality is this is a Republican frigging shutdown. Own it. Schumer's name doesn't change what it is. Y'all are the majority. You guys are the majority. You are the majority.
One thing I haven't been able to understand or comprehend at all is they tout stacking votes. They talk about being the majority. They talk about, getting their way with everything. However, they dodge blame when things don't go their way, or when they do go their way, and yet it's not beneficial to the masses.
It's wild to me. It's wild to me.
The bottom line is that they just don't care about people. Like, it's a grift. It's a grift, it's a grift, it's a grift. Which is why the people who are getting the contracts from the government are big donors. It's why, they're extorting money from businesses so that they, get lawsuits from DOJ waived. So they basically get their way. They get, permits approved, mergers approved, so on and so forth. They just have to, they have to kiss the ring. They have to pay money to the boss. It's mafia shit. But it's the only way to understand all this. And there's people who supposedly used to care about things like democracy and the best ideals, the highest ideals of the United States of America. Those people have either disappeared because they drew a line in the sand and they were removed from the party, or they just completely capitulated. Like someone like Chuck Grassley, who used to be the sort of person who would wave the flag and talk about, the institutions of the United States and how important they were, and the Senate, and this, that, and the third. Now you have Pam Bondi go in and take a shit in his hearing room, and he does nothing about it. It's just a big grift. They don't care about the people. And the most important thing the Democrats can do is to demonstrate that to the American people, that one party is just a bunch of crooks. And they're not serving the interest of the people. And the more they can expose that, the more they should do it.
So that point, will that sector of the American people care? Because they voted for it.
Crooks will stick together. Crooks, pedophiles, all you pedophiles, you crooks, you rapists, you bunch of losers, you bunch of folks who talk about women, talk down to women. That's all y'all do. Telling women that they gotta have bass in their voice when they talk and all kinds of bullshit. That's what y'all about.
The problem here is that they don't give a fuck that they're crook. They turn their head. The American people know what these people are about. They know they're not for them, but there are other things that they align with them more on that they're willing to turn their head on it. They don't care.
I think there's a lot of truth to that, Sonny. I don't think American people really understand the scale of the grift that's going on right now. Like, for example, when Donald Trump demands $230 million from the Department of Justice because they prosecuted him or investigated him at least, like, that is not something the things that people are going to keep learning about that I don't think they're going to be okay with over time. And I think most of the people who are like the persuadable voters leak in a little bit.
And solutions. And you know what? They don't want democracy. And you know what? There's no reason they could have like their own governance. In a way, I don't know. We'll find a solution. Maybe not. If those that are peaceful, then maybe we can take control of the education system.
Ego. Is he gone? Oh, he's gone.
Oh, he's gone.
Well, so what do people like that really believe? Does he think that you guys should what does he think should happen?
He basically has two connections in his head. One is that there are only two possible options. One is a two-state solution, and the other one is to basically create a one state with equal rights. And if you are saying no to one, it means that you say yes to the other. And that is one kind of way that he understands things. So when we talk about why a two-state solution cannot happen, he hears in his head that we're actually advocating for a one-state solution. And the second thing is that I don't know that if it's like a genuine confusion or not, but there are the people that believe in Eretz Israel Shema, the full Israel, which basically it's the same shape that the Palestinians are using when they talk about Palestine. That this is all Jewish land. He sees it as a bad thing. They see it as no, Judea and Samaria is part of us. Even like they could have like a legal claim that when the British mandate left, since they did not accept the partition plan, then the new established government basically inherits the borders of the previous governments, which is the British mandate. And legally, the entire land is ours, especially after it was conquered by Jordan and annexed by Jordan. And we conquered it, it was not a Palestinian state. And the only reason that we are in this is because of the entire international debate.
Who do you suppose you got that jury?
What?
Who do you suppose you got that jury?
Exactly. I wanted to say it, but I cannot say it because it never comes out of my mouth correct. So thank you for saying it.
That's why I
Say it again. Say it again so if people want to look and understand what it is.
Who do you suppose you got that jury?
Which is a legal term which basically means what I said before, that the new governing body inherits the borders of the former governing body. Yudis thought that those are Jewish.
Look, we know this much. That Jordan had the land from 48 to 67 and did not for 1 minute think of creating a Palestinian state. And nobody called on them to do so. I'm not aware of any calls on Jordan from 48 to 67 to create a Palestinian state.
But does that surprise you, or?
No, I mean it's that the whole Palestinian movement is just a way of continuing the war to keep Israel from existing.
I mean, this seems like the Palestinians have more of an objection to be ruled under a Jewish state. So, I don't understand why you bring that up.
Well, to the extent that they thought that they deserved an independent country from 48 to 67, there's no record of an independence movement. There's no record of the people of Gaza saying we should be independent. It's a claim that was invented. And to the extent people think that they are a people with nationalhood who deserve a country, there's no historical, it's the whole origin of the movement seems to be a rejection of Israel, not a rejection of anything else.
It's surprising you, shapeshifter. Sorry.
Yeah, finish chewing. Yeah.
And I'm saying it should surprise you when you're saying, oh, is that, I'm done.
Okay.
I'm just saying it should surprise the pro-Palestinian people that Jordan never tried to create a Palestinian state because we have been told that Palestinian statehood is the goal. If Jordan had the opportunity to create a Palestinian state, and if Palestinian statehood was in fact the goal, we should be surprised that Jordan did not create a Palestinian state. So when Randy says they didn't create a Palestinian state, it's not surprising to Randy because Randy doesn't think that Palestinian statehood is the goal. Jordan wouldn't want to create Palestinian state. It should be surprised Palestinian statehood is the goal because if Jordan didn't create a Palestinian state, do you think the actual goal really is?
Yeah, that was really hard to follow.
I'll make it even simpler. Okay, if you believe that they are people who desperately deserve their own country, then why there's no mention of it from 48 to 67?
And my answer is because they are an indented people. They are what's the word I'm looking for? Migrant workers who came from about 5 different countries. They don't have a distinct, their clans, their tribes, but there's no famous Palestinian poet, no famous Palestinian king. There's no marker of an independent people before 67.
But using your own logic against you, though, why would the Jews, especially ones that were inhabiting Israel, deserve the country there for themselves?
You're late to the room. You're late to the room, and so you will not be. I'm dealing with one thing right now, and if you don't understand the origins of Zionism, we'll have that conversation later on. You're just late to the room. Thank you.
You talked about state.
It's not about deserving, but I think this is what people are mistaken with the Palestinian cause. It's about creating a state. When the Zionists came, they didn't say, oh, bring us a state. They transformed and they build infrastructure, they build like government bodies and judicial bodies, and like this is how you create a state.
You guys were given, you guys the League of Nations basically allowed you to.
Yeah, no one gave, that's nonsense, dude. Let's not dump the conversation down, okay?
Okay, so here's my this is what I think is a more accurate narrative. Let's start with the fact that the Palestinians are one of the only 2 kind of peoples in the Middle East, aside from the Lebanese, that have the longest continuous connection to the land. Can I make, before everybody starts getting all excited, can I finish making my points? And then we can debate. So, okay, I just appeal to Daniel, like, if I'm going to be interrupted, then I'll just leave.
I'm just saying, you're going to make a few points, why not, if you make...
I'd like to make 3 points. Are you okay with that? If that's not okay with you, I'll just leave. That's totally fine.
Right, you've been served. You're number 14, remember?
Daniel, can I make 3 points?
Just how the...
Can I make... Okay. You're okay if I make 3 points without being interrupted?
I'm saying, go
I'm
ahead.
saying that it's harder to have a discussion with 3, but go ahead.
Okay, all right. The first point I made. The second is that the Palestinians, including the Palestine Arab Congress that existed in 1920, yes, they rejected the idea of Zionism, and to that extent, part of their movement was in response to rejecting Zionism. The third point is that Palestinians get to choose and who they want to be ruled by. And yes, they prefer the Arabs than the Jews.
They are Arabs.
Yeah, so you said in the beginning that they are like a distinct group, the Palestinians that believe in that. So yes, there were Arabs that lived on the land, but not every person that was in the land in 1948 is original Palestinian, because we also know that hundreds of thousands of them immigrated during the British mandate and the Zionist movement, because again, referring to what I said before about building a nation, there was a lot of work. And it was growing and people immigrated there. So not everybody, yes, they were, of course, they were also Jews there, but hundreds of thousands of them also immigrated. Also Jews, by the way.
But they came because of opportunities created by the Jewish settlers. The
have a higher percentage of Levantine DNA than the Jews that live there. That doesn't matter. So they're
So American Indians have a higher percentage of DNA than you. So are you going to leave?
No, but you guys are calling us Arabs and somehow not being native whatsoever to the land.
Levantine is not Israel, okay? Levantine is, again, when I say immigrated, they immigrated from the Levant, okay? I'm not saying that they immigrated from the North Pole. But the Levant is a big place. Syria is the Levant.
Still in Syria.
Okay, do you guys have... Okay, so as far as I recall, there were about, 800,000 to 1 million Palestinians living there, and there were about 80,000 Jews. So we want to talk about...
When?
In the 20s and 30s.
When?
So
No.
that's not true.
Okay.
In 1937, there were roughly 500,000 Jews.
But what is your point?
My point is, again, the first point I made is that they are, aside from the Lebanese, the group with the longest continuous connection to the land there. And if
Palestinians?
Yes. And the secondary point is,
But what do you mean?
Let me finish and we talk about it afterwards.
But this is what I was talking before. When you finish, and I didn't get an answer because this is exactly the point.
no, I didn't get an answer because everybody started jumping in.
So there were Arabs there, but you're making now is a distinct group calling them Palestinians. Even like if I would see documents, even written by Arabs, they were called the Arabs of Palestine. By the way, so were the Jordanians. And the Jordanians are not called Palestinians anymore. And the British mandate was also Jordan.
South Syrian Arabs.
And there was South Syria, like in the document that we talked about, Yaakov, the definition of the Nakba, or whatever the name is, the origin of the Nakba, then he called the people there the Arabs of Palestine.
Right, but they themselves call themselves South Syrians.
So amongst them, yes, there are probably a group of Arabs that's been living there for generations. But when we now say Palestinians, we are talking about, I don't know, millions or hundreds of thousands if you go back to 1948. Those are
living there for a century,
not the hundred thousands. Not the hundred thousands.
Okay, if you can provide a source, I'll read it.
What, the immigration of Arabs to
Yeah, if you can provide a source that suggests that the 800,000 to 1 million Palestinians that have been there since the 20s and 30s all immigrated there around the same time as the Jews, then I'll read it.
I'm not saying they all. Again, I didn't say all, and I emphasized a few times that there were Arabs that were living there and many that immigrated there.
Okay, how many?
I don't know how many exactly. I can check. I'm just saying.
You provide a source. Yeah, I'll read your source.
So there were Arabs living there, and there were Arabs that came, and according to the definition, anyone that basically lived from 46 until 48 on the land is considered a Palestinian, even if you immigrated in 1945.
I'm going back to the 20s.
Right.
The Ottoman Turks are great demographers. They took the census, and they have the data and cared about it.
The British also did censuses in the 1920s. They're the only ones in the earliest that were recorded. There weren't that many Jews.
There were
more Christians than Jews.
That's correct.
There were tens of thousands. And nobody says
Tens of thousands isn't what I saw. That's not the numbers that I saw when I read the census.
The Jews were excluded from
normal. That's not what the census, the British census said. I did. Hold on. That's exactly what I just told you. That's exactly. Hold on. Forget it. Well, I would just advise anybody who's interested to go look it up yourself because there is a fact.
What should I look up?
Of what year?
No, it's all right.
You're triggered, man. Relax, boy.
I'm just asking for you. Nobody is triggered. Conversation.
Yeah, I believe it was the 1922.
Yeah, okay, I've seen that movie.
The Jews, I mean, the story with the Jews is that they were expelled from the land. They were kicked out from the land, okay? And there was always Jewish presence, but the ties of Jews around the world was always to, like, Jerusalem and to this land. And they came back. It's a unique story. I get it. And, people try to always compare everything to this or to that or to this. It's a unique story. And when we came back, Israel was occupied by the British.
You can't, but after centuries or even thousands of years, somehow claim that this land is yours because you're part of some diaspora.
Why not?
Facility.
First of all, you won't
Because
claim.
it's silly. Nobody.
Why not?
Like,
I don't think
it's
it-
like,
I
common
don't
sense.
think it is silly.
Now to go back to where you came from, Pepe.
See, I support Israel, but it's like these weird fucking, this hospital bullshit you guys do is so stupid.
I don't like the word Steve. Let me answer because you're addressing. I'm not talking about a claim, okay? The claim is something that we can tell ourselves, okay? Going back, we didn't come and claim the
You
land.
don't have to honor your origin story, just like we don't have to honor Muslims who claim that any land that was Muslim belongs to them.
Listen to the word that I said, okay? I said this claim is something that we can only tell ourselves. So you are correct. This is not something that you are supposed to accept. It was never presented to you to accept. You're not listening to me. You're arguing with yourself. I actually said the exact same thing. This claim of this land is ours is something that we can tell ourselves, not to others. So this is why we never came and claimed the land, okay? That was never like we come and we put a flag and say it's ours. No, the people immigrated there, they were fighting the colonial forces, which were the British, and they created a state. They didn't come and claim it.
You mean colonial forces? But what were you guys? I mean, you guys are foreigners fighting for a piece of land that wasn't yours against another colonial force.
So this is where we see it differently. We are not a colony of no one. We are a nation that has been kicked out of their home, of their kingdom, and went outside, and we went back. We're not a colony of anyone. The British were colonizing because Britain is in Europe, while their forces were in the Middle East.
Where were the Jews from? They were overwhelmingly
They were from Israel.
The Jews came from Judea and Israel, which is where we are today.
So you tell me once again you bombed the King David Hotel where one had stayed in the Middle East? Of course they weren't.
What is the colony? Stop talking all over the place. You were talking about how did the Jews get to Europe, okay? Like, do you think Judaism started in Europe? I mean,
we know where it came from. Nobody's denying that.
And the Jews are a nation.
Jesus comes from Jerusalem. Okay, so should I be able to go there and claim the fucking land is mine?
No. Let me ask you a question, Pepe. How do you claim the U.S.?
The nation. I'm talking about the nation.
I claim because I live here. My parents live here. Okay, I'm gonna take you over your house. So nobody else. Yes, but the agreement here to right is that you immigrate here. You get citizenship.
Can you speak up a little bit?
There were already people here, Pepe. They were Native Americans, and you came here and you claimed it as part of your culture. But you should go back to where you're from.
No, I didn't. And it's people before me. However, here's the difference. I'm not using some Hasbro bullshit to make it sound like, oh, it was so peaceful. We did nothing wrong. It was our home.
Yeah, no one is saying that.
We know what the British did to the fucking natives. We know all
Nobody, it's a strong horse. Nobody is saying that it was all peaceful and bullshit. Jews were treated as second-class citizens.
And you guys treated them like shit too. You guys are not perfect.
Jews were Timmies all over the Middle East.
Okay, you're gonna act like they were.
I don't understand how you came here. Why is your presence in the USA legitimate, but Jews who go back to Israel is not?
I didn't say yours isn't legitimate. I'm saying that all of the Hasbro you justify it to make you guys seem like you're nothing but fucking saints.
You live in a place where American Indians used to live.
Yes, and the difference is I acknowledge that.
No, but I don't understand. There's 2 million Arabs. There's 2 million Arabs who are Israeli citizens. So why didn't kick everybody out?
What about the millions of people? What about the millions of people that are being? Yes, but what about the millions of people that are living without representation, living like absolute fucking filth? Okay, in the West Bank and particularly in Gaza.
Okay, now you're talking now. Let's talk.
Respond to that.
Somebody respond to it because this guy is just needs a thing. Explain to us
how you justify living here when millions of Native Americans were killed and dispossessed.
The country was made by Europeans who came here. The language, the culture, everything. Our government all comes from the Europeans that came here. Now, here's what I say about history. You guys created a place.
Stop yelling. He's talking over me.
You guys created a aboriginal country in the Middle East, and that is Israel. You guys built it. I think you guys should keep it. But this stupid, all of this gay shit about your origin story, it's really off-putting.
You're gay shit, dude. Okay? Let other people talk. You brought down the conversation. Your stupidity has brought down the conversation. You're gay shit. Take your gay shit and
If I may, for a second. So, Pepe, thank you. I appreciate it. I think this is a really good conversation. Right? How do individuals, how do we morally, right, and morally and ethically, philosophically today, how do we justify any type of movement, right? We have already established, so there's an established government now, and we do it by exchange of what we refer to as private property. So there's private property. How do we make a claim when we move anywhere in the United States? We have to buy that private property, right? That private property is an ownership of the nation, okay? So it's part of the U.S. If it's not owned by a private citizen, it goes back into the hands of the U.S., right? So now we're talking about the complexity of there's Locke's labor theory, a whole bunch of different of how you attain property when it's not claimed, okay? But the thing is it was claimed. There were pieces of property. Jews that came in to Palestine and they
it wasn't claimed.
Okay, correct. Hold on. So according to Locke's labor theory of law, when I say claimed, I'm referring to a person that sat there and had mixed their blood with a piece of land. Irrespective of who the government was, who the land it is, a human being mixing their blood and sweat with a piece of land, that is their claim to that land now. That's private property.
If I have land and I rent it to you and you work the land, it means that the land is yours, I own it and I give it to you you rent it from me.
Well, let's be clear. John Locke was a philosopher, not a legal theorist. And he's the foundation of the United States of America.
He also was a white colonizer.
Yeah, it's a political theory. It's not law, and it has nothing to do with people who are tenant farmers who don't own the land that they're working on, and just work on it. So, as nice as it sounded, I'm not sure of the parallels.
I appreciate that. So you just explained law is derived by what? Moral theory. We don't derive law just based on nothing. We have a basis. We've come together. We've logically looked at things, and then we've built law based on mortgage. So it's absolutely insane and asinine to say that that's not how. Yes, that's how we derive law. Let me just finish. Sorry, I'm going to distract. So what we're talking about is how unclaimed land, right? This was already claimed. Okay, now who was in 1919?
It was claimed by the Muslim colonizers. I understand also this word claim. Like, what does it mean? Owned? Like, what do you mean claim? Like, you put a flag and it's yours? Because we just agreed that just coming and claiming something is not legitimate.
You guys call them the Muslim colonizers. I mean, the Ottoman Empire owned it, but most of those people were not fucking Turks. Like, this is silly. They were colonized people when the Israelis came in, or excuse me,
How did they get there?
Jews from outside came in.
How did they get there in the first place?
They've been going into that area of the world for what, since the last
How did they get there from Saudi Arabia because Muslims call it
They
Saudi
didn't
Arabia.
come from Saudi Arabia.
Well, why the fuck aren't they from
Saudi
Saudi Arabia?
No, because
Tell them to go back to
there's an
Arabia.
Arabization.
Go back to Arabia.
They're not Arabs. You're acting like
Even they say they're
the Saudi Peninsula. They're not.
Even they say they're
They're Arabized people.
Arab Muslims.
Yeah, they're Arabized.
How did they get Arabized by the Arab colonizers and Arabized?
Yes, they were colonized people. Like
Well, fuck the Arabs, they're the colonizer.
Okay, but not that. The Palestinians were the colonized.
This man knows nothing about the topic. He has zero knowledge.
I happen to have Marshall McLuhan right here.
All Bima was trying to say was that there were Palestinians that lived there for centuries, paid taxes to the people that colonized them, including the British and the Ottomans. And they also had deeds to their property, and so that is the claim. Why is this so hard to understand, guys? Just
Because it ruins their narrative that they're decolonizing the Middle East.
For all you weak men that can't listen to a woman, she discarded what I said.
No, a lot of the property one is called absolutely, and a lot of it was.
She hardened it?
Wow, shut up, everybody, for a second. A lot of the property was owned by Arabs that were not living on the land. For example, some of those Turks, and they rented it. Now, the Jews, some of them bought this from the landowners at triple the price, and the people that were on the land were not necessarily the landowners. So yes, it's not about that.
Was approximately 10%.
What's the point? Like, the point is we bought it at more like the high of the price, like high price,
6 to 8%.
From the owner.
6 to 8%, and 55% was
Also false, buddy. Also false. You know,
Cite
the
your
lie
sources.
to get
Cite your sources.
I'm
Cite your sources.
What did you say?
How much do you want? It's just a bunch of bullshit. So, I want to put this hang on.
Okay, so when you say 6 to 8%, you're talking about out of the total that was owned by individuals, or out of the entire land?
Jews purchased 6 to 8%.
No, this is not right.
1 second, guys. I'm not asking a question. 6 to 8% of what?
The entire land.
He has no idea.
Okay, so shut up, please. I don't like to shout, and I don't like to shout. No, please. No, please. If you want, I tell you, I cannot do this. It's really like.
Well, how come I can't talk with one day? You go when you're not.
You're an idiot. Not the same that
You interrupted a lot. So I'm trying to tell everybody.
I mean, he just left because he got triggered by hormones and drugs.
I don't think it was far.
It's not being helpful. It makes me shout, and it's about the conversation.
I agree with that.
It makes you like too, because otherwise everyone jumps in and takes it to a meeting to show
Choose our champions. The champions.
So the 6 to 8% that they keep on talking about, they're basically comparing how much land was bought out of the entire land, including, for example, the Negev Desert, or like anything that was not populated. I want to know the 6 to 8%, how much is it if we compare it to the actual land that was owned by individuals? Because the other land was not Palestinian land.
Correct. You're saying it was state-owned. It was owned by the
This is what
state.
I wanted to ask you. Like you said, from the entire land. And I wondered how much the rest was owned by Palestinians. And this is what I was getting to.
Listen, you're a fucking giant, Daniel. Okay, you're a giant, right? But, yes, and very few people can go against you.
Puritans and John Locke and all that. I have one theory for you. I want to explain something to you. After World War II, Russia, USSR, which won the war, they redrew a map. They said this part used to be Poland, now it's Ukraine. And they said to the ethnic Polish people who lived in this area, you have a choice. You can stay here or you can leave, because this is not Poland anymore. If you speak Polish, if you're part of Polish culture, if you want to be the Catholic Church, you should leave, because this is now Ukrainian, Russian Orthodox, and everything else is going to be for the USSR. And they left. And it didn't matter how many centuries their family had worked the land or built houses or owned businesses. They left. And after the Israel Independence War, 850,000 Jews left the Middle East, the Arab world. So things happen. You know, John Locke, these are nice theories, but things in the real world happen. People move. What's unprecedented is the way the Arabs have kept the Palestinian refugees in camps and limited their rights and restricted their everything around the world, around the Middle East. Kept them in certain jobs. We should be blamed for this.
Look what they did to them in Jordan. Unbelievable that you would turn to Israel and blame us for the situation that you guys created. So, at the end of World War I, which the Ottoman Turks lost, the League of Nations was formed because all the empires were formed. The Spanish, the French, the Ottoman, the British, and the lands were returned to their indigenous people. It's true for the Arabs, who got 22 states and all of the oil, and it's true for the Jews. It's also true for the Central Asian states, which were then gobbled up by the Soviet Union. It's the same principle that was used to divide up South America when the Spanish Empire fell. It's the same principle that's used all over the world. The indigenous people were allowed to assert their self-determination. And that's the agreement that the Jews bought into. Never once did the Jews say, oh, the Arabs can't have their own nations. We want your land. No, Israel never said that. Israel said, thank you. And what did the Palestinians say? The Palestinians said, we are going to kill you. We're going to push you into the sea. Not just the Palestinians, so-called Palestinians, the Egyptians, the Saudis, the Jordanians, the Lebanese, right? So they attacked on May 15, 1948. And what happened? They lost and Israel won. And that's the situation we're in today. That the indigenous people were given a homeland. Some of them accepted it, and then we have a state today like Israel, and some of them did not accept it. And this is the problem that they find themselves in. They're determined not to have their own state. They're determined to kill the Jews. And we're sorry for not accommodating you. We're not going to let you do it. That's the whole story. That was directed as much at you, Pepe, as anybody else. So we don't have to say that we're virgins, Pepe, or that we're saints or anything like that. Our ties to the land are well known. They're universally acknowledged. And we have an independent state. And if our neighbors want to live peacefully, they can have one too, no problem. But if they don't want to live peacefully, then we're going to give them the war that they demand.
Randy, I know you keep saying like dismissing the theories, like the labor theories and such, as it not being important. It's not important if you want to appeal to law, but if you want to have the moral discussion, right, then that's absolutely necessary, right? That's a
moral discussion. Great, let's have that moral discussion.
On today's episode of the First
Okay,
Step
so different ways that people can morally and ethically, depending on which position you want to take, so people can acquire land. There's lots. Natural rights theory. Okay, so that means when you mix your labor with it and nobody else's rights are violated, then that's your moral claim, right?
So everybody has a claim.
Do you disagree?
Does that mean, just so I understand, does that mean that the slaves who worked on the land in the South own that land? Are you making a legal case that those slaves who worked in the South should get ownership of the land?
She was making a moral case. She was making a moral case. That's what. Forget the legal.
Thank you, Simon. Slaves in the South had every right to slaughter, to kill their slave masters. Forget land rights. We're talking about private property. You have them. Okay, and that's why you would have been a slave. And unfortunately, that's a pretty scary claim. Hold on, if someone's enslaving you, that's crazy. I don't even know what to say to that. You're trolling.
Are you saying it's morally speaking? Forget legally, because legally those slaves would have been, apprehended and caught if they killed the slave masters. But morally, you should be on the side of slaves who are.
We're now down some ridiculous rabbit hole of the United States, as usual. So I want to hear a moral claim about Israel, not some bullshit about the United States.
I can't believe I just heard that. That's brilliant.
The moral case for Israel is that there wasn't anything going on in the land. People came, people bought land, people developed the land.
Nobody says that. Nobody says that. Here's what they say, Simon.
No, those are Jews, but those are Jews that did that.
No, Israel is not saying that. Israel is saying
this is popular theory.
Why are you applying something that?
Because this is the moral case for why Jews own the land. This has nothing to do with like historical, like Jews have been here for 2,000 years. Like this is a moral case for why Jews live there and have developed the land and then have.
And she's trying to make the same argument as to why the Palestinians don't live there.
I'm trying to have this conversation on Normal. If you were ever patient to be able to have it, you should take
Even if we take this route, we're going to end up with a moral case for Israel to defend their land. So I don't know why you are scared about arguing this way. Because either way, whether you make the claim, the historical claim, or the biblical claim, or the moral case for private property, as Simon is saying, is like you're still going to end with Israel having the right to own that land. So there's no reason why you wouldn't need to entertain this.
We do own the land. That ship has sailed. It's ridiculous to even debate the existence of Israel. It's just
no one is debating the existence of Israel. I think that what she was trying to make the claim is like, okay, by comparing it to the slaves, it's like, okay, well, but even when people were being oppressed, and I think that's where she was wanting to go. I don't know, but I'm just making a wild guess. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe she was trying to make a comparison between slaves and Palestinians, saying, okay, if they're being oppressed, if they want to have access to the land, they need to fight for it and they need to defend it. Now, whether they can defend it or not, that is another question. Because Israel has defended their land. Israel has got the moral right to that land.
Wait, just for clarification. Okay, because I saw the form as well. So are you equating the occupation to like slaves?
No, I never said that. Someone else asked the question about slaves, and that was never my point. I was thinking off of what Pepe was saying, and what we're talking about is just the moral claim to land, rightful ownership. We were bringing up the fact that it's not a good argument to make some moral claim to land because of your heritage.
We can advocate for the Zionism, go back to the land, but we cannot just come and say, hello,
We have
Jew, this is my home, please leave, because it's ancestral homeland. And so there's a difference between having a claim for yourself, which is legitimate, you know, we believe that this is completely, you know, all our history, all our religion, all our holidays, everything is to do with that place. But this is something we can say to ourselves only, not to others. That's it. So it's completely moral, but we're not using it on others. That's it. Very important to understand the distinction.
It's not the argument Israel is making right now.
That is such an honest and wise and smart thing to say. Daniel?
Honestly, I don't really hear any like real arguments being made to say like, oh yeah, like my great grandfather lived here, therefore this is my like nobody really makes that argument. Or not.
Some people make that argument, whether that is the claim or the right way of defending it, like in the international arena, that's another question. As Daniel is saying, it's like, yeah, they can make that claim for themselves, but that is very weak if you try to present it as evidence, you know.
Yeah, that's basically where I was getting at, because like I can't go with France or Canada and say, hey, my grandparents are from here. You're assholes. They're gonna laugh at me. They're telling me to fuck off. And so like if I say like, oh, as a Catholic or as a Christian, I somehow I deserve to be here or there. Well, I would say I wouldn't honor a Christian argument, just like I won't honor a Jewish or a Muslim justification. Yes, you said that you only say it for yourselves, but unfortunately,
No. But this is where your thing is falling apart.
What happens is that we are always bullshit. We're decolonizing. We're doing this and that.
Because the constitution of the state of Israel has nothing to do about like, oh, here is where my grandparents were. No, that had other connotations, other backgrounds, It was given to them and they bought the land in many cases.
Yeah, I mean, let's not whitewash, but there was land taken. But I mean,
I'm sure that not 100% of the land was legally or whatever acquired. I'm sure that there must have been like a few occasions in which that was not the case, you know.
Not based on this claim, basically. Not based on like it's our claim.
No, that's baseless. Yeah, that's baseless. Like, but the reality is that, yeah, I mean, like, this was just like Palestine. Look at the for different people. This is the whole movie. This is all Let's just make this honest. Purchase land, cultivated land.
It's like what Sheikh said before.
Modern property theory.
It's like what Sheikh said before, that the Jews bought only 6 to 8% of the land. And then I asked Sheikh, out of what? And he said the entire land. Basically, is including land that was not occupied by others, also not by Arabs, not owned by Arabs. Like, I think about a third or more than this land is desert. So I would like to ask you, I would like to understand, I would just like to understand if you have 6 to 8%.
You will call it the Tao because Tao means great.
No, it's 6 to 8% of what is today Israel.
Yeah, but we learn nothing out of this number. It's just like bullshit statistics.
No. We're
What do you mean bullshit?
No, just like it
Because
can
you
be
know,
more specific about like what constitutes that land. What are we talking about? Desert? Are we talking about
I said,
populated?
I said the land that constitutes Israel today. This is very simple, right? It's really, really simple. The UN resolution suggested that the Arabs give up 55% of the land. Okay?
No, that's not true.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
That's not true. Listen,
What it is
if I look at the map, and Jordan is way more than 50%, and then on top of Jordan, you are at least 70%.
If I give you, I know the math on this. If I give you the citation, the UN resolution, would you agree to be wrong?
No, I would say it's manipulation of numbers because I can see the map. And listen, let's open the map, okay? And tell me if you think that Israel is the size of Jordan.
I will resume this debate another day. I gotta go watch my son play basketball. But thanks for the conversation.
Well, quickly come back.
Thanks, guys.
The Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, founded in 1946 before the partition plan, was 78%. That left over 22% west of the Jordan. The partition plan gave 55% of the 22%, or if you multiply 0.55 times 0.22, you get about 0.5% of the land. Of the total, or you get 55% of the land west of the Jordan.
So this was a manipulation of the numbers because it's 12% is not like 55%.
12.5% of the total, including the entire British mandate from the beginning. But we know, of course, Jordan was created and took away 0.78 of that.
Which is a plan also. And what's the difference between Jordanian and Palestinians exactly? There's no difference.
I want to hear your math again if we've got those.
Sure. 1 equals the entire mandate when Britain got it.
Okay, you can find those for it.
The British had the Jordan and Israel.
The entire mandate.
What about Syria?
No, that was the French mandate.
Okay, good. All right, I got
The British mandate.
Okay.
Including the portion, excluding the portion that was transferred from Britain to France, which was the Golan Heights. So you have essentially what is modern day Israel, Judea and Samaria, and the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. Okay? That's one.
Yeah.
In 1946, the British unilaterally created the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, as they were allowed to under the mandate. That was approximately 0.78. Okay, so 1 minus 0.78 gives you 0.22 for the land west of the Jordan. Okay, so now in comes the UN, says we need to divide that up, and approximately 0.55% was given to the Jewish state, and 0.45% was given to the Arab state. They call it the Arab state of the partition.
I want to point out that the reason why the was because the house of Saud wasn't getting along with that. Their cousins, they were all living in Saudi Arabia, and in order to make them happy, in order to keep peace in the kingdom, so to speak, they moved the Hashemites from the Arabian Peninsula over to Jordan, gave them that whole area. They had no other claim to them. They had no other claim to Jordan.
No, I mean they had their claim was to the area, the Hijaz area, and Mecca, Medina, that sort of the western portion of the Arabian Peninsula along the Red Sea. So when they gave that to the Sauds for helping out in World War I to placate the Hashemites, they said, okay, you get this area, we're going to call it the Hashemite Kingdom. And they still, to this day, they still have not, like every so often, there's this enormous flagpole in Aqaba, which is right next to it, Eilat. It's like a 200-foot flagpole, something like that. And a couple of years ago, they flew the Hashemite kingdom flag on that flagpole, which is sort of like political theorists are trying to figure out why they do that every so often, why the king does it. It's very rare that he does it once every like 5 to 10 years. It's kind of, they think, his way of signaling, I still claim Mecca and Medina. Because he claims a direct ancestral tie to Muhammad.
Yeah, the Hashemites do claim that. Although if you talk to Jordanians, they'll say, everybody says they're related.
Yeah, literally everybody does.
Yeah. Because there's a Jordanian restaurant in New York that I go to called Grover's Tent. And I went in and said, you guys are directly related to Muhammad. I said, yeah, but
he got around it.
And by the way, some of the Jordanians have red hair. They're pale skinned with red hair and red beards.
I wonder where that came from.
Well, a friend of mine who's Arab said from the Crusaders.
From the Jews.
I thought it was story that Muhammad had a red beard, and that's even why the Pashtun people
They dye their beards.
Yeah, they dye it.
I've seen that. I've seen a lot of it.
Well, I have 3 groups of people that have red hair, the Jews. The other is the Irish. I can't remember who the third is, but it's not the Arabs.
Did you hear me say last night, Thomas, that only, except with 2 women who have red hair? Both of them named Andrea, both of them in the same year. And then
same building?
No, different colleges.
Not different colleges.
When I transferred. One of them high school year. And they're both named Andrea. Should we try to figure out what the likelihood of that?
I mean, it's astronomical, as I said yesterday.
Well, maybe we can get a number. It'd be interesting. By the way,
you have to give me the schools and the population since.
Why is that relevant?
The odds of you sleeping with a female student.
I mean, I could have slept with somebody who wasn't a student.
Yeah, but it kind of implied that she was a student. So.
When is the last day of the mayoral election? I say it starts today.
I mean, what's the day of the election?
The 4th.
It starts today, right?
Yeah. Yeah, mail-in voting.
So when does it happen? So weekend from the election day? When is that?
The 4th, I think, of November. It's a Tuesday usually.
Okay. Alright. Good luck.
Yeah, city it's gonna win.
Trump gave another deadline to Hamas of 48 hours to release the dead hostages.
Oh gosh, just another one of those.
How much is 48 plus 72?
Yeah, I was literally just about to say that. Like, what the fuck is this is what I mean, right? Like, capitulating the terrorists is fucking wild.
And the threat is, if not, then other countries that are involved in the peace process will intervene.
Damn, did you see that story a couple days ago where an ATV from a kibbutz right on the border was stolen and found inside of Gaza?
No.
Someone snuck out, broke into a house, stole the keys, and drove it into Gaza. And they found it on social media. ATV, all-terrain vehicle, 4 wheels, you were riding on the dunes.
I thought it was Buttercup.
Let me see if I can find this. I was amazed that someone could sneak after October 7th, that someone could still sneak through the fence. I'm going to find out if this is what Israeli media is saying about it. Yeah, here we go. Put it in the chat. There you go. You can read all about it.
So let's say each college had 3,000 students, which is about right.
So 51% of them would be women.
Okay. So we got 3,000 population.
Yeah, but are your proclivities towards people the same age? Like, we can get rid of some years, right? You would not be dating, like, if you were seeing, like, what year college? Okay, what year? Okay, what were you? What year were you? Freshman. Okay, so that would get rid of, I would say, the seniors, the juniors, and no, seniors and juniors. It would leave the freshmen and the sophomores, right?
I was not down to 1,500.
Okay. 1,500 women or 1,500 students? Because I'm not assuming you're gay.
700. I'm not. 750. So the likelihood of out of those 750,
it's not uniform because there's something like they have to sort of have the same outlook. Like it's probably not like evenly distributed. Oh, really? You didn't have conversations with her? You didn't try to find someone? You were just trying to screw your way through college? You didn't care about like the political outlook?
The criteria was that they liked me. Then
I don't want work anymore because I'm working every day. I never stop working.
Okay, so what do we say? There was how many students?
Well, okay, so we said 3,000. So that's after the
1,500 now. Divide that by 4 and then multiply by 2 gives you the total population set.
We'll divide it by 2, so 750.
Yeah, same thing. Yeah, 700. So 1 over 750 times 1 over 750. Well, actually, no. What percent of women have red hair?
That's a question we have to look up.
Right. So you have to take that 750 and say what percent. Let me look that up. Because that will reduce it substantially. You see how this works, right?
Yeah. Well, we're trying to define the population. By the way, this night is trick or treat night. Because it's a Saturday night. Because I've seen people trick or treat. You just got out of do that.
1 to 2%. So let's call it 2%.
Okay.
Okay.
1.5.
Okay, yeah, it's easier on math to do 1% and multiply by 2.
750, right?
1% is 750 multiplied by 2.
So that's 7.5.
So you got 15, right? Okay. So 1 divided by 15 times 1 divided by 15.
Is 1 divided by 30.
Right? Okay. Yeah.
Am I wrong about that?
So I'm just checking. It's been on a long day.
Or is it a 15th of the 15th?
No, it's a 15th times a 15th. What is a 15th? 15th is 0.06.
Well, you could do 15 times 15 to get the fraction.
0.003. So 3 thousandths.
So I had the likelihood.
You got 3. Wait, tenths, 100,000. 3 10,000ths. No, sorry, 3 10
tenths, hundredths, thousands. Yeah, 3,000ths. That's pretty slim.
Or 3 in 1,000 likelihood of that happening?
Yeah. Exactly.
3 in 1,000. Huh. I would say they were both pretty bad. I think everybody's good looking at that age. Almost everybody.
I like we figured that out.
Oh, good. Dan in the audience says that Samaritans are known for red hair.
I used Jewish people, but what's the? I know it's Scottish, Jewish, and who else again?
Well, you mentioned Samaritan.
Yeah.
Do you know
Scotland and Ireland.
Do you know who else has red hair? I mean, it's a product of mixed races. So, for example, a lot of Bosnian Muslims have red hair. Interesting.
Yeah, because they were a lot of Muslims came up north.
I believe
their way.
Slav mixed with Turks. That's what I think they are.
I thought the Levant had light hair and light eyes going back thousands of years ago.
I consider them olive skins in general. I was mentioning the Crusaders.
The Haitians were, it's my understanding, for light eye color and hair color were throughout your southern and western Asia.
Okay, so here I looked it up.
Even prominent in Europe.
So it's apparently a gene mutation called the MC1R gene, melanocortin-1 receptor. 13% of redheads come from Scotland, 10% come from Ireland, 4 to 6% come from Wales and England, 2 to 6% come from Scandinavia, specifically Norway, Denmark, and Sweden, not Finland. 1 to 3% from Western Europe, less than 1% from Eastern and Southern Europe, trace amounts less than 0.5%, Middle East, i.e. the Levant and Iran. Central Asia is rare, less than 0.5%. So, yeah, not from Asia.
No, I'm saying historically.
No, I'm saying this is historical.
But yeah,
They tested ancient mummies from the Tarim Basin.
I thought so. They find carbon dated remains, and in Asia and in the Levant, they have light eyes. It was not a rare thing to have back then.
I thought you were saying redhead people come from Central Asia.
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying I think that a lot of these traits, just light hair and light eyes in general, I think it was even more common in outside of Europe at one point.
It's not my area. Daniel, did you see the report I put in the chat? You didn't.
Oh, what happened?
Something to Israel. It's not on ATV.
If you're not familiar with it, it's one of the best footage you can get in New York City. It's created by a urban legend named George Hans. And it's going to start off with
found on video footage. Very distinct soldier
on the top of the
very distinct markings.
And one big difference with this footage
Yeah, it's
is
right back in the back. They stole it from Israel.
in Africa for those nights. So we're going to put down really well.
Brought it into Gaza.
Cooking while also having a native flavor.
Yeah,
we're going to place down
some story of Jesus. I was like, you know,
just a few seconds before snapping. So once the potato runs on top, so those can steam. I'll go into the jar. And then all we have to do is toss them off.
I saw
what you see is definitely what you get with this burger. He doesn't use any condiments on his onion burger, which is definitely a
Oh, it was the day before Yom Kippur. Sorry, it was the day before Yom Kippur, October 1st.
So I
No,
thought
it was stolen on 7th of October.
No. This is October this year.
Okay. Let me see what it is.
Rashad claimed. I don't even know that one.
Yeah, this one I also don't know if I want to go get it. I find it's so slow. It's not small.
Cash on it.
I guess it is. It's on their page, but just I'm trying to see.
Yeah, that's pretty far from. Wait, hold on. You found it on the map? I can't.
Yeah.
How far from the border?
Where is the measure tool? Not so far. But
How long will break through the border? Like 2 years after and all this shit. My Google puts it near Kitover, which is really far from Gaza.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that the thieves came from Gaza. You know, it could have been stolen by gangs in Israel and sold to Gaza. The question is, how did it?
He said he came back from shul. Do you think the story's fake in that regard?
No. Why?
Well, I meant just that it was someone didn't break in and go into Israel and steal it, that it was stolen in Israel and sold to them?
No, I'm saying that the thieves, maybe they didn't come in from Gaza, but the thieves were living in Israel, and it was sold to Gaza. There are a lot of cars that are ending up in Gaza that are stolen, and then they can't take them apart in Gaza.
There was another article that said that the keys were stolen. Hold on. Where is it? It says, on Yom Kippur, I returned from synagogue and discovered that the ATV had been stolen.
Yeah, it wasn't stolen by Gazans. It was, they could track it.
Yeah, but how does somebody even get through the fence from it's an army guy? Like, it went through a checkpoint?
No, I don't think, hold on, let me see. But I see that they kind of tracked him and they saw him in Israel and then they saw that he's close to, hold on, let me read it. Yeah, he was smuggled into Gaza. How did they smuggle it?
Yeah, that's the question. Like, how do you get? Okay, that's a lot better than someone left Gaza and came into Israel and stole it. But how does someone get it into Gaza? They paid off some army guy into Gaza.
And probably there are also like maybe there's still holes in this.
That really is very scary. It should melt away with it. It says it turns out there are still gaps in the fences during the ceasefire. Hamas is collecting powerful vehicles and tools.
Well, this is like the statement of the sister.
Yeah, I don't know if it's true or not. It's just
yeah, exactly. Because it's like going into Gaza is different than coming in from Gaza.
Yeah, still, you would think it would be pretty like. Yeah, like I can understand a tank driving into Gaza. That makes sense, but an ATV.
You see what it means? You know what an ATV is? I don't know what you call it.
Yeah.
What do you call it?
Tractor.
Tractor?
Like a tractor, but
Yeah, I was gonna say it sounds like tractor, but it's not a tractor.
no, we call it tractor. It's like something that 16-year-olds can drive or 14-year-olds. I don't know what is that.
What's the word for tractor?
Tractor.
Tractor. Okay.
Very easy. See, almost learn Hebrew now. Tractor.
Yeah, I'm trying. A lot of the modern devices are just take the English word and
Well, not computer, but yes, the rest.
what's a computer?
מחשב.
מחשב?
מחשב. From calculation, for מחשב.
Yeah, to make calculations.
Owners of Paddington Bear were a frightening puppet used on spittlage delivered to them or destroyed. Paddington and Company, along with Stephen Capel, the owners of Paddington.
Why do you dinner?
Vaguely
without hesitation. I have the right. Okay.
John. Ready?
If you think your child may have autism, it's important to act quickly. At Action Behavior Centers, we want to reduce barriers.
What is between us? This misunderstanding is over.
Your misunderstanding is not resolved.
My torment has lifted. Darkness has passed.
Your torment is of your own making, so you are not abandoned by the Most High, but you abandon Him and His Word in pursuit of your own glory. Why would you believe He has granted you mercy?
I won this battle without you. God favored me. He always has. He does still. And now I have a new champion. Slayer of giants. Why chose? Without you.
Rivian manufacturing plant here in West Normal? Well, we don't know, honestly. Rivian used to tell us it was about 8,000 people. That was enough to make it McLean County's second largest employer. But now the electric automaker is no longer willing to say how many people work at their plants in West Normal. Government data suggests it could be as many as 1,000 people, fewer than.
Always and ever. Cautious fucking liar.
The silver one, it was about the monarchy.
We have a very good chance of winning. It's going to take all.
Could be as many as 1,000.
Into property taxes is because a neighborhood which has
outside. I still got a lot of.
I know.
What TV shows would we have seen you on?
Trans video, I get it. I'll put a link in the chat. Movies and TVs that I've been on. Oh my God, that's cool.
I'd like to see that.
I do too. Surprisingly.
This is gonna be fun.
Yeah, put in the chat. I put link in the chat. Go check it out. Yes.
I don't know about you. I can't make that link work.
Is there a link in the chat? I don't see a link in the chat. I see a link in the chat. Oh, I see what's going on.
I see a paperclip.
Oh, slow. You're a little slow. Stupid ass. Stupid ass.
I was really looking.
Don't care that much, honestly.
Alright, I've lost my curiosity.
Yeah.
That's for me.
Now, can you make sure the link shows your work before you got it snipped and after? Because if I want to do the research, I want to see if it affected your ability.
Boss.
This is like fucking Danny comes in here to be abused.
It's interesting. Is that more common than I know?
Why are you
Oh yeah.
Why are you so abusive? It's like second nature. Why are you so ready to be abusive? It's second nature to you.
You probably.
Because I hate women. Especially women that were born as men.
Fucking facts. Huh.
You must be a bunch of Nazis. That's for that.
Absolutely.
Your only saving grace is you're not a blind.
That's not being
If
Nazis.
you were a fucking blind person, I would have kicked you already.
We've had our share of blind
That's
people.
like Nazis.
Ooh.
Are there lesbian
The
Nazis?
Chinese gonna come try to trigger the Jews by calling them Nazis. Ooh.
Instead of abusive, Nazis
Edgy and progressive.
So progressive. You must have voted for Kamala.
Stop being abusive, Nazis. Nazis will
Kamala
abuse you.
Harris.
Hey, dickhead, or dick between your legs. You can leave.
Abusive Nazis.
I prefer to be called a Yahtzee because sometimes people.
Yes! And they love riding him.
Well, I don't know how that's related to my medical.
Because you're a little yacht.
Oh, I was thinking Yahtzee, like dice game, but sure.
Man,
People ride me, you ride me.
ride me like a yacht.
I'm looking at a yacht right now. People are riding it. It's white, unlike point.
Yeah.
So they're riding bovines?
Pick a
La
fucking
la
song.
la 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 la. Boy's World. La 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 la. Boy's World.
Build the music. Build the work.
I wish I could make a song with Boy's World using Elmo's voice. How frustrating it must be to go from room to room just to seek abuse from gender normative people. Is it because you're jealous?
You have to unmute to talk when you take it.
Use your dick. It's probably hard right now with why we're talking to you. Anyways, we don't have to center the trade.
Dude, they fucking love coming in here though.
We only have two, and I actually like the other one. I think we only have two. Is there a third one?
That one that came in earlier that got booted that was fucking playing music for a lot.
Yeah, I actually like her. I don't know, sometimes she trolls. She's a nice enough person, but she's not being disruptive.
Who's the other one?
Just nobody came in early. I can't think of a third.
Okay. Yeah, I can't figure out third.
I mean, it would not surprise me if, we found out like Philip was a tranny or something.
Dude, I was doing a lot of thinking about Frederick actually being a neo-Nazi, and I think he probably is.
Oh, it could be.
Yeah.
Who knows? Speaking of neo-Nazis, welcome to my stage from Germany, Daniel. Daniel's World. La 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 la. La 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 la. Daniel's World.
Jeff, I think you figured out what you need to do tonight. You need to go to karaoke.
I haven't been able to find a decent karaoke spot here. This is a good idea. Maybe I will go check out a spot before I go to my normal place. I think I'll do that. I'll have a drink there, go to my place a little later. And actually, food there is decent. I may do that.
Today, Congressman John Kitover running against
Of course she's a vegan. Just my luck. Elmo's World.
la 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 la, la 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 la. Anna's here.
Looks full of barbecue going.
Is it a vegan barbecue?
No, definitely not. I smell meat. And this is a voice app, so I doubt it's the quotations meat I smell. Yo got very quiet. What the hell?
The drugs kicked in.
Sounds like it.
Doing the yoga.
It's my second time today.
Yep. In the morning and now I'm doing it again. What's grilling?
Crucial it is to have intelligence, the best possible intelligence. this is continuing a trend which Providence seems to let. This stunning, futuristic yet abandoned home looks like something out of a sci-fi movie with its bold.
I have a gold bracelet that I got.
Were you a big
Just sort of got weird all of a sudden.
Can you tell when it's not normally weird? I mean, isn't it always a little weird?
Or have to be able to set those. So that's going to be fucking damn near impossible. So, and there's also a dollar amount, right? So they're gonna have like what, 1 million micro donors.
Yeah, it's kind of it veers into conspiracy theory territory at that point.
What's that?
You talking about like the 1 million micro donors? It turns into conspiracy theory territory at that point.
What do you mean by that?
Meaning that if you got a bunch of people donating money, it's like a conspiracy.
Nature does not hurry. Get it?
Well, you can't have one overly large donor.
Once you start talking about millions, when you start talking about millions of people, why isn't my
Pictures of Triple H
why
and
isn't
Stephanie
my
Green on vacation started dropping and some fans were quick to say Triple H is out of shape. Let's pause for a second. This is the same man who gave his body, his youth, and his entire life to WWE. Today, what we see is not out of shape. What we see is a man who finally gets to live as himself, not the character, not the bodybuilder, Paul Levesque.
Got enough germs on Clubhouse.
Celebrities who were forever forgotten after their illnesses. Number one, Mark Voorhees. Lisa Turtle from Saved by the Bell was iconic in the 90s, but after publicly struggling with mental illness, Hollywood distanced itself. She's still around, still talented, but rarely given a second chance. Number two,
by not saying at first Democrats came up with the bill and the Republicans countered it. They try to make it seem like they came up first. But Amore, you're not going to come up with the shit, bro.
I can tell you what I said, but thank you. I know I have a body double somewhere. Thank you, Haitian. But with that being said, First Lady, right? With that being said, what I said is that they had a chance, because we were talking about the subject was military pay. They had a chance to pay military, not selective military, the military, this week, and they did it. That's just the bottom line to it. And I don't care what the homegirl says. You know, I love this Holly Berry military girl. I don't. Listen, Holly.
That's not my name. My name is not Holly.
I mean, you got the Holly Berry cut, you know, so you got the little Holly Berry going on.
That's not my name, and that's not my name. Thank you very much.
Razzie Belly, you know.
No, my name is Raz. Thank you very much.
Okay,
I'm
Raz.
gonna call you Amari, and you're gonna call me Raz.
I call you Raz, you call me Amari.
Thank you. That's what I call you.
Just don't call me Tyrone or late for dinner.
I won't do either one. Here we go.
Fair enough.
But that's not the truth.
Bob. Give me the bomb cut.
Good evening, y'all. I know Amari and Amari to bring that point out since the other day. But Amari,
This might be Chicago's most unique and shock-tucked incident on 1930s pharmacy. It's located right on busy Ashland Alley. I've passed this place so many times. When I finally went in, I was kind of mad at myself for not going in. This place is
Okay, so here's the thing. Hold on. Okay. I'm gonna. So who's the question? The question is who's supporting on this when they kicked out all the news outlets, all the media people because they did not agree to sign whatever notice that they gave to them stating that they only can report on what they want to report. So basically, anything that's coming out of the Pentagon, anything coming out of Congress or whatever, it's basically what they want to come out, how they want it to come out. Well, why are you looking at it? Oh, so you're not following that part either. Okay, you got that?
What is going on?
Propaganda news is all we're getting now. Hello? Thank you, Captain.
No, it's not happening today or bad.
Call by name.
Sorry, man.
Oh, yes, no, my name is not even under anything.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, but like at the end of the day, we gotta figure this out. I think the Democrats and Republicans they can open the government and then have a good
No,
faith
what
conversation.
really called what it is, the Republicans can open the government. The Democrats can't open the government when they don't have majority.
Oh, Fetterman said it this morning that he thinks they should just break the filibuster, and I that's a shit. He's also very popular. But he's a very popular. He's very popular. Yeah, but he's very popular as a Democrat in a purple state. So you should actually look how he flipped the Republican seat. Like that's.
He's not a Democrat.
He's not a Democrat.
He's like a Joe Manchin. He's common sense. He's no Joe.
There's no common sense in this. Oh my God! Like what's going on? All right, so what's next? I'm sorry, Haitian. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. These people got me going crazy. Please continue, sir.
Nah, Maury, you really lost the shit, bro. That's all I'm saying. I'll be lost in the sauce, but Fetterman is a good senator.
He even fucking come to work properly dressed.
He doesn't have to.
He looks like a dirtbag.
He doesn't have to.
Discrimination.
That's discrimination. When Zelensky comes in his daggone uniform and you all talk about him not coming dressed up. But that's discrimination. Amazing. You see how I'm calling the kettle black? I don't understand.
I think that's wrong. I think Zelensky can show up whatever he wants. I'm thinking like, what does it matter? It's about what you're coming. It's about the content of your character.
That's what our president said. He should have came to the White House in a suit in the middle of a war.
Right.
Because y'all
president's an individual, Rez.
Right, but y'all president said he should have came to his White House in a suit in the middle of
You know what I think it is? You guys think everything he says we're supposed to bow to. I understand the problem.
No, I don't think that you should do that. What I'm saying is that you say that, but I didn't hear you say that was discrimination when that side was saying it. It's fine, because at the end of the day, that's what I'm saying. I didn't hear. I didn't say that you didn't say that. I'm saying that I did not hear him push back.
That's why you're here. No, because I probably wasn't in the space, but when that report, I hate that reporter, that guy. He's an idiot. I don't even know his name, but he's like, he has a big tomato face. He's always asking the weirdest ass questions in these White House kind of pop-up conference, and he's an idiot. And so you heard it here, Haitian. He's an idiot, and I think Zelensky can wear what he wants. You heard it here. You guys hear it? In the bottom, people in the back. He can wear whatever he wants. I'll go on mute now.
I need $50. Come on now. What's going on? Every time.
Now you're trying to mimic me. Now you're trying to be funny, First Lady. That's all that's about.
I want to be just like you.
We good. Be better than me. I'm just
Hey, Marty, where's the black though?
Yeah, but she a light bright. That don't count.
Hey, not too much on my light brightness because I'm still black all day long. I'm a that black.
I don't know if y'all can handle that, you know what I mean? You in Trump?
They ain't about that life. They ain't about that life, bro. They ain't about that life, bro.
Raz is the original, school days. She could talk about it. You know what I'm saying? She Gina from School Days.
Damn, Mario no School Days?
I'm black.
You right. You be hiding from your family, so okay, alright. So,
Right, I don't know.
There y'all go now.
I ain't got to hide from my family. What are you talking about?
Because your family thinks like you. There's no diversity of thought, bro.
What are you
Everybody
talking about?
votes one way.
I'm a grown man. You're an adult. There's no reason for me to lie to my family about my fucking beliefs. That's crazy.
You see how y'all act on Clubhouse to strangers? Y'all would look. Wait a minute.
Wait, what'd you just say?
Talking about the hidden part?
Are you talking about how you act with strangers on Clubhouse? And you're about to criticize other people? I just want to make sure it's set up.
Kill people.
My mother is no longer on this earth, and my mother liked Reagan, and we did not agree about that. So what are you talking about?
But you know, Rex, you don't see people get violent all the time.
Amari, tell us the appropriate way to act towards strangers on Clubhouse.
Okay, man. Why don't you just go on mute after what? I thought TC buried at you earlier. How are you digging out that grave? Who gave you a damn?
Tell us what appropriate looks like.
Man, TC,
Man, Amari, he fucking roast me for the next, I don't know if you pay.
I have no shame. If y'all don't know anything about me yet, you're going to understand me. I do not care.
We know you don't care. You be selling business.
I have no shame.
You know that. You be selling business. So we know that. We know that.
Oh, yeah, I mean.
So zero. Two left.
Yeah, I would like this space to be non-REP conversation if that's possible. And a picture of my
You just said you don't give a F. So why they not?
I don't know why I can't understand that.
You want us to talk about your manhood.
I wasn't naked in the picture.
Stand on your business and your Tootsie Roll. Oh, shit. You wasn't naked?
No, I mean, I could actually post a picture of what it looked like if y'all want to see.
Oh, you gonna get that ass out for me.
Nah.
Okay, so you're saying, so you're in complete denial about this. You're saying that you didn't send no Richard pictures.
Not to that person. You think that there's multiple people.
Damn, who you sending out these pictures?
Aaron just got the story mixed up. But yeah, I mean, there's a couple of pictures out there, but not the one that's.
Remember the guy that was just telling us
I'm not conservative. I'm a progressive. I'm a progressive.
I thought you said you wasn't a Trump supporter.
No, I'm not mad that I'm a Trump supporter. Trump made it okay for you to not to be a cookie cutter no more. So it's like when Jesus died, how he died for our sins. When Trump got elected, he got rid of the cookie cutter in the grand old party. So you can be
Now, please.
I don't think you guys see this. I'm saying you guys don't understand the Trump supporters. Like we're not cookie cutters no more.
We're Democrats. They're all brain dead.
They wear all those red hats at the same time so they can be unique together.
We're progressives. We're progressives that don't like Democrat policies.
So you can't put progressive and Trump in the same conversation, sir. You are crazy.
Y'all party, fought to keep Backpage alive. I mean, I don't really want to hear from y'all.
Fought to keep what?
Backpage. Remember when Nancy?
Y'all got grinding all over the Y'all not
Yeah,
running.
Lamar, Rob, that's a true story. Nancy Pelosi, when Trump wanted to shut down Backpage, she said that, and I'm paraphrasing that, it's going to hurt sex workers and shit like that. Like they're going to have to go in the back, you know, like it's not going to be safe for them no more when he wanted to shut down Backpage.
If you're progressive,
Hold on, man. So, Maury, how is that incorrect, though?
I don't know. I don't really care.
that's what I'm saying. If you're progressive,
So why are you getting on me though?
but you just made it because you brought it up.
Hold on, Rob.
I brought it up because y'all should be open to my expressions.
Maury. So again, you're talking shit about something, and then you say you don't care. So,
Yeah.
and then you say that she did it because of safety. So why should she go with safety? Why wasn't safety a concern anyway?
I don't know. You're asking me a question. I don't have the answer for that question. I just brought up a point. Maybe it might have been a previous point, but I just brought up a point.
Yeah, so when you bring it up, that's gonna add in other nuances to the conversation.
For sure, Robert.
Which is, I go back to, I just heard you say that you were, did you not say you were a progressive?
Progressive conservative.
All right, wouldn't it be a progressive idea to, like, let's keep sex workers safe?
Yeah,
that could be a public health crisis. That's a very progressive thing to think about.
I'm okay with that.
Like shutting down Backpage, it definitely.
As long as it's adult, look, adults can do what they want to do. I'm okay with adults doing it. Like I'm not that nigga. Look, when I was young, I used to watch HBO Real Sex. You can't tell me about shit. Like I was one of those when we had the squiggly lines and you see little porn. You all remember that?
Yeah.
Like, the black box. I was one. So yeah. So I'm not one of those Republicans. I don't care.
Well, most Republicans are one of those Republicans because they are freaky.
Yeah, part, Rob.
I don't know what they do, but I'm open about my.
You know what they do?
All right, let's come out of the personal stuff.
Yeah, for
I
sure.
don't know. Anyway, listen.
Thank you. Now y'all know.
If you have an OnlyFans, listen, I'm helping you promote. Go ahead and put your OnlyFans link in the chat. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to see any additional pics that he may have, go ahead and click the link.
There's no pics. There's no pics I'm going to share.
I'm just teasing.
I know. I am a changed man, and I've been saved, and
You've been delivered.
I've been delivered. I'm no longer blessing y'all inch by inch anymore. Okay.
Okay. Oh, wait a minute, huh? So you got this on top? What's going on? Okay.
Amari's been delivered, but the rest of MAGA is a little deliverance, right? That's how this is working. That's the MAGA side, the bigger side.
Okay. So hold up. What's going on with the crypto guy, Omari? Now, how do you feel about that? Do you think that it was okay for him to, pardon this guy?
The Asian dude. That he didn't know who it was. He was pretending. That he lied about. I guess. Look. I don't know the story what he did. I heard it was pretty bad, like what he did, and so if I'm going based off of what I've heard, his crime doesn't sound like a good pardon, but maybe because he did some deals with him, and maybe he might have did a hookup. I'm thinking that was a hookup pardon. This is what I've heard from family members. That if you're in prison, hold on real quick. What I would say, what I heard, if you pay in the Trump administration, you can get out of prison if you got the right dollar. That's what I'm hearing. And actually, I have a cousin in prison right now that's trying to come up with $2 million to get out.
I told y'all this earlier. It's some pardons. I told y'all this.
Hookup pardon is the craziest thing I heard on Clubhouse today. Like that's just a normal thing. A hookup pardon.
But I told y'all this earlier. It's a pay. If you got the right dollar amount, you can pay for a pardon.
Why didn't you say this, right? You say. I didn't hear you. I've been in the room with you all day. When did you say this?
I said this earlier. I said, "Look, Wayne paid for a pardon." I said, "And a young boy paid for a pardon." I had this whole.
I think I remember that. I think I remember that. But I didn't know it was about a pardon. I thought you were talking about something else.
No, I was talking about pardons. I did.
And Rev might be one. Look, Rev wife might be one of the smartest people on the stage, but man, don't piss her off because the crash is like that helicopter in Orange County.
That was nasty work. That was nasty work.
Yeah, you wanted to do Gerald. Just ignore him with that one.
See, I did good. I didn't respond.
You went on mute.
All right, so nobody else got nothing to say. The mega people had nothing to say about this Crypto King being released. So we got Santos out, we got the Crypto Kings out, we got January 6th. Who else we getting out next?
They coming out next. Watch what I say. They working the numbers. Watch what I say.
MAGA don't want Diddy out. That would be bad look from that. Like MAGA will that would be.
They do not care. It is all about the numbers.
It's not worth for him to do that. Diddy should time is short anyway. So, and they talking about Diddy going to like a halfway house anyway. So he might spend 6 months in prison.
I'm going to see. I think y'all going to have a lot of news and politically correct because you guys going to have the Chinese the meeting this week, and I think that's going to be some fireworks there. I remember I think someone said the Indonesian president said that he's not safe. So look for, I don't know what's going to happen this week, but it might not be a safe place for a president to be at. So,
nobody was complaining. Look at you coming here prejudging. No, nobody was complaining. It was a question, sir. Now you done woke up from your nap and you all grumpy, and you need your Metamucil. So,
hey, but what y'all was talking about Rex brought up a good point that I didn't think about. You don't see the mob bosses, and I didn't even think about it. You don't see the mob. I forgot that family even exists. I thought it was only on Harlem or Godfather, the Godfather of Harlem, whatever's where you hear about these families. But you're right. That shit is crazy. There's not one picture of them being arrested.
They said I got some of them too. They're arrested. They don't even show their pictures.
They didn't show the pictures though, but they showed the black pictures.
It's really messed up.
Wow.
Here's something else though. This is extended into college basketball. You believe it? Well, what about hockey? They got hockey too? Olympic. Is hockey also? I decided to extend it into college basketball, but they probably all gonna fall like cards.
I think it's almost like LeBron.
That's cool.
But think about it.
That's the natural thing that happens when you've got this much sports betting going on. I mean, there's bets on everything, right? Like that's one of the craziest things in the story was the whole Terry Rozier part is that he just left a game early with an injury, and there was a prop bet on him not completing the game. It was probably like really, really like crazy odds on it too, because that's not a normal thing to have happen, like betting on someone's injuries. And so you could basically do something that looks super normal, and someone can make a ton of money off it. So of course that's going to happen, especially with these college kids who aren't making any money.
Yeah, and I've seen the Texas quarterback throwing those bad passes. I kind of wonder. He was good last year. Now he's just playing garbage.
It's trash. They keep doing this on purpose. And you know what? This answers my question about Kawhi Leonard. Remember, he used to always fall down, get hurt all just all of a sudden, like in critical games and stuff. Crazy.
Yeah, everybody's gonna go back and look at clips now and start.
Already clips out on Rozier. It's hilarious. Really?
Hey, who's that basketball player that was dating LeBron's mom, and now he's like homeless on drugs?
What?
Oh, okay, yeah, he need to get him. He probably got all the secrets too. They get his mind right.
He's severing the NBA players. Y'all ever watch Severed on Apple TV? Practicing at the games, one mind, and then when they leave, they get their regular outside of work mind back.
Yo, my little warrior heart gonna be broken if they get those Warriors, man. It's gonna be real broken.
Exactly. But they're so clean. There's no way. There's no way, right? Sure. Maybe Jordan Poole when he was there.
To be so good and bad at the same time.
The Warriors won last night?
How we got whooped. Trailblazers hit every single three that they wanted. It was insane. Yeah, but we're 2-1 though. We had an amazing game against the Nuggets, amazing game against the Lakers. So.
Did the Dodgers win? Did the Dodgers win last night?
Nobody.
They got blown out. I mean, blown out.
But those Japanese pitchers weren't pitching for him, right?
Imagine that. It's going to take Japanese pitchers to win it for the Dodgers, or it's going to be a Canadian team winning the World Series.
But they're not even Canadian though, right? Most of them are Americans on a Canadian team and Dominicans.
It's still in Canada.
It's just a team, yeah.
Warren, they probably mostly Dominicans if you're gonna go like that.
Trump's about to double those 10% tariffs to 20% if the Blue Jays win. He's going to say that it's just a scheme.
I'm interested to see how the World Cup goes. I'm hoping that by that time ICE will be done with their mission and that things, they got as many people out that were the bad ones. Leave grandma and grandpa that will break umbrellas alone and let the country go back to normal, bring some calmness back.
The LA Mitchells. And they want to LA.
Nah, this don't need to go back in LA. I think LA learned their lesson already.
No, I'm talking about that's the Olympics.
Oh, Olympics are like, yeah.
Yeah, they gotta, it's not just the Olympic thing, it's a homeless thing. So they found out that they've been scheming homeless funds that are supposed to like go to put up housing and stuff, millions of dollars. And there was no housing was built, even though all that money was put up for the homeless. So that's gonna be a big problem.
So Rez, what are you gonna do? Rez, you're real good at economics, and so explain the stock market. Why is the stock market at its high, in your opinion? But even though inflation, everything else is going up.
So, Mario, are you being serious right now?
Yeah, because I mean, if I try to speak on it, I just want to make sure Rez talk about it first, so I can make sure. I don't say the wrong thing.
I can actually address that, but go ahead.
Oh, yeah, because you up there too. You up there in the NorCal, so you got finance people.
So the stock market is speculative, and it's getting more speculative as we go, right? We're having all kinds of financial instruments that are not based on the value of the companies or even what they have in terms of market capitalization. For instance, the top, say, 10 companies are very undercapitalized to their actual value, which is like 30x or more, right? So a company like Apple, right, has one of the companies with the most cash, has $141 billion, but yet it's ranked worth $3-point-something trillion, right? And also you see Nvidia, right? Nvidia only has like $50 billion in cash, right? But they're ranked with $4+ trillion. So you're really not seeing the correlation of what the company actually can generate in terms of revenue right now versus what it might, what its value is on the market. Now this may change for sure in the industry, but obviously we're going to have some winners, we're going to have some losers, and we're going to have some that are reaching that don't quite, capture the target they're shooting for. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's pretty good. That was really good explanation. Why y'all don't let Left talk more when y'all get into that too when it talks about economics?
Left is, he wishy-washy. Sometimes he be on point. Next,
That means he be talking too. That's what that means.
I love to say that. But he often is very busy hitting those gifts. over and over and over again.
Exactly. And he's wish-washy.
Washing gifts, that's right. I'll be washing my gifts.
You know, a laugh sometimes, you know, he be a laugh. But thank you, laugh. When he's good, he's great. Okay. But what's next? All right. So, okay. Well, you know what, Jason? So you wanted to be a part of the conversation. So, do you think that, what do you think about Trump parting the crypto king?
I don't like it. I don't like all the parties, man. But the only thing I say to it is that the party games was begun by Democrats. That shit on January 19th was not hot. Even Democrats would have to admit that. Like, how many people they got parties the day before January 20th and then preempt the party? I didn't even know you could fucking pardon a nigga that went to jail or something.
I mean, that's a lie because if you look at the numbers, Biden only pardoned 195 people, and what you call it, Trump has pardoned over 2,000 people. So the numbers don't lie. Let's stop.
Well, I don't know the numbers specifically.
I'm telling you the numbers. So stop.
Good. The thing is, they said that he said he wouldn't even pardon his son before he did it. He said he wasn't going to do it. He said he wasn't going to do it. And he was saying, like, man, they pardon all the J6s. We're going to take
If you don't pardon your son,
we're going to take a stance against pardoning people. And then January 19th happens. The vouching, preemptive pardon, and all that stuff.
But what happened before that? What happened before that? What precipitated the threat?
I don't know. You tell me. They don't want to tell me what it did.
The threat of us all being in court and wasting taxpayers' money, trying to prosecute people for nothing.
Are you talking about politically motivated court proceedings?
That is correct. Yes.
You talking about where they pick the defendant before they find the crime? Pick the defendant first and find the crime? That's what you're saying?
He was saying like he saw with Comey, Loretta Lynch. So you know what she's talking about.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, but Trump makes the same argument that was done to him. But he was told if he didn't do nothing, you ain't got nothing to worry about. That's what he was told.
But he did something. That's the problem. And these people didn't do anything. And now we're exactly after how much money has been spent. After how much money has been spent. The money that people need to eat.
So if they get some of them guilty, are y'all gonna say
guilty of what? Well, guilty of what? Let me say this to you, right? Let me say this to you right now. Let me tell you what happened in Friday in court, right? With the AG currently. Let me tell you what happened in Friday. Let me tell you how much of a joke this is. The prosecutor, who is completely, what's the word I'm looking for? A dimwit, right? She's so ill prepared that she went in front of the judge, right, and said that they're still in discovery. They don't even have the case prepared. So they're in the middle of discovery for a case that they don't even have prepared, that they prosecuted, but they went in front of a grand jury and got an indictment. Make that make sense, sir. This is the stuff that I'm talking about, that you can't make this shit up. So you literally went to a grand jury, got an indictment for a case you said you were ready for, but then you get in front of the judge, and you're supposed to be prosecuting the case, and then you tell the judge you haven't even gone through discovery yet. Make this make sense. Let me go on.
So Jason, I think there were thousands of rioters in January 6th that were pardoned by Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't think we really have an equilibrium there, right? Between Trump and Biden's pardons.
I'm gonna do some more
January 6th.
I mean, to be fair, Jason, like I don't like the pardons that happened then either. Like I actually don't think Hunter really should have received a pardon. I understand why it happened, and I think the fact that Donald Trump is doing politically motivated prosecutions is terrible, and I can kind of see why he would want to preempt that. It's like standing on a principle that your opponent isn't willing to stand on is tricky because you're talking about your son also. But regardless, like I don't like any of the pardons. I generally think pardons should only be used when there's some miscarriage of justice, not because the president just decides that they like somebody or whatever. Like they're their friend or they donated the right amount of money to the right thing. Like I basically think that's wrong, period. And I don't think it should be used as an excuse for making it seem like what Trump is doing is either the same, because it's not the same. It's at a very different magnitude and being done for very different reasons in very different ways. And two, I don't think that it should be used to justify it, period. Like if they both did wrong, they both did wrong. So it doesn't make it okay.
Let's be clear, right? Biden just didn't pardon Hunter. He had to pardon his entire family. Just his family didn't do anything wrong. His daughter, his brother, they didn't do a damn thing. But he had to protect his family because of how despicable this human being is. So that's disgusting in itself. But he had to pardon his family to protect his family from how despicable and low hanging fruit this person is. I'm going up.
So I like you, and it's nothing but with evidence wise, and even with charges brought against them, if the charges will go through, they could get found guilty. They could get found guilty if there's no evidence.
Do you want somebody to put charges on you and then see if you get found unguilty? Like, come on now, just think about it. The mere fact, but the idea of having to go through that, Jason, alone is very stressful. You gotta admit. Okay.
I'm just saying, it's not new. It's not new. It's a matter of fact. It's happening around the world. Like, if you're familiar with what's happening in Albania, with the former prime minister, who was named the police, some former president and prime minister. His case sounds a lot like the Letitia James case, almost verbatim, to where a land deal that his son-in-law benefited from back in 2008. They're bringing charges against him for that because he's a political.
How much was it? You talking about land? Land sounds expensive.
It does, but the Letitia James, I heard it was at Letitia James' house. It wasn't that expensive, so it seemed like it. But I think that's politically motivated. It's like this. I don't know the monetary value of the land that they talk about, but they bought up some old land deals, just like they bought that old house she bought. In the socialist leadership in Albania is pretty much out of things for that. I think the Letitia James case is some bullshit, but that case in Albania is the exact same thing in reverse because that's the country's left-leaning people bringing charges against some more conservative former leaders because of our old land. That's what I'm saying. This shit been going on for a long time, and it's all just happening now.
Yeah, but like authoritarianism is real. That has existed around the world, and authoritarians definitely use this tactic all the time. There's no doubt about it. But like, why are we comparing ourselves to Albania?
What's going on? I'm gonna do a first lady. What's going on here?
What does America and Albania have to do with each other? And like one of the reasons why this country, is better for business and generally is, I mean, there's so many caveats to this, but it's generally been better on issues of justice, at least in recent years, versus in Albania, is because we're not comparing ourselves to places like Albania. Like, I mean, our justice system is way better than North Korea's. Does that mean that what Trump is doing should be something we accept?
We're involved in the government, though. USA has been fun go over there along with George Soros fund to have training judges on case management and training their media on how to investigate and quote unquote fact check. So we get involved in what's going on over there with taxpayer dollars.
How about we get more local and talk about Trump's son exploiting land in New Jersey and buying it up and then claiming that and keeping it poor so that he can utilize government grants. Trump's son has major land holdings in New Jersey, and he's keeping them under the poverty line so that he can get government grants.
This is a talking about here, but I heard you say Trump's son. I believe it is a shit going on with that. But then he's only got some kind of businesses set up that he can only make money with.
Let's not even go there. Let's talk about all the licensing deals that went down. Let's bring up everything. All the licensing deals that bought the Trump got.
I mean, the only thing he's gonna do is Biden is January 19th, 2028. The only thing he's gonna do. He's just gonna follow the playbook that he already seen it play out.
Makes a good point. Like, I don't know, First Lady, if you've seen, what's his name? Carvel. I probably screwing his name up right now. But,
Carvel ice cream?
No, the one used to work for Clinton. No, the skeletal looking motherfucker.
Talking about James Carvel? I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
He said, yeah, thank you. He said basically that, like all these people who support Trump, I think he's talking about the people who are like the donors. They should be, walking down. They should be shamed, and it's crazy. I mean, you have to move away from Trump. I think for the country to heal, I think you can't say his name. I think you gotta stop saying. Once he's gone, you gotta stop saying his name. You gotta say, okay, we're gonna try
Stop saying whose name?
The name. See, there you go, right there. You see how
What name?
Trump. If
as much as that man called on Biden, I'm telling you, if I had a penny, not even a dime, not even a nickel, if I got a penny for every time he mentions Biden's name, I promise you, I'll be a millionaire by now.
I'm talking about post this presidency. I think and this is my opinion. I think.
Aren't we post Biden though?
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say, if people want Trump,
it's good for the geese and good for the cow.
Rex, hold on. To get Trumpism out of the mix, I just think you just gotta try to figure out how do you heal the country? How do you bring people together? And keep talking about Trump is not going to do that. I'll go on.
I think sending him to prison would be cool.
Not only should we send him to prison, we should have done it the first time. Like, the guy broke so many laws, and so many of those cases were open and shut, and that dumbass Merrick Garland didn't understand that it was more important for the country to hold him accountable than to whatever the hell he was standing by. I don't even know what he thought he was standing by. But he wasted a whole bunch of time, and then a bunch of Trump loyalists, like, slow-walked cases that were open and shut. I mean, the man was keeping like very highly classified materials in his toilet, in his closet, in the pool room of Mar-a-Lago. Like, that is insane. And that's just one thing. He also tried to steal an election. Like, it's absolutely insane that we didn't hold him accountable. And like, the institutions are failing now because they showed just how weak they were under Biden. And that is like going to be part of the historical stain on Biden. And we've done this in this country a lot, like throughout our history, where people who should have been held to account and like absolutely had their reputations obliterated, like thrown in prison, throw away the key, like those kinds of people we have not done a good job of punishing when they've been on the right. We've tolerated all kinds of bullshit, whether it was the Confederates getting away with being traitors, or Donald Trump trying to steal an election, so on and so forth. The Iran-Contra stuff. Like, all of that is insane. Getting pardoned by Ford, like, they're terrible at that, and it has led to all kinds of pain for this country. So the idea that we're going to just forget about it and pretend that, you know, right-wing authoritarianism in this country, which is deep in our history, is going to just disappear on its own is crazy. No, what we actually need is a much more muscular response to it, whether that's a centrist response or a left response, or I don't know, maybe a coalition between the two, and maybe people on the right of good faith. Maybe the Mitt Romney types, or even the Liz Cheneys and Kinzingers can make my stomach turn, but I think are on the right side of these kinds of issues. That's what actually needs to happen. The idea that we're going to just watch the grift happen and have them like make off like bandits with billions of dollars while destroying all the norms and institutions that actually are important. No, absolutely not. That's never going to happen. It should not.
So if that's the route you're going to go, that's fine. Then what I hope is that if Democrats take over in the next election or in 2032, you lose, and then a Republican who was loyal to Trump wins and just does and return fire. I mean, and then we're just in a country, we're just going to be in this loop. So there you go.
It's not returning fire. That's the problem with it. It's not returning fire to hold Trump accountable for the crimes that he committed. That's not returning fire. What are we doing? That's just the law. Simple. Pure. It's not about whether or not you like the man or not. He committed a crime the same way that no one should have defended Robert Menendez, and basically nobody did, because the man was a corrupt piece of shit and was using his office in the Senate to enrich himself. He deserved to be convicted. It's not a question of like evening up some sort of tit for tat game, and that's the whole problem. What I'm saying is that we should be Americans first. We should stand by the sort of core social contracts, which includes following the law and like running elections fairly and having our representatives be elected through free and fair elections, like the foundational principles. We should stand by those fiercely, defend them like they matter, and hold people who violate them to account. Donald Trump is violating everything that is, good about the U.S. Like all of our aspirations of what we're supposed to be in our ideal state, he is violating.
Believe that other presidents have violated their oath to office as well, just not Donald Trump. There's people who believe that Biden, aka Dark MAGA, was very divisive. They believe that he used the auto pen and that should be crooked, should be investigated. There's people who believe, there's people who believe that it was political on these prosecutions. And they have a good case against him when it came to the Russia hoax. 600 plus days, people thought Mueller was going to have taken President Trump out of the White House in his first term. They didn't have anything. I thought he was a Russian asset. I thought him and Putin was scheming against America. It was never true. So your side doesn't really have a leg to stand on. Like, we don't. That's where you lost credibility. That's why we're so divided, because you said this Russian hoax, Russian thing was going on, and it turned out to be a hoax. So we just not going to take you seriously.
It always amazes me how I'm somehow Robert Mueller and James Comey and somehow I have influence over them, which is always interesting.
I never said your name, by the way.
But well, you said you, but okay, that's fair enough. So the point is that if they did something that was illegal, prosecute them. I don't care. I care about the law ahead of that, which is exactly why I was bringing up Menendez, and I could bring up a bunch of other people who have violated the law. I don't give a shit if they violated the law. Like, when it comes to election administration, which I know well, I want the Republican in Mesa County, Colorado, who got convicted. I'm glad she got convicted, and also the Democrat in Arizona, who's essentially buying votes. I want both of them in prison because they violated our elections, and that's a really, really big deal. I don't care which side you're on. If you're violating these kinds of laws, you deserve to be held to account, period. And that's what's wrong with MAGA, is you don't have principles like that. you can look the other way and just be like, oh yeah, whatever. He gave a pardon to the finance guy. I don't really like it, but it's not that big of a deal. It's just the law. It's just pardoning people for no good reason. Like, you can't just shrug off a principle like that and expect to be taken seriously as people who are like showing up in good faith, can be negotiated with, and aren't out trying to harm you. Right? When you let someone like George Santos go, what does that say about what your moral character is? It's a horrific thing. Horrific.
This is how both sides get that bullshit off. Because both sides base father and the left, they will let their side do whatever and they make excuses for it. So the fact that their base is making excuses and looking the other way and arguing with the other side that's trying to hold them accountable, that's how both sides get that bullshit off.
Excuses for what, Jason? Which excuses? Hold on, Marshall. Jason, which excuses and for what specifically?
Well, okay, so if you want an example, I'll give you one. Let's talk about the Pacific Palisades in California. I think what's going on there is criminal because they are. So this is what happened with that. I know you probably know it was California. But what happened with the Palisades is the fires it swallowed everything up. The residents there, man, they didn't send help. And so long it was calling. Nobody came. The reservoir was empty and all of that stuff. So we got that, boom, now everything's destroyed. Then they tried to sneak in legislation to put affordable housing on those lots instead of helping the people rebuild. And when it came to rebuilding, and this is a Karen Bass thing, Trump went there to talk with them about, okay, we got to remove this red tape. Make sure everybody get their permits. They ain't gonna be waiting months to get their permits, are they? Lo and behold, here we are. Still, most of them people ain't got no permits. So when you put it together, it's like, okay, y'all didn't rush out to help for one. And then for two, you tried to sneak in this legislation which they had talked back down, but it's on pause right now. Affordable housing legislation to go on those lots. And then the red tape you said you was going to remove to help those people rebuild, you ain't doing it. You're not doing it. So it looks shady. It looks very shady, but people make excuses like Gavin Newsom, people like Karen Bass, they make excuses for that kind of stuff. So there's an example.
I'm like kind of stunned that you're talking about something as local as the Pacific Palisades fire as an example of how Democrats broadly are somehow making excuses for corruption and law violations. Like, I don't understand how those two things connected at all.
So is that a blue state and is that a blue county over there? Yes or no?
Yeah, but he's talking about natural policies, bro. He's
Yeah.
talking about the fact
I'm not isolating everything to federal. I'm not isolating everything to
when it comes to Republicans and corruption, the Republicans who are making excuses. I don't know a single Democrat I know in real life who's made an excuse for Bob Menendez. But I know Republicans in real life who made excuses for the corrupt pardons that they give them. That's his point.
They made this
Those are not equal. Those are not equal to corruption. Better said than I said.
I didn't pardon different pardons and corruption. Your Honor did it. I give your Honor credit. He said he didn't like the Democrat pardons that happened on January 19th. But that's not common for Democrats to say that. Most of them make excuses for that.
Well, let's look. Hold on, real quick. One, he was taking money, and he had gold bars in his closet. Pardons is the president has the right. Even Biden had his presidential rights to get pardons. Like, you can't take that away from him. That's not illegal. Now, if you're saying if there's somehow something behind the scenes that I don't know, that he was given pardons, Biden or Trump was given pardons and getting kickbacks, then maybe someone will come out like a whistleblower and provide proof. But right now, they have the constitutional right to do so. So I land. All presidents do.
Yeah, it's not about the right. It's about whether you wield it justly or not. It's clearly not being wielded justly. It's not in service of justice. It's not because someone was wrongly convicted or the sentence was overly, burdensome. He's doing it because he's getting paid. that
Well, Congress could step in and pass laws to curtail some of that. So that's what I would say to that. We just don't say things are crooked without Congress.
They can't really do that because the pardon power, I believe, is constitutional, which would mean it takes an amendment to alter that.
Yeah, my point about the excuses being made by people for their own party at all levels, local, federal, state, I'm talking about all levels of whatever example you want to point out. Republicans and Democrats do it. So my ultimate point was just that because both sides refuse to look at their own party, this is why they continue to get this bullshit off. That's what they are saying.
I'm just saying this, that both sides don't refuse to look at it. Democrats have owned up to their shit, and at the end of the day, nobody's made excuses on the Democratic side for Bob Menendez and anybody else who's broken the goddamn law. The problem that I have with Republicans, especially MAGA, is that you guys make a lot of freaking excuses for J6ers, for instance, that every one of them have broken the law, continue to break the law, continue to come out and broke the law after they got out, and continue to do all types of stuff. And they feel emboldened to do it. They got out on pardons and literally were breaking the law and then turning around telling people, I have a pardon, so I have the right to continue to break the law. What are we talking about? Like, this is some weirdo stuff. And y'all are weird for saying some of this stuff. What are we talking about? We are also very hold tight. We are also very clear on how all this stuff is working. We're not stupid to how this is working. I mean, we're not oblivious to any of this. Some of these guys, these rappers and stuff like that, they would have never gotten pardons. Never. Not in a day, a stretch, a year. I'm not, sir. Stop. That's not how pardons work. Okay? This is the problem with a lot of y'all. Pardons are actually done through judicial reviews. They're supposed to be done through the DOJ. A review is done, and then the president sits down, and after judicial review is done, they then turn around and do the consideration, traditionally. But because of how fucked up this president is, not all that has been thrown out the window. Because you guys don't understand that all of the normal ways of things being normally done have gone out the window. This is the problem. All the normalcies of how government work, because a lot of you have never worked in government, it's very obvious that you guys do not understand that a lot of the things that were done, that used to be done correctly, that we used to have what they call IGs, they're all gone. Because they were fired by this administration. We used to have checks and balances. We used to have people in place to make sure that the government not only ran efficiently, that we used to have watchdogs to make sure that people were not corrupt. But all these people are gone. So right now, people are just running rogue, doing what they want. And you guys don't have a darn clue. It is unbelievable that y'all fall for the banana in the tailpipe all the time. And you do not understand how this works. And unfortunately, you will feel the effects of it in 10 to 15 years when you start to see the effects of it after these people leave. Because after they've stolen all the money, after they have left the government in a mess, and somebody's going to have to come and clean it up. That's what you don't understand.
I mean, tradition is not the law, actually. And I think that's why there is a problem here.
I said nothing about tradition. I said, again, you don't listen. I said nothing about tradition. I said nothing about tradition. Because you're not gonna miscue my words. I said nothing about tradition. I said nothing about tradition. I said guardrails. I said offices and agencies, like, they are gone. Sir,
ultimately
You
something
always
the president
want to
has the
talk
power to exercise.
just to be talking. Goodbye.
The president has broad power to pardon people, even for no reason, and Congress has no power to do anything about his pardons. And some traditional practices evolved around how the president uses that power. Some guardrails, some norms, right? But norms are not laws. And we are seeing, as I think many of you have pointed out, that the norms are breaking down. And the role of Congress here should be to rework the laws to address that situation. I mean, these broad executive powers are the result, in part, not entirely, but in part, of decisions Congress made. Decisions to give the president more power, and they have not removed, there's a whole bevy of powers they have given the president, the basis for which is entirely gone, and they have never gotten around to repealing it.
The garbage Supreme Court did that. Your president with his garbage Supreme Court did that. They expanded that. Your garbage Supreme Court did that. Thank you.
Yeah. The authorization. No, it's US. Okay? The authorization of military use of force for Gulf War I, Gulf II, the war in Afghanistan, they have not been repealed. We all know those are over, but Congress has not gotten around to cleaning that up. And the whole thing about the tariffs, the interesting thing about it is if Trump cannot do the tariffs through emergency powers or whatever his initial plan was, there are 5 or 6 other things apparently that are going to let him do some or all of them. We have given a massive amount of power.
War was not even declared. You don't even know what you're talking about. Shut your ass up. Shut your ass up. You don't know. You never want to hear that. Shut your ass up. He doesn't know what he's talking about. No, Marshall, be quiet. This is what you have no idea what you're talking about. Stop it. No, it's not. Because Iraq was not even passed. No, it was not. It was not passed. It was not passed. Marshall, it was not passed. It was never passed. It was never passed.
All right. One at a time. What's happening?
I had a question.
Is Versa going on right now? The Versus is, what's it called? Versace. What's that thing?
Oh, is it going on? Yeah.
I don't know. That's what I'm asking you.
It's supposed to start at 8, right? 8 o'clock.
Somebody said 5 p.m. West Coast.
Yeah, that's 8 o'clock for y'all, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're missing out.
Oh, okay. All right. So what's the argument now? What's happening?
He's just coming in here just spewing shit. The normal Trump bullshit.
You're talking to me, Bryce.
He's asking me. He just comes on here and they spew the normal Trump lies, the normal bullshit, and they tell people all kinds of shit and disinformation. Always do. And I hate the damn bullshit. This is what I can't stand. They never served a day in the military. They have no idea what the hell they're talking about and just say shit because it just sounds good because they think because they're white and they're men that they're talking what they know and they don't. I'm sick of it.
But we aren't able to have the conversation. I don't think we should have the conversation.
Oh, I'm fed up with the damn disinformation. I'm fed up of it.
It's not disinformation if you don't listen to what comes out of his mouth, friends.
Marshall, I'm not listening to it anymore. I'm tired of y'all. I'm tired of y'all. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it.
But Marshall, we should look it up, Marshall. And I did. And the authorization, I said there was an authorization of military use of force passed for Gulf War I, and Rez is saying no.
You said for all of it all the way through.
No, I did not say that.
Yes, you did.
I said
You're a liar. Yes, you did.
You don't want people to interrupt you, so how about you don't interrupt him?
Stop trying to get back there.
Military use of force
No, I ain't saying
against Iraq.
and you want mandatory being enforced for you.
You got
was
to
passed.
decide them.
We got to talk about facts here, not about people.
Right, stop
Authorization.
talking about dingling right. What's going on?
The authorization for the military use of force was passed as a joint resolution in 2002. All right? And there are many other such cases where powers have been granted to the president and not revoked. And I've listed many others. There's a huge range of them. And these restrictions on the power, like there needs to be an IG or there needs to be this or that. Okay, a lot of these are norms. They're traditional behavior that is not required by the law. And the norms are breaking down. And that's where you say, okay, I guess we got to go rethink how the laws are put together, how the system works. But that's Congress's job to change. You can't rely on people in the presidency being nice. And you can't hold the president accountable for doing things he has almost complete freedom to do without accountability, according to the laws that Congress did pass, which is true of the pardon power and various other things that the president can do. And so it's great that people are unhappy with Trump for bad things that he does. Many conservatives are also unhappy. But fixing the president or something, it's not the president whose job is to fix the president in a system of balance of powers. It's another power's job to fix the president. So thank you for listening.
Jason, to the room, John. I think that right here we have this vector of the president using parties for political benefit, right, as opposed to financial benefit directly. We see this clearly in his pardoning of the Binance guy, right? Because the Binance guy, cryptocurrency, donated money to WLFI, right? The World Liberty Financial, right? Which is run by his son, Trump's son. So, wouldn't that be basically an indirect grift?
But I don't know that that's a crime. Like, what basis is there for challenging?
Oh, sorry.
President's pardon?
Because it's a crime for the president to be bribed. But you can't. It's illegal for a president to get a bribe for a pardon.
What is it? I mean, so in principle you might be right, but what? Did the donation occur before he pardoned the guy, or at the same time, or can you draw a line there to link them? I mean, before he was convicted, or after, or what? And it's how are you gonna? And more broadly,
I think it's not drawing the line. I think it's dragging the line. Like you're saying, did the line occur before, after, or during the pardoning? Right? I believe it occurred before the pardoning, but then that would even show, for me, even more weight towards the pardon itself.
It may show that for you, but I would be very surprised if anyone has ever successfully prosecuted a president for corruption in his pardon. I mean, if you want to argue that there was favor shown in a pardon, there are more cases than the Trump situation. Something anybody touches. Maybe that's the
situation inescapable right now. I'm trying to keep the problem simple enough so we can solve it.
I'm saying you don't understand what the problem is. That's where I disagree with you about the problems. The problem is not Trump. The problem is Trump has power to do things, a lot of things, and he shouldn't have that power. And that has to do with the office of the presidency, not Trump. You can't solve Trump. You got to solve the office. That's if you look at where we even get our system of government from, was the English realized the problem was not a bad king. The problem was a king. And so they gradually made all these things to restrain the king and create sort of representative systems of government and impose rule of law on things and separate powers from the king. And that was the only way they made the system uncorrupt. It wasn't by let's get the bad king out and the good king in. I mean, sometimes that works, but then we got the same problem again. And that's what's happening.
That's because we've made the scope escapable, right? We've made the scope too large to actually contain the solution. So the solution here is Is this president breaking the law? That is the problem right now. That's the problem question, right? The problem definition. And when we're trying to solve that problem, we look at what did the president do? And what the president has done is he has taken somebody who donated money to his campaign, showed favoritism to them, and pardoned the person. Now, would you then say, with just that short scope, is that then a form of bribery?
No, that's not necessarily a bribe. Okay, that doesn't, let's say someone who you liked and who donated to your campaign was unjustly prosecuted and unjustly thrown in jail, and you pardon them. That would be the right thing to do, I guess, right?
That's our moral seesaws are uneven.
Well, it's not about morality. It's there's nothing that you can say, just like when we, like, Biden pardoned the family.
Seesaws are uneven.
Just because Biden pardoned a family member doesn't mean he did something wrong.
Right, and remember, I was trying to narrow the scope so we could solve this particular problem.
I'm saying the way you're...
That would be a different situation. I would do that in a multi-layered way, and I would use much more forces around that. But to take account of this problem, this is where I would attack things.
Well, I don't think that you can show that what he did was illegal there. And I don't think, more broadly, that we do this at this time. I don't know that we ever prosecute presidents for their pardons. So you're treating it as an open and shut matter. I'm saying this is just not productive. You're never going to get anywhere if you're trying to figure out how to prosecute the president for misusing his pardon power. He has such broad power to pardon. That will not accomplish anything. And that is the problem, that he has such broad power. And we have only increased the president's power, you know? And if we want to limit the president's power, that's how we get out of this situation. That's the lesson of even the development of our institutions.
Well, traditionally, Jason, people vote based on abuse of pardon. So if our friends in the leftist community believe that Trump is a criminal, they have a good case that he's a criminal. The way they should adjudicate that is in the ballot box. Make that case to the voters in 2028. What I predict will happen is, and I'll be brief here, I predict the voters will agree with the leftists and say, yes, Trump is scum. He did do all these criminal things, but we hate the Democratic Party so much that we're going to re-elect Trumpism. That's my prediction. Actually, Binance put WLF. They were the first to put WLF on your exchange. That's up September 2025. Do you revise your assessment?
I will need to know more about that situation. If you want me to assess whether Trump committed a crime in the case of this pardon, I mean, need more than 10 minutes or 20 minutes. I need to familiarize myself with what occurred. And pardoning is just
I'm not asking you to do that now. I'm just saying to look into it, Jason, and because I know that you're pretty due diligent. So yeah, just look into that.
And what you'll get from that, even if you find out that he did do something wrong, what you'll probably find is that prosecuting him for it is basically impossible. And certainly impractical. And this is where we come back to executive power.
I think it's just as serious, for him to do that, the way he's doing it, and how often he's doing it, the frequency and the magnitude of which he's doing it, and the outcomes and the recidivism as well.
And the other thing, Jason, is you can make what you're essentially making is a legal argument or like a governance argument, but there's a moral argument that matters here. Like, if the president has largely unrestricted power to pardon, which the American president absolutely does have, we can still judge whether or not they're using that pardon responsibly or not. And that still matters. It matters as a political question. It matters as a governance question about how should we treat the pardon if we try to restrict it. And it feels like you're not paying enough attention to how important that is to lots of people for all kinds of reasons. Namely, like very important foundational principles such as, are all men equal under the law? That's a really fundamental principle that's called into question when a George Santos gets a pardon or when this finance guy gets a pardon. Clearly, we're not all equal under the law, and the way to be, to receive favor is to give money to the big guy, right?
And I ultimately treat that as a governance question, not as a legal question. And we should be thinking about what do we do about it. But I think maybe there's a different direction here. Maybe the Republic has gotten, I don't know, something's gotten out of balance or it's gotten too big or whatever. I don't think we should have a single executive anymore. There are some countries that have an executive council, like Switzerland. And the people who make pardons, they take a vote when they exercise executive power. And in Switzerland's case, I believe there are 7 members of the executive council. So you don't get this seesaw effect when you have an election because you replace some of them and not all of them. Okay, so you don't get this dramatic change in your executive policy. And you also don't have these people who can just unaccountably do what they will. I mean, they still have to persuade someone else. And that's where I think, that's where I would argue here is like what this is really a sign of is that this unitary, like one guy, monarch-like power figure is just, okay, it's not going to work for very much longer. So we need to do something.
Yeah, I mean, I'm coming to the same line of thinking because the Constitution is an incomplete document. So, they did not envision somebody using the pardon power, right? Like they were operating on basically a gentleman's agreement. Like no gentleman will ever do this. So it's totally incomplete document. And I think Americans, they deify the founding fathers and they deify the creation of the Constitution. Like it's truly from God, but it's just a document that had all these loopholes, and we can clearly see it.
Again, the way you talking, you know what I'm saying? What in the world are you doing about changing it if you don't like it? You keep saying we are worshiping. I don't think anybody's worshiping a document or any of that kind of stuff. I think that black folks and minorities would like to see some kind of fair changes come our way. I bet you that. So at the end of the day, even that document didn't include a lot of minority people. So I mean, at the end of the day, there can be improvements on everything, but it's a lot of foreign people have a lot to say and they don't live over
here. Okay, why are you assuming I'm foreign?
Well, I'm just saying, just in general.
Well, it's a crazy assumption.
Brother, I'm not saying, give me a minute here. I'm not saying that you're foreign. If the shoes aren't on your feet, brother, then that's fine. If you're not foreign, got it. Just saying, you sound like it. If you're not, cool. At the end of the day, brother, that train's driving right on down the tracks right now. At the end of the day, though, brother, America, though, does have improvements, regardless of whatever people believe. The Constitution, though, never, ever, ever was written to be abused in this fashion, in this way, and we are in an era that is more publicized now than ever, and Donald Trump is the kind of president that honestly does not abide by anything, whether that's laws, whether it's publicized or not. He does not care, and right now we are in a time in our country that it's not been seen before. If I can look up presidents, I've tried to look going back as far as I could. I haven't seen anything like Donald Trump as far as I could tell in history anyway. And we don't want this type of history repeating itself, and I'm concerned about it. And that's where Donald Trump is taking us back to history. I'm concerned.
Well, thank you all for listening to a white man's voice on this topic. I have to go for a little. So I appreciate being in this forum with you all.
You're not white. What are you talking about? Jason, you're not white? What's that?
I'm pure white.
No, you're not.
I'm pure Aryan man.
No, you're not.
I'm Czech German. I have R1 alleles. I'm pure Aryan and white and not, mixed with anyone.
Jason, you're supposed to say you're white.
Jason, you are not white. You are not white.
That might
I'm
just.
not white. What do you think I am? What do you think I am?
I'm just joking with you.
Okay. All right. White power, everybody.
No power.
Fine. Have a great night, everybody.
Go back to Ocaml.
No, Haskell, buddy. Haskell's. I just write JavaScript now, dude. But anyway, talk to you later. Ciao.
This is the funniest room always.
To the person that just spoke, interesting is like all the Nixon tapes are recorded, and I was just listening to some of them recently, and a lot of it is him trying to talk to like the his people to like litigate against whoever's litigating against him. Like they'll find out like he was doing a lot of the shit that Trump's doing, and it's all recorded. Like it almost sounds the same. So it's almost like a second act of Nixon.
You're off target, brother. We've never seen. Come on, man. You guys to get it right. You guys get in your pickup truck and drive right, brother. You're off course, brother. It's not close. Donald Trump talks about grabbing women in areas that it's inappropriate and all that.
Yeah,
it's not
corruption, maybe not in terms of like decor.
But look, we'll just say the word of the day is compilation. It's a lot going on, and Donald Trump is just a facet of that word. It's a lot going on, and Donald Trump is a part of the mix of whether it be making fun of somebody, whether it be us being laughed at on the world stage. It is horrible. And I feel like our country, it's like a kangaroo court or whatever you want to call it. It just seems that we're not on course, and we got to get back on course. And you got folks not going to be able to eat next month. That just came across the TV here. I hope you Republicans are happy that you guys are the Grinches that stole Thanksgiving from people that may not be able to eat. That's what makes me mad, right? Because that's what I worry about. Folks not having a meal to eat and choosing if they're going to keep the lights on to eat a meal. Y'all should be ashamed of yourselves. Republicans, you got the power, and you have some kind of responsibility to get the government open. And I suggest you fix it and upright it. It is your responsibility to get this thing right. Stop blaming people. That's what makes me mad. Because you sit up here and you blame the wrong people instead of looking in the mirror at yourselves right now.
Can we get an amen?
Amen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what you? That was a lot. That was you.
No.
That was me and my tambourine.
That tambourine is broke.
Yeah, we gotta go watch Sinners one day. Maybe go on Shadow. We watch Sinners.
Yeah, let's do that.
Hey, you got a beautiful voice, but I don't think you got good ears.
Ooh, that's nasty.
First Lady, right? I don't think we've ever seen First Lady ears.
Oh, you never seen my ears?
No, I don't remember.
Oh.
But I'm not like Aaron.
You see the
Some of us don't try to show everything. Amari, I'm so proud to report I've never seen the picture. Many of them, apparently there's multitudes.
The way you act like you have. Shit, you haven't stopped talking about it.
I just remember the, clubhouse drama. My mind exploded because of you sending your drunk.
Dilly is crazy.
I was sitting there with my popcorn, probably 2 fingers of a good bourbon.
I was like 44 years old.
So,
I'm 47 now. You still talking about this?
I mean, sometimes people need to know who they're talking to.
People know who the fuck I am. There's no secret.
They didn't know that.
What's that gonna do?
I didn't
What's it
know.
gonna do? What is that? What you think out of the blue?
Well, I think we need to
I
have
don't like Amari. I like Amari. Because here's the
I
thing.
ain't doing no court first.
Like, I've been the same
We're gonna show this shit in court.
Nah.
I've been the same person on this app for 4 years, right? Like I've been consistent. I haven't changed that much. I've grown a little bit. I've matured. You know, we've all had whatever's happened to us in our lives. But I'm the same dude. Some other people don't act like the same person, and when I hear them not act like the same person, I think it's good to just let people know who they're talking to.
Okay, and, you know, I get it. And I think Roger's the one that has, even between you and Roger, I think y'all the ones that got the whole dossier and shit. I'm like,
dossier.
No, the Roger in the chat. He started it.
Oh, I don't know who that is.
Because that's a couple times. I think he's the one that, or she, I don't know who it is. It's someone that, whoever that Roger individual is, the person that I think still spreading the shit, keeping that shit alive. So,
What you mean? Roger ain't even talking about you. What you talking about?
He said, First Lady see the DMs. Like, come on now.
He sent me a message. What's happening?
I'm saying, like, I don't get why Your Honor still bringing up stuff. Like, what about, I mean, why are you still bringing up the picture thing? Like, I think that's just weird. Why you keep bringing that up? Like, I don't understand. Like, what do you think? No one's trying to holler at First Lady. No one's trying to holler at Patty. No one's trying to holler at Lee. Like, no one's trying. Like, why bring that up? We're talking about politics. Like, your goal is to try to like shame me in front of these people, which is weird.
I don't really care that you're shaming.
That's your goal. I think that's
my goal is more that I don't think you've been consistent. I don't think that you show up in the same way. I think I've heard you talk one way in one kind of room, and very differently in a different kind of room. And I don't appreciate that. And so I like to make it a little bit more even. And one of the things that frustrates me about this app is that people regularly rooms and we need to pretend that they're brand new. And I've been on with you for a very long time. And I don't like the brand new shit. I don't like the tabula rasa. And so that's not the only thing I've brought up.
This is the first time. As you know,
it's not the only thing I've brought up in the past.
No, hold on, but Your Honor, hold on. This is the first time you tell me I'm brand new. You've never told me that. So what's brand new about me? Like,
I brought this up the other night because there were ways that you were presenting yourself the other night that I didn't think were consistent and congruent with who you've been on this app for a very long period of time.
Like what? Like I never.
There's a reason why I
We can get into details. Let me just read this poll real quick. So 58% of the people say, heck yes, Trump will pardon Diddy. 45% of the people say, hell no, he's not going to do it. So I don't know which way we're going to go. 47 people did vote. I appreciate you. Another poll is coming. Stay tuned. Carry on.
No, I just thought, the brand new thing, this is the second time I heard that, and I'm like, because I'm not trying to, like, talk to women, that makes me brand new, like, because I'm just trying to,
No. It's not about that. I don't really care about you.
No, but you said you made the statement. I just don't understand why you made that statement, because that's twice I heard someone say I'm brand new, and I'm like,
I don't know. This isn't very interesting to me. Well, there's lots of ways where I think you're very slithery. You have a tendency to be one way and then not. And I don't think that lack of consistency. Okay, well, then you're going to have to look at that. I don't think you need to worry that much about who I am.
No, I'm trying to have a genuine conversation right now, because the brand new, I don't, like, the picture thing, okay, that's fine. Okay, you're right. I never denied it, right? Did I ever lie about it? No.
No, you didn't.
Okay, so, but the brand new thing, actually, that bothers me more, because I don't know what's brand new. All I'm doing is coming on here talking about politics, and I've done that.
Yeah, I think you're really inconsistent in your politics. I think one minute you're Mr. Blexit, and you're essentially a right-wing reactionary who's been part of the really some really grotesque movements that have caused a lot of damage. And then other times you're someone who was mistreated, who left certain circles because that you weren't treated that well. But you're still kind of running the exact same play that you were before, and I find that inconsistency to be really disingenuous. I find it to not be honest or consistent. I think that there's times where you act a certain way, where you expect a certain amount of grace while not offering that. I think that there's lots of times where, like I said before, you act differently in different rooms. But, You don't have to worry that much about what I think.
No, that's fair. I mean, that's a fair call out. Look, if you what you're saying is you think that I'm not consistent in the way that maybe I go with my politics, sometimes I might sound different. Okay, that's a fair call. I'll accept that. But in regards to my circle is still there. That's what I'm saying. Like everybody, I still got my ex followers. I still got people from the Mats to the Rickies. Like I still, people still follow me. People are still good with me. I still talk to Krishanda. I still talk to everybody for the most part, 99% of people. So I mean,
okay.
I mean, I'm trying to figure it out.
Keeping tabs on your network, dude. Like, it's not that important to me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. My network is cool. Yeah, do I like, the truth is, do I regret? Hell to the fucking yeah, I regret. I regret it. But can I still live off the past? No, I gotta move on. I accepted it. Me and my wife talked about it, and we're good, right? So with that being said, I gotta move on from that. But if you're trying to do that and bring it up, on the fact that you're trying to embarrass me in front of the people, I think that's kind of shady.
Okay.
I think it's kind of shady. It's uncalled for, in my opinion. We're just talking about
we disagree on the uncalled for part.
I mean, look,
and to be fair, you're also creating a scenario where you're leaving out an awful lot of experience that I've had with you directly. In different ways.
Between you and Aaron, the other Aaron, which is
I'm not Aaron.
I know, but between you and Dark, and
you guys say your own thing, something with
I think nice to look.
I don't
you and I never got arguments. You and I never called each other names until I came back. Now you call me.
I don't know about that.
Come on now. The only person
I don't know about that.
You and I never had this many problems until recently. And I just don't get it, bro. I just don't get what your main issue. I mean, you don't like my politics, but you don't like my politics.
Well, yeah, I didn't like your politics before, but I think the thing that I don't like since you've been back is that there was like a pretend conversion moment, or like let me get in here and act like one way, and then I just don't believe it. I just don't believe it. I think that there's like a softening of the stance when you first got on here that endeared you to certain people, ingratiated you to certain people, that I think was false. I think it was hollow. I think it was an act.
Fair enough.
And I don't appreciate that, right? And I am very consistent in my politics. Like I've been very much the same person for 4 years. Like love it or hate it, whatever.
Well, Omari,
so I think that
Omari,
no,
there was your bondage.
No.
Omari.
Yeah, I
No,
really
this
want
is
to
a back and forth. This is
Yeah,
a back
I
and
just
forth.
wanted to know where you're on. I really don't understand what the beef you and I had, since we never had we just argued about politics. It's like GOAT, right? Me and GOAT, we don't have beef.
Don't bring up my
Okay,
old
sorry.
name.
Yeah, or I mean Duggan, right? Me, Duggan, me and Duggan,
that's the Asian news.
that's what I'm saying. Like we just argue politics, but it seems like now it's with some people it's personal. We never had that personal back and forth. But hey, look, I think the topic is not about Omari. The topic is not about you. And so, First Lady, I'll give you back the room. I just wanted to find out, what I did to this man, and so that we can figure our shit out.
All right, that sounds good to me. Yeah, so we put that to bed. However, I don't know if we'll ever know whether it was a Tootsie Roll or BDE. Get into the poll at the top. I cracked myself up. Okay. Should the Dems vote the government on the next vote? Go ahead and cast your vote now. We appreciate you being here. Is Lisa open? What's going on? It's 9 o'clock. Hello?
Hey, Omar, send her a picture of a Tootsie Roll.
No, I don't want.
It's all good, man.
This is the reason why you're not in my family, Alef. You don't know how to stay on no kind of code. You're just out there. You're just crazy. No. Hush. Leave it alone. All right. What's next?
Did you hear some of the numbers that an architect put behind the ballroom project?
What's the numbers?
Basically, there's an architect that just said, like, based on the information that's been released, he doesn't think it's for real, right? Like, there's a $300 million budget that bailed out a 90,000 square foot space, which would put, like, the cost per square foot roughly at, like, 3,300-ish, right? And that's insane. Like, $1,000 a square foot is insane. 3,300 is beyond insane. And then they did the numbers and they said, well, listen, they're asking for 999 people to be able to fit in this ballroom. And like comfortably, you could do a ballroom of like 10 square feet per person, but let's say they do 15 and allocate 10,000 square feet for like, support facilities and stuff. That still only gets you to like 45,000 square feet. There's still another 45,000 square feet that he's saying is going to exist that doesn't exist, right? And then when you look at the renderings that he's done, none of the outside renderings match what he's showing from the inside. So there's actually no plans, right? And I'll land with this, is that I think when the original East Wing was built, there was some serious hardcore secret shit that was built underneath it to protect the president under certain, conditions. And so when I first heard it, I was like, oh, that's crazy. But then the details, the fact that it was done, that the construction started exactly during the government shutdown, the fact that it's entirely privately funded, so you can't get requests for information on it because it's entirely funded by private investors and donations. And so I wonder, and this is my question, do you guys think that the fact that it's $3,300 per square foot is related to new infrastructure, because they built the old East Wing 80 years ago? So do you think that this is actually just a cover to build a massive, like, new underground facility underneath the White House?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they did some crazy stuff. But I don't know.
Child, I don't know what they're doing with the East Wing. I don't know. But, maybe they're just doing a whole new little situation. Because too many people knew what was going on in the East Wing. Now you really won't know what's going on over there. Other than when you come. I'm going to the ballroom. Okay? I'm going to shake a tail feather. Everybody was ballroom dancing. I'm going to be there. Thank you. I appreciate it. Please buy my ticket. I need you to sponsor my ticket. Huh? 2028.
I hope it's not. Yeah, I hope it's not for the 2028 inauguration.
It'll be. Do you think it'll be complete by? What's the date they're supposed to complete this by? Anybody know? Is there a date of completion?
Submitted any plans? Like he just went and demolished it because the government shut down. So all the so we're supposed to approve it and go through it, and none of them have received anything. They just tore that. They just tore.
That ain't funny. The people mad about this.
Surprisingly, that more people are mad about it, right? Like I know that an order went out for the Fed, which is the building that's the east of the East Wing that kind of overlooks it, and they were given orders not to report or take pictures at all on what was going on. But the satellite images show, wow, he said nothing was going to be touched, wasn't going to be connected, and then the first picture showed a wall go down, and then next thing you know, like old East Wing ain't there anymore. And I'm surprised more people aren't mad.
I mean, what you gonna do? You get mad, but you can get mad, but you better kiss somebody's ass and get glad. Cause what you gonna do? I mean, like, what can you do at this point? There's nothing that you can do but get mad and get your pressure all up. Like, what's mad gonna do?
Maybe that's the answer to the question up above, right? Is that the Dems, I think they're fighting a good fight. They're trying to stop something that's going to impact so many Americans when it comes to the cost of healthcare. But you kind of think like, hey, why don't you just let them light themselves on fire? Let them go ahead, do it. Light up the government and just point the finger and say, hey guys, there's only one person to blame for your healthcare costs, and that's the big beautiful bill in the Republic.
Yeah, I think the politics will go different. Respectfully, I think the politics will go differently than.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's a certain side of this where the presidency has consequences, right? Like what all these people are doing right now, they will be held to account to a certain extent. And like I think Democrats will definitely do that, obviously, right? I mean, that's what you do when you're out of power. But I think that there's also, that doesn't mean that you do it passively. You need to point out what's going on and build the narratives and win the politics and show that you're going to be better. You don't just sort of sit back and wait for them to faceplant and say, look, and then get elected. It doesn't work that way.
This is a useful lesson to all the leftists who stayed home and didn't vote for Kamala, right? I was in this room where the leftist community said out of support for Gaza, they're not voting for Kamala. Well, those leftists who refused to vote for Kamala, that's the reason Trump is in the White House.
Yeah, that's not
Why do you want war every day? Damn. You just want war with the people every day. Every day. You're just looking for a fight.
It is. It's true.
I think Schumer said during the last budget that passed before it shut down, and one of the reasons he said why the Dems got behind it was because they were really concerned that what Trump ultimately wanted was the shutdown, and they were concerned that he was fine with being shut down and that he was going to open it up again, and that's why they ultimately went along with it. Like obviously they've changed mindset this time, but Trump doesn't seem too concerned. I think he's got him and his team have a whole list of things that they can do with the government shutdown, and I think that's why they're taking advantage of it.
Yeah, but the challenge right now is who's responsible, right? Who has to answer for what? And before, sort of no one was really answering for it. Now there's pressure where people are going to be held responsible because there's people who are going to hold them responsible because they're feeling pain. And the argument the first go around was, well, imagine all the horrible things he'll do, and then he went and did them anyway. So all they really achieved was giving Trump more power to do it faster, because he doesn't care about the law. He doesn't care when he's told by courts not to do a thing. He doesn't care about norms. He doesn't care about people. Clearly, he's not restrained by that at all. Like he's screwing people over left, right, and center. So the question is really an accountability question and a power question. So how do you check Trump's power, and how do you hold him accountable? And the only way to check his power right now, like the first thing that has to happen, is organized resistance. And the Democratic Party needs to be at the fore of that. And they need to expose all the things that the Republicans are doing so that the American people can decide if they like them or not. And as it turns out, they like them less and less. And that's particularly true in certain demographics. Like there was just a poll, I'll pull this up in a second, of, I think they described it as Hispanic men. This came out, I read it on Politico, I forget where it was, but, or what the pollster was. But like he's hemorrhaging support in all kinds of key demographics, and you have to have accountability. You can't just roll over and let it happen.
I actually agree with that, but I think that maybe the place where I'm a bit more pessimistic is that I think the Democrats understand that making Americans feel the most pain from Republican policy is their best strategy coming up to the midterms, right? And so maybe, and to your point, Your Honor, I think like maybe that's why they understand that the healthcare increasing costs are going to be painful, but to your point, maybe the shutdown and the impact of that as paychecks run out and food banks, federal workers go to food banks, maybe we understand that is going to hurt or force Americans to feel the pain of bad Republican policy, and I think the latest polls show that still, I think between 60 or 70% of Americans blame Republicans for the current shutdown. So yeah, maybe.
Yeah, and just the Hispanic adult poll says found it. It looks like it's from Associated Press and the NORC Center for Public Affairs. So almost 1,300 Hispanic adults that found that 25% approval for the president, down from 44% when he was taking office. And they also say that 73% of them say the country's going in the wrong direction. So, like, the goal right now for people who don't like what Trump is doing should be to create organized resistance, right? To actually do something that prevents him from executing his missions across the board, right? ICE, whether it's him grifting off the government to try to find ways that expose him and prevent him from doing what he's trying to do. Like, that has to be the goal. But you need people first to have enough awareness to go and do something about it.
A question for the states, like when leading up into the midterms, if you're in the Republicans' shoes and you see the trends, I would expect over the next 6 to 8 months a massive effort to win votes. And I don't know where that's going to come from. Like, I'm curious to know your guys' thoughts. Like, how are they going to win support in the midterms? And I know he has all the strings and he'll pull all the levers, but like, I just don't know how the Republicans do that to not lose power in the midterm.
So a very interesting, maybe tangential report that came out recently is a lot of the federal employees from all different departments have actually been starting to come together and they're piecing together from their respective things that they know. They're piecing it together to start to formulate what the picture is and what they're actually doing. Because part of this has been, it's like, what are they actually doing as an end game? And it's been very clouded and opaque. But by potentially, like, at least looking at the trails of what people have been experiencing within their respective departments, they're starting to really get a good picture of at least potentially where the trajectory of where we're trying to take.
That's all true, but I don't think swing voters have sympathy for federal employees. If you want to win the election, you have to have a better pitch than Trump is hurting federal vote.
No. So in this instance, in order to begin to formulate a strategy or how to change things, you first have to know what your opponent's doing. Like, it's much harder to create a strategy that will be winning if you don't necessarily know where they're heading. Which is the part of Steve Bannon says just throw a million things at them, and it makes it that much harder to figure out like which one is the actual priority that they're paying the most attention.
Well, I think we'll find out in the midterms that you're mistaken and that actually the swing voters are still angry at the Democratic Party on the same issues. So if the Democratic Party wants to win the midterms, it has to change the issues that the voters hate.
Like, if we look at what Trump was voted in on in the last elections, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it was mostly like inflation, illegal immigration, and maybe his ability to stop, the wars on the first day. And I think of those three, the only one that he's maybe checked the box on, you could argue, was immigration. And so when the government opens up again and starts producing the numbers around jobs and the economy and inflation caused by his tariffs, I think that swing vote speed in the midterms, and that was kind of the base of my questions. Like, when you see the jobs and the economy and the inflation, those swing votes are going to go against Trump because he just didn't deliver.
Well, I respect very much what you're saying, but I just posted a link that I think respectfully disagrees with you, so I'll be succinct. What this link shows is that the swing voters, the families that always voted Democrat, who decided to vote Republican for the first time in this election, they had two reasons why they hate the Democratic Party. One issue is the trans issue, and the other is the illegal immigration. Now, if you read this link, I think there's proof the Democratic Party totally shit the bed on both of those issues. And my prediction is in the midterms, the Democratic Party will shit the bed again and lose again. And if you talk to swing voters, they're happy that Trump is addressing the trans issue, and they're happy that he is deporting illegal. Now, you may be unhappy. It may offend your moral sensibility, but the swing voters just don't agree with you, Jeremy. They have different morals and different values.
I just like, hold on one second. Speedy has consumed his allotment of 3 predictions, so there will be no more predictions for the rest of the night. Thank you. Please proceed.
That's a thing. No more predictions from the night. We don't need any prediction.
There is no trans issue. They put $200 million on creating an issue that doesn't really exist. So saying that the Dems failed, it's like there was no issue. The GOP made it up. So that's the heart of it. Like they made it an issue that it's like, hey, be worried about this thing that probably happens like 0.01% of the
Sorry, my dogs are freaking out. Sorry, I missed that. Sorry, the trains have got them all worked out. But here's the thing: the three things that you posted about, Speedy, are inflation, legit, illegal immigration, legit, and hold behind trans people reading stories to kids in libraries in Florida, right? And so two out of those three things are not like the other. You know what I mean? So like the trans thing, and this is where I'll agree, right? Is that the Democrats fell for the trick. Every single response to like the Democratic being asked, like, hey, should drag queens be able to read stories to kids in the library? Every single response should have been, that's a stupid cost to healthcare. But instead they were like, no, I think they should be. So they fell for that, right? But that's not the 1% that matters. It's the billionaires, and those first two things are important, and Trump has failed on inflation. Period.
What's a little about?
Agree that inflation is worse now than when Trump took office? Under 3%.
Hi, I have a hot take whenever you guys are ready.
I'd like to hear your hot take, Felicia.
God bless. Okay, well, as we see, I don't know if you guys are familiar with what happened on January 6th, 2021, but there was an insurrection. I don't think that any of this shit is going to fucking matter, respectfully. Because America has shown that it does not give a fuck. Poor, rich, they're sucking Trump's dick. Okay? And it's tragic. But this is what it is. And we've been stuck here. And we're going to continue to be stuck here. Because this is what America chose. And, there's all the things about Elon Musk stealing the election, whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop. But, frankly, even if that did happen, then we're extra fucked. Because it's not like the midterms are going to be fair. So, you heard it here first. We are doomed. We finna stay doomed. And, yeah, that's all. God bless.
Oh no. We're doomed.
Yeah, I agree with that speaker.
As long as Donald Trump's running.
Yeah. I agree as well. I think the issue is that people have been fooled into thinking it's left or right, and in many ways it is. But I think in a more important way, it's rich versus poor. When you look at the economy, the reason why it hasn't been impacted so much recently is because the rich people, their buying power is so big now, and they don't care about inflation in the economy, that the impact of the economy is less because poor people just don't buy enough to impact the economy anymore.
Yeah, did you see the stock buybacks? That recently just happened because of whatever the tax cuts or whatever the rebates that all those companies just got?
1,000%. Those are supposed to go towards jobs and creating infrastructure and building out new manufacturing, and they got the money, and then they put it into buying back the stock to raise the stock price so that their shareholders would become, have a couple more $1 million in their bank account. 100%.
And what percentage of people in the United States own stock? Do we know? I know somebody knows. I know it's not a large percentage, though.
It's a large percentage because everyone's retirement funds are on regular stocks. So it's almost everybody.
No, it's not almost everybody.
Yeah, that's not true at all.
It's about half, and about 90% of the stock holdings are owned by the top 10%.
Right. So anyway, yeah, and I don't know if you've heard the news, but retirement is a farce, and if you don't have generational wealth, you're likely not getting it or a break ever. So I hate to say it, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, the Debbie Downer, but white people whited, they're going to continue to white, and everybody else is fucked. And the poor whites, unfortunately, they're not really white either. Their whiteness is considered wasted because they're poor. And, they've been cast aside. So the poor whites and everybody who's not white is doomed. The Indians and the Asians, they may attempt to, what's it called? Not infiltrate, assimilate into whiteness, but, that, we'll see how that unfolds in the next 100 to 150 years. But as of now, the U.S. isn't looking good.
I vote like hell to get this land up out, man. It gets out of office, y'all better vote, because we can't have any of this Republican stuff again. This is crazy. I mean, it's like a kangaroo country. We got, folks arguing about who can play at the Super Bowl and all this, and ICE supposed to show up. It's a lot, right? This is unprecedented. I ain't never heard of ICE say, hey, let's go to the Super Bowl and whatever. This is just so stupid. It's like, and then we got a president that's up in the NFL's business. It's just a lot going on. We have other things to be worried about instead. He'd rather worry about the damn NFL. Oh my God.
Because Puerto Rico is not America, okay? I don't know if y'all know, but they have been the bastard child for quite some time. They don't have voting rights. They don't get Social Security. Like, y'all, come on. Can you look at the tea leaves? Like, have we been living in the same place? And y'all have lived a lot longer than me. So I don't know why you don't know this.
Do they not get Social Security? I didn't know that.
Oh, no.
Is that right?
And if you retire, so let's say you're a federal worker, and then you decide to retire in Puerto Rico, they will sue your ass and make you pay that money back. Even if you earned the Social Security working in the contiguous United States. Yes. There's a huge lawsuit about it. Very tragic. Very tragic.
That's crazy. They're 8 years old. I like that.
They did get some social benefits because there was that time when Trump threw the paper towel at them, and let's be honest, that's a federal benefit. But here's the point I want to make: is that the Republicans and the Democrats in the Congress and Senate passed an unbalanced budget, which is a tax on poor Americans multiple times every single year. Doesn't matter who's in power. And most of them are multimillionaires, and they make on average, I think, about $140,000 a year, right? So this is the point I'm trying to make: is if you think it's a left or right thing, Ash, and when you say, no more Republicans, like they're both screwing you. It's just one's maybe screwing you a little bit more. You know what I mean?
See, I think that as a white person, you can really say that with your full chest and believe it. But frankly, only one party is advocating to remove my civil rights. Only one party is advocating to undermine the Voting Rights Act. Only one party is trying to get rid of the 14th Amendment. So while, in terms of being, maybe corporately corrupt, they might be equivalent, in terms of racial politics, there is a stark contrast. And that cannot be overstated. Oh, and don't forget about abortion.
Listen, go ahead, Jeremy.
I agree with those points. I think that's where the nuance is. That there is still like social issues that one side is fighting for more than the other. But where I get disheartened is when I see both sides come together, both sides who are multimillionaires, despite the fact that they, don't make enough money to really have that much wealth, and they agree to pass unbalanced budgets that are a tax on every poor American that earns USD and saves in USD. So I think so I agree with you, but they're not innocent if they're doing that. Someone said, and I'll pass it to you, Concrete. Someone once said, like, hey, you want to solve unbalanced budget? Every single politician that votes for an unbalanced budget cannot run for re-election. Bam. You solve the U.S. debt in a second.
Concrete, I think you were about to tell me about why I was wrong. I appreciate that, Jeremy. I mean, I agree. I don't think they're doing enough at all, and it's ridiculous. But, like, I do think that marginal, that token advocacy, we gotta take what we can get at this point. Shit. What, Concrete?
Yeah. She wrote on or is it me?
It's you, Concrete.
Alright, hello, Clish. How you doing? My Irish queen. I hope all is well.
God bless.
And don't take this BTA personally. It's what I gotta do. Anyway, it hurts me more than it hurts you. Anyway, I think you're overly focused on the surface level, theater, and underneath the hood, they have all sold us. Sold us to corporate America. And there's no need for that. And everything else is just who gets to sleep on the floor or sleep on the bunk, but we're all prisoners and they are our correction officers.
So I just had a thought, I just asked ChatGPT, in human history, when a majority group blames minorities for something, have they ever been right throughout history? And it was just straight up almost never. And the only times where the majority blames a minority and they're right is when the large population blames the rich people. That's the only time a majority scapegoating a minority is correct. Almost all other instances have been just wrong.
Sorry, I didn't understand that.
What part?
I didn't understand what you were trying to say.
As in, so Republicans right now, not just the party, but its demographic, it's very rooted in blaming a minority group for a lot of things.
Everybody else understood what you said. It was very clear. It was very concise. We appreciated it. Concrete is just, his brain's made of concrete, so it's never going to get through. Don't waste your breath. God bless.
Damn, Kalisha, you gotta turn up that quick, bro. Let it simmer a little bit. Goodness gracious. And I understand what you're saying, Joe, but again, it seems like you're getting caught up in the political theater. If you look under the hood, yeah, we're all getting screwed. Thank you. Have a nice day.
But, there is still hope because, there are things we can tear down, like the police. So, just because we can't address Donald Trump does not mean that there are not local injustices that deserve to be addressed. God bless.
It's good about that. Now, maybe I'm just a victim of leftist media, but when I see images of and I gotta just be honest again, maybe it's just the slant of the propaganda, but when I see predominantly black kids and young black men getting arrested from running away from ICE, who are clearly not, whatever. Is that concerning? I mean, I know they get let go a lot of the time after they've been.
It's not because, did you know that black people are and we are the real Indians. So it's not concerning because we are indigenous and there's nowhere to deport us to. It's not going to impact us. God bless.
Jeremy, you ever watch those, really good heist movies where there's this group that, they're surrounded with this table, they're going over the plans, and they're like, we need a diversionary tactic. They're like, yeah, because in order for us to be able to do all the intricate things that we need to do in the time that we need to do it, we need the people who would thwart our efforts to be distracted and occupied with something else. And unfortunately, that's what we're all engaging in when we look at ICE, when we look at all of the other stuff that, consumes our airwaves in the media that we're consuming. So it's unfortunate. And you know what's so crazy? The Dems at the highest level, they understand this. And they aren't telling us this. They aren't saying ignore all of these social issues that are used to get your blood boiling and grind your gears and to steal your focus. That's the problem. They know what's going on. They understand it. And we're falling for it every day.
Yeah, I absolutely disagree. We are officially in about 1934 Germany, okay? The Gestapo has officially, become very, very prevalent within our communities. We are being socialized to accept a strong military presence and the ostracization of certain groups so that we can round them up in order to obtain more free labor in this capitalist society. If you ugly, if you poor, if you Blackistanian, or any other type of minority, they is coming for you. Maybe not today, but 100% tomorrow. And while they're doing this, they're championing, extremely divisive politics in order to ensure that marginalized groups do not unite against what's happening. It's very, very strategic. But also, this is a playbook that was laid out in Project 2025. Unfortunately, not only are our reading abilities in this country decreasing, so is our brain capacity. And because of that, we stepped into this shit, and it turned out to be a fucking sinkhole of shit. So we're sinking in shit.
What analysis? Can I try, and I hate to try and be a devil's advocate, actually, because I agree with almost everything you're saying, but I do hear concrete, right? Imagine an Obama administration when he had control of like majority of everything. Imagine him going full Trump on his principles, on his beliefs, on this brilliant man who was an expert in American history and like, y'all know what I mean? Like, imagine if he went full Trump and leveraged every single ounce of the executive power that he had instead of being, respecting American traditions and everything.
So wait, are you saying imagine if the Democrats weren't bitches? Because
Exactly. Yeah. That's it right there. You got it. She got it. You know why they're bitches? Yes. Because they have chains around their arm, their hand, their wrists, and their ankles. They have chains. And those chains are corporate dollars, corporate assassins. We're all fucked. They get what I said.
But that doesn't mean stop resisting. Like,
yes, it does. Your representatives have resisted.
Just because everybody else has stopped resisting, it doesn't mean I'm going to stop resisting. There were Germans that did resist throughout. They may have been killed, but you know what? Y'all gonna have to kill me before I am quiet about this shit.
The Dems weren't bitches. The Dems just said, you know what? We're not going to burn the country down just to have our way. Right? Like, let's be clear. That's what they're doing. GOP is burning this country down just so they can win. Like, that what we have to do to win, then what's the point of actually being in this country if the fucking end up burning it down? That doesn't make any sense. I'm not saying that they should just be passive. I'm not saying that they definitely need to step it up. But these guys are burning this place down. Like, hook, line, and sinker.
And they're so sophisticated. Well, let me just say this quick. They're so sophisticated that even when we're in our meetings and we're trying to, like, get everybody energized, they can, have plants that quell that enthusiasm. And, we're back to square one. Thank you. Have a nice day.
And Arthur, here's where, again, I know this is not a popular belief, but when I put forward that it's not a left or right thing, right? Like both parties has handed America's democracy to the military-industrial complex and to the wealthy, right? Like Citizens United started on the Democratic side of the spectrum and then was polluted on the Republican side. And all I'm trying to say is that when I agree there, like Kalisha was saying, there are some social justice points that obviously the Dems are champion that are super important. But at the end of the day, the things that led to Vietnam and so many unjust wars, and ultimately, Elon Musk spending $350 million to buy the election over the last 30 days of the last election, like that's the fucking problem, and both sides have contributed to that problem.
Oh, for sure, and there's definitely a lack of desire for change that got us to this point. Like, we can't deny that we are also here because this is what people chose. And frankly, the Democrats are comfortable with us being here in this position. Like, there's no denying it.
Well, I just like to look at the poll here. Go ahead, Jenny. You want to say something?
No, that was me.
Oh, go ahead, Copper.
Wait, why is the poll? It went back.
What you mean?
Oh, weird. It was showing 8 votes. Now it's showing 9. Oh.
Paige, we're getting screwed on both sides. Thank you for admitting it.
I mean, poll here is just eye-opening to me to show how far apart we are and, how we think. Look at this. We got, all right, should the Dems vote to open the government on the next vote? Absolutely. It's a must, 22%. No, let it burn. Says 32%.
God bless.
Oh my God, why do you want it to burn? And
we are already burning. This is a full.
Wait, 1 second. Okay, hold your horses. And then the other one says only if the Republicans pass the subsidies. Okay, 29% says that. And then the other people just think I'm just here. I'm just here at this point because this is crazy.
You said my name is Bennett and I'm not in it.
Well, go ahead, Concrete. You was gonna say something else or no?
No, I'm good. Yeah, I think
I am so torn on this, and I'm so fucking opinionated. I don't know why I'm so torn. But when I look at the outcomes out of each of these, right, absolutely it's a must. For me, I see the outcome of okay, they vote to open it up, and then a whole bunch of Americans from all the states get like a 300x increase in their health insurance costs, right? Okay, but the midterms, right, do that. You go to the next one, no, let it burn, right? And so many Americans are going to suffer. You have to line up in food banks because they're air traffic controllers or work for the government. Okay, that's also good for midterms for them, right? Only if the Republicans pass subsidies, they hold by their principles and say, no, it's not about politics. It's about really making sure that Americans don't face 300x, and I don't care. Not going to happen. I don't think. And I'm just here, and I'm going to vote that because I'm Canadian, and I'm worried about y'all.
Listen, everything's going to be fine, man. We'll be all right. Economy's going to crash. Some people are going to be, It's gonna be painful, but we'll survive.
I mean, some will, some won't, Concrete. Let's just be honest. Because
Let's be honest.
Yeah,
Did your ancestors survive slavery? Because mine did.
I guess, yeah.
The Holocaust. So you know what? I made a stronger stuff than this white Cheeto motherfucker.
My.
Clearly, your legs don't sink mine, but that's a completely different.
Okay, Jeremy. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Calm the atheism down. Calm the atheist. Put it away. So, all right, Kalisha. Now you said let it burn. Now, to me, let it burn means that come November the 10th, when some of these people aren't receiving their SSI checks, when some people aren't receiving food stamps, on top of facing these, insurance premiums in the mail that have gone up 250%. We'll see. What's going to happen? Look like the fire burner.
Look, if we reopen and those subsidies aren't passed, then fuck anyway. So we might as well stay closed. That's how I feel. Like, fuck it. It's not, shit is not about to get better. It's not. So, donate to your local food bank if you can. If not, get in line. Bye.
Good God.
Standing in my line, I mean, look, this is really bad. This is not happened to where food stamps have, not that I know of, where food stamps stopped during the last government shutdown. I don't remember folks coming on the news saying they're going to lose their government food stamps and stuff. It's concerning, you know what I mean? And we've had to turn people away and stuff, and it's really sad, but we've never helped this many people before, except for during the pandemic and a couple other times, but now the need seems to surpass even the pandemic. It's really bad, y'all. And if you're down here on the ground and you're seeing people that never come to receive help, it was people that had never, ever thought they would ever need any kind of food assistance. So now on top of people who won't get food stamps, I know that we'll be turning people away, and I just pray for those folks, man, because a lot of food banks are going to be turning folks away this holiday season. Thanksgiving coming up, they ran out of turkeys last year, and so I just pray for folks, man. It's really bad.
So I love that, and bless you for working there and doing that stuff. And I think that touches on something, right? Like, it's one thing when the poor and the needy need to go to food banks, right? But when skilled professionals who are working 40, 50 hours a week as traffic controllers or all the important federal jobs that federal employees work, and they're working without pay 40 hours a week. They're still going to work every day, but they got to buy gas. They got to feed their kids. And their option is, do I have savings? Do I have a credit card? Or do I have to go to the food bank? And so I think it's fascinating what you're saying, Ashton, because I imagine there's a lot of skilled, educated professionals who just happen to have the government as their employer, who are now lining up for hours to get food to feed their families.
All kinds of people in that line, and that's the thing. People, I get the politics and all that, man, but like the lady said in the line, I'm hungry. So hunger does not care if you're Democrat or Republican or whatever. It meets you where it does, and for some people, they want our help immediately, and there are times that when we're on break or closed, we can't help everybody. Sometimes we see notes left, hey, can you help us, so and so, so forth. So it's a big deal right now, and even with utility assistance, community partners and others have stepped up through endowments and things like that. Endowments are very powerful because churches and other even private businesses have said they wanted to donate. one, they said for them it's a tax write-off, obviously, but then they get to feed a lot of people. And we want to be able to feed 5 to 10,000 people. We get a larger center, 110,000 square foot center. We're on it. Then we'll have the capacity to do that. But right now, we're very limited. We're 3,000 some people was capacity because we can't have everybody just crammed in there. So right now, that's where we're at. And when we reach that balloon, we have to turn people away. But I just pray that a lot of things can go our way so that we can help a lot more people. Can you imagine us helping 10,000 people or more a week or something like that? Can y'all imagine that? That'd be great. And I think we can do it when we have it in place. Says there's no holiday breaks for hunger, no breaks for the weary, stuff like that. I mean, seriously, hunger does not take a break. It does not care what zip code you live in. There are people who live in Allen, Texas, an affluent neighborhood, and they come to find out some of the people even in that neighborhood didn't have proper food to eat and clothes to wear. So even some of your most affluent people may not have enough to eat. That's concerning too.
First Lady Nash, I heard someone the other day, I think it was Trent, and he was saying, like, hey, we should be really super stoked about bringing like $32,000 a year manufacturing jobs back to America, right? And the answer is like, hey, shouldn't every American celebrate that? And I thought about it and was like, well, if you make $32,000 a year, you're effectively, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, living in poverty in America. No savings, paycheck to paycheck, any unexpected health or education costs like crippling. And so my answer was like, no, why would you want Americans to have jobs that only pay $32,000 a year? Like that's confusing to me. Like I didn't understand why Trump, when he takes office, with historically some of the lowest unemployment in American history, and then he crashes the economy, introduces the biggest tax increase with tariffs in modern American history, and unemployment crashes and inflation rises. Like, why do that just to bring shitty jobs back to America? And maybe I'm preaching to the.
Yeah, you are. But my question would be, listen, why aren't the jobs already starting? Like, where's the factories? Why aren't they building the factories already? So, that's my question right there. But also, I have another question for you, Jeremy. Is it true that Canada went on and made the deal with China or something? Did I hear that right?
We're moving in that direction. It hasn't been announced yet, but we just opened up a line from our oil in Alberta to Vancouver, which enables us to sell everywhere. Before we didn't do it because we just sold it all to you guys. It's super cheap. That's why 60% of your refining facilities are made to process our oil, not Saudis. But I'll answer it simply. What happened, first thing, is that we shat on China because of the Uyghur stuff, 5 or 10 years ago, and they stopped buying our soya bean and really bought almost all of your soya bean instead. And then now they're not buying your soya bean anymore, and your soya farmers are pissed. And we, before us and you in Mexico, we were like, hey, 100% tariffs on Chinese cars. Let's protect our car industry. And now that our car factories are shutting down because of the tariffs, we're saying, hey, why should we side with America? We're just going to go and say, hey, China, we'll sell you our soya bean and we'll let your Chinese cars into our country. And why don't you, lease this factory that just shut down because of American tariffs. So that's where things are going, I think.
Gonna find itself hopefully not alone on the global stage. I really hope after Donald Trump leaves office that America can seriously redo. I don't know if you want to say that, just start over in so many ways, because so many people are going to be hurting because this man is all about him. He's not about the country. And you folks over in Canada, I hope you guys understand that Donald Trump is not a monolithic of the people. He's not, there are people who literally hate the policies and what's going on, for real. You know what I mean? We want relationships with our allies, and we want to work with people in global trade and all that. This kind of stuff is really unprecedented, and heavy tariffs levied against countries like India and, and Singapore. My gosh, I said, a beautiful place like that, why are they tariffed? I'm still not understanding what happened. Why are we here, and why all of a sudden no one can stand up against Donald Trump when it comes to an unlawful tax? That's what I think a tariff is. And I don't know who's going to call it tariff, because that's what it is, but it's just like a big old tax. Who wants to pay that? No one. So folks can speak out about it, but I don't know if much can be done about him levying these tariffs, and what other countries or anything. Can other countries do anything about it? Can they, I don't know, tariff back? What can they do if they're getting these levied upon them? In Singapore.
The versus is over? Oh my God, I missed it.
It's still on the replays on Instagram if anybody wants to see it. It's actually pretty good. We are old. They old and we old. That's all.
No, they old. It says I am young.
Okay, yeah, they're a little extra old, but it was good to see. So it's young. Who's 87? Hush.
I'm 87, but the thing is, I'm young at heart, and I will never grow old. You understand? But all right, so look, we are at 40 now. 40 people have voted. Thank you for casting your vote. Seems as though absolutely it's a must is at 20%. And then we have no, let it burn. Ooh, let it burn, 28%. And then we have only if the Repubs pass the subsidies. 35% people have voted for that. And then we have, you know what? I'm just here. I'm here for the conversation. I'm here to decide. I don't know which way to go. I don't know what to vote for. And I'm one of those people, because I said beginning of this month, I thought that it was going to be back open by the middle of October, because I was listening and I heard Trump. He told me that they got a deal going on and they're going to probably get this thing done. So I was like, okay, you know what? I'll give them until the middle of October. That didn't happen. And then I started hearing the pushback, and I was like, oh, no, this is serious. Like, this is real serious. So I was like, okay, maybe at the end of the month. Child, I don't see nothing in sight. I really and truly don't. I don't see how it's going to happen. And y'all not having a real discussion about what happens when people don't have food to eat. Perhaps maybe we'll get the USAID food. Maybe that's the reason why they cut off funding over there, because that's what they're going to feed the American people. And I guess we'll eat peanut butter from a pack or something. I don't know. But yeah, it's going to get crazy. And then you really want to see the National Guards, they're going to be there. So I'm hoping none of this happens, but that's how I'm seeing it play out, because no money, no food. And then how many people we're talking about? 42 million people?
Did you just say that they diverted USAID food to the poorest nations in Africa so that they could feed the poor hungry? I don't mean to laugh. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to laugh, but to feed the poor hungry Americans.
I mean, it's just a thought. I was just saying, They cut the funding off. Didn't they cut the funding? I'm not. Y'all here? What's going on? I'm just saying. I don't know. Reformed, are you there? You know, there's a person that has been on stage all day long and sitting amongst us and hasn't said a word. And nobody has said anything. Now, the thought ran through my mind, and I never came back because it didn't cross my mind again until now. Who the hell is Mo?
That's a good point. Reveal yourself.
Oh, money? To the poll.
And then they got like an undeveloped picture here, an undeveloped photo. Hey Mo. Hey Mo. Who is Mo? Mo has 162 friends. They call himself the African Jackal. Uh-oh. That's scary. Talk less, walk lightly, strike once. Oh my word.
Can I ask you something real quick? On the topic of Mo money, Mo hats off. I think America just lent, $30 billion to Argentina, and they're selling a lot of soybean to China. My question is kind of this: in Trump's latest term, he has increased the federal debt at a faster pace, only second to the spending during COVID, right? And most of it to strip money from the poorest Americans to get to billionaires. Is it that accelerated pace of debt and depreciation of the dollar? Do you think that that's a bigger influence on inflation in America, or do you think the tariffs are? Like, which do you think that plays a bigger role?
The tariffs.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I mean for inflation, stripping dollars does lead to inflation, right? Because that can lead to scarcity. But adding in the tariffs so soon, especially so high, like he didn't really give anything time to breathe. I think that contributed to inflation more. Because Cindy Stumpo made a really good point. I was asking her if there's still supply chain shortages, and she said no. Because she said we can't blame it on anything, it's just the new environment. So basically delays in shipping, delays in products, right? Like we can't blame it on COVID anymore, it's just, it is what it is, which is kind of scary, right? If this is the new normal, this is not good. So in my opinion, it was the tariffs, because imagine if they hadn't been put in place, if the farmers, he hadn't messed with their productivity and with China, and they still had an outlet, right? If he hadn't increased the cost of cars and car parts, right? If he hadn't attributed to those delays, like for the builders, things would be less expensive. That's just how it works. There are people reporting that their overseas shipments are being delayed. Small business owners, can't get their products inventories down, and scarcity leads to inflation. So that's my opinion.
I had to get some stuff from overseas, and it took it over 3 weeks to get here, and that was paying for whatever the fastest version of shipping they had. I said, well, I'm not doing this anymore. This is crazy. You know what I mean? So it's like getting things in this country. That's what I'm going to have to do. It's going to cost more of a man. All those fees you got to pay to get it here, you're forced to try to buy it. But the supply in this country is not. I don't know. It's just different when you're trying to find certain things. It's difficult, man, and it takes too long right now to get things, especially from China or other places overseas.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is going to impact as well, because you're going to have less dollars, so you're going to restrict the economy. I mean, think about it. If someone was used to getting $500 a month and basing their spending on that, and then all of a sudden now they're getting, $428, then their spending is going to decline, which should means that there's an excess. So we might enter something icky, which is really bad, which is called stagflation, where you see. I'll just let you speak because yeah, it's not good.
No, please finish. I didn't realize I was off mute. I'm so sorry.
No, go ahead. I mean, I just question. But we're not really there yet. But is the dollar falling? Yes. Is that going to hurt us? Yeah. So stagflation is basically where we have high inflation and we also have high unemployment, which is not good. It's really hard to get out of because people need jobs, people need income, right? The majority of Americans are not existing on savings and investments, right? That would be great if the majority of us did, but the majority of us don't, which is why you see that the 1% own an overwhelming portion of the majority portion of wealth in this country, whatever that could look like, being a business owner, art, horses, ranches, land, right? The elites, not the people that make $500,000 a year, because they're vulnerable too, right? Because they can get laid off. There's I think the stats were like 20 or 30% of people that make over $100,000 are living paycheck to paycheck, because we're a consumer-based society. So stagflation is like what happened with Japan, and it took them years to get out of it, like years. It's like nothing grows, and that's bad. I hope that doesn't happen. But what are we seeing right now? We're seeing lots and lots of layoffs. And the crazy thing is that they're government instigated, right? They're not necessary. So when you make all these cuts, it's kind of like, think about if you're in a relationship or you have a new job and you've been doing something the same way for years and it's worked. And then you implement a lot of changes within like a couple of days. But then, so it's disruptive. It's not been tested. We actually know that tariffs, like on the short term, and increased tariffs against other countries actually don't work. It ends up biting us in the butt, and we know this from history. We have so many examples. Most recently, what Trump did in 2017 with China and the soybeans. So I hate to say I'm not really sure what the goal is, because nothing that we've ever looked at in terms of how the economy works or trends or any other country is indicating that this is going to be a win for the United States economy. It's already impacting the dollar. It's impacting our overseas relationships. We see that tourism is down. Other countries are realizing that they have other options rather than coming to the United States or utilizing the American dollar. And that's problematic when we have so much debt that, we need these interest rates to come down, because we need that money from other countries to buy our treasuries and bonds. So when we're scaring other dollars away from the country, I'm not really sure how that's going to work out long term. We've never really done it before, to be perfectly honest. This is yeah. I'm trying to be happy. It's Friday night, Jeremy. I don't want to be all,
I'm gonna agree with you and just be like a fountain of positivity right now. So I agree 100%. Right? I think like when you look at the delta between the tariffs versus just passing unbalanced budgets and printing U.S. dollars, which is also a tax. America has done that since 1971. And I remember being a kid, a teenager, going to New York for the first time and seeing that like debt clock in downtown Manhattan and being like, how is this sustainable, right? And then flash forward 30 years later, and that dead clock is like 3 more, new digital screens, because they needed more fucking, numbers to put up there, because and still, it's all good. America's still number one. And it was because of the manipulation of fiat and the oil dollar, the petrodollar, and the military-industrial complex. But it was still working, right, reform? And even though every time both sides passed an unbalanced budget, which was a tax on all Americans, it was a tiny tax, and that tax was suppressed by the power of the petrodollar and the military-industrial complex. And what's breaking now, and this is where I agree with you, is that the tariffs are a knee-jerk, immediate, massive tax on Americans. that was forced onto them at a point when they had some of the lowest unemployment numbers in their history, right? And that's the messed up part. And that's why I agree with you, is that the tariffs, I think, will have a bigger negative impact on American economy than passing unbalanced budgets and printing money. So yeah, I agree with you.
No, I agree. Okay.
Are you talking about Union Square or are you talking about Penn Station? There were two debt clocks.
I mean, for the people saying that like it wasn't working, yes, do we have a lot of debt? Do we carry a lot of debt? But think about it. It's like there's good debt and there's bad debt, right? There's leverage debt, but as long as you can pretty much pay it. Because think about the average person. We also utilize debt. We have credit cards, right? We get a mortgage. We're not paying cash for our vehicles. We're not paying cash for our educations, right? We get a loan for our education, right? Or you get a scholarship, or you get a mortgage for your property, or you lease your vehicle, right? Or you use a credit card. So this is the base of capitalism, right? You leverage money. Other people's money that's kind of similar, right? Because we're not using our money. We pay our money, but using other people's money means that they want it back at some point, right? So when you think about it, you have to go back to like capitalism being this model where we leverage in order to gain more. Because if all of us literally lived within our means, I mean, think about it, right? It would be a challenge for us to just live within our means. I mean, don't use credit cards, don't use mortgages, don't lease your vehicles. What the fuck would that look like? Right? Where would you live? I know, but that's what I'm saying, right? Like, look, I'm in my bag tonight, literally. What does that look like?
So
right?
Not to interrupt, but like that would look like what this country would need to look like in 5 or 10 years. Because if one side is right and this economy keeps growing, fine, whatever. But if the other side is right that there is some kind of credit crunch and some kind of deterioration of our economy, that world that you're describing of how do I go without taking this loan, or how do I not finance, or go without the car, or go without a lot of these things. That is the world that Americans will have to deal with, like to go without.
But we can't. We even finance, going to the doctor. We finance, Americans are consumer based. 70% of what you and I spend constitutes the GDP. That would crater the economy and we would have a Great Depression. That's literally how that works, because lots of us have jobs depending on these financed and mortgage things, right? Like, that's why it's a carefully constructed, think of it like an ecosystem where I pay you, right? I'm your employer, whether that be the government, whether that be corporate, whether that be a nonprofit, whether that be a healthcare system. I pay you, and then you in turn go out and you give a portion of that money, back to me. I've worked at wealth management firms. I had brokerage accounts. They got a portion of my money back, right? I worked part-time at Dillard's, the retail clothing place. I bought clothes at Dillard's with my discount, but I still bought clothes at Dillard's, right? So it was like a little ecosystem. And when we have dollars, we put dollars back into the economy. I mean, that's just how that works. A lot of people substantiate their economies, and U.S. consumers, even though we have poverty, even though we have low income, right, in the United States. So there's like a price point for everybody. Are you going to pay what you are, right? So y'all see what I'm saying? But like, if you disrupt that balance, you're fucked. Which is why we have recessions, which is why it takes us a while to get out of recessions, which is why we have people that lose their homes and people that lose their jobs. And and people that lose their life and people that lose their businesses. Hell, we've had entire industries in this country that have almost cratered. Does anybody remember 2008, the financial system, the banking system? Remember, Bank of America stock was like $8. The manufacturers, remember Ford and all of those, they were going to go under. AIG, Lehman Brothers, right? We lost a lot. So that's what I'm saying. Government has always been there to bail us out. But when government can't bail us out, what the fuck does that look like?
Really quickly, and again, I'm a socialist maxi capitalist, so I think that things like education, access to healthcare, access to like the prison system and justice and democracy should be as separated from capitalism as possible, to the greatest extent possible. But saying I don't agree. And I guess that's the thing, is that in America, I think that what's best for a wealthy nation is that if you have a really smart citizen, their access to wealth shouldn't determine their access to higher education. Same thing with healthcare. Same thing with monetizing prisons or allowing private prisons to dictate what laws determine who gets sent to jail. Right? So I'm a maxi capitalist, but I also think that you have to segregate capitalism to the greatest extent possible in certain industries like healthcare, prisons, education, and nations that do that excel. And I think that's a big problem in America, is that you guys don't do that.
Well, we're not only to excel in America, that's kind of the problem.
In America, if you break your leg, like the leading individual bankruptcy, cause of individual bankruptcy in America is healthcare debt, right? If you're a brilliant kid, but you don't have the wealth and you're not in the 1% to get a scholarship, you're not going to be able to afford to get access to education unless you take on massive debt. And that's not good for America. Would you agree?
It's not. Oh, I'll just say this and let other people chime in because I'm curious to hear the thoughts. There was a president who absolutely realized the point of what you just said, and he realized that medical debt was detrimental to the average American because it impacted the APR, or the amount of interest that you would pay going about your everyday life, pretty much over things that most of us don't have any control over, which is when something happens and we have to go to the hospital and get treated, right? I mean, we do have control to some extent, but sometimes accidents happen. So medical debt was actually, for the first time ever, not going to be used in calculating your credit score. It was going to, I think, not be considered for like a number of 5 years, which would absolutely help most people, because all they need is the opportunity to get on a payment plan. Well, the next president who was elected actually removed that ability. The person who put that in place was Joseph Biden. The person who removed it was Donald J. Trump. Most people who support Donald J. Trump are in red states, which are the most impoverished states in the nation. And they still applaud those decisions. Look, some of them are in the chat. You can't make this shit up. When you have someone, this is what's happened in this country, it's so polarized, and I'm not really sure why, because the haves are still the haves and the have-nots are still the have-nots. Electing a particular president because of, I don't know, they look like you, in this regard, I'm trying to find ways that a poor person would support the Republicans or even Donald Trump. For the life of me, I can never grasp that. You're basically fighting to give them a chance, a financial chance. And when they don't support that themselves, what exactly is supposed to happen? So that's where we are now.
So I think that divide is coming from half this country has the wrong hypothesis, right? So I think the central issue is housing. the Republican Party like showed its poker hand, because if you're kicking out Mexican immigrants, right, or Hispanic immigrants, that means a few things. Like, do you think they're competing against them at like W-2 jobs? They're not, right? So there's no way the large number of immigrants they're kicking out is competing against them at like a regular job. Not even McDonald's. That's a W-2 job. Like your regular Mexican is not competing against you there. So I think the place where they saw the competition was in real estate, where it's like trying to get a house, but it's like crowded in that market. Or I'm trying to get an apartment, but it's like difficult to get one. So I think that's where they say it's like it's just too many people. So they're right now, that divide, I think it's coming from something very economic and very core, like straight. I think it's straight housing. That's because nobody's stupid. Nobody's just gonna kick out a group of people and think it's gonna improve their life economically, unless they have a hypothesis in their head, which is, I think these groups are taking our housing.
But that's not it. But that's a lie. So let me just say that.
Yeah, you can say something, but let me just add to why I'm thinking that. Because like I just said, what Mexican is competing with you at a W-2 job? Like, they're not. So what the hell are they talking about?
Well, there are immigrants that compete with Americans for W-2 jobs, but it's such that the narrative does not talk about them, and I'm talking about Silicon Valley.
Those are illegal. They're going through a process, and they usually have work authorization.
Actually, most of the illegal immigrants in this country are here on expired visas. The same happened at one time with Elon Musk and his brother. The same happened with Melania Trump. They were here on expired visas, so yes, they were illegal.
Right, but I'm saying in terms of the job, like if you go to Starbucks and you don't have a work authorization, if you're illegal, you would need to show like fraudulent documents, which is illegal in itself. But yeah, in terms of the broader point, like there's no way they're competing at the jobs with against these Americans. The only specific group are the H-1B ones, which I actually kind of understand. Like, okay, I can see how they're going to throttle that. But for the vast majority of immigrants they're trying to kick out, I can only think this is the only thing I can speculate. Like, it's got to be housing, man. People must be stressed on that.
It's not housing. And this is what I'm trying to tell you, right? First of all, there's no housing issues in Middle America, right? If you're going to talk about Texas, and honestly, not even Texas really. I mean, things are getting more expensive. It's 2025. As people start to make more income, things go up. Inflation is something that occurs naturally. It's typically been held at about 2%. And these are just my opinions, right? I haven't read any white papers in it. But you have people that are making more money. You have influencers. You have people that can get on social media, right? They don't need to make $10,000 a month. They can just make $100 a month. You've never really been able to do that in the history of the world. We have a global society, right? There's Canadians on Chatter that give rocket chats to Americans for talking in a room. There's people on TikTok that can get those little, whatever you call the little gifts that have money. That is a multi-billion-dollar industry that did not even exist 10 years ago, right? OnlyFans did not exist 10 years ago. Do you know how much OnlyFans brings in revenue?
The most revenue profit, they're the highest profitable revenue business in the world.
Exactly.
When it comes to revenue efficiency.
You got a cell phone and you got a picture of your ass. There you go. I mean, literally, right? That's my point. You pay Wi-Fi.
Please benefit from my OnlyFans link. Thank you.
Girl, you need to get on there.
Someone
Get you some money.
send me instructions.
Also, I have a Canadian maple bacon account that y'all would just freak out about. But reformed, can I just push back a little bit? No pause. It kind of like you guys have the Federal Reserve, which is a non-governmental private entity. And Queen, I will mute up after this lady, I promise. But you just like in a positive way said that we as Americans have a regulated planned 2% tax, aka inflation, planned 2% annual inflation, aka tax, that we impose on all Americans And most of them don't know that it is an annual imposed 2% tax, aka planned inflation, that both sides are super on board with. I am so triggered right now. I'm gonna mute up, but
I mean, things go up, right? Let me take Aram. Aram has a heart of gold. Literally, he has a heart of gold.
And I'm a big fan of a big
Me and Aaron probably thought I was the worst black pseudo-conservative he'd ever encountered. But eventually we found our way, right, to mutual respect. At least for me, I'm pretty sure I irritate the hell out of him sometimes. But if Aaron has a business, he has to increase his costs, right? Things don't cost what they used to. It's not the good old days, right? So does he want to pay his employees more? Sure, because that's what I tell people. Inflation is also wage increase, right? It's also equity in your house. It's also an increase in the stock market. All inflation is an increase in the cost of goods and services, right? But we also want there to be growth in all aspects of our lives, right? It's like when you get married. You want there to be growth, right? You don't just want to do, I'm sorry, y'all, I have to go there. You don't just want to do that same position you did when you first met. You gotta keep it interesting a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
wow.
That's what I'm talking about. That's literally what I'm talking about, right? You don't just want to, I started out being a financial coach and I have 5 clients. 10 years later, I still got 5 clients. I'm also broke and homeless, right? So that's kind of like, what do we do? Like, is how much growth is too much growth? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, we do have that 2% that's kind of baked in. Was I in a room where we were talking about, with TC, who was trying to, we were talking about cost of living increases, cost of living adjustments. Social Security has it put in, like pensions didn't, right? You got a stream of income for life. But certain things are, like jobs. Everybody remembers if you're lucky, you get that little 2 to 3% raise, which we're supposed to be overjoyed about. But that was just to keep up with inflation, to keep you at a job so you didn't go looking for another one, right? But that happens because we don't really have control over, what China is going to charge for something. And there's an economic term for this, but I can never remember it. It's where we can use like the Birkins and all those luxury goods, which I love that China is like, you know what, United States, I'm telling all your freaking secrets because y'all are getting on our nerves, right? Have y'all been following that? It is funny as shit.
That campaign was classic.
Is it not? First they came to Dior, like, yo, Dior, you're charging $1,000 for these sneakers, and they literally cost you $42.32 to manufacture. You're full of shit. So this is what happened with we'll just say like Louis Vuitton. All of these things are mostly manufactured in China. Parts come from Indonesia, parts come from here, and then they land in France, and they like put a ribbon on it. Boom, manufactured in France. Get the fuck out of here, right? 80% of that shit was done overseas, like manufactured in France, my ass. But that's just how it works. That's how it works with American cars. Like the number one American car outside of Tesla that's mostly manufactured here is not even American. It's like a Honda Passport because all of the shit comes from everywhere else. I forgot my train of thought because y'all know I love these combos, so I'll pass the mic around.
I'm so triggered right now, Reform, so I'm going to let anyone else respond before.
I know. Oh, yeah, Vanna and Sabina. I think that would be a good daytime combo that we talk about, that maybe Patty or First Lady will play what Bannon was saying. Because, that's crazy as shit talking about...
third term?
Yeah!
I'm not playing that mess, because I don't even want to talk that into existence. What's going on?
Well, there you go. Amen. Period.
So 45 people have voted. Let me get my glasses on. Glasses I don't have. Let me move these big eyelashes out the way. Okay. Let me say. Okay, 45 people have voted. We have 18% listed absolutely. It's a must. And then we have 27% that says no. Let it burn. Let this
thing burn. And then we got only if the Republics go ahead and pass those subsidies. Okay. And that is at 38%. Let it burn just moved into 30%. Okay. All right. I'm just here hanging out. It's at 17%. So we're tied with the 17%. Absolutely, it's a must. All right. Back to business. So versus went on. I don't know who won. I gotta get caught up later on today. Tomorrow. Let me see. Is it in the house? Is it already scheduled? No, it's not scheduled. Okay. Well, tomorrow we are having our last 1 hour and 30 minutes, 1 hour and a half for 107 days with Kamala Harris. I think we're on like the 30th something day countdown to the actual election. So that conversation should be good. I hope you guys can join us. If you haven't already, go ahead and join the Politically Telegram. We want to know, what books do you want to hear next? We're going to start having different books that we go over on, let's say, Saturdays and Sundays. So please make sure you let us know what book you want to read. If you don't have the Telegram link, you'll have to hold out. I told you guys, you got to get in now. Subscriptions are coming, and it's going to be $25 a day. So get in while you can. Join the Politically Correct Telegram. But if you don't have it, just go ahead and give me a back channel. Now, we're not doing, no novels and shit. None of that smut talk books. No. We're talking about politics, something that we can really have a conversation about.
Are you using the books to try to keep the Republicans away?
No, because you say books, I run. I love books. They're great.
Hey, Marsh.
I guess you're a Democrat now.
You know how Marshall.
Oh, well.
I'm surprised you're still a Republican, Marshall.
In my county, I'm disaffiliated with our state party. I'm disaffiliated with our national party.
Good
So
job.
I have my county service, and that's better.
Aww. I knew that little spicy Latina was going to make a difference in your life. I know. Oops.
She really was something. I think what, we're no longer together, but we are good friends, and she was just like, she's one of the coolest girls I ever dated.
You know what? Go get her king so you can have an abuela and all of that stuff. I didn't even know. I was guessing. Like, it's inevitable. Who else are you going to date down there by the border? Exactly, right?
I mean, this could sound weird, but I've never been in a relationship.
I'm not surprised. Like, there's literally, you must know white man with red hair for hundreds of months.
It's a harrowing experience, Marshall. Harrowing.
I think it's the best experience ever. I go around large groups of white people.
I was talking about the white woman.
Oh, okay. Y'all are so silly.
I just want to congratulate my sister, my cousin sister, reformed. She was pretty good today. She didn't crash too bad. I appreciate that. It was a good conversation. And T's lasted all day long, and you didn't throw him out. My.
I never throw him out because I'm like, I know these people will tell Patty in 2 seconds, somebody kiss me. I'm like, you're not gonna put it. Now that mountain dude is weird, and he was in Lou's room, sputtering, yelling. It's so crazy to me when they're like, but y'all didn't care about the abuse of children when Biden was in office. I'm like, bro, it's the abuse of children. Like, are you okay? I'm sorry, that shit gets weird when they start. When they're like, we don't really care about that. So I'm like, you know what? Let me just go away. I don't even want.
Yeah, the mountain ain't one that I can tolerate too long. His
he is belligerent.
Oh, every day of a week he's belligerent.
Who is that? Is that a rebrand? Because that voice sounds really familiar.
It's absolutely a rebranding for him. I don't know if the guy's prior to him, but we both know him.
Yeah, because it's gonna pop in my head one day. But yeah. But what were we saying? So like, y'all see what I'm trying to say though? Like in terms of the economy and what's gonna happen, that's like the concern. So nobody listens to economists.
Right, but see, I think you're at a high level of this and talking to people who are in the middle class. But before we can even get to the middle class, I think the income challenge people are getting ready to have a goddamn fit. Like if they're not eating, don't you think they're gonna get the stealing?
Oh, for sure. But First Lady, this is part of it. Like, where there's extreme poverty, for whatever reason, it can lead to extreme crime. We know this.
I don't want to deal with it. I can't deal with it. I don't like crime.
But Reformed and First Lady, and then I'm just going to push back a little bit. When you sit here
You're pushing back. So will you start pushing? Go ahead.
How dare you? How dare I will not take that bait, lady. But Reform, let me say this. When you are okay with 2% and, planned inflation, 2% planned tax on every American that makes USD in income and savings, and you sit here and say, hey, the fact that even if you make $100,000 a year, you're living paycheck to paycheck in America. That's just a reality, right? And so when you're okay with inflation, when you're okay with the increase in cost, right? And so you look at China, and their income every month is a fraction of what it is in America, but their quality of life, their access to higher education, their access to healthcare, their access to be able to excel and have, just unbelievable quality of life metrics. That's the important thing. And America is no longer in the top 10 list of any quality of metrics. And China is, and other socialist nations are. And so that's where I push back, is when you're okay with a 2% inflation and printing unbalanced budgets and just printing money, then you're okay with the poverty that leads to the fact that you guys had 3 mass shootings in America today. 3.
Today?
Or at least in the last 3 days, yeah.
Really? I ain't know one happened. Mass shooting? Are you sure?
That is, yes, sadly, that is the majority of days in America. And by mass shooting, I mean a shooting incident that killed more than 2 or 3 people. That is almost every single day in America now.
Don't be mad at me, sir.
That was a lot. I'm so sorry. Girl, you put me in the goo right now. I just...
Everybody likes First Lady. She got $10,000 that I'm paying the first day already.
Yeah, you're gonna be my promoter. Yeah, I gotta
call an OnlyFans promoter. Is there a name for that?
Mind your business? No. we take it in the
It's called a small business owner, and that queen is so much better than the pimp that used to own the adult.
Right, we're called social media content managers. That's what we're called. Social media content managers.
I like that.
So like first Lady got $1 million in chatter last week. I mean, that was word on the street. That's what I heard.
Oh, how much did that room get? Like $400-$500?
That's what the room got. What the First Lady got was completely separate. That's that's getting word on the street.
Awesome.
I don't want to talk about anything like this.
Exactly. You don't want to tell it, but you're just running your lips, huh?
Just be her cash out right there. But on Chatter, you can send people rocket chats through their profiles. Just FYI, it does not have to be to the room. So there you go.
Here's a controversial take. OnlyFans empowered women women in the oldest career or industry in human existence for the first time and stripped the wealth from rich and wealthy white men who are profiting off of the women who were in that industry before OnlyFans. Hot take.
Well, good enough with the guys who own OnlyFans, they get a percentage of that.
But they got the middleman, like the pimps that were, pimping out the woman. So yeah, there's still people at the top. But
yeah, exactly.
It's way more safer because before it's easy to kill what would you call it, a prostitute, right? That was the original term, and then the higher end was escorts, and then now I think reform. What did you say it was? Social media content, right?
Mm-hmm. So, social media content creator.
So it's much better, no?
Social media content creators, crazy. So, if I do OnlyFans, am I going to hell? Like, I don't want to go to hell. No.
Oh, God. How dare you? How dare you? Hold on.
I don't want to go to hell. Like, what's going on? I feel like I'm going to go to hell.
OnlyFans.com/revelations.
Okay, yeah.
Includes my Bible humor for the month, by the way. That's it. That's fine.
I'm writing no Revelations at the end. Kicking it.
There, Jesus loved everyone. Prostitutes, tax collectors, everyone, politicians, everything. So.
You could read the Song of Solomon in some lingerie. That's spreading the word, literally. Oh,
It's such a great point for me. I saw this TikTok. I don't know if you guys have seen it. It's this viral TikTok where a preacher in a Christian, Baptist church has a blinged out Rolls Royce on stage. And he's like, the reason why I bring my blinged out Rolls Royce on stage is to demonstrate for God that this is for all of us. And someone in the congregation says, can I drive it? And he says, no, Jesus wouldn't want that, right? And that's kind of the point I'm saying is that if that preacher went on OnlyFans, he's going to be a millionaire, right? But also, OnlyFans the owners of OnlyFans taking 10% from those small business owners that are creating their own content is so much better than that pimp that used to own that woman and force her into poverty and depression and slavery so that they could have a whole bunch of money profiting off of their body. That's the difference.
Jeremy, speaking of this, I honestly did not know this, guys. Maybe some of it. I had no idea that Trump, because people always talk about Trump's mother, but I didn't know Trump's grandfather was a brothel owner, and he changed his name, anglicized his name. It was German, but he was a brothel owner, so technically a pimp who made money off of women. I never knew that.
Yeah, the men are getting on it too. We're joking about OnlyFans, but do y'all know how many celebrities have gone on OnlyFans? And it's crazy. Like they make so much money. I'm an advocate for safety, right? I don't believe in shaming sex workers. I don't like how these young girls are on there, but I'm not living their life, right? If they manage their money appropriately. And there's a lot of young men that are on there too. So, shoot, to each his own. There are people selling feet, the feet pics. Does anybody remember for the OGs? We thought that when eBay came around, that was also such a big deal. Because I was a stay-at-home mom during eBay. And I don't know, there was a woman, I don't know how she did it, y'all, but she had the cutest polo shirts and shorts and everything, and I would spend $300 for 10 outfits for my boys. Now I'm she was probably stealing that some kind of way, but I didn't even think about it because I was such a goody two shoes. But that was a business model for people, right? You got your PayPal, you did your eBay, and you had all of these people that became sellers, and it was pretty revolutionary at the time.
Now we have people that do Shopify, people that have websites, people that have affiliate links with Avon. Like, look at some of the more popular content creators. I'm not even talking about the streamers, right? Which when you get into that, that is just insane to me how much money these young guys make. Like, they're a whole, conglomerate. I mean, they're meeting celebrities. They're even the Versus. The Versus arose primarily from COVID, from people using Instagram Live, which we didn't even have access to 10 years ago. So we got into this conversation. There's also, look at that Nara. What's her name? Nara, the woman that puts on couture and makes milk from scratch. Yeah. All of these people. There's also that First Lady. Have you seen her cleaning with Mickey? The black lady that first of all, is way too much consumerism for me. She has her closet, she has all of these products, every single product created on earth, she has it. She cleans her, does anybody else know what I'm talking about?
One content creator to the next. We don't look at others. Sorry.
Oh, that's right. First Lady is a content creator. Absolutely. Right? So that's what I'm saying. The way that money can be introduced into the economy, first of all, is indicative of the fact that the people are doing quite well, right? Because look at the way that I get cash apps. So y'all really need to have me stop that though, because I'm a single mom and I got no job. But obviously that is discretionary money for me, right? I'm not going without in order to do that. That on a tiny fashion, if I give somebody on Facebook because I like a reel, you have to think about how empowering that is, both for the receiver and the person that's giving. We have the ability to just pop money all over the place, to have these subscriptions, to pay for Netflix. Look at how we have changed traditional TV. When is the last time somebody's watched the actual news on the news, traditional TV, channel NBC, ABC? I can't even tell y'all.
I watch Matlock on Thursdays on CBS.
You know what? There's a new Matlock. There's a new Matlock? Yes. Matlock.
Hold on. It is a privileged white woman. Go ahead, lady. Tell them about that privileged white woman.
That lady. I think she played did she play a Misery? I'm not sure her name.
Oh, Kathy Bates. No, I knew they had the Equalizer. I like not the Equalizer. What was
Queen
the
Latifah
called?
No, Queen Latifah was Equalizer.
Right, and that was the movie, and then they made the movie with Denzel. You know what, y'all? Side note, I do love how melanated people are playing those roles. Because the Equalizer was the white guy, because I watched the original TV show, which I loved, and then it was Denzel Washington, and then it was Queen Latifah. I thought that evolution was so cool.
Yeah, well, that
I will
and
not.
it's on the season. Shush, Jeremy. It's on the second season, so. But yeah, I watch regular TV all the time. Even though I had cable, I still actually have cable. So right now I'm watching The Verdict with Judge Hedgett.
I have cable too. I like it.
I'm addicted. I can't get rid of it.
See, I do like the network shows. I like Rookie. I like the NCIS original. I like all that kind of stuff. I like Brilliant Minds, which is really, really interesting. I love network television.
The last time I watched network television, and I'll throw it to Jeremy, was during the debates. I don't watch that. It's really sad. I couldn't even, I'll have to check on Matlock, because I love Kathy Bates, and I love Matlock, but I didn't even
I think it comes on older.
Okay.
That's really good.
That's really, really good. She did such a good job.
Yeah. Outstanding.
I still like The View. I don't know why people are so rude against The View. I like that for some reason. Especially Whoopi Goldberg. Yeah, they're still entertaining, you know?
Whoopi Goldberg can go fuck herself. just going to respond to reform. I think what's happened, and go back to what the conversation was, like entertainers, content creators.
Is this
in
the guy who
early
said
America.
Whoopi Goldberg go fuck herself?
No, that was Narco. Narco.
Sorry, continue, Jack.
The same. In early America, like the content creators in Hollywood didn't profit off that content. It was wealthy industry owners and the owners of the content, right? And then you had like these producers, predominantly white males, Epstein and the other guy, Harvey, whatever, like profiting way more off of the content that actors created, right? And this evolution, the tie back to like OnlyFans and the content creators in the adult industry, it's the same problem. Is that the people who are actually creating the shit that people wanted to see did not benefit as much as the wealthy shareholders of the companies that supported that. And I think what's amazing with TikTok and OnlyFans is that it is given more of the profits and the revenue from what they create to the people who create it. And yes, the OnlyFans is going to take 10%, and TikTok's going to be a very wealthy company. But also they have transferred so much more wealth to the content creators than any of the entertainment content creators that got that wealth before.
Sometimes I wish there was some, like, I'm not saying regulation, but like, how there's like a SAG for acting, or like something that is like credible, because there's, excuse my language, some retarded podcasters that, I think give podcasting a bad name, because there's some that are like outstanding, with great content, doing way better than the new ones, right? Some people on here, right? But I don't know. I think sometimes there's ones that make the industry a bit bad. I don't know. I don't know what they should do, but I don't know what, like a SAG or something that regulates it. I don't know. But yeah, there's really amazing, left and right, like on both sides, have good podcasters.
To me, the only left-wing commentator or podcaster would be Sam Cedar.
Sam Cedar is a smart guy. Actually, he's somebody who, on the left, he's one of the only people I'll listen to. He has opposite views, but he is intelligent and like well-informed, and he's interesting to listen to.
Yeah, I mean, just in general, though, it's like, I compare his conversations in the Jubilee League surrounded videos, and I don't know, it's just the way he talks, listen to this, creates a more civil dialogue.
Well, actually, I take that back. I'm sorry. I meant Ezra Klein. I'm so sorry. Sam Cedar I listen to sometimes. My bad. I'm a retard. Got my names mixed up, even though they don't sound alike.
Gotcha.
You kind of remind me of like a funnier Nick Fuentes, and he's Mexican too. You know what I'm talking about? Nick Fuentes?
Of course, unfortunately.
He's like a white nationalist Mexican he's on the far right though.
Yeah, it's like their world nationalism. It's so like white people like us don't really like vouch for that. It's just like a gross third world Catholic nationalism. We don't need that here in the U.S.
Wait, you're white?
Really? We never knew that. Yeah, so like a lot of us that are white. Well, first of all, there's a lot of
being like white.
Now, how did PP get on this stage? What is going on?
What? No, I'm saying Nick Fuentes. It's an open secret. He is, and I'm not saying this to like shame him or anything like that. He is a homosexual. Like pretty much everybody knows.
Okay, but so is Scott Bessent. Did you know that Scott Bessent is married into a man? Oh, I didn't do that. Okay, well, see.
Lindsey Graham. I mean, let's not even start with Lindsey Graham, but let's go back to the conversation, right? Is that like, should content creators and the people who create the content benefit the most from their special skill, or should a bunch of like privileged, wealthy predominantly white shareholders be the ones that benefit, right? And then again, I'll go back to the poll, right? And I know we put the poll up a while ago, lady, but this goes back to the poll, is that if the Democrats vote to pass this unbalanced budget, that will result in a lot of Americans losing, the most vulnerable Americans losing access to healthcare because they just can't afford the increase in their rates. Like, should the Democrats do that, or should they stand their ground? What is the best for America's democracy when it comes to midterms? I think that's the question we need to ask.
I just think that the Democrats, that they just have to make the Republicans extend the ACA, because that's really the thing that principally is what people would be frustrated with Trump if he did it.
I mean, it's already approaching the longest shutdown in history. Ironically, Mr. Trump holds the number 2 position as well. I think that if it probably goes like beyond a couple of weeks, then the Dems will just, they'll submit. Because I don't want to use the word submit. They will, because bend the knee. Yeah.
So can I ask you guys both a question? Which is, and I think this is the crux of the vote, right? What is politically more beneficial for Democrats in the midterm? For them to stand their ground with all the repercussions in order to really make the point that we do not want so many people to lose access to health care, or to capitulate and open up the government and let Americans feel the pain of the Republican policy. When it comes to the midterms, which I think are literally the potential cusp of whether American democracy survives or not, what do you guys think is the best move? Should the Democrats just let Americans feel pain and open up government? Or should they let American federal workers feel the pain by keeping the government shut?
But that's the thing. One thing that Clubhouse and social audio is good for is I really get to hear Trump supporters. You know what? I don't even want to call them supporters. Trump fanatics. That's what they are. Substantiate is like my new word for the year, how much they are deeply ingrained with this man and everything he does. I remember when Barack Obama was in office, there was a really popular Facebook group with like thousands and thousands of members, and it was called Black Republicans. So the arguments there were about legislation, policy. Maybe 5% of people made it personal, but not really. Because remember how the OG politics, like, yes, we talk about race, of course. Yes, we talk about legislation, but it was more nuanced, right? Like, you still criticize Bush. Hell, I don't know a single person that voted Republican that really liked W. I'm just going to be honest. Like, who the fuck really liked W? Laura Bush. You know what I'm saying? Laura Bush got more respect than he did. I'm being for real. Junior. Nobody really liked Junior. Nobody really didn't like him, but he wasn't a very strong guy. Like, we knew that he was being, thank God for Condi. Everybody loved Condi more than they loved Bush. But the way that these people, somebody cue me in. Like, was it like this for Abraham Lincoln? I don't think George Washington got glazed this much. These people fucking love this man. Like, I'm saying, like, beat you up on the playground if you dare to criticize him, right? Like, they have zero criticisms for what the fuck he does. Like, what? That's 40% of his core supporters. They don't give a shit. They will make every excuse. You just don't like Trump. You got Trump PT, whatever. What is it? Trump. They made a little word for it. They buy the fucking merchandise. They buy the hats. It doesn't matter what he says. He can break the law. He can break the Constitution. He can do all kinds of shit. How the fuck are you gonna reach these people? Y'all listening to all of these interviews by these goddamn farmers
well, I'm a fifth generation farmer, and I don't agree with President Trump what he's doing, but you fucking voted for him after he did the shit the first time.
The other day, this man said that he was going to take $230 million from the DOJ, and the right wing shrugged.
Like what?
$230. Imagine Obama was like, I kicked your asses. I'm taking $230 million. Can you imagine?
I love the way that Junior dodged those shoes, though. I mean, that was amazing.
Okay,
he dodged those shoes.
He dodged the shit out of those shoes.
He did. Give him credit.
But y'all remember that when Republicans used to criticize Republicans, like Republicans, okay, so Republicans have always just told the party line, right, for the most part. But think about it. Half of these people voted for Barack Obama. They're not even Republicans. I'm going to keep saying this. They're fake conservatives. They're pseudo-conservatives. Y'all, I know we keep saying, especially in this space, it just blows my fucking mind. Look, if Matt Cool just said he bought Trump shoes, do you know how tacky that is for a president to be selling shit?
Yeah, but so was his fucking followers.
But I mean, how are you supposed to reach these people? That's what I'm saying. Like, what are we supposed to do? You can't argue legislation with them. You can't argue the economy with them. You can't argue. Look at TC. TC is an example of someone who changed his party alliance and lost his fucking mind. Well, I'm just here to tell you that President Donald J. Trump does care about the troops. He absolutely does care about the military, and that's not true. I have to correct you. President Trump does love you very much, as do I. What the fuck, nigga? I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that word. That is crazy as shit.
Oh my God.
Did y'all hear he said that today?
He said it today. He said it today. To the veterans.
Can I ask you a question? Do you think that Obama was ever treated in that type of way, like the glazing? Would you say it's comparable? What do you think?
No.
Here with the brown suit controversy, Sabrina.
No.
Did you not see the whole red thing? I'm sorry. My bad.
No. I know inside that he had a lot of opposition, right? But I meant regarding like the way people treated him. Like, you don't think there was a huge fanfare, or
I'm curious to hear other people's thoughts as well. The way that the black community embraced Obama, I will say yes. He was on T-shirts, right? There was "My President's Black," "My Lambo's Blue." I don't even know the song because I'm not a Jeezy fan. But what I will say is that Obama was elected to a second term. His numbers were, because I didn't vote for Barack Obama either way. To me, he was at the time he seemed like a typical Democratic president, but I regret that because I know he's going to turn out to be the top 10 because he was an excellent president. But what I will say is Obama had a lot of criticism within his own party. And some of it you could say was probably because he was a black man. But remember, even there was criticism within the African American community. Like, everybody remembers old boy who thought if there was going to be a first black president, it was going to be him, Jesse Jackson. Jesse Jackson. Who was the other guy, y'all? Herman Cain was a Republican, but who's the other guy? Oh, shoot.
Cornel West?
Not Farrakhan. Al Sharpton. No, this was the TV guy. Tavis Smiley. Oh, my God. You talk about a big-ass hater. He split with the other radio guy because he hated Barack Obama so much. But you don't really have that with the Republicans. Like, who is really nobody saying any shit about Trump? It's like he could poop on the damn White House desk and they would just be sniffing it and saying how good that shit smells. Like, that's how bad it is.
Tear down, and you can tear down the east wing of the White House and
exactly. And now you have people saying, but it was trash and the plumbing was bad. No, the fuck it wasn't. Oh, we needed a ballroom. No, the fuck we didn't need a ballroom. What are you talking about? Like, what? That's a good example, whoever said that.
Yeah.
So, no, I don't think so. Tavis Smiley. Let me go see what Tavis is doing.
Yeah, I want to have. I'm going to that part.
Yeah, I just want to say that the fact is, I think people with small decks need big ballrooms to compensate.
Yeah, definitely. Sabina, I want to add to what Reform said a little bit. I think part of the reason why she's absolutely right. There's a lot of celebration, particularly among Black people. But part of that is also about politics for Black people. It's always a last mile challenge because you're looking at when Black people become leaders, it's something administrative, something in terms of like being mayor, being governor, that type of thing. There's at least in the 60s and 70s and somewhere in the 80s, there was always this question of, some people some people supported it, and you have some people who showed resistance. My favorite example, I won't go by what I say favorite, but Harold Washington had a lot of resistance, and it was within the local Democratic Party. Actually, this is before this group, he had a lot of resistance, fought through it, got to a second term, and literally died of a heart attack. That part was heartbreaking for me. When Obama got in, I was happy that he got in, but I was also a little bit afraid because he's the first Black president, and you don't know. Usually, the people who are first in leadership, they take a beating. They really did politically. But I think Obama did extremely well. I think he was well prepared. And I think I think people were more happy to celebrate that because he was the first Black president. That's a different set of joy than Trump, which I believe is really much more reactionary than anything else. If you look at all this, reforms mentioned about Trump supporters and so forth not getting through to him, the people who are responding think that they have their own savior of sorts, and realistically he's not. He doesn't give a fuck about them. That's kind of how racism works politically. You get people that back somebody that they think is supporting them and they're not. But I think for Obama, I think there was joy. There really was joy. I think there was some, and maybe it meant for America that someone who was of color can administrate at the highest levels and do it well. And that part was very, very important to have. So to your point, I'll just let go of the mic. I think America celebrated. There was some pushback. And reforms, thank you for mentioning about Tavis Smiley too. Because I didn't like that. I get Tavis Smiley and Dr. West a little bit and pushing back, but I felt like it almost felt like it was being pushed back for the sake of pushback rather than something critical. But I think with Trump, it's a little different because it's a very reactionary, and Trump has been able to leverage Christian voters, I say it with air quotes, Christian voters, people who are farmers who think that he's going to represent them. Most Americans are not that sophisticated about the vote, about who they're voting. Let me back up and say this. They think in a straightforward manner, which is part of what you have for a free society. But a lot of people, don't realize that no matter what you ascribe to Trump, there's always something unethical, unconstitutional, and just plain wrong at the other end that checks whatever it is that you believe in. And Obama never really had that. I'll land right there, so I hope that helps.
No, I agree. Now, did my grandmother have a framed picture of the Obamas as if they were relatives, and so did my aunt? Absolutely. By the way, my aunt was a conservative who voted for Obama for the first time, and the power that I know of Obama when, like, my aunt actually gave to his campaign $20 a month. I'm sorry, $20 a month. He was just a cool president. He's still cool. And I think that, everybody was in love with Barack Obama, 2008. Do y'all remember that? Everybody. Like, he was the cool president.
Yeah.
Everybody just loved him. Most people.
I mean,
Yeah, except the Republicans, of course. He had those haters, but
Elon's really hard to be able to escape the White House. What president was, lots of do.
Yeah, I mean, and remember how y'all even for like the first lady, the things that she wore sold out. She wore J. Crew, it sold out. And I don't think they paid attention to like a first lady's fashion because Barbara Bush, bless her heart, I love Barbara Bush, by the way. She still did a lot. She did a lot for the city of Houston. But they hadn't really paid attention to a first lady's fashion because Hillary, bless her heart, Hillary
They didn't pay attention to my fashion. I don't get it. Why they didn't pay attention to my fashion?
First lady,
oh my God,
you should be up in there, girl. You should be up in there because I don't.
We gotta find a first man first, so I can.
Okay, we taking you overseas. We taking you overseas, girl.
Yes, let's go.
We need some billionaire money. But Hillary didn't really do it. The last one was Nancy. I would say Nancy's ball gown. So yeah, we're looking for a first man for first lady. But yeah, Michelle, the whole family. Remember how the Republicans gave him such a hard time, the senators, but he always handled it well. Just once, I wish he would have cussed them the fuck out, but I know he would never do that. But yeah, if Bannon is saying that Barack can win again, if Trump can run again, then why can't Barack Obama? Now, wouldn't that be crazy? Barack versus Trump in 2028.
Yeah, Obama would kick Trump's ass.
Bingo. That's exactly what I thought of. If they do that, then Obama could come right back in. So it's gonna go tit for tat. But I think they've been attacking Michelle so much in the comments on her new podcast because I think they're scared that she can run in the future, and that's why they're attacking her so much. And she said many times she has no interest. I don't know why they keep bothering her. She doesn't want to run, yet for some reason they're still attacking her nonstop because they think that she wants in the future. And I do think she probably would have had a better chance than Kamala, but she made it clear she has no interest in politics, that she's is disgusted by it. It's not her temperament, right? But anyways.
I think Barack would do it to save democracy. Have y'all heard like his recent comments in the last couple of months? He's really going there, and in my opinion, he kind of stayed respectful to the end. He respected the office of the presidency more than the current president did. That's my opinion. And now it seems like his rhetoric is, for Obama, it's kind of like very, I would never say incendiary when it comes to Barack, but y'all see what I'm saying? Like he's being more targeted against some of. Yes, he's
fired.
Yes,
he's going off script. The more gray he gets, the more he doesn't give a fuck.
That's what I think. And do I think that he would sacrifice again just to restore democracy? Yes, I absolutely believe that he would do that. Because he's overly concerned now. He always kept it, he kept it 100, we certainly wish, the president well when he was shot. And Barack is ever the diplomat, right? He's ever the gentleman. And I think that, like who's going to save democracy? Who's going to save the United States? If Barack Obama can't do it, who the hell else could do it? The kids are older, Melania. Now, one thing I will say that I do appreciate about Melania, she set the standard to where the first lady does not have to be part and parcel of the president. Because when did we ever see that happen? To what F. Gray is saying, Michelle wouldn't allow it. Michelle could live her other life and not even have to go to the White House because that's what Melania has done. Melania ain't even in the damn White House. She don't even stay there. We barely see her.
No, she's been around a lot lately.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is,
in the last 2 months, I've seen her everywhere.
The one person I think would win if he had more publicity would be Pete Buttigieg.
No, damn well they're never gonna elect a gay man who's married to a man. Come on, bro.
You can't say that.
hold on that.
Reform to say.
Exactly, and reform what's so important, right? Let's look at who got the vote, right? I disagree completely. But reform, here's my issue, right? Obama was so un-American. This president was an expert in American history, in American politics. He respected the American democracy so much. Despite that he had a majority in all the houses, Trump, he didn't flex that to the extent to make the positive changes that he could have made. And I appreciate that criticism of Obama. And Trump is now in the same place as Obama. And I'm going to take every single ounce of power that I have to implement the changes I want. And I genuinely wish that when Obama was in power, that he trumped out more. Because I think that America would be a so much better place than heading on.
Because he's burning down the country. That would not have, it's not good to just be this way. No, you don't rule through executive order. That's just not how this country is supposed to be.
They would have killed him. They would have killed him. You know that. They would have killed Barack Obama had he even attempted 5% of the things that Donald Trump is doing, and we know that. They would have never even
100%.
Not even. He pushed harder for the Supreme Court seat.
I think Mitch McConnell wouldn't even do the hearing.
But there's nothing he could have done at all. There's no procedure, there's no process, there's nothing he could have done. Even a gun to Mitch's head that could have made that happen. There's nothing.
I'm just saying, Arthur, I'm just saying he could have pushed harder than he did. He somewhat laid down and rolled over on them.
And Sean,
there isn't anything that would have happened, but he could have pushed harder. That's all I'm trying to say.
And Sean, can we talk about Supreme Court appointments? Can we talk about what happened? Like Obama sat there and said, hey, let's just bring both sides together and literally abandoned the appointment of Supreme Court justices who should have been appointed. And all I'm asking you is that I think America would be so much better position today if Obama, with his power, like Trump is doing, for his agenda, which was not America, rather than Trump trumping out for billionaires.
Jeremy, that would not have been a good outcome. We literally, when he was going to have a military exercise in Texas at one point, and they were like, yo, Obama's going to come here and take over Texas. Like, no! Like, there's nothing, like, he could have done to make the Supreme Court happen. There's no process in place. He could have yelled at the top of his lungs. Wouldn't have moved the dial at all. Like, I understand where you're coming from, but you can't, it's just more, like, noise for the sake of it.
Arthur, sometimes noise helps. There's nothing he could have done, but he could have been more vocal. I think that's what I said. I think that's what Jeremy's trying to say.
And exactly.
Neither was Jeremy speaking.
Once Obama to go like full tilt. I'm telling you, like, they would have taken that man out if he did like Reform said, a fifth of what this guy's doing. Are you kidding?
Right. Or they would have called him the ghetto president. Like, he navigated those lines quite well, I will say. Right? As someone who did not vote for him and can now see like the elegance that he had. He brought such an elegance to the White House. And
Did you just say you didn't vote for him?
I didn't. I was a Republican. The first Democratic president I ever voted for was Hillary Clinton. I grew up Republican. Yeah.
No, I knew you grew up Republican, but for some reason I thought all this time you had voted for Obama.
The point I was trying to make.
That's what I tell people, Shaw. I was a real Republican. I did not vote for Barack Obama either way. I know everybody thinks everybody black voted for him. But no, I mean, I was a conservative. There was no reason for me to vote for a Democrat. I regret it, but yeah. I love McCain. I I really did. McCain was one of my favorites. But I mean, they would have told him he was ghetto or something. We know that. Like, he had such a fine line that I think Barack Obama was so good in his presidency that it's like we almost add that he was the first black president as an afterthought. Because nothing about how he conducted his presidency, I always say this, Donald Trump was the ghetto president. That's who they thought Barack Obama was going to be. Bringing all his kids up in the White House, right? Tacky as shit, right? Having a porn star for a wife, being divorced multiple times, being accused of cheating, lying on his taxes, right? But Barack Obama, the Queen loved him. He was embraced globally, right? He won the Nobel Peace Prize. Like, he was one of the best representations of the United States that we've ever had in our history. And it wasn't enough. So yeah, if he would have done anything other than, and then we're forgetting that he was actually a scholar. He was a constitutional law scholar. Wow! Exactly. Like, what did we expect him to do? Start, and I don't think that at his core, that's who he is. I don't think that he would have, shaken his fists and da 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 da. I don't think that's not his personality at all. So yeah, I don't really have any criticisms of him. The only real criticisms I have of Barack Obama is I coined him back in the day the Hollywood president, right? I think he tried to please too many people, and that's not even a real criticism because Lord knows I've never been in that position. And I think he knew that the world was looking at him as a representative of black people. And that's an incredible burden because shit, I struggle with that burden every damn day. And I'm just me. I'm not the damn president of the United States.
Nikki, one of the things that you said really surprised me because I actually voted, and I do agree with you. I actually voted for Obama twice, and now we sit on the opposite side of the aisle from each other. So I think it's just very fascinating. I really do.
Sits on the opposite aisle. Dr. Adams sits on the opposite aisle.
That was actually my first election as an 18-year-old. And he actually spoke to the youth. So, I mean, what you said about him being a Hollywood president in his engagement as public speaking and saying things that were relevant to me as a young person in America at that time, it definitely captivated me as even a young Republican, and I voted for him twice. So,
young Republican who voted for Obama twice.
For Obama to be your first president, wow. Yeah, that's super cool. So like I said, I can never take that away from him. I really can't. Like, yeah, do something.
From this where I disagree with you, and with respect, right, is that Obama entered the failed American democracy, and his respect for the history of American democracy caused him to try and bring both sides together, include all American, like literally the reason why his Supreme Court nomination didn't get put forward, right? And you're saying, hey, this failed American democracy that he failed to take advantage of, and his intention, if he enacted it, would have been better for America. And Trump, who says, no, I'm going to take this failed democracy and I'm going to leverage every single part of it to make rich white people like me more wealthy and step on the back of the poor Americans. And I'll end with this, is that when you look at China, who in so many ways is doing so much better than America right now, in so many ways when it comes to quality of life, a benevolent dictatorship, or Obama saying, hey, I'm just going to enforce my will to make America better, which is what China does, is maybe better than Trump saying, hey, I'm going to enforce my will to make billionaires richer.
If Trump is the opposite reaction to Obama, right? Is it pendulum swinging the other way? If Obama did what you're talking about, the swing, like where we're at right now, would be like the middle. Like it would go somewhere even to the extreme if Obama did what they did. He should know. Don't burn down the country and bring it to its screaming halt. That's not how you govern. That's not what you do.
So when they were talking about when Obama was voted in, so many Americans are like, "Oh, that guy is going to be shot so quick." Are you kidding me? A left-leaning, like, black man? Oh my goodness. But Trump there was an assassination attempt on Trump before he was even elected for a second term, Arthur. So, like, no one's killing Trump, and he's fascistizing your country like crazy. You have military troops in your...
I don't think that practically speaking, I really don't think that we are going to see a third Trump presidency. I think that we should be more concerned on the practical realities of Gavin Newsom coming into the fold. And, you know, to be honest with you, J.D. Vance, if he ran for president against Gavin Newsom, that's a done deal. I'm a Republican, I'm saying that. That's a done deal. Gavin Newsom is quick.
A Republican wants a Dixiecrat to become the next president. It's not surprising.
Who? I personally don't care for Gavin Newsom. I really don't. But I'm looking at the practical reality of how he appeals to the public. If he can keep up with Trump, he's going to wipe the floor with J.D. Vance. That's all I'm saying.
J.D. Vance saying otherwise.
Politics, and you actually are more of a populist person that doesn't actually understand what's been going on, and that's why you're in the situation you're in.
To not do ad hominems, can you just did someone drop?
I don't know what she's talking about, but go ahead, Cynthia. You were going to say?
What would you mean by ad hominems? Why don't you lie?
And so don't
Listen. This stage has been real clean all day. You're not about to throw no shit and no mud on the stage. So cut the shit.
So, First Lady, what do you think about the possibility of Gavin Newsom running against J.D. Vance? Do you see the point that I'm making that I don't think that J.D. Vance can, keep up in the same type of way that Trump did in, running against somebody like Newsom? I don't see that being successful.
I don't know, because I'm going to tell you something. I don't think we done seen the real Vance yet, to be honest with you. The way Vance switched it up at that debate with, what's that man's name, Waltz? He completely did a 360. He made that man come to him. Do you understand me? He made that man come. So, I don't know. I think Vance got some tricks up his sleeve. Honestly, I wouldn't want to see the fight between the two. I'm hoping if we get some fresh blood, somebody new. I need young people. Vance unfortunately fits that young criteria. How old is Newsom? Is he in his 50s?
Yeah, he's in his 50s.
Yeah, he'll be 61. He'll be
61.
But I like it though. I mean, come on, I like it.
Well, again, nobody's going for his eyes, but looking at Gavin Newsom being, quick-witted and staying on his toes, I don't feel like, Tim Walz has the same type of delivery. So I get where you're coming from and him making a 360, but Gavin Newsom is on his toes and he's becoming very more belligerent like Trump every single day when I listen to him speak. So I don't know. I think that could be a very ugly fight.
Vance came up with the cats and the dogs. They're eating the cats and the dogs.
Yeah, he's a dirty.
Yeah, and then he said, his wife makes it more sense. He said you guys work with the dog.
Newsom is 58.
No, I said he's 61 though in 2028.
Oh, no, he's sorry. Oh, he's born the same year as me.
And April is a year. Shauna, he's a year older than me. I'm 59. He just celebrated. He's about to celebrate his 60th.
And Newsom has way too much baggage.
He was born the same year as my mom. I'm 58. So,
Are you turning? Didn't you already turn 59? You're a year behind me. Sorry.
Wait, so April, you're running for president? Let's go.
Well, I'm older than I'm the oldest here. I'm 87 years old. Thank you.
Let's go, April. We're back. Let's do this. Wait, do you remember back in April? Do you guys remember we had the debate with Ron DeSantis stuff?
Ron DeSantis is not a good debater.
No, yeah, that was a tactical move because they basically were trying to see who they took. Biden out because he needs to fill his feet. That's why that debate happened.
Yeah. Well, DeSantis though, it's just like interesting though. It's just like Gavin Newsom has more charisma when he's debating DeSantis. I mean, because DeSantis, he just gets really defensive. So when he comes off, he just looks very insecure when he's defending.
Rubio was much fast, which is why I was really shocked by Vance being the VP pick last year.
One thing I will give it to Trump's cabinets, I do think Marco Rubio is the sharpest guy in his cabinet.
That's not saying a lot when they're all like dull as butter guys. I'm so sorry. None of them are Gitsu nice.
The thing I don't understand is why he chose Marco Rubio, who is like, as opposed to some guy like Ted Cruz who wouldn't like his boots.
That abandoned his people and then blame it on his kids. I'm like, yo, decide when you're gonna be to blame it on your kids.
I mean, it's interesting. Me and Marshall have both fought with each other over this because, of course, he's a Texan, particularly, and I told him that if I was a Texan, I'd be embarrassed that Ted Cruz was my senator because, I mean, the fact that that he let some guy call his wife ugly and now licks his boots, I mean, it shows that he doesn't have a spine and that, Texas has that person, not tough as Texas like Ted Cruz, right?
I can't believe he got on that plane and went to Mexico with the people freezing. That's crazy.
That's what we're just talking about.
That is absolute crazy work.
And as I said, he blamed his daughter.
I mean, he should have sent his family, but he should have definitely stayed behind. I mean, that's crazy.
But that's just proof of how little Cruz is liked. Like Heidi Cruz, I'm actually a fan of Heidi Cruz. She's in wealth management. She's like a killer at Goldman Sachs. I've been around her. I was actually too shy to go up and get an introduction.
You shy? I don't believe that.
No, because I mean, like, I would have loved to have been like she's awesome sauce in her arena. She really is. She's well respected. I don't know how she's with somebody like Cruz, but they live in River Oaks, which is quite an esteemed part of Houston. So for a person to leak those text messages, I was dying laughing because that means in their group that they're not even liked because those messages were leaked internally. That was a group chat. And I was just like, how embarrassing for them because now they got to figure out who leaked the damn text messages. And I don't know how Cruz keeps getting elected, to be perfectly honest. Everybody hates him. I don't know a single person that actually likes Ted Cruz, even ones that vote for him. Nobody can stand him.
What was the one white guy that almost beat him?
Beto.
Beto, yeah.
Beto almost beat him. That's true.
It's almost tragedy because, like, better work I kind of like out of all the Democrats. But, yeah.
I like Beto too. But remember, Texas is unusual. It's a red state with major blue cities. And it's the rural Hispanics that keep voting in. They vote Republican because, they're Catholic and they don't believe in abortion or LGBTQ. And they're the only ones that keep Texas red.
I'm pretty sure most of Texas is Baptist as far as religious demographics go.
I don't know if anybody's going out and interviewing the rural Hispanics, but a lot of them are Catholic. They're not Baptist.
Well, I mean, like near the border, but like most of Texas, like I think Dallas and Fort Worth area, most of it's Baptist as well as like Houston. I'm pretty sure a good portion of Austin, but like the only place I can think would be like Catholic would be like Corpus Christi, San Antonio, and of course El Paso. But
yeah, that makes sense because we've got like Southern SMU. They're like some Our Lady of the Lake in San Antonio. Wait, is that a Catholic university? But there's a bunch of like Baptist universities. Baptist churches, Baptist schools. So yeah, I would agree. Some of the largest churches in Houston are actually Baptist churches.
Like I just say that because like I mean
Texas is considered to be a part of the Bible Belt, and the Bible Belt is largely Protestant, particularly Baptist. So
y'all got a bunch of leftover Klansmen in Texas too. I remember the part of Texas, Miki, going from in between Houston and Louisiana. Like some of them, I was very pleasantly surprised to speak to people at the gas station and other Black people out there, where they were telling me like certain exits not to get off on, because what's that?
They're not playing. Sundown towns, keep going, keep moving. Don't go there.
Yeah, they basically told me don't stop until you get to Louisiana, and even then, just be very careful.
No, that's true. Beaumont is pretty diverse, but yeah, the Vider. Like I actually have a true story about Vider because we would go to Louisiana all the time. We're from Louisiana, and we usually go in like caravans if we take multiple cars. Well, my son was like 2 or 3 at the time, and he had to go tinkle. So my mom was like, "Don't do it!" But I pulled off. Y'all, I swear to God, it was palpable. Like immediately, we went into this gas station. First of all, they were just all staring at us. Like all of these redneck people were staring at us, and I was like, "What the fuck?" Like you could sense it. And I was gonna get him some chips or something, and then I was just like, you know what? Let's just get the fuck out of here. And my mom was like very upset with me. They circled back because she was like, "Oh my God, you know better." And my sister was like in conniptions, and I was like, "Damn, I didn't think it was that bad." You don't even see Black people like working at like McDonald's and Whataburger and stuff like that. So Vider is also where they drug James Byrd, that man that they unfortunately drug from the back of the truck. So yeah, I do not. We make sure that we fill up. Dragged. We make sure that we fill up. You do not stop in those areas. You keep going. There are absolutely sundown towns. Some of the back roads people don't understand. You even see the signs, like when you're driving through, you basically see the signs that say "No niggers." Like I'm not kidding.
Yeah, that's what they told me. They also have them on the freeway saying don't get off the freeway if you're.
Oh no, yeah, they tell you they're pretty, and we're like, okay,
what does
cool.
it say?
Thank you.
What does it say?
No niggers. Yeah. No, like you'll see that because there's one. I can't remember.
I don't know, Whitesville, is that up there? Whitesville or something?
These are like the little tiny towns, right? Like if you take the back roads off the freeway, because there's one. Let me see. Where was I? With some crazy person that we came from Texas City, which is near Galveston, but we didn't take the freeway because there's like some big ass Home Depot that's like anyway, or some dude. I don't know what we were doing that weekend, but I'd never been back there in those back roads, right? And I was like, "What the fuck did that just say?" And he started laughing. He's like, "Oh yeah, you never been over here?" I was like, "No." He's like, "Well, good. You don't need to." But yeah, they make it very clear. It was like a bar, and it literally had a sign that was tacked up, and it said "No niggers." They let you know. Yeah, so you don't go there. I'm like, "Appreciate you." Yeah, don't go there. That's when they say don't go there, then you don't take your Black ass over there. Yeah, they make that very clear. This is not for you. So I'm like, cool. Understood.
yeah, it's interesting. I remember like last year around like this time, I went to down to Satilla Shores, where around the area where Ahmaud Arbery was shot.
In Georgia?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, my school is literally like less than 2 hours away from there. So.
Oh yeah, thank you, Ramona. James Byrd was killed in Jasper. I was thinking of something else that happened at Vider. My bad.
What's your experience in the Panhandle?
I've never been to the Panhandle. I have sorority sister. I went to Texas A&M, so there were a lot of kids that came from the Panhandle. I haven't really heard a lot about racism because people don't realize Texas is extremely diverse. Houston is probably one of the most diverse cities in the country. Like I read a stat about Houston Community College. They're pretty much people from every single country represented. like Houston, we have Hispanics, we have we're little Legos because we have a lot of Nigerians, we have a lot of Africans, we have a very robust Chinatown, we have people from the Middle East, we're also oil and gas, so we have people from just about everywhere, right? But from the Panhandle, there's a lot of Hispanics. I haven't heard anything. I think the closest I've been is like, so I had to go for a sorority thing to Waco because we went to Baylor. That's about that's about as far as I've been. I've never been to Lubbock. Did I ever go to Texas Tech? No, I never been to Lubbock. I never been no. So yeah, but I haven't heard anything. But I know people from all over the states, and I don't really get that anything is like bad. In my opinion.
Let me ask you something. How do you identify? Do you identify as a Native American?
No, I mean I'm black.
Or how would you well, do you identify yourself as like an indigenous to the United States?
I mean, a part of me, I'm a Louisiana Creole, so part of my culture, by identity, we are African or African American. We are black. It's culture. So but part of my lineage, yes, is African, Native American, French, and Spanish. I have my great grandfather was 100% Native. There are other people that I can identify going back for generations. Like 99% of my family is still in southern Louisiana. Like they haven't migrated. Maybe they've gone to Baton Rouge, maybe they've gone to New Orleans, maybe they've gone to Houston, but they ain't gone nowhere. They're still there, which is why you still have to bring when you start dating, you literally have to bring the person that you're dating to the elders in the family so they can go down your family tree to make sure that you're not too closely related. That's how bad it is. It's kind of funny, actually.
Well, let me ask this. Okay, so we talk about the sundown town thing, and that's a very interesting, family history that you have. I actually have roots in Alabama. I think I might have some people in Texas too, but I gotta do some research on it. But when we talk about the sundown town thing, let me ask you, what have you ever? How did it? What is this thing about this sundown town stuff? Because I know in recent times, like in the last year or two, I keep saying that this sundown town stuff like trending. And my dad actually grew up in the Jim Crow South, so he, in Birmingham, Alabama, in the '60s. So I'm very familiar with that whole culture and stuff down there. But I just find it curious that in 2025, you have this thing now, this trending thing where people talk about this sundown town stuff. And I'm like, where the fuck did this shit come from? Was it an Instagram thing? Did it start on YouTube? Why they start talking about this shit all of us?
Have you ever heard of Colorado City, Utah? This is a perfect example. Miki, have you ever heard of it? Colorado City, Utah.
But y'all know sundown towns are not new. I just don't think they've ever really been discussed because, it's just a sundown town, especially in the South. Like, it's a sundown town. What you gonna do?
I like to add to that too if I can. There's most of that stuff happened. You gotta go back to like the 30s, 40s. Most of it was out in the Midwest and certain parts or areas or cities where they really had to. I wouldn't say had to, but one of the things that came out of it was that they were basically dictating what. I mean, black people and people of color were always dictated where to go. I think in the South, you've always had certain areas where people could kind of, there was definitely some segregation, but for the North, it was also about when black people were moving into industrialized areas, anything that was either industrialized or near or not far from those things, you had towns that put up laws that basically was telling, literally saying you can't be in a park. If you go to Dearborn, Michigan, for example, now Dearborn's not a sundown town, but it did have laws back in its day that black people couldn't be in a park after a certain time. The reasoning behind this was, the whole stereotype was if you're a black
want you in any places where we can't see you, etc. And you have towns out in the Midwest. There's one called Martinsville in Indiana. They had a woman that was attacked and killed back in, I think it was like 1966. It was at least 1960s. Huge place where black people were drawn out, not welcome, and this went on even after the sundown laws were eliminated. You still had a lot of this attitude, and you would hear and see this stuff all the time. My mom, same story that the performer talked about this with Executive Texas. My mom had a story where we had where she got followed back in the 80s by a truck. And I didn't realize that I vaguely remember as a kid, but she told me later on part of that was that sort of, the intimidation thing. It's not radically, it's not an Instagram thing at all. I think the reason why it's gained, now I'll say this, I think the reason why you're hearing about it more, I think the reformers said, part is that, people are talking a little bit more. And then on top of that, you have some towns which had that reputation trying to, not so much eliminate, I guess for lack of a better term, eliminate or try to move on from it, because they realize that having a diverse community is attractive. Martinsville for years has really tried to push being someplace to go when for years, if you were black and in Indiana, whether you're in Gary, Fort Wayne, or Indianapolis, you don't go through Martinsville at all. So it's something, there are towns in Illinois, I think Anna, Illinois, ain't no niggas allowed, excuse the language, that was what the meaning was at the time. They've tried to overturn their past. And the reason why I think you're hearing about it is that in doing so, in some cases, people are trying to almost whitewash what it was. And it's kind of hard to sell yourself as a town or place to live in when the country's much more diverse. You have a generation that's more attuned to diversity. And, nobody wants to live in some place where people where you have to be in fear by doing something out of intimidation. So I hope that helps out a little bit.
Yeah, so I put something in the chat about Vidor, Texas, VIDOR. So it was a stronghold for the Ku Klux Klan. So black people were historically told to leave after sunset. So this was just desegregation in the 90s. They had a court order forcing the desegregation of housing. The 90s. So you do not fuck with Vidor. I'm giving y'all a public service announcement. VIDOR. Yep. So I'm just let's see here. Vidor is some residents are trying to change it, but the black population is less than 1%. They are very brave for staying in Vidor. Because no fucking way. And their population is about less than 10,000. So
how many black people live there? How many black people live there?
Less than 1%.
That's what it's
Yeah.
Are you serious?
No, he does not live at the Vidor or whatever the hell.
Yeah, I think Trent lives in the Panhandle. But it's Vidor, VIDOR. So yeah, there are some downtowns.
Wait 1 second. I wasn't finished with my question. So, what type of race are these people? What are they? What would you consider them?
I mean, they're white. They're white.
Right. I mean, they're white, but are they redneck white? Are they?
That's the thing, First Lady. This, Texas is just country, right? A lot of these sundown towns are just country, so they're very rural, right? They're small towns. So you have your mix of, just.
So they really don't like black people? I mean, they
no. No. They don't fuck with black people at all.
We can have a conversation.
I mean, you could try, but this is those areas.
President Vidor on the phone for me, please. Thank you.
Those areas that were KKK areas like Vidor,
It's like,
I mean,
you don't
those
want no
people.
talk like that.
Yeah, you know what? And it's honestly not even worth it. So I'm like, I'm straight. You know what? I appreciate the notice because they don't give a fuck. They hate black people, and yeah, they have no qualms letting you know.
Or do they hate all kind of people outside of them, or it's just blacks?
I mean, the KKK. The people don't remember the KKK was actually created against Jewish people. So think about like the most extreme. I wouldn't even say they're white supremacists. They're just racist as fuck. The most extreme version of a racist that you could think about. So yeah, Dr. A.G. put they hate all non-white people. Yeah, and they're not gonna march. They're not gonna go. They just don't fuck with us. And I'm like, you know what? Thank you. Okay, I got it. Memo received. I'm not trying to change you.
Okay, last question. So could you buy gas before the sundown? Or
Yeah, like so the sundown town warning is we barely gonna tolerate you, but don't you let us catch your black ass here after dark because we're gonna fuck you up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's true. We went through a town in Missouri in the 90s. My husband was stationed at Fort Leonard Wood, which we call Fort Loftonwood. Misery. We went to help a girl. She was a classmate of mine. She had driven her car off the road and got hooked up on a stump or something. Anyway, my husband went in his truck to pull her out. And we parked, and he was hooking her car up to the truck to be ready to pull her out. And this dude came down the hill from his house, white man. And he was hollering like this hat, like, are we having trouble or whatnot? And my husband came around the side of the truck from the back. This man saw him and turned and took off on a dead run back to his house. And not 10 minutes later, there was a convoy of good old boys in their pickup trucks and their guns. And I was like, we're done. We're dead. It's over.
April, do you mind saying what state this took place in?
This was in Missouri back in the 90s.
Yeah.
Missouri's bad. It's really bad.
There's the
Yeah. Missouri has a lot of racial tension. Have y'all ever seen that documentary on the...
Finish. I was telling my husband what happened. He's just like acting like it's another day. He just continued doing what he was doing. Got the girl's car out, took it to her house. We sat down, had some tea with her, and then we went to back to it's a small town back to there. He was putting gas in the truck. They are circling, honey. They following us everywhere. And I'm like, we're fixing to die today. We're gonna die today. And he's like, would you stop? He said, I've been black all my life, and I'm gonna continue to be black. I ain't worried about these people. I'm like, it's truckloads. He's like, I can see what it is. Back in this chat. And they escorted us all the way back to Fort Leonard Wood. All the way. Broad fucking daylight. Okay?
All right, now, so if I can say this, okay, so if I can say this, because when I hear this story, all right, it doesn't sound like the people were being hostile to you guys. It sounds like
Get the fuck out of here.
Look at this. Are you okay? This is just what it sounds like to me. Okay, it sounds like the gentleman saw you guys.
Somebody bang your wife and you will say
Sounds like he saw that y'all wasn't from the area, y'all needed help, and when then these guys came, okay, you said they had guns. Well, in rural areas, most people have guns in rural areas. That's not an uncommon thing.
She wasn't. Yeah, April, this is
the country. I'm from the country. I know when people come to help what they look like. Can you hear my accent? I'm from the country.
Okay, look, but what I'm saying is this. What I'm saying, sir,
we don't need you to try to explain this. Like, we understand.
I'm not here for that.
Why?
I'm saying
you don't have to be here for it. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
I have a question for April, unrelated to this, because she did mention that she's from Missouri. April, have you ever...
Missouri.
Oh, okay. You're in... Oh, okay. Do you live... Oh, got it. Have you guys heard of the...
military spouse for my husband's retired. We moved everywhere. We live
Got it. Have you guys ever heard of the Pruitt Agro Project, Miki?
What is that?
The Pruitt Agro Project was a project housing in St. Louis, Missouri, where they were trying to basically push Black people into a development that turned into a crime epicenter, and even the police that they stationed there had to close their offices and flee. It's a very, very devastating story in Black history in Missouri. So I encourage
Okay,
you.
I get it, dude, but you guys just kind of pushed me all the way off because I was trying to.
Hey, wait. This is fucking Clubhouse. Please don't activate me, sir, because I don't give a good goddamn. Don't come up on this stage in this room trying to demand a voice because nobody's paying us.
I'm not
fucking give a damn.
I'm not demanding anything.
We've moved on. This is not a room for content. We don't give a fuck. Okay? God damn. I'm sorry, First Lady. I've been good all day. She's very proud of me.
You have. And even then, I know you had some restraint there. So
Thank you. I think I did.
I know. I heard it. I heard the restraint. I heard it all in your voice.
Thank you. Can you put that in the chat, Adams? Because I've never heard of that. When did that happen?
I believe it was in the 1960s.
I mean, one day we're going to have the conversation about forced segregation in some areas and how.
I'm sorry, it was in the 50s.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Dr. AG said 54, 55.
Oh, thank you, because I would have totally screwed up that name. Pruitt Ego. Let me go look it up. Thank you for bringing.
Yeah, I just put it in the chat. I watched a documentary on it. I think it's on Netflix. Sorry, lady. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No.
Yeah, it's a series on Netflix, and it interviewed people who live there. It talked about just the generational trauma of how it created. The intention of what they were trying to do, or what they played it off to the public, was just trying to give people a community-centered environment that was fostered, on subsidies, and it basically just turned into a model where people saw a rise of crime. People felt segregated from the rest of the community around them, and it almost created an ecosystem to where it was like crabs in the barrel, as many people colloquially say. So it was a disaster. It devastated families, and it actually is something that a lot of people take into consideration with the multi-family affordable housing model today. So that's kind of the reason why you got tax credit properties where they try to blend families that are in need and middle or upper middle income housing communities. So yeah, it was actually a really impactful learning lesson to American urban development.
No Black person, Mr. Klein, revels in other people's experiences like fucking weirdo. I am a Black woman in Texas who was in corporate America for 30 years, and I am a Black mother of 3 over 6 feet tall Black young men. The fuck do you think have I experienced racism? Are you serious right now?
Don't be annoyed.
No, I'm okay though, and I am an outspoken Black woman who very much assists with my community. So, are you serious?
Very much so. She does. So let me ask you this: do y'all think that this can happen again? I mean, based off of the direction that we're going in.
Yes.
I mean, do people want to get segregated?
Yes, it's already happening. If you look at Los Angeles, Miki and Lady. The subsidized supportive housing model is creating little Pruitt Agro projects around Los Angeles. So a lot of these luxury developers where people were paying rent during the pandemic and they had projects that were already in development that were supposed to be introduced into the market rate inventory. A lot of those developers have to eat their ass and take city subsidies and turn those into supportive housing units. So, I mean, the same thing is happening again, lady. If you look at places around MacArthur Park, places in mid-city, around Hancock Park, which are beautiful, thriving areas that have had enough trauma, in terms of the crime rates, ballooning up and down. And now families are finally starting to renovate homes and make it more of a livable suburban-like setting. So it is happening again. And I think a lot of people need to pay attention to it. You're moving a bunch of homeless people into luxury apartments and giving them services that aren't really helping them. And they're continuing to engage in drug use. They're continuing to engage in alcoholism, and it's not directly fixing the issue. So yes, it is going to happen again.
LA is just so. We were earlier talking about. Someone thought that maybe an example for why the narrative is against migrants is because it's a housing issue, right? And I don't agree with that, but Los Angeles is just, California is just one of those weird places to me, same as New York. I just don't understand. It's so incredibly, ridiculously expensive, just insanely expensive. I think I read a quote, and I've said this before a couple of years ago, that New York and California accounted for over 50% of the real estate prices or the valuations in the country.
Miki, up the hill from where I live, there's 5 or 6 homes that are on the market right now for over $100 million. It's insane. So the rental prices are going to take those values into consideration when you look at the people who are able to pay these housing prices. So yes, it's going through the roof. A 2-bedroom in a decent neighborhood in proximity to a decent school in this area is going to cost you anywhere from $3,500 a month to $4,000 a month.
Yeah, see, I don't understand that.
That's why y'all need to stay out of my city.
Oh, it's even worse up there. And if you look at the qualifications,
the highest rents in the country.
If you look at the qualification standards, Shauna and Miki, it's insane. You have to make anywhere from 2.5 to 3 times the rent. So if you're looking at a family, of 3 or even 4 in Los Angeles, you have to make damn near $200,000 a year to be able to live in an area, in an apartment as a renter. Just to be able to qualify for a unit. It is a problem. That's why so many people sit in traffic. People are going to places like Valencia, Orange County, Riverside. Everybody laughs about that high-speed rail. Even as a Republican, I'm that high-speed rail is going to bring families together. The dad who's working a job in downtown LA is going to be able to be home on time for his kid's soccer game in Riverside County.
So then I think what you're saying is the segregation is more about classism, it sounds like to me, because if you can't afford it, you just can't afford it, and it doesn't seem like it's about the color. Whereas in these other places, when I'm thinking about segregation, I'm thinking about segregation based off of, the color of your skin. So I've never experienced any of these things so far as the sundown thingy. I've never been to a town like that. I don't want to be there, so I'm going to stay away. You guys tell me where it is. I'm not going. I'm okay. I don't have to go play around with the geese to find out what the gander got. You know what I mean? I'm good with that.
No, I'm with you, First Lady. When I was younger, I thought it was part of a mission to, we must fight this and we must fight that, and there must be acceptance. And I remember I was in a year of high school in a small town, and I was people have died for the right, because they still had segregated proms. They had a black prom and they had a white prom, and some of my older relatives had to take me aside because they were like, baby girl, this is how things are done here. And some of us wanted that way. They didn't want to have a prom. They didn't want to have a mixed prom. They wanted to play their own music. And I remember I was 16, and I was just like, but you can't have it that way, because I come from Houston, and they were just like, if you don't sit your big city ass down and leave us the fuck alone, don't come over here and try to fight.
Mississippi was like that until maybe 20 years ago, if that.
All states of those areas. Oh, go ahead first.
No, I was just saying that Mississippi stayed like that so far as the prom and everything. I think they merged. I want to say I saw a documentary that was something recent. It wasn't like they've been doing it. Mississippi kept that stuff separated as well.
Yeah, this was Southern Louisiana. Shout out to Opelousas and Lafayette. Yep, and they were like, ma'am, this is okay. We're fine. We're fine here. There are black churches and there are white churches. There's the black Catholic church and the white Catholic church. There was the black private school and the white private school, and that's why I couldn't really. I hated it when I was a teenager because I was like, it's like living. It's like it's the 1960s. I honestly don't think it's changed that much when I go home. To be perfectly honest, it hasn't. Probably never will.
I think if I can add to this too, I think I mentioned about the book from James Loden on Sundown Towns, and I think the towns that made a transition, they had different things going for it. Like I didn't know this growing up about Braceville, Indiana, which is about at least a half hour from where I am, from Gary. Did not know that was a sundown town at one point. And the irony of it is that the mayor, Richard Hatcher, if I remember correctly, I think he operated in Operation at one point. I'm not sure if he's born there or what have you, but I'd have to double check that. I keep getting that confused with Michigan City. But the point is that some towns were able to shed it because they found, not that they actively did, but it took a number of things to kind of make the shift. Like for Valparaiso, there's a university there. And it took a while for that university, as that university kind of grew, it's not as big as Purdue or Indiana University, but it grew enough where if you have a university, you attract students, you attract people that are not necessarily, to be polite, they're not necessarily thinking about, this is our area and we don't want you in here. They're a little bit more open to it. Whereas with Martinsville, the one murder that happened in '68, they had a reputation for a long time. Even when Indiana had, and they still do this every year. There's a basketball championship. There was a brouhaha about 30 years ago where this high school from Martinsville had to be banned for like a few years.
What's a brouhaha? That brouhaha.
I'm just like going with it. It's like. It was controversial because their basketball team, for whatever reason, went after the kids in Carmel. Carmel, Indiana is a very, very highly affluent suburb, but it's also very, very diverse. And they were going after some of the students of color, and it got ugly enough where the whole school was banned out of the high school championship system. And that's a big deal for Indiana. It's a source of pride for a town to play in the state championships. And I'll say this now and then real quickly. Even one of my friends, I had to talk a friend out of taking a job in Martinsville. They weren't telling that. They told me it was a suburb of Indianapolis. When Martinsville, that's like to give you the analogy, that's like telling somebody that San Diego is a suburb of Los Angeles. This is an area for Indianapolis, but it's not that close. The recruiter thought that because my friend went to a black school, he thought it would be okay for that person to be there. And I told him, I said, no, don't do that. This is in the 90s. I said, don't do that. So I say all this to say there's, some towns still have the reputation because they continued it. Others have been able to transition. But you still, I think as a person of color, as we said before, you still watch your step because there are places that that they should not be trying to intimidate or approach you at all. And some places have not conformed as much as they should have. That's a little bit.
So the states are in favor of these actions in these towns called sundown?
I don't think they are. I think what's happening in the last, I would say in the last 20 to 30 years in particular, they're trying to shed the image a lot more because they realize that's keeping that first of all, the towns that are doing that, it keeps them limited. Nobody's going to live in some place where you have to worry about being assaulted. And most towns now realize that as the country is getting much more diverse, there is an economic, I don't want to say a carrot for lack of a term, but there's sort of an economic incentive for them to
here. We're affordable. We welcome people. We're trying to, and sometimes Martinsville itself is trying to set that image. So I think there's a little bit of an incentive. It's just not. Sometimes it's not the right incentive to kind of change. It's sort of a catch-22 where the towns know they need to change. It's not a great incentive, but it's an incentive. And I think that's all that they have. Because some of these towns are sort of isolated. They're not really near a suburb or even let alone a city that really draw people in. And I think most towns are trying to figure out that if they don't do anything, they will die just being known being as a sundown town. So it's kind of it's popular kind of with the I'm not sure if I'm saying this correctly, but I think there's some places that are realizing it. It's just some places that realized it better had other things in place to help to develop and help move past it.
Well,
somebody said that it's in California as well. And Dr.
There's some in New York too.
Really?
Yeah. So I live in North Carolina right now in Charlotte, and there's a lot in North Carolina, South Carolina. There's a lot in Virginia. There's a lot in Georgia and all that. And a lot of times when y'all traveling down 85 and 95 and all that, a lot of people are not paying attention, but you can see the changes. If you're going down 77, especially in the rural, because most sundown towns are in rural areas where all the people grew up together. And so there's a limited amount of black people or no black people. And the reason why sundown towns is a problem is because they can't get money off of tourism or people coming through for gas and stuff like that when they're trying to, they don't want this type of race to come through the area. That's slowing down the amount of money that they can use to build up the area. But some people are okay with that. They're okay with their, having their land and fishing and farming and doing all their, rural stuff or country stuff, whatever the term is. As far as New York, the reason why I found that out before I moved to the South, I grew up in New York. I grew up in Westchester County, right outside of the city. And so once I got a car, I was everywhere. And so I used to go to upstate New York, past Albany and all that. And what people don't tell you is the closer you get to the Canadian border, that's where all the sundown towns are. Because even those towns up there, a lot of them don't even have a local police station. They are policed by the state troopers of New York. And so I met a girl in college, I was in college like for a couple semesters or whatever, and I met a girl in college, and she was cool. We wasn't, she was white, we wasn't dating or nothing, but she was cool with all the black guys, her and her friends. And so we went to a place called Malone. And Malone is upstate New York. And when we got into that town to go visit them, we got chased by a truck full of white people. Okay? But it was dark. We came out there in the dark. We got chased by a truck full of white people. And maybe right before that happened, we got pulled over and searched by a state trooper. And they asked us, what are we doing up in this area? Right? We go there, we hang out with them, we spend the night there. Once we get past the whole part, we going back home to Hudson Valley. And as soon as we get, and this is during the day going back, as soon as we were driving, state trooper pulled us over again. Got us out the car. Yeah. Like if my mom would have knew it back then, she would have, you know what I'm saying? But I had a car, I was feeling myself, I was all over the place. And they searched our car. And they found I was working like part-time at UPS, so I had all the blades in there, all the box cutters in the glove compartment. They found all of those. So they were like, either you give us all the box cutters or you're going to jail. And then I got mad. I'm like, why do you keep stopping us? It's like, well, we stop a lot of people to make sure they're not trafficking drugs out of here because this is what they do. They come through Canada and they are bringing drugs into New York. And so, so that's why I came up, because I always be in this room and it's a good conversation. But I just wanted to let y'all know that sundown towns don't only exist in the South or in the Midwest. They they're actually in the Northeast.
Wow. Okay. All right. Well, this is crazy. Dr. Jen said something over here. She said that even the restaurants won't serve you over in Indiana. Wow, that's crazy. So how would you know? Like, did they put the signs on the door? That y'all playing with me, bro.
You gotta really pay attention. Like you can see the changes. Like I went to Louisville, Kentucky. Where I went to was, I guess, like I was on the border of Louisville, Kentucky, Indiana. I didn't know that Indiana was right there, and there's three different states that is like right there at Louisville, Kentucky. And out on the way there, when you get in Kentucky, you can see it. Like you can see so when you need gas and stuff, I'm driving and I do music, so I'm going from state to state. And if I see things start changing, or it look a little bit different, or it look like it's not really city-like or suburban-like that is up to code, I don't pull in.
Kind of like on that show Game of Thrones where they say it is known for city. I lived in Texas and grew up in Louisiana, and there's just places you just don't go. Especially when I was growing up, where I did, because most of my friends were black people. And so I had a lovely moniker they liked to call me, and it followed you into towns like that too. So even we weren't safe together there. For real. And then when I was dating my girlfriend, because I had a girlfriend for 7.5 years, I lived in Livingston, Texas. I had to go drop some paperwork off for my child care because I was getting help with child care so we could work. And that fucking office was in Jasper. And so my girlfriend and I got in the car and I said, okay, here's the plan. We're going to pull up. You're going to stay in the car and keep it running. And I'm going to run in, take paperwork in, run out, and get the fuck out of here. She's like, okay. So before we even got to Jasper, we filled up the car, no freaking line. We pulled up in that office, I ran in. The minute that lady took my name and asked me what I needed, took that paper, I said, is that all you need? She said, yes, and my ass was out of there, and we went right back down the road. Because they don't like gays there, they don't like nobody that's not white. They don't play.
What city was that? What city?
They don't like gays and anybody that's not white.
Like what city? Jasper.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's just one of them. I grew up in Louisiana, and there's little pockets all over Louisiana. It is now.
I wonder why people born like that.
It's just in the blood. Like it's just some of those families have been that way.
Yeah. And most all of them are also in red states, so it's not like they're getting a whole fuck ton of pushback.
I grew up with racist families. Of course, I came from Kentucky back in the hills, of course. Racist. But, oh my goodness. I just can't imagine that level of hate in this time. You don't like somebody because of the color of their skin is crazy. It's just...
That's why I live over here, isn't it? It's not the best, but it is better. That's all.
I mean,
First Lady California got some crazy racist folks in places.
That's what they saying in the chat. I'm like,
in the mountains, got some crazy hillbilly white folks.
I mean, it's always been on black people to be so accepting, right? And a lot of black people are pushing back against that. Like, I have family members that have in their wills, similar to what I've seen from other people professionally, that if they don't marry a black person, then they're not going to inherit. Because a lot of wealthy white people have done that for generations. So, I mean, it's like, I just, it's like be alert with it, because I just don't think it's my responsibility to convince anybody to accept me because I'm black. Fuck you. Go on about your business. And I'll go on about mine. Like, Tis what it is.
You know, the good thing about those areas, though, is that you can carry, most of them, you can carry your own gun.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're going to say that, but it's just, like in New York, you can't carry your gun. You know what I'm saying? But down there in those areas, Kentucky, Tennessee, all that, you can carry a gun. So
technically, you can carry a gun anybody. People just want to open carry and show people, but you can hide a weapon, and you know.
No, I'm just saying it's illegal to carry a gun in Kentucky and Tennessee and those places, North Carolina, but it's not legal in New York.
But most people who have a gun don't have it properly registered anyway. That's what I'm saying.
Man, I was so bummed out. I wanted to one day move to Ramona, California, because like my name's Ramona. I thought that would be groovy as hell. Miss First Lady, like Ramona, California. A bunch of old ass white retired folks.
Okay. White tired folks are fun.
That's not for me though.
They go swimming all day long. They pull themselves doing aerobics. They eat Jello.
Exactly. All I can be doing.
I call the police on them too.
I'll be end up getting an elder side charge.
Sure. I play a good Karen. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't like that black guy that was in the park where they recorded and that white lady was literally lying. You know, like saying, oh, hell no. See, I'm like,
What was she saying?
That was Central Park, I think, actually.
Yeah, she was lying. She was basically doing yeah. Oh, y'all tell the story from the man.
Those are weird as fuck. I don't even get them bitches. I don't know what happened to him.
I think he was just walking the dog, right? No, you go ahead. I was just saying that I was just backing you up that he was walking his dog or some shit.
I think she got the dog. Did he have a dog or he was just in the park?
Or maybe her dog bit him. It was something like that. But she was doing the bird watching. She had a dog. Yeah, and then she started like, I'm going to call them and tell them that you did this to me, and then she started performing. But he was taping the whole thing.
Oh, snap. Did they get her for falsifying her?
Yeah, and she.
Good.
And guess what? The crazy thing was, and you can back me up if I'm wrong, but I think she was the head of like the New York division of the medical joint. Like,
I think she was at a finance place. But what happened was, so it was in 2020. It was Christian Cooper, a black bird watcher, and Amy Cooper, who was a Karen. Christian Cooper asked her to leash her dog. Amy Cooper called 911 and falsely claimed that an African American man was threatening her. And the crazy thing is, like, she was telling him that she was going to, and she knew it. She knew that calling the police and saying these things, you know, could basically threaten his life. So she did it in retaliation. That's the crazy part. Like, you know, she was basically telling him, I have this power over you, and you did something that I don't like. How dare you speak to me in this manner or tell me this? And I am basically going to call and I'm going to get the police here. And she told them that, you know, an African American man was harassing her and threatening her. And she did the whole voice thing. Did y'all watch the video? It was fucking insane. Like, she did it. Yeah. And it was like, bro. Wow. And of course, he did the same. And he's a good guy, but I was pissed because he didn't go in on her. He carried it with grace. He didn't want to press fucking charges, which pissed me off even more. Like, bruh, you could have been fucking killed. Yeah, but he was like, you know, taking the high road and da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
That's what was pissing everybody off.
Yes. And I was like, what? You could have fucking been killed. And she's still playing victim, talking about, I live in fear every day. Bitch, please. You did. Ooh, child. Well, she started fake crying and everything. It was crazy.
She apologized at some point, but the damage was done already. She had got like fired and all that shit. So then she started trying to apologize, like it wasn't nothing, whatever. And they're like, "Yo, we have you on camera. You were performing." Like he was taping the whole thing from the part when she said she was going to do it. So she was done. That was black social media.
They're so fucking delusional, man.
That's okay.
I think it's pretty funny to assume that nobody in this room has seen a KKK road because you're wrong. And I've not been blind my whole life. And I grew up in rural Louisiana, so bet your ass I've seen a white robe and a few of them, in fact. So, yeah, there are people here, and I'm 48, so I've been here long enough on this earth to have witnessed some crazy ass shit. And growing up in the South, you do see robes. So, you guys might want to think about what you're typing in the chat before you type.
And actually, it's more dangerous now because they're in plain clothes. They just came through Charlotte in plain clothes, like just recently, about the lady from Ukraine getting killed on the transit thing. So they're walking around in plain clothes. That makes it even more dangerous.
That's the thing people have been complaining about with ICE. I believe the man who was pulled over drunk, we talked about last week, who claimed to be ICE, ended up not being ICE after all. He was just impersonating. And I'll be damned if I'm stopping for any of them that don't. No, they shouldn't be allowed to do that. They should have to show their face. They should have to tell you who they are, show a badge number. We're not getting dragged out nowhere thrown in something else. There's too many crazy people out here.
Well, I just want y'all to know that it's on my goodness. Is that 1, 2? Let me get my glasses on. I don't have it. It says 12:18. It is 12:18 a.m. right here, Eastern Standard Time. Tomorrow we will be doing the 107 days, if I haven't already told you. But we will continue to listen to 107 Days with Kamala Harris. I believe we're on like the 32nd day to the election. So we're going to go ahead and finish that up tomorrow. Please join us for that discussion. We will be streaming and here on Clubhouse as well as on Chatter. So it should be a lot of fun, being the fact that that is our last chapter or last session on this particular book. But we want to also continue this. We want to continue the series of listening to books, audio books, that is. Something of substance, no smut, thank you. So we want to have a conversation. Oh, I guess we can read one of yours. We can make it spicy.
All my stuff is smut. I would never tell y'all my smut name.
I'm just saying, on a Friday, maybe we can listen to something. We don't even know the author.
Some Zane.
Zane's still writing?
Is it? I think so. I think so. Anybody watch the TV show on HBO? Man, I used to love that series. This series is good.
That's something else.
I haven't seen a KKK road, but I did see a cross, a big ass, like 12-foot cross, driving to Shreveport from Houston. And it was like 3 a.m. and it scared the fuck out of me. A big ass fucking cross in the front yard. And I was like, holy shit.
One of my foster parents was in the KKK.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
So you
not only did I see them once, but every time I opened their closet.
They had the heavy robes. So have y'all ever heard of Ann Atwater before? You know who Ann Atwater is?
That sounds familiar.
She's the lady that worked with the head of the KKK back in the late 70s, early 80s.
When David did first take over, or
I don't know if they did. But all I know is that she's a black woman, and they worked together eventually, and they were able to end segregation in some of the areas of schools in Mississippi.
Yeah, she worked with one guy. I remember I just read something about it. She worked one-on-one with one person, and he came around, but
The KKK did a march in College Station when I was in school.
Oh, okay. That was Dora First Lady, North Carolina.
North Carolina, okay.
They had a movie about it.
And Taraji P. Henson played on it. Wow. Yeah.
You can tell a black person that you're not racist, and then they won't believe you.
What?
Well,
Is
not
that Mr.
Klein?
Oh, Mr. Klein, you made it on stage.
Oh, I thought that was our resident black person. Oh, I didn't know he was white. Okay, go ahead. Well, you know what? We can have some content for you.
Master of ceremony. Go ahead, Mr. MC.
If we really care about racism, then we can't just advocate for your own race. You have to advocate for the abolishment of racism and other races, right? So, what about the plight of Asian people, the plight of other countries that are marginalized people? That's when I think about people that really care about it. It's you can advocate for other people, other than yourself. So I'm white, and that's just
never forget.
something that you never.
I'm blind and I got.
Well, and I say I'm white, but I've never taken a test. You know what I mean? As far as like.
You never taken a test? What are you talking about? He said.
Well, like a race test, you know what I mean? I don't know.
Well, where do you buy it? From CVS? Or Walgreens? Where do you get the race test?
Well, I think you can get a.
Please tell me you're talking about ancestry.
Yeah, ancestry.
Oh, thank you, Jesus. Well, what do your parents look like? You don't know if you're white?
No, they're white, yeah.
Okay. So where did you come from?
Not all white people are the same.
It's like 50 Shades of Grey.
I mean, but are you Native American?
No.
Then do you know where your ancestors
You don't sound like white tea-ish.
Because, unless you're Native American, then you're not, how many generations have y'all been American?
Are you full white?
Since Ellis Island.
So,
So like 135 years.
You don't sound Lily. You don't sound Lily. I'll say that. Yeah, you know Lily.
I mean, but there is no white in America unless you're like an immigrant from somebody else.
I'm Scottish,
and
so there's white when you're Scottish.
I mean, yeah, but y'all are diluted blood in America. That's why. And now I'm saying this as a Louisiana Creole, like we are authentically French and Spanish. Like Americans, white Americans are just as mixed baskets as black people.
That is Jamaican. That's not.
So before
is it Creole? Creole is brown.
So one Creole is not necessarily brown. Creole, you got.
And I am the absolute white butt, okay? I will tell you that now. Northwest European French, thank you.
So before you guys get off track here, so Creole can mean two things, right? There's Louisiana Creole.
Y'all ain't even white.
But that's what I'm saying. The further back you go in generations, you have more and more people. It's just like people saying, out of 400 ancestors, one of them was from Scotland. Like, what the fuck? And no, you can't really claim that. So no, I'm gonna be in my arrogant culture back here. So Mr. Klein is gone.
I'm 42% Scottish.
I thought we were gonna have some fun. Oh man.
Before you all, especially Ramona, hello. So, hey, Mickey, I didn't know that's you. It's Rob from Around the Way. But it's like a lot of folks believe the kind of thing that MC said, right? And that is, it's like, well, if you're black and you're against racism, then you should be pro against racism and other races. Like, it's a disingenuous, like, fake argument, right? Like, it's like saying Black Lives Matter, and then, well, then you think all lives matter. I mean, yeah, but that ain't what the fuck I'm talking about. You see what I'm saying? And even if he's not just trolling,
There are lots of people that believe that kind of rhetoric. Like, well, if you believe this, you should believe all this and all this stuff. I do, or maybe, but that ain't what the fuck I'm talking about. And so that's part of the problem that exists in some of these folks having these conversations.
Yeah, I mean, he's trolling. I don't take him seriously. But I learned this as a child. To ask people what is their country of origin. And I figured out very quickly that most people can't go beyond 3 generations. They can't name their great-grandparents on all sides, like beyond 3 generations. Because you're a generation, right? Then your parents, and then your grandparents, and then your great-grandparents. And I'm like, most people can't go beyond that 3rd generation to name their grandparents' parents. So, Mr. Klein, what is your main country of origin? Do you know? Because most white people don't even know.
I was born in America.
Oh, but but you're not native to the lands unless you're Native American. You don't know?
Well, yeah, but I'm not. I can't care about that,
Oh, why not? I mean,
because the United States, we signed treaties with all the natives.
Oh, you signed treaties. You signed treaties with the natives, so now you're English.
Well, the United States.
The United States. So you represent the United States. Well, most of the founding fathers were not, born here either, right? They were. Alexander Hamilton. He was an immigrant to this country. But most of the founding fathers, didn't they, come from England? I'm just saying.
Yes, but
the Mayflower, the Puritans, yeah.
Right.
You didn't know that? Christopher Columbus, in 1492, Christopher Columbus sailed the ocean blue. You didn't know that?
Yeah, and the Louisiana Purchase.
Right.
Yeah. But we bought that from the French.
Where'd you come from? That's what I'm asking. How are you going to embrace other cultures when you don't even embrace your own? That's what I want to know.
Well, my culture is America.
But where'd you come from before America? America's one of the youngest countries to exist.
Well, I came from America,
Oh.
And then we came to Ellis Island. We came from Europe.
Just Europe? All of Europe? The whole continent? Europe? Really?
Yeah, we immigrated from Europe. Yeah. And
I don't even know.
A lot of people taught. I was taught we all bleed blood, and we need to be polite to each other.
We all bleed blood. Well, when did you learn that?
Yeah. Well, since day one. Well, that's, there's no race, we're all bleed blood, we're all humans. Gotta be good. So, a lot of people want you to think you're a victim, but you're not a victim. You're a human, you're an American citizen, and we have every opportunity that everybody else has, and we have to really think that way. As soon as you start thinking that you're a victim, then you are a victim.
So why do you keep referring to yourself as a we when you're talking to a group of people that you're not a part of?
Victims.
You're not. We're not.
But why do you think? Why are you putting that on other people? Did someone?
Because it was white people.
Excuse me, sir. You can't answer the question if you don't know.
What's going on? Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm asking, when did you hear someone in this space claim that they were a victim?
Well, we're talking about
what
going
part of
to
the
downtown.
conversation? Okay.
And the plight.
So does that mean that they don't exist?
They're soft. Being the same that they're a soft victim of some downtowns.
So
but you're not a victim. You have to.
Excuse me. Did anybody use that word?
Nope.
Okay, that's number one. Someone telling their experience and their stories makes them automatically the victim? versus being victorious and saying that I'm grateful that I did not get caught up in what could have happened. You see how your mind is twisted? You're trying to make and come into a space and make people victims who haven't claimed to be victims, versus being able to actually hear the victorious sound of saying, listen, I'm glad this did not happen to me, but I did go through this and I did experience it. But that's what happens when you come around people that you don't normally communicate with, and then you come with your preconceived notions and assume that this is what it is. And then when people start usually using profanity and cussing you out, then you walk around thinking that you're right. So I'm hoping that this experience tonight allows you to see a different perspective. Go ahead.
Well, if I go to a horse stable and I get kicked by the horse because I'm not following logical rules, and you can't spook a horse and get my horse, and you can't say like, well, you can't then like there into the future say like, I know everything about horses and horses are just terrible players and you get stable.
What really makes you get bit, bro?
Horses.
So your experiences, your individual experiences is not necessarily the entire worldview or a certain thing. So, you know, like...
And then you, instead of you receiving what I just said and sitting on it, you're here trying to argue your white privilege and trying to make me see your point. I think that's very rude of you, sir.
It's not really like white privilege.
It is because it is you with to come in here and bring your ideas and force them onto people.
Well, we came to this country. We came to this country on a boat when there was wilderness, and then we fought off of
Who is we?
To become independent people.
Who is we?
The Americans.
Yeah. He didn't come here.
The Americans came here to America. What's going on? Are you smoking some dope? What's happening?
He was somebody for slavery. He was born and went to play video games in the basement. That he ain't fought nobody.
Did you hear what he said?
And the first winter was
we Americans came here to America. How can you be coming from some place that isn't America and then calling yourself America?
Yeah, we were having a good conversation. Don't let Mr. Brown.
You're right, Ken, because guess what? I'm about to close this mic. Oh, shut up! All right, tell your mother don't be a victim. Have a good night.
What'd you say? Okay, send me the info. Okay.
I'm sorry, I was just...
Yeah, y'all have great rooms. Like, don't let these people come in and derail if they don't got the mental intelligence to have a conversation with you.
Thanks. Yeah, so in my Red's voice, I'm gonna mute. Somebody cash at me 50. Thank you. Appreciate that.
As soon as the shutdown is over, First Lady, cash at.
Every time somebody say, and I'm going on mute, they're going to have to cash at us $50. I swear to God, she said that at least 50 times a day. I'm going on mute.
Yeah, she keep coming off mute.
That's a fact.
It's just the caucasity. That's why I was like,
I love you.
Y'all write that shit down. Caucasity. That's classic.
I was like, come up with that. Yeah, the caucasity.
We came here and it was nothing but woods. Okay? And we kept that shit down. We fought up the woods. And we...
I know. And why do they feel so comfortable coming in here? Don't be a victim. Get the fuck out of here. But yeah, it's just the derailing for me. But anywho, whoop
it is going to be Halloween next weekend. This year has gone by too damn fast. Golly, gee willikers. So my older son is super familiar.
Oh my God, that was amazing. Oh, shut up, Chet. You didn't come over here to get us. Get out of here.
Okay, I went to a funeral. My friend passed away.
I'm sorry to hear
And then we watched. That's okay.
But that was amazing. And then you're going to come see. You see how you just wrote it in? See, that was nasty work. You play on my emotions. I say, I just came from a funeral. And I said, oh my God.
Oh my God.
That was amazing. And then, oh my God, that is amazing.
Oh, wait a minute. Maria is supposed to be here.
I sweated out there with a curl in my hair. I was a gangster for one night. It was amazing. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I was like shaking my ass. It was awesome.
Wait a minute, so you was at the verses? Wait a minute, what's going on?
No, and
Okay,
I
so the funeral was amazing?
I was talking about the verses. But the funeral was amazing because I got Congressman.
What's that? These people keep leaving me out with alcohol.
I'm telling you,
I don't like
verses. Somebody got killed. Like,
what's up, man? You was watching the verses too, goddamn. Y'all didn't watch it? You know what? That did it.
Keep them trying to catch their breath on stage.
Reform, hold me back, sister.
Hold
People with John
I know he tried to jump on reform.
You gotta be a good example for me.
Let you go.
I'm about to grab an eyelash. Stop, don't do it. Your hair too pretty.
And it is.
Oh, she
It is. Let me hold some boots.
Oh,
God bless you. I said that off the mic.
your hair look too good. You know, it's just gotta. All right,
We back. Yeah,
Somebody said Master P got in 10,000 steps tonight.
Yeah.
You want to stop shop?
Yeah, they had to take him to the back.
somebody said he wore out his Apple Watch for today. You know, trying.
You bet your gold. He got one of them. He got one of them. We still lost and what Sip the Shaka talk about. Everybody was confused, but everybody was running in place. It was awesome.
It was awesome. It let you know that even though Silk the Shocker had hits, that motherfucker could not rap for shit.
He can.
I mean, the worst rapper in history.
He gotta be. He had the mic in front of his mouth. And he was jumping, and I was like, this reminds me of when I used to follow them around.
I wanted to see their faces.
Yes, I followed them around.
That's
The motherfucker couldn't even rap his records with him. It was fucking crazy.
It was crazy.
I don't want to be your friend.
Oh, you on Apple TV. You Apple TV, because we
But
just
everybody
first
said Mia X was the winner of the night.
She was the freaking
held it
winner
down.
of
Yeah.
and she let these female rappers know y'all ain't shit. It was amazing.
Clothes, yes, she did. I heard she did.
Yeah, it took me back to my thug days. It was amazing.
Snoop did his thing too. No mic. And
Yep.
then,
Snoop came out. Yeah.
and then Juvenile really showed that he really is a true star. Like, he really was.
He's the MVP of the night for me.
I like
Cash Money couldn't do much without Juvie. And Juvenile came to Korea, Patty.
Yeah,
I got him to come to Korea. Oh, girl, and I did a whole crab boil for him.
Yeah, they got
And I was praying for the
dog
kids,
food,
but
dog.
still, from the commissary, but still, I did a whole crab boil.
Now, did y'all see Tamar's messy ass wiping the sweat off of baby's head? Talking about my sister.
Oh, thirsty ass.
That messy ass.
She grabbed him like 3 times out of his hand.
But I mean, her ass is messy as hell. Come on now, girl. You do not need to wipe the sweat off of that man's head just because he married to your sister. No, ma'am. Absolutely not. I hope Tony cuss her ass out real good.
But he needed intervention, man. I
She,
watched
listen,
this
she keep
show.
talking about she divorcing him and keeping it back together. Real quick, Patty, can you place the politically correct link at the top, please? Some people got in the back channel asking for that. Okay. It looks like 31% wins, or 33% wins the vote. Only if the Republicans pass the subsidy bill. Okay? So, Republicans, talk to your people. Get these subsidies together. I appreciate you. I'm sorry, Mr. Ken, you were saying something?
No, I was just saying that baby looks sick, man. Like, he looks like he's on heavy drugs. And I've been watching him doing a lot of tours and stuff, and just like stopping in the middle of the tour, and he needs some help.
But how he gonna call out Turk and not call out Wayne ass?
He's mad at Turk because I heard they tried to they had a tour and they tried to undercut him or give him something low. Yeah, and so I mean, I got into an argument in another room about it, and I was just saying, because I didn't know that. I knew that part, but didn't know that part. I was saying that, a lot of those guys don't really get paid shows and opportunities and endorsements like that anymore, because they're not really relevant like that unless they're doing tours together. So my thing was, for Turk, I would have put my feelings to the side and fucking came there so I could be on television so the shit could help my brand. So I can get these paid shows without these guys. But,
legally he couldn't. It was like Wayne. That's one of the reasons why Wayne didn't show up.
Oh, got you.
That crowd was whack as hell.
Hold on. No, Wayne is doing that. No, something's funny because Wayne is doing the after party right now.
Because they're still, so even though they came to an agreement on certain songs, I ain't gonna say that. I'll just say they came to agreement on certain songs, but they haven't come to a full agreement. And so Wayne was not coming, and that's why they didn't play. They played I think they played two of his verses in a song, maybe one. Other than that, they weren't cleared. He still is not getting money from the songs that they wanted to play, so that's why they didn't play him. And they were willing to pay him. But I mean, those should be cash money songs. They shouldn't be
because Wayne owns the songs. Wayne, if it's Wayne Records, I think it's his own records. He owns the masters to that. That was forfeited in that lawsuit that they had.
He has joint.
Right.
But even the early music, like when Wayne was
I worked his records.
Appreciated that deal.
I worked his records, and that's the reason why we couldn't put out anything until that was done. Right? We couldn't put out Carter 5 until they gave him back his masters and all that. So
Mel Smith?
Yes. Yeah. I know Mel. I know Malcolm Miles. I know everybody. I've been doing this for 22 years. So So my thing is unless you're referring to the records that he's featured on the other Cash Money artists, I just think there's some type of thing going on behind the scenes. Because why would you not do the show? And your manager's on the stage. His manager's Fee that manages NBA Youngboy. Your manager's on the stage, but you don't do the show, but you're doing an after party at Dre's.
Wayne's been a little. I saw somebody put a comment that said we really lost Wayne. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but Wayne is giving Kanye vibes to me. I don't know.
I heard that, but you know what I tend to do? Sometimes I try to go see for myself. I heard all these bad reviews about Wayne and his show. He came to Charlotte a couple weeks ago. I went to the show. They gave me tickets. And the only issue with Wayne was that he got on the stage late. He got on stage 2 hours late. But when he hit the stage and he was doing his show,
I heard he was on it.
He was amazing. I'm up there with I thought they said we wanted a whole rock show. He did all the rap hits. So he played the guitar during it, but I'm just so sometimes people are over exaggerated, or maybe they're telling the truth and just the particular show they went to was horrible. But from my experience, I've never seen him live before. That was my first time.
Kendrick put a battery in his back. Like, the problem that I had is when they attack Kendrick for being chosen for the Super Bowl, because the Super Bowl always picks the artist that's, hot right now, like outside of Rihanna, because they've probably been trying to get Rihanna forever. But I'm like, Wayne, bro, how many artists have performed in New Orleans and you never came at them like that?
Right.
Like, come on. I swear to God that was like the first time the Super Bowl was in New Orleans and he wasn't chosen. And then he has not calmed Nicki Minaj's ass down. So for whatever reason, now you got her attacking Beyonce, which somebody need to check in on her.
I saw her because you're not really signed to. I don't know how to explain it to you. Like,
child, she got
she's working on her own right now. That's why.
Not with Cash Money.
Yeah, like that's what I'm trying to say. Everybody thinks she's still with Cash Money. Really not.
Well, she with ranting. Did y'all see that rant she had with Cardi B? Like, I literally watched that on Twitter, and I was like, oh, this girl done lost her fucking mind. She done lost her damn mind. And she was like, Wayne. But that's when she really started attacking Jay-Z outside of whatever happened with her and Tidal was because of the Super Bowl thing. And I was like, now, Nikki, you're doing too much, child. Anyway.
But here's the thing, though. You're right in your response, right? But imagine if they would have did this tonight at the Super Bowl with all the artists from No Limit and Cash Money. Nobody missing. Everybody there. And then you bring in the other Louisiana acts like my boy Cupid. They got the Cupid Shuffle. Everybody around the world knows the Cupid Shuffle.
Yeah.
You bring in a band that do that. What do they call that? The second line, third line?
Second line.
Right. You bring in a band.
And then you had some Zydeco too. Shit. In the beginning they did, and they had Harry Connick Jr. So they had trombone Shorty with Harry Connick Jr. My dad ain't from Louisiana, but it's that. But they had them with Harry Connick Jr. in the opening act to the Super Bowl.
I'm just saying that it would have been a movie. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that. I don't know. I would have preferred that. But, Kendrick did his thing too, But I think they thought of it as a smack in the face because Drake is from the Cash Money camp, from the YMC. So, that's kind of like a smack in the face to do it in New Orleans.
That's how I met Mel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know some people.
I agree. But I mean, I wasn't offended that, because they did do a lot of the local shout-outs prior to the Super Bowl. So I will say that. Like, they had, who did they have? Southern, or did they have a group of the bands? They had, the schools there, which, of course, is intrinsic to Louisiana, the bands. Because, honestly, Northern Louisiana is never represented in anything.
I just think they should have just sold, to me, they should have just showed everybody the soul of your state. Like, I wouldn't even have Boozy there doing the Wipe Me Down. I would have Webby doing the Independent.
Oh, that's still a lot of beef. Like, Boozy is that, but that's Northern.
Yeah, but I'm just saying in general, y'all got a lot of good things going on from out there. Like, as far as music-wise.
Yeah, that's why we were saying earlier it should have been the Dirty, Dirty South. They should have did Texas versus Louisiana. I think that would have been cooler. Like Swisher House and
oh yeah, that was a dope.
J Prince label versus No Limit and.
But it's not that long. It's kind of short, right? Like that time period when they perform, it's
very
not
short. They cheap. Yeah, it could be like an all-day conference or something. I mean, in my opinion, because I still go see those old school performances. Hell, I think a couple of weeks ago, I bought my tickets before Nelly decided to go pro-Trump. But I went to see Nelly, Chingy, I can't remember who the other artist was. But Nelly did actually a really good show. And I like how everybody is doing those meet and greets, because I was going to do it for my aunt, because she's a huge Nelly super fan, but they closed it off pretty quickly. But it was only like $300, not $1,000 like Chris Brown.
Yeah, Chris Brown got everybody wanting to do those meet and greets now.
Well, to be honest, they always did, but more like at the Vegas shows. But I'm glad, I read something years ago that, I'm a Gen X fan, and I have discretionary income. So I've already, I flew to Vegas. That was the first time I went to Vegas, actually, to see New Edition when they did their little residency, right? So,
and sword, by the way, I just got like an alert about it.
Yes, I was telling Chat that Tony Braxton, New Edition, and Boyz II Men. Tony Braxton is the only one I haven't seen perform.
That's my uncle's concert.
That's the Black Coalition Collective.
Black Promoters Collective. That's my uncle, Gary Gidget.
Oh, okay, yeah. I know Walter and everybody else.
You know
Walter? Yeah.
What did you say? What did you say?
In Charlotte.
Yeah, the tickets go on sale Halloween, so yeah, Chad, I want to get backstage.
Well, I got you. You come with me.
It's April 6th. Cause yeah, so like I'm a New Edition super fan. I've seen New Edition at least 5 times. But that's what I'm saying. Yeah, girl.
You know, supporting the Brandy and Monica tour.
No, that was his. Yeah, that was his. And Gladys Knight and somebody else.
She needs to stop.
They said she did. Oh, I.
Yeah. I went to the one in North Carolina. She got dementia now.
Oh, you know her.
And then Patty had an asthma attack on stage. I was like, oh, this is bad.
They said that for Gladys that she got that young
man. Their asses got clear. That's what's crazy.
Oh, that young man was making her perform. Oh no, that's what her family said. Oh no, that is true.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, she doesn't know the words, so like our backup singers have to do it. She's like walking around the